but it's a minor though. I flex really, I ain't that type of bloke. I like getting paid over the limelight still, man. No, I ain't in a them type of show. This ain't new to me, matter of fact, man, started a while ago. I just wanna live a life with the choice. Time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know. I wanna yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war, take the war, left the war. My you, yeah, take my fall. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. My you, yeah, take my fall.
Imagine. Time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that, when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. I keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that, when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. When they ask what I do for a living, I just say I make paper appear like the magic man. Imagine that, when it's time to get bread, I don't panic, man. Keep cool and calm like the attic fan. We make paper appear like the magic man.
Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Look, man, I don't wanna hear no talk. Wanna hear no talk, no talk, no talk. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me. This ain't new to me.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day number 1 of the Esports World Cup and, of course, the Riyadh Masters. It is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you here on the stream, C-Stream here today. Jonathan, welcome to the day number 1, sir. How the hell are you doing?
feeling great. You know, we've watched some of these teams play through the regional qualifiers. Of course, we are in the play-in stage of the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So these are the teams that haven't managed to get in through the points from our EPTs. And it's going to be an interesting time. You know, a couple of teams here that have gone through that haven't gone through to other tournaments. I think the most notable for us is going to be Blacklist, of course, which we will be watching today. So it's going to be a fun time watching these teams go off. It's going to be a very long time here for us as well in the Dota section of the Esports World Cup. I believe this is the longest esport event they have at the Esports World Cup. So a lot of matches to play. Again, play-ins into groups, into the playoffs. A lot of good games lined up here, Mike.
It certainly is. I kind of like you said, there's a long format here for the Riyadh Masters, and Michael, this is a lot of Dota 2 action to come, Jonathan. Happy to say we're the longest game as well. I mean, if there's going to be any game that's got a huge format, you'd hope it's Dota 2. It just kind of fits the bill. Still, we are in the playing stage. You did mention the fact that these teams did not quite accumulate enough points to get straight through to the main event. Jonathan, I mean, tell me about it. Like, if you're one of these teams, a lot of pressure on the line. Like, there is a lot of games to be played. In fairness, I suppose maybe you're not too scared here on day number 1, but you know, going into the group stage, it's potentially the biggest event of the year, Jonathan. You know, you want to perform well.
That you do, and it's not just, you know, in the scope of Dota, right? Like, there is Dota happening. There's a lot of esports happening as well in the Esports World Cup, as the name would suggest. A lot of these orgs are participating in multiple esports titles. So if you want that club championship, you need high placements in every esport title. And that's going to be important as well. So anyone who follows more than one game, I mean, you know, we've had a lot there. We have, again, Blacklist in multiple titles. So you might have to watch out for all of it.
Well, we do actually have a video explaining the club championship, so we can throw over to that and see exactly how it all does work out.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Oh, that's a pretty insane way of kind of playing this one out. I mean, not only do you have the games to play for, Jonathan, but you've got the whole club championship to play for these organizations, and even an extra prize pool on top of $7 million. I mean, how much more could you ask for, John? You've got the money, you've got the pride, you've got the trophy. I mean, my goodness, you couldn't have asked for much more.
No, you certainly couldn't have. And again, for us, you know, for us in particular, Mike, we've got Blacklist and Dota, and I believe at least Mobile Legends as well. So, you know, the two games are united here, Mike. You know, we like to poke fun at each other, but those fans will have to be cheering on for the same teams. And again, a lot on the line, not just in Dota 2, but across every esport title. And there's a lot of games, so it's going to be an action-packed month. Like, can you believe that? A full month of just esports.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, a lot of esports going, a lot of money on the line as well, Jonathan. We kind of already went over it, but big prize pool going on this year here for the Riyadh Masters as well, and a lot to play for all these teams. Can't wait to see exactly how it all does play out, as we do get to see the prize pool breakdown, Jonathan. First place, $1.5 million straight into the bank account. Of course, as you go down, the prize pool does get lower. So yeah, top 8 isn't too bad. You know, if you're in the top 8, you're probably going to be relatively happy. Anything past that, maybe not so much. But at the very least, Jonathan, first place is what every team here is playing for. $1.5 million, I'd say, is a pretty nice figure.
That it is. And again, with the format, you've got the play-ins first. Straight out of that, you already have 2 teams eliminated, so that's going to be 19 to 20. The bottom 3, the top 2 of the bottom 3 of each group will play into each other in the decider series. The eliminated teams will be on that 17 to 18. So even from our play-in teams, they will have something to go home with. But it's like you mentioned, top 8 is where you want to be. Not just for the prize pool, but again, for those club championship points, you need to be top 8. For you to win, you need to be top 1 in one of the titles. So there's a lot of pressure for, I guess, every single esport team's under a ton of pressure from the clubs right now.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, this is the Esports World Cup, John. Everyone wants to be the first Esports World Cup winner. I mean, there's so many tournament organizers, what am I trying to say? Team organizations is what I'm trying to say here, Jonathan, that are trying to fight over this title, the prestigious title, the very prideful title of Esports World Cup champion. So is what I wanted to say here as we do get into it. I mean, it is going to be a very long tournament. We've talked about it many times. We do have a big format, and we have a video to explain that huge format as well. So let's throw over to the video and see what they had to say about the format.
We're back in Riyadh for another year, and this year, things are a bit different. It's time to see who will dare to triumph at the Esports World Cup. We have the 20 best teams in the world who will participate on land for a chance of their share of the $5 million prize pool. The Riyadh Masters competitive format will feature 3 stages: a play-in stage, a group stage, and playoffs. The event will start with the winners of our qualifiers in the play-in stage. 3 teams from China, 2 teams from Western Europe, Southeast Asia, and South America, and 1 team from MENA, Eastern Europe, and North America. These 12 teams will battle it out in 2 seeded groups in a round-robin 2-game series format, with the top 3 from each group automatically advancing to the next stage. The 4th placing team will face the 5th placing team from the opposite group to play a single best-of-3, with the winner qualifying to the next stage. These 8 advancing play-in teams will enter the group stage. Here, they'll meet our 8 EPT leaderboard teams who all qualified through the points earned from the EPT events throughout the year. The 16 group stage teams will play in 2 seeded groups and play in a 2-game series round-robin format. The top 6 teams from each group will make it to the playoff stage, with the top 4 teams moving to the upper bracket and the 5th and 6th place teams proceeding to the lower bracket. The playoffs are a 12-team double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 3 except the grand finals, which is a best of 5.
Well, there you have it, Jonathan. We do get the explanation. Obviously, like you've mentioned a billion times, we've got a huge format here for the Esports World Cup Dota 2 at the Riyadh Masters. And oh my goodness, I mean, the play-ins is where we're at. We're right at the start. Day number 1. All these teams trying to sneak their way into the group stage of the Riyadh Masters here. I don't know, Jonathan. I mean, do you want to talk about it? Do you have any favorite teams? Do you have any favorite organizations going into this that you think could proceed through to the group stages, perhaps?
Into the groups, it's going to be hard to say. I think there's a lot of wild card factors here in our play-ins. I mean, a lot of people will be looking at teams like maybe G2IG, LGD in Group A, kind of being somewhat the favorites. Maybe Entity is a little bit of a wild card there, along with VP and Beastcoast. Blacklist, I'm not sure how to weigh based on, what we saw recently in the international qualifiers. It's a little bit rough. Group B as well, highly competitive. You've got Aurora, who were featured a lot as Old Talon there. You saw Savage with that standing up clap, as we've seen before, but I know he'll get that opportunity to do that same move again if he will, if he dares.
That's the move he's made that nobody's ever going to forget. Like, that's just going to be the thing every single year. Every time Aurora does well, 23 Savage, he's going to have to see that again. We do get to see the tournament format in a graphic, Jonathan. It is a long format, so it can be a little bit confusing, but the play-ins, again, far left is where we're at. We are trying to get 3 teams from each group into the group stage. So plenty of positions, I want to say, John. 6 teams in total can make it through the play.
Yeah. Of course, again, top 3 are secured. The middle of the pack are going to have to play a decider match, and the bottom of each group is eliminated in our play-ins. So, again, everything on the line with these 2-game series. Same thing goes in our group stage round robin. All a bunch of 2-game series as well. Into 2 groups once more, of 8 teams this time around. So, it's exciting. You have a lot of opportunities to learn. You have a lot of opportunities to really do some research. I think that's where maybe some of the play-in teams might be able to gain momentum, right? Like, we've seen this before. If you play more games, you tend to do a lot better in these runs. Like we've seen in lower bracket runs from other teams as well. So it should be exciting. I feel like you will have to look out for these play-in teams. It's not very clear that our straight qualified teams in the group stage are going to place high in the playoffs. So this is a really good proving ground for us to watch out for, potential champions perhaps, if we do get a big surprise there.
No, and absolutely. And speaking of those champions as well, I believe we do have a schedule we should be able to bring up to to see exactly. In fact, is it the schedule we're bringing up now? I mean, we might even just look at the groups here and see exactly what teams are going to be brought up. We'll see exactly what we do want to bring up here on the screen, Jonathan. But I do want to see exactly what teams are playing here today because, again, it's day number 1. You kind of mentioned it. I mean, 6 teams to make it through the play-ins. We've got so much Dota to get through that. Well, we'll see how it does work out. Day 1. More games, the better for these teams, I'm sure, as they do get into the group stages. But, we've got to get our days underway. Still a bit of time before Game 1 does begin here. Our schedule, though, at the very least for this stream, Jonathan, Beastcoast up against Blacklist International. What a way to get started. You kind of mentioned it already. Blacklist International, they've been struggling a little bit, Jonathan. The open qualifiers, or rather close qualifiers we just saw recently, weren't looking too strong. Beastcoast, on the other hand, surprising a lot of people, I would assume, judging by the reactions we saw. Beastcoast looking very, very good here, John. Well, what are you thinking about this first series? Anything to kind of note down?
It's going to be really interesting to see the difference in mid here. It feels like the hero pool of Lumpy has been very interesting. He's been running a whole bunch of different stuff on mid. He's brought out the Pudge. He's brought out the Shaker mid. He's been doing some Dazzle mid as well. So it's a lot more varied than what we've seen ourselves in the Southeast Asian games, from the Riyadh qualifiers, EWC qualifiers, into TI qualifiers. It felt pretty static. And I think that's going to be the big factor here for Blacklist. So it should be interesting to see what sort of gameplay we get from Lumpy for Beastcoast this time around. And I think for Blacklist, it's like you mentioned, like going 0-4 in the other big tournament in the international and your qualifiers, it doesn't set a good tone. You had a good time running up here. It was a lower bracket run for Blacklist for the EWC qualifiers as well. But a 0-4, it does leave a bad taste. A lot of memes, a lot of content was flying out there. You did have some funny stuff in social media as well. Tim's posting that he was on business class. The rest of his team talking trash to him because they're all in economy. There's a bunch of stuff there for Blacklist, I guess.
You got to stay in good spirits. Even if you did have a pretty rough time, and you're not going to TI this year, it's still... You're still at Riyadh, right? Like, you're still at the Riyadh Masters. You still got a chance of competing for this huge prize pool for Dota 2. So it's, get in there, boys. It's not all lost yet. The year is still young, and I'm sure they will perform nicely here. But again, Beastcoast have looked fantastic. Kind of taking out some favorites in the qualifiers for the South American region in those same qualifiers. And like I said, I think Blacklist International certainly have their work cut out for them here in day number 1 against Beastcoast. And I can't wait to see how these drafts do develop as well, as we do get to see the teams we are... Well, we're not actually casting these 2 teams, but regardless, we've kind of got the right idea. We're going to have Beastcoast up against Blacklist International, Jonathan. But you get the point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be exciting. Again, there are a lot of streams. You've got 3 streams set up, so you can kind of check that out in every single one. And... yeah, I mean, G2IG versus NT would be a good match. I think Blacklist versus Beastcoast here is going to be even more interesting, I always love it when we get Southeast Asia versus South America as well. Like, culturally very interesting dynamic. It almost feels like at some point we had the same ideas on how to play Dota. It feels like that's diverged now, in a lot of the lands we've been watching. So it does feel like South America does still keep that aggression up more so than Southeast Asia. I'm interested in seeing what Beastcoast brings out and whether or not Blacklist is ready,
We shall see if they are. I mean, it's still a brand new patch as well, don't forget. So it's kind of like, if you are either of these sides, you understand how much you're playing for here to try and get into the group stages. Surely you found some broken stuff, right? Like in the downtime between the qualifiers and now, surely you ended up finding a couple broken strategies that we do see coming out. And I know you were mentioning Beastcoast in particular, they do run some pretty wacky stuff from the mid lane. I wonder if the same can be said from Blacklist International's end. Like, have they come up with some really, really kind of intriguing stuff to run?
I mean, Mike, you and I were watching those games. Can you say they were doing anything interesting? I will say, unfortunately, probably not, unless they cooked something spicy here. But overall, I would say no. So I think it's going to be, again, a very interesting thing. What Abed does on mid. I don't know.
It's the most anti-hype answer I've ever heard from you. Just like, no. They're not going to have anything spicy ready.
I can't spice it up if they don't give me the spice, Mike. The biggest spice we got was the 0-4. All right, so we need something here, Blacklist, please. They're gonna have to show it off.
Well, we're going to look at G2IG, Jonathan. Don't worry about Blacklist International for now. We're going to look at G2IG. You are going to see Monet. Nothing to say. They are very handsome, this team. Is this the mainstream that we're having this series on? It is it not?
I believe so. I believe so.
Okay.
I love how happy Xnova is as well. Like Xnova and JT. JT in particular, right? Like we know the guy lost his mind since KL, since getting engaged. Xnova, somehow every time we're in lobby with him as well, it always goes back to Alphon and something about Turkey. Like, I don't know. So that should be a fun one to watch. But again, we're not watching that, Mikey. Yeah, no, a lot of things happen. I don't know. Maybe that's why Alphon ended up leaving Boom. Who knows? Gary knows. He would tell us if he was around.
Nobody said anyone left Boom, Jonathan. I mean, what are you just leaking information now to the public that nobody was even questioning? John, thank you for that. My goodness. Moving on, going back to the actual series we have on hand, Jonathan. Blacklist International up against Beastcoast. I don't know, John. I mean, you've had zero confidence in this team as of the qualifiers. You literally just could not give me any kind of positivity regarding Blacklist International going up against Beastcoast. Like, surely you have something nice to say, John. You can't just come into day one and already just trash the early SEA teams we've got to play it. So what do you mean?
I haven't trashed Aurora yet.
Okay,
I haven't trashed them yet. No, but I think it's just. That's the tone. That's the reality of Blacklist coming in. There's always been a lot of hope. There's always been a lot of hype behind him. And every time we cast him, it's like, this is it. This is the time for them to prove it. It's still the same. This is it. This is their time to prove it for, the 5th time. And I just don't know if there's anything different cooked up. Again, from what we've seen in the Riyadh qualifiers at the Esports World Cup, from the TI qualifiers, it didn't feel like there was anything like game-breaking or amazing that we haven't seen elsewhere. Maybe the one thing that comes into mind was Abed with a Rolling Thunder facet that he tried, I believe, in the Riyadh Masters EWC qualifiers. And again, just in comparison to what Beastcoast have been doing, what South America has been doing in general with their hero pickups, again, like a lumpy Pudge mid. You've got the Muerta 1 coming out for Pake. You've got the Underlord popping up much more often for Vitality in the offlane. Like, there's a lot more variation here, a lot more playstyles that you can bring out from Beastcoast, and I think Blacklist has to show us some of that creativity. Heck, maybe it's time to bring out something like the Tim's Murata, like something different, something that works out for them. I wouldn't mind that. Like, if with DK still in the meta, you can just go with DK Murata, even if they're not in the same lane. Something with some aggression. I think for Blacklist, the big thing we have to see improved is that mid to late game decision making, because when we do see Blacklist shine, like, the first 20 minutes are honestly really solid from Blacklist. They win their lanes, they get some good aggression out. Abed tends to have a good time in his mid lane, but then it just kind of slows down by 25 minutes, and I think that's something Beastcoast can definitely exploit in this match here if Blacklist have not corrected that.
All right, well, there you go. Thank you for that, Jonathan. I mean, Blacklist Rivalry, we do actually have their roster we can bring up and show on screen. I don't know why you just suddenly stopped talking, John, as if something special happened. Thank you for, thank you for the summary, but my goodness, don't just abruptly stop on me. Unless you've disconnected, Jonathan, have you? Are you still here, sir?
I've been here. I've been rambling. That was a solid 5-minute ramble about Blacklist. What more do you want me to say? They look great. Cool. Play some good Dota. That's it. Get him out. What do you want me to say? I've been rambling about you. You're like, oh, John, you just keep crashing Blacklist. All right, let's be positive. Let's think about what they could do. And then you're just like leaving me in the air. What do you mean? What do you mean?
These guys are great. These guys are great. Blacklist International. This is a great team. Look at those smiles, Jonathan. Very, very happy lads. Oh, yeah, we've talked about these guys enough times. What is
No. Look at Tim's. That's the face of a man who went in business class. Look at Zhao. That's the guy at economy.
That's the guy. That's the guy you get stuck sitting next to on a 12-hour flight. Just a couple too many beers there for Zhao, I think, on the flight home. And well, here we are. There's the lovely lads. Abed, of course, a fantastic smile. So does Gabby. And this guy, as much as we like to meme about them, Jonathan, I'm sure they're going to do fantastic here at the play-ins. I can't wait to see how they do perform and what they've got prepared for us here in this new patch. And yeah, well, it should be a very fun time once we do get the game underway. I have a funny feeling I'm probably going to be saying once we get the game underway a lot before we actually get the game underway, but that's probably going to be about the story here for tonight. Jonathan, go on.
Look, Mikey, how can you not be used to this when it's us? You know, every single time. What do we get when some of these qualifiers? We get G2IG versus Azurain to 5 games lasting 8 hours. We get our TI debut on stage, and we get a 90-minute game with RNG up against Entity. You know, it's like, this is just par for the course for us. And of course, you know, we've been talking so much about Blacklist. I really want to kind of give a throw out to Beastcoast as well. Again, this roster is very different from what we've seen, you know, last year, if you weren't tuning in post-DPC, of course. Beastcoast, it's a very interesting roster. I think it's a roster with a lot of promise. Again, Lumpy is the player that I am really keen on seeing, and what he brings out on the mid. It just feels so varied. When you look at the guy's last Heroes played in the regional qualifiers for the international, and you see stuff like Pud, you see stuff like the Shaker, you see stuff like the Dazzle. You can't help but be like feeling something, you know, like it's very different. All we see in Southeast Asia is like SF, Pango, Zeus, Ember, some Storm. You know, it's exciting. And I think, again, that's something that is a little bit, it's something that Blacklist might not be ready for. I don't know how much scrim time they had. We did see, again, their photos posted when they took the flights. They've been there at least a day. There might have been time for some scrims. But to prepare for that kind of draft, that kind of different playstyle, I'm not sure if they're quite ready. I mean, I'm sure, you know, Dubu must have done his prep work, so that's going to really kick in here.
It does certainly matter as well. Like, you kind of mentioned it, but it's very hard to not get behind a team when they're running these really unique style of drafts, and that is kind of what Beastcoast does. They play a very entertaining style of Dota. They run interesting drafts that you don't get to see very often, so it does become very hard to not naturally want that team to just win, right? Because they're the entertaining team to watch. But we shall see again, as we do not have any games underway. The idiot casters you are looking at right now, they have not started the game as of yet. Hopefully you and I, Jonathan, will decide to start the game at some stage, but not quite yet, Jonathan, because I haven't had enough time talking to you yet. I haven't had quite enough time this morning. We needed to have a quick conversation.
That's been a while, you know, and again, it's day one. There's a lot of stuff going on, right? You know, I was watching a little bit of the Mobile Legends matches out of interest. It seemed pretty cool, you know. Again, Blacklist is there, and I think they're one of the favorites. I think AP Bren overall is probably the overall favorites, but I know you don't follow anything there, Mike. You know, just saying whatever I know. I don't know much about anything else.
I'm not even going to try to lie for the sake of, you know, looking good. I don't care about any other game, John. I'm literally only here for the Dota. I don't care. You know, in fact, if I was a little bit more of a... Well, what's a nice way of saying, you know, stupid? If I was a little bit more of a stupid person, Jonathan, I probably would start trash talking of the other games, as I always do. But I won't. You know, we're professionals, Jonathan, right? But Dota 2, that's where my mind is. Don't talk to me about no damn Mobile Legends. I don't care.
Fair enough. Then, if you start the game, Mike, what are you doing? You want to talk Dota? Start the game. What are you doing? Caster, hello?
We should talk. All jokes aside, we should talk about it. I mean, this is for the Esports World Cup. It doesn't just matter what individual game you win, right? We kind of already went over this. But it does matter winning each individual game. You know, I say that as the more games you win, the better. The more categories you win in, the better. Is what I'm trying to say to get the big trophy. Jonathan, get that $7 million prize pool on top. It's a lot of money.
That it is, and it's again, a lot of bigger orgs have so many teams on hand. I wish we could tell what the vibe is like for the players, right? Everyone together, all across. I mean, you and I have been only to like big Dota LANs, but to have this multi-game LAN, I think is the environment's so much different, right? I was watching the opening ceremony. I was watching a bit of that intro show. You have guys like Tyler One there. You know, it's like it seems like a really fun vibe down there. I'm sure. The players probably aren't thinking about that until they get eliminated, which they don't want to be anyhow. But it's such a different environment than what the Dota players are normally at, and it's really interesting to think about because a lot of pros are kind of introverts, right? And a few of them are very extroverted, like say Insania. Yeah. So that'd be so funny if Insania did like what do you call that again? Mafia. They do Mafia with literally everyone, like 100-person Mafia.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've tried. That would be crazy.
It'd be something, Jonathan. It certainly would be something. Anyway, No, there's no. I don't think we're starting a game anytime soon. Just FYI. So I'm just going to put that out there right now, just so everyone's aware. There is no game start anytime soon on any of the streams. By the way, we pretty much just have nothing happening here apart from our beautiful faces, Jonathan, which is fantastic. You are looking fantastic, by the way, John. Always appreciate the day one shirt that you do have on. I would appreciate you start switching up a little bit and maybe mixing up the days, but. I can also appreciate
what
consistency.
Do you mean? I wear the red. It was always red on day one. You don't even remember. You don't even remember, and you accuse me of wearing the same shirt. Oh, Michael Phoenix, I do hate.
I didn't remember. I actually, when I was saying that sentence, I was like, wait, is that the same day one shirt? I don't recognize it. Then I was like, who cares? Who cares?
I love that you just give your voice line for free every time on stream as well. It would be nice if that voice line was still on sale. You should have done that more during TI, Mike. It's a year late, but the idea stands. We don't care.
I spammed the crap out of that voice line. I spammed it so hard at my pubs. I played 12 pubs a day just spamming it, and nobody bought. Nobody cared. Quite literally nobody cared, which is ironic considering the voice line, but literally nobody could give less of a crap about my voice line. Up until the second voice line came out, in which case people did start caring. But anyway, who cares about that, Jonathan? Because we are going to head off to a break. And right after that break, hopefully, we'll be back with Game 1 between Blacklist International and Beastcoast. We'll see you very soon.
in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. 1 by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I owe. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows, they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best the wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no, I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. 1 foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
attack. Run a mile, run a marathon, we're ready for the challenge. Unbreakable titanium, we're hardened in the furnace. Tearing down the boundaries, we're pushing through the limits. Boundless energy, rulers of the city, invincible, on top of the world. We're ready to burn, we are unstoppable. Hey, we're unstoppable, can't stop. We're untouchable, can't touch me. We're invincible, can't see me. Starting up a riot, we're starting a fight. Shooting up a rocket, this one goes to the wire. Faster than a hurricane, we're blazing like lightning. Riding up the shockwaves in the eye of the sun. If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. Hey,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters for day number 1. It is, of course, MLP Dota and Jonix Fire once again. Jonathan, sadly, we had to go to a rather extended break as we were having some technical issues, but we are back now. I believe we are set to get game number 1 underway here between Blacklist International and, of course, Beastcoast. How the hell are you doing, sir?
Doing great, Mike. You know, it's fine. It's great to finally get our first match of the day underway, if you can believe that. We haven't quite played any games yet, but we are back. We talked a lot about Blacklist and Beastcoast already. Of course, Blacklist having a rough run in their last qualifiers. Beastcoast looking stronger, coming in. You know, they qualify here. They qualify to TI. They're looking good. And they've got some aces up the sleeve here as we do get into our draft relatively soon. Of course, we are seeing our teams all set up on the team camps. You can see Blacklist over there with Dubu, of course, on hand. And then you've got the Beastcoast boys as well start to set up and getting into the game. So we are in, Mike. We're in for a good win. Nice shot of Tim's. Good old boss Tim's. Commanding everything as he would.
We're also into a draft, Jonathan. I think is probably the more important aspect of what you're trying to say here is Blacklist and Beastcoast. Of course, game number 1. I wonder what the priorities are going to be going into this this first ban phase. What is it, John?
Look what Gabby has in his hand. He has a drink. I saw this on the cams. I saw Gabby getting his drink during the delay. That's the reason, guys. And you know who ordered the drink? I know who ordered it. It was Cuckoo. It's Cuckoo's fault. Always Cuckoo's fault. Of course not. But, you know, one could imagine. One can imagine.
I almost feel like Gabby's almost trying to grow a mullet there, Jonathan, with how long his hair's getting there. I don't know if he's getting a bit of inspiration from Zhao, but he's going to be a little bit careful with the mullet game, John. It's not a game for everyone, I want to say. It's a dangerous game.
Not quite. Yeah, I'm sure Zhao will... Well, maybe we got a 3-way fight next time around in the team house if that does come out. Who knows? Still, as you mentioned, we've got the draft. It's not quite up yet, but I guess we can give you like a radio talk show of what's been going on here. I suppose you've got Blacklist taking care of stuff like, they take care of the TA, the Monkey King, the Phoenix. I can't really do a Tulpa voice kind of announcing these. The Weaver gone as well from Blacklist, and they do pick up the Spirit Breaker. Tulpa! Beastcoast do pick up. What are you doing? You lost your mind. They Beastcoast ban out the Clockwork, Darkseer, Tiny, nothing too strange. SF opener for them, so locking in a fairly bog standard first pick from both ends. Nothing too surprising, nothing crazy so far. I am surprised that Beastcoast does ban out the Wind Ranger, Mike. Considering that I don't think we've seen anyone win with it yet, so hey.
It is a very interesting ban, to say the least. Sure, Beastcoast knows something perhaps we don't. Going back to the first picks, though, Jonathan, Blacklist International, they do go for a Spirit Breaker to start things up. I like this opening pick from Blacklist. This Spirit Breaker, I've been talking about it ever since the new patches did come out. I think Spirit Breaker is relatively busted right now in the right hands. Happy to see Blacklist Rivalry, or rather Blacklist International, they do prioritize this as a first pick. Because I feel like in this current meta, Spirit Breaker is slowly going to become first pick material.
That he is. I think there's some cheeky combos as well with the knockback facet, though you don't see it too often. It's kind of all in, and I don't think this is something Blacklist will do, but can you imagine like a Tusk Bloodseeker combination? Another strike into the kick with Rupture there, and everyone just dies. So it's a really strong combination, not something you'll see. You'll probably see the charge facet, of course. Do have the IO pickup for Blacklist, so they are cooking something different here. Normally when we see the IO, it does tend to work best, at least from what we've seen, with stuff like Gyrocopter. Maybe the CK can fit in here as well for Natsumi. I think that's been the strong comfort pick for them on Blacklist side. For Beastcoast, it's still relatively open again. Shadow Fiend should just be our hero on mid here for Lumpy. Very open in what they could pick up next. They don't have the busted support options and stuff like the Weaver Flex, the Monkey King Flex, or even the Phoenix. But stuff like Enchantress is still there. Witch Doctor's still on hand, although that has been nerfed to hell. It's probably not the biggest first pick choice any longer, or early pick support. We've seen pocket picks in Chen. I believe we did see that a little bit in South America, more so in China, but SA picked it up a couple times as well.
Well, there's a Hoodwink pickup from Beastcoast, none too surprising, and they'll go right into the Disruptor as well. Fair enough. Hoodwink, I want to say, is still looking like one of the stronger position 4s in the meta at the moment. I think it really does go back to her, the facet she has. I can never remember what it's called, but it's the one where the Acorn Shot bounces off a tree. It's pretty ridiculous how much damage you can do with that tree bounce trick shot, is what it's called. It's laning stage-wise, it's very hard to beat Hoodwink in the lane, especially like it is probably going to be a +4 Hoodwink, so it should be against the position 5 IO. Very hard to win when the Acorn Shot can just bounce while you're tethered to this Gyrocopter.
Yeah. And for Blacklist, again, very straightforward. Just into the Gyrocopter combination with the IO that we saw Aurora run to really good success. They kind of want to replicate that. We get the Abed Storm Spirit. Once more, nothing too exciting for Abed. Laning into the Shadow Fiend is pretty alright. We've seen him keep up in some of those Southeast Asian games. At least, well, maybe not the TI qualifiers, but the Riyadh Masters qualifiers for sure. Did see his Storm Spirit match up decently enough up against SF with a static slide, so it is a manageable lane. It should still be Shadow Fiend favored overall. Don't think Lumpy's going to struggle too hard here in getting his advantage early on. And picking Storm into Disruptor can be a little bit awkward. The one strong point for Blacklist is global coverage, right? So you've got charge in, you've got relocate in, you've got the zip forward for the Storm. There's a lot of early aggression Blacklist can build on top of once they hit their level 6 marks. They just have to be a little bit cautious. Maybe, just respect the Disruptor is the biggest aspect, but if you can jump him first, and these fights do simplify greatly with how many numbers you can bring in here for Blacklist on a whim.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, certainly this kind of global strategy is very hard to play against if you are Beastcoast. Like, it just feels like any good charge target, and they are just getting completely blown up every single time. As Beastcoast, they do go down the right route. Like, Centaur is one of the great counter picks towards these global strats because you can just pop Stampede and give your teammate a decent way out of those ganks. But it's still very hard. Like, even with the Stampede, like, you've got to time it very well because Nether Strike's naturally going to come after charge. You're going to have an extra stun with your Storm Spirit Vortex coming in. Your rocket coming in from the Gyrocopter. It's not going to be as simple as just pressing Stampede on Centaur. But I think it is probably one of the better picks you could have made here as Beastcoast to try and counter out this style of draft. And I know you already kind of pointed this out as well, but it does feel very reminiscent of an Aurora draft, doesn't it? So maybe Blacklist feeling like they've kind of taken a bit of a note off Aurora.
It does feel that way. I'm wondering what they'll want now for Gabby on the offlane. We are getting some pretty big bans from Beastcoast, taking care of the Enigma. One big solution to kind of tie in some team fight here for Blacklist, with some really strong laning presence as well. Not the best counters when you do have, like, your BKB up here for Gabby. So no safe team fight option there. They don't know their safe lane matchup either for Blacklist, so that does make it trickier, but they do have last pick overall. They should be able to kind of work their way in there, no problem. For Beastcoast, still looking for the safe lane. We do get the Troll and CK banouts here from Blacklist, taking care of the big answers that we have seen a lot across every region. What other answers are there? I mean, there's this cheeky Muerta pickup for Pake if he wanted it. Weaver's been banned out. There's a Drow pickup as well that they have enjoyed, but considering, again, Spirit Breaker, Storm, lots of ways of jumping in. Some of these squishier heroes for Pake doesn't feel like it will necessarily fit in. Curious to see what their ideas are to close out.
I mean, absolutely. I'm curious with Blacklist International, like, what kind of offlane are we looking for? Is this it could still potentially be a Spirit Breaker offlane as well, though I wouldn't really recommend it. I think the Pulse Spirit Breaker is still the better way to play the hero at the moment. But then it makes me wonder, like, what do you want in the offlane now for Blacklist International? And well, for Beastcoast, of course, what do they want in the safe lane for themselves? They'll have to make their choice now. Something that does decently against the Io Gyro, which is not necessarily something easy to find. Ooh. 10 seconds reserve time left to make this choice, and they have gone for the Alpha. Okie dokie.
Yeah, it's not a hero we see too often in Southeast Asia. I believe we did see it a little bit more across other regions, although again, probably not the highest priority. His facets are interesting, and you get 200 gold to start with extra, which is, I don't know if that's actually good, but hey, yeah, so you've got some interesting options there for the Alki. There is some good scaling here. You've got good scaling across your SF and your Alchemist. They are fairly tanky as well. So at very least, if the Alk does get pressured, if he does manage to hit his ultimate, it shouldn't be a major issue, especially with Stampede to back him up. So I like this idea from Beastcoast. The lanes still look pretty damn strong. Disruptor Alk can run down, keeps you into the Acid Spray longer, eat through with the minus armor. You've got some good synergy overall for Beastcoast to play off of. For Blacklist, they are going with the Doom for Gabby, which we haven't seen too often, but it does feel like it can do a lot, especially if the game drags on. You've got some solid hold answers now, like Doom on SF or Doom on the Alchemist is going to be pretty big. I am keen to see how much Gabby gets out from his lane, though. Like, the Spirit Breaker Doom lane can be pretty aggressive. I'd say they're strongest at their level 1 to 3, while the Alchemist and the Disruptor can't do as much. You've got the Glimpse saves, of course, for moves down the line as well to break off the jump from Tim's. But it does feel like for Blacklist's end, you kind of don't want to fall back into a full farm fiesta, right? Because that will put a lot of pressure on Abed to get the plays out on the Storm. Because, again, you've got a Doom on your side lane and a Gyrocopter. Both of these heroes will want to farm up unless they're willing to play tempo or get an early start where your Gyrocopter is confident in connecting with a relocate. And Blacklist has to find a way to really win out in these lanes. For Beastcoast, their lanes look super solid. You've got the Hoodwink plus Centaur lane. You've got Disruptor Alchemist. You have the SF mid, which just doesn't feel like it really loses out in any matchup at all. And overall, I'd say the tempo from Beastcoast actually looks a little bit sharper, easier to execute on, at least in lanes. And if they execute well in lanes, that will slow down Blacklist enough that they can play aggro on their own terms, especially as you hit level 6 on that Disruptor. And if you don't catch out moves in this game, Abed's in the firing line. You've got Glimpse back on relocate save plays as well, if you time it right. There is some good answers here from Beastcoast to just lock Blacklist out early on.
Yeah, I think the Alchemist last pick was very smart on Beastcoast's ends. Like, I don't know if the Alch is really going to be the hero that can carry the game, but it certainly feels like it answers a lot of the questions they were having. Now, it almost feels like this Gyrocopter may just have not anywhere near enough time to really start to pop off here in this game 1 against Blacklist International, but we shall see if Beastcoast can get this out going, John. Because if they can get it going, in Blacklist International, they could just fall apart with their own draft here going into game 1. And this is the thing, like, you chose Gyro IO, so you are looking to buy a bit of time here. Mind you, if they get off to a good start, like if Abed wins out the mid lane, if he can start making those early rotations, with the global strategies you do have, it is going to be very hard to contest, even with this style of draft from Beastcoast. But I dare say if you lose out the lane series Blacklist International, it can get very, very challenging.
Yeah, exactly it. Like, they have to win out their lanes, or at the very least draw even, I think, ideally for Blacklist. And there is, again, some really good early tempo from the side of Beastcoast to slow that down. I'm really interested in the fact that we did get Pick going for the seed money facet. So starting with that 250 extra gold. It's rather interesting, right? Because 250 gold as your facet doesn't feel like a lot, but it helps Alc accelerate through his slower level 1, level 2. You know, you get an extra stat item. Got a bracer being queued up here. So it can help out in riding through a rougher lane and help you win earlier on. Maybe try to leverage some extra HP for a chase down. I don't necessarily see that happening too hard up against a Doom, but there is a possibility there. It's just interesting, right? 250 more gold as a facet. It doesn't feel like it's enough. Like, you think about Gris in comparison. You can get 400 gold by around 10-15 minutes in comparison, right? And that's an innate, not a facet. So
yeah,
I know.
I get what you're saying, but the comparison, you know, the thing is, he gets 250 gold right now at the 0-minute mark. I think is the point. I think it's just Alchemist wins the lane, and then the facet makes enough sense. But I mean, I agree. I don't like the facet per se, Jonathan. I think facets shouldn't just be a standard, you know, 250 gold and off you go. But that's where we are. I mean, it is Alchemist, but if there was going to be the hero that gets bonus gold, it probably should be him.
Yeah, conceptually it makes sense. I don't know if you take this over the cooldown. I feel like Mixologist at least has some utility. It will always be useful. Whereas, you know, your 250 gold is, I mean, you have to really maximize it in lane. Again, it's a faster bracer, which we have here, along with a stick. Quelling Blade, it's a lot of resources to play with in lane. You just need to see that in effect for Beastcoast. I mean, all else fails, you're still playing Alchemist. It's not like you miss out by not going Mixologist, so you won't still have that early timing and tempo to play with. A late smoke out from Beastcoast. There's a bit of an early smoke out from Blacklist to get some forward vision, but see if this flanking maneuver from Blacklist pays off from Beastcoast.
I mean, for now, not quite. Natsumi just hanging by the tier 1 bottom tower. He'll be okay. And Beastcoast still having a gander with this 3-man smoke, but looks like nothing's going to come out of it apart from a free bounty. Natsumi thought about going for the bounty, but decides he best just stay by the tier 1 tower. And he would be right in thinking that way, as we are going to get a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes. A nice even start between these two teams. And of course, we will start with the mid lane, as per always, where we will see Abed on the mid storm up against Lumpy on the mid SF. I can only wonder which way you think this one goes.
It's a very even lane if you just play it safe. Maybe a little bit of an edge for Abed if he manages to dodge all the raises and gets a couple of static slide overloads in. And that's the one way we've seen the Storm win out, leveraging that overload. But Lumpy should still have a decent enough time clearing. He has the threat of the raises. Even though Shadowmire has been nerfed, it's still really strong in lane. I don't expect this to lean too hard as long as both players play their cards right. Again, an overextension can be detrimental to both ends. So should be holding steady. Rune control is going to be a big aspect of this lane. Much more so for Lumpy if he wants to maintain that Shadow Rays presence. Does have the 2 mangoes set up, but has to be really smart with these raises. Otherwise, once you're out of mana, this is definitely a good lane for the Storm to just keep static sliding and overload charging onto Lumpy, and it just becomes detrimental for the Shadow Fiend. We'll see if any sort of early rotations coming in. A little bit of a cheeky pull from Moose and Tims. Do manage to intercept that pull of Tims. So the creep wave is right in the river. Not the comfiest spot to be in.
Certainly not. Nevertheless, I mean, Tims will probably enjoy himself, and so will Moose. They'll just fight over this creep wave for now. Like, Tims is probably going to be able to pull some creeps away. Perhaps. We'll see if he gets away with any. So he's just trying to force Moose away on the Disruptor, but there's not much he can do, as Moose, of course, has the range advantage. I suppose the thing is, with this kind of top lane for Beastcoast, you are still very comfortable regardless of whether your support's there or not. Like, Gabby and Tims on the Spirit Breaker Doom, chances are they can't do too much to slow the arc down, as there is going to be a bit of a chase onto Moose, but no lucky bashes coming in. So Tims, unable to really get much going, even getting knocked back just a little bit by the electromagnetic repulsion. And that'll be about it. No bashes, Tims will miss out on a kill. Won't really matter too much. Still a lot of harassment being placed onto Moose. And again, I think Beastcoast maybe don't care really so much as long as the arc is farming, but mid lane, Lumpy charges out. The SF does get stunned up. Arbed there to follow up with the static slide and the static remnant. And Lumpy, he is down. Arbed will be able to secure first blood on the Storm.
I like the way Blacklist are playing this early. Again, going aggressive, trying to get as many wins as they can across the map. Already early movement out from Tims just with the level 2 in the charge. They still managed to get the rune out for Abed as well. Again, this mid lane is very rune dependent for both sides. Abed getting the kill, having this EXP advantage to play with. Faster 4 leads into a faster 6. And you have to just be cautious about that. Your rotations on Beastcoast aren't that bad, but your side lanes are a little bit more tied up. At the very least, Moose was kind of stuck trying to help out top, and there's not much room to leave Vitaly alone on that Centaur. This is still an Ire Gyro. There is still rundown potential with a Rocket Barrage and the Afterburner. Not exactly the safest lane to solo and try to open up space on mid.
Such a concerning way to start the game, though, for Beastcoast. Like, giving Arbed, of all people, the start he wants on his signature Storm Spirit, of all things. Not exactly the start you would have hoped for here for Lumpy. Of course, Arbed already going to have a very nice net worth advantage going into this game one. As now a charge coming up from Tim's top lane, going on to Paik. Paik going to be just fine, however. No real big follow-up to come from Gabby. It's kind of going back to my point as well, John. Like, it's the thing I love about Spirit Breaker. Like, Lumpy's never going to feel comfortable in this mid lane as an SF. Especially while Arbed's still around. And then as soon as Arbed hits level 6, the lane just becomes impossible. Tims just lands one charge and you're dead.
Just snowballs from there, and that's, again, exactly how Blacklist needs to play this draft. They're getting a lot of free space for Natsumi. No one's able to collapse down bot early on. Free farm for the Gyrocopter so far. You are getting a lot of space out for Paik as well up top. But the Gyrocopter's timings with an eye are a little bit faster, right? Sometimes you even see some players just with the Falcon Blade plus Javelin sometimes willing to go in, or Falcon Blade plus one item into the Ags.
Mid lane.
And they just play with relocate opportunities.
Another charge out. Lumpy, you got to play carefully. Tims actually going? No, he does cancel off in the end. So going for one tier 1 tower hit. We'll take it, but that'll be about it. Then the thing is, you are just consistently making it so Lumpy is just very afraid to get near the creep wave. But Arbed is going to hit his level 6 a lot faster on the Storm. And again, I think these are pretty big issues for Beastcoast to deal with. Because Arbed having a good game is going to enable this draft completely. Like, you're really just reliant on this Storm having a good laning stage, and off you go. You're off to the races.
It's the big one they need, because again, you're not going to get active on Gabby. On the Doom, he's going to be sitting back and farming. Even if he'd want to join, Doom cooldown early on is significant. So your uptime is all in on the Storm. Do manage to get a nice deep ward here from Tims to watch when the camps are being cleared out by Lumpy. The ward protecting Lumpy has expired as well. So the angles for Tims to find should be a lot easier to play through, again, with that early 6 on Abed. They're looking down bot.
Here they are. Vitaly getting caught out. Not really much he can do but a hoof stop to try and get away, but the tether slow is way too much from Zhao. Rocket Barrage with the Bushwhack is going to save here. El Misho buying a bit of time now. Lumpy, he'll TP in on the SF. They'll try for Tim's on the Spirit Breaker. One more raise will do the trick, though Tim's still running a little bit too fast to keep up here with Zhao's tether. They missed the raise, but it won't matter. They'll land the Bushwhack. They'll take Tim's down. They'll miss out on the kill here on Vitaly. And that was a very interesting kind of hero to try and aim for. There's now Arbit. Hold that thought, because Arbit's trying to steal some stacks away, but he'll go for the fight instead here along with Zhao, but they've got moves to back them up, so Zhao, dropping low, does get taken down, though Lumpy in trouble. Lumpy might just drop on the SF, and he does. Arbit able to secure another. Jump on El Misho, he'll find a double. Nothing really in the way of stopping the storm right now, as Arbit will go for a run. Charge out from Tim's actually going to stop them from chasing down the storm, who was completely out of mana, but they can't actually secure a stun onto Arbit, so he'll be just fine to walk away. And like I said, John, I mean, Arbit, with a start like this, it's going to be a very hard game for Beastcoast.
And it is. He's just set up to start making these moves on his own. Very good deep wards here from the side of Blacklist as well. Sentry from Beastcoast, just missing Mark right outside a ring of that OBS. So not going to be able to get the D wards, and that still leaves these stacks in firing line. Again, the big timing for Beastcoast is going to be level 6 on the supports, particularly Moose. They will get the D ward eventually, having to get another sentry down. But they still have the sneaky ward behind the tier 1, tier 2, and that allows a very safe siege. They don't have the best pushing heroes, but they still managed to find that tower at 7.5 minutes in. And that just leads into more opportunities. They're looking top. Pake, he has his 6, but he's not the tankiest yet on this Alchemist.
Such a disastrous way to start the game for Beastcoast, because like Alchemist really doesn't like that mid-tier 1 tower going down this early. Now the map's opened up for Blacklist, they can just start to roam and really ensure Pake never finds that free farm he's going to be looking for during this game 1. Like every time Tim sees him, he could just charge. And chances are you can kill him. You know, as long as you've got a relocate buddy to come with. In Arbit, he does actually get an Arcane Rune now on top, so now you've got a Storm that wants the fight. But any charge target basically dies up apart from maybe the Centaur. It's mid lane, Arbit will show himself. Moose is standing by, but there's really not much they can do about it. Like, Moose still level 4, can't really lock him down. But Arbit's taking all the stacks away. Like, how many stacks is this man going to get away with?
They're really hurting that economy of Beastcoast early on. Again, they needed to do this. It's buying so much space out for Natsumi, starting to really build up now on the Jaro. You're getting some early items starting to form up on Gabby, trying to go for the aura play on the Doom, going for a full pipe just to mitigate some of that output that you're going to be expecting from Lumpy. For Lumpy's part, I'm just timing into the Yule's Blink with something like the Yashakai down the line, and Ags is super delayed. Like, this is not the kind of start you want for your SF bottom network core. No stacks to play with because of this early ward, again from Tim's, between the tier 1, tier 2 mid. Bot lane, you're not really able to pressure a Gyrocopter as a Centaur. Just a lot of magic damage coming in. You do have the triple bracers up at the very least, so you can sustain, but you can't stop Natsumi. Again, at the least, Pake is free terrain up top. No deep wards from the side of Blacklist in that area yet. Now, even with the tier 1 top cleared out, they're not really playing in that area, so the recovery is there for for Beastcoast. They still have their triangle with the D wards. There is still some of that flash farm coming in for Lumpy as well. And big timing is going to be the 6. Moose is soaking up nicely off these Ancients. You can try to play off of that. A little bit of a smoke out from Abed and Zhao. You do want to make a play happen. Again, right before Static Storm kicks in.
El Misho does get away. Vitaly, he sticks around. This time around, though, they're going to have plenty of damage with Arbit rotating. The Centaur not going to be anywhere near as tanky. He'll pop the Stampede and try to run away, but there's just no chance. Arbit will secure his 4th kill of the game already on the mid-storm, 10 minutes in. Keep in mind, John, I mean, these galvanized stacks, they are going to start adding up as well, as Arbit, speaking of the devil, might find himself in trouble now. Glimpse rather zip away, glimpse back into the Static Storm. Arbit surely goes down. They'll relocate some more to help out, but Arbit is gone. That is one. It's now charge in, moves. He'll be targeted. Does go down as the Nether Strike is out onto Lumpy, ensuring they get an extra, and the SF cannot TP away. Lumpy getting caught by a rocket. He'll have his TP cancelled. He's down. And, I mean, you get Arbet, like, it was a kill you desperately needed to find, but it costs you so much in response.
Guess it's my shout.
I suppose they needed it, but I don't think it's really worth it.
Yeah, they definitely needed it. I do agree it's not worthwhile. You get some good activity out from Natsumi and Gabby. Didn't even have to pop the Doom on Gabby with how low Lumpy was. They had to expend everything to catch out Abed.
They're going to try to pick Gabby. Gabby is a pretty tanky target with that ring of Tarask up. But they will still move in. Plenty of lockdown. Abed zipping in. Doom is out. They've got the Alchemist. Oh, Pake is down.
Oh, man.
El Misho in trouble. Elm, he is down to boot. Gabby will have a laugh. He'll survive through all of it. And that's another thing, right? Like, every time Doom is just committed onto Alk, he does nothing. Like, he can't heal through it. The Chemical Rage just, it means nothing.
Find bonus target as well.
I mean, why not? They'll at least glimpse Abed away. Moose, he'll get taken down by Tim. Tim's not messing around. He'll want the killers. Now bottom lane, Vitali trying to run. Will be able to get away for now. But the aggression, John, it's just unrelenting from Blacklist International. Like, they're 9-3 already. 3K advantage. Make that 4K now. And Beastcoast, we talked about their draft. We really like the Alchemist last pick. On paper, at the very least. The problem is, if you're off to this bad of a start, the Alchemist, it tends to look pretty bad.
And it does. I'm a little bit surprised they forced that move up top anyhow, with Pake around. Not respecting the Doom, not respecting how durable Gabby is at this point with his free farm from that lane. They had the right ideas for that rotation mid, but you should not drag Pake in at all until he's fully itemized up. Right, like at least Radiance Blink BKB, I think is the timing you're going to have to look for here on Pake. Maybe a Linken's over BKB, considering the Doom and the charges that can come out. 4K lead coming out for Blacklist. Even their itemization has leaned into this hyper-aggression. Like, you've got drums up on Natsumi. Charge out.
Tim's, he ventures quite deep with the charge, but he's very confident. Like, with the level 1 Bulldoze plus the Bull Rush facet, he knows they probably can't kill him. Unless Moose is around with the Disruptor with the Glimpse back. Happy days so far. The Blacklist International continuing to just kind of dominate the game for now. Arbet still looking to roam back towards the top lane as they have spotted Pace. You don't have Doom up on Gabby, but he's got it available in 10 seconds. Every time that Doom's up, Pake's life is in danger. So he is at least by his T2 tower right now, and he's got help by him. Beastcoast will be the ones to smoke up. Tims will get spotted. Jump in, but Vitali, he misses the stun. Stampede. They'll move on Gabby instead, but Gabby's got Doom ready, plus a pipe. He's a very tanky boy on this Doom, and now Arbet looking to zip in. Lumpy, he'll be the one to get caught in the SF. He'll try for a Requiem play, and it does land it. Arbet, maybe going too far. He'll go down, so will Gabby. The turnaround is here. Beastcoast, they'll find a team fight. One they desperately required. As Tims will fall to boot. A perfect static storm from Moose to set up into the Requiem of the SF. And well, they really thought they could burst down Lumpy just so darn fast, but that static storm, it made it impossible.
Yeah, and again, this time, Beast Coast were very ready for that defensively, in a good position by their tier 2s. They didn't really have vision in the area, but after that little bit of a miss jump in from Vitali, they knew the game plan from Blacklist. Again, just entrapping them in such a tight spot. A really good setup coming out there from our supports, from Moose and El Misho to get that direct silence. No BKBs up just yet. That is the next item, or it was the next item on Abed's list. He is opting for Internal Shroud instead. I don't know if that's going to help enough. It will mitigate some of the output here for sure, especially on Lumpy and his burst. But it does feel like the silence is still going to be an issue for Abed when he jumps into the Static Storm. And he does switch back. All right, BKB still in the running for Abed. That should help with these jumps, but again, you have to show some respect for that team fight. And one thing as well for the side of Beast Coast, it's not a long set of cooldowns to wait for. Static Storm's back up, Stampede's back up as well if you wanted to play. You've got the Yules up on Lumpy, Blink not too far off, and Requiem only about half a minute. So it's going to be up a little bit earlier before the Blink. But again, if they keep baiting Blacklist in like this, that early lead could just vanish for Blacklist if they're not careful.
No, it already feels like it has. I mean, It's just a 1k advantage now for Blacklist International and Beastcoast, considering they were 4k behind with an Alchemist on their side. It was pretty dire straits for them, but now it's an even game, I dare say, here for Beastcoast. And with the way things are going, like, they've got the chance to catch up now. I don't particularly think Blacklist International should be slowing down. I still think they're the much stronger team with their draft at this stage of the game. I think they need to go right now. And they are. Tims will smoke up along with Gabby. They've got their Doom up. They're looking at Vitaly in the mid lane. Oh, Lumpy. Bottom lane may get spotted eventually by Tims and Gabby. He'll show himself on that bottom wave. The charge will be. They really want the SF. Doom committed. TPs are incoming. They've got the Stampede and now the Static Storm. Oh, Moose makes it very hard. He has made it very hard to fight. As they will lose Natsumi. They will lose the IO. Zhao is gone. Gabby's looking pretty dead himself as the Acorn shot will bounce. They'll miss her to pick up a double. But Moose on the disrupt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So the Static Storm coming in just in the nick of time. Look at this. So we've got the replay, and Moose was immediately TPing as he saw the charge in. Had he been the second, had he been the second TP in, that fight would have been all over for Beast Coast.
And again, I get that pressure, right? You've been calling for Blacklist to make a play. I think they need to just wait for a couple of BKBs, like at least the Storm BKB. At least allow Abed a way in and out without caring about Static Storm. Use him to bait out these spells, as you won't really find any BKB on anyone else anytime soon. They're still grouped up here.
Natsumi! Requiem will land. Sharpshooter will be out. They've taken him down another time. That'll be the tier 1 mid tower they look for. And John, I know I said they're going to get active. I never said dive tier 2 towers. Like, we're still 15 minutes into the game. You know? Get active, but not into the tier 2s where they can all TP into. I didn't feel like I needed to say the second part, John. These are professionals we're casting here.
Well, you know, look, when I'm sitting there with Armel, he says he says the same thing sometimes when Blacklist plays, or when TNC plays. Again, they look. Abed already has BKB. They could have waited like an extra half minute to have the Storm join into the action. Now, 3k lead out for Beast Coast. Their Alchemist pretty much fully online with just a Radiance Manta. Nothing to worry about in terms of the BKB, as the Doom can only stop one. And Gabby has been very keen on popping that onto Lumpy, but it does feel like if you stop the SF, you still have to take care of this Alk now, who is pretty massive at this point, going into Blink next. Not quite fully stat padded out. But that timing is coming on. Pick is 3k ahead of Abed. Top net worth has recovered nicely on the Alchemist. In comparison, Natsumi has slowed down. He's been taking a much more aggressive stance. He went for the drums, which again felt really good in that first relocate play right now. It's not feeling like it's doing much. It will still be useful in these wider engagements. Ag's not too far off into the BKB. Just wait these BKB timings out. You can maybe play off of Abed's BKB, but you already know how strong the side of Beast Coast is at this point. The vision game now from Blacklist as well is falling a little bit short. They've got that sneaky cliff ward right by the bounty rune, at very least on the south side. They can scout there, but deeper vision has been taken care of. Like, again, they've never touched this top jungle by the tier 2 where Pake was farming earlier. Now they get a nice smoke outside of vision as well on the side of Beast Coast's end.
Yeah, they've also got a blink out on the way here for Pake, so if Pake really wanted to join his team with that blink up, he could. I don't think he wants to, though. It's now Blacklist International. They're grouping up to boot. Problem is, a very nice scan is out from Beast Coast. They scan right by the tier 2 top tower, and they actually get it. So, perhaps assuming there's already a smoke to come from Blacklist International, and there is, they should probably play very safely here at Beast Coast. Again, they had info with that scan. They know there's a high likelihood that there is a smoke committed here by Blacklist. Lumpy is showing the bottom lane. I'm not sure what the idea is here from Lumpy. Maybe more bait, but his team's not that close by. They're going to try. Yules is out. Here comes the rest of the cavalry. Beast Coast, they've made it in time. Double hoof stop out. Temps is gone. Gabby will barely survive, but for how long? The Static Storm again. It's dropped on 2. They've got Natsumi in the IO. Zhao is fine for now, though. They'll try on a Pake. Pake is all right, but Tally's down. Lumpy's gone a boot. Maybe Beast Coast, they need to run. The fight's over. I thought perhaps they had another one. But Abed on the Storm, finding the right targets, ensuring they could not pull off another teamfight victory. Meanwhile, Tim's still having a look for Pake. Finds him eventually. Nether strike out. They've got the Alchemist. There's no way for Pake to get out of this one. He's down.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
And Blacklist, I mean, you know, John, I want to say it was a good fight from Blacklist. My thing was, why was Lumpy that deep by the T3 tower? Like, his team got there eventually, but it's not like they were really set up for the fight.
No, I mean, they all had the right idea. They were all going through the gate, maybe trying to set up for Roshan, but that was a very deep position from Lumpy without the backup. He was pulling back into vision. I guess that was the idea. Kind of forced the push, tried to play under this ward vision with movement out. It's just a little bit too slow from the gate. They were maybe a little bit earlier onto the gate, like 2 seconds earlier to get the decision. Might have worked out for the way of Beastcoast. Off the back of that, they lose Aegis. Natsumi gets that first secondary life on his way. And Blacklist does manage to even game out. Yeah?
Am I saying things? I might have missed something, John. Is Natsumi able to refresh the drum charges because he keeps disassembling it?
Oh!
Is that what he's doing?
I think so.
Because he just refreshed them.
That is
so
interesting.
He's literally able to just use them over and over again, and then what? Disassemble and gets 8 charges again. I think is what I just saw.
Is under attack.
Huh. I remember reading something about that in Reddit, but I thought it would be fixed by now. All right.
Is it a bug?
Well, there you go. I'm pretty sure it is. It ought to be. I do not know. You know what? Don't quote me at that. I don't know.
If they could somehow disassemble BKB, you know, if we can get the 9-second refresh.
Nah.
Yeah, Jari might be back, John. You never know. Hopefully not.
I don't think that works.
No.
I don't quite think that works, unfortunately. But would be funny. Would be very funny. You could always have a 9-second BKB. Beastcoast not having too funny of a time, but they still have room to scale. Right, we've got the Yashikaya coming in for Lumpy into his own Linken's now to protect from that Doom. Got the Linken's for Pake as well, slowly being formed up into an Orchid Bloodthorn. So you will have ways of just really stopping the Doom. That's been the big issue. If Gabby comes in, locks in one of your big cores, it does feel like they have enough to split that fight up. And Beastcoast are very reliant in landing either really big bushwhack into Static Storm, or just getting that Static Storm onto multiple heroes while they chase in. And that's easier said than done. Blacklist are starting to play a little bit more disciplined overall. Heck, even Zhao is working onto his own BKB to get some relocates out and not be threatened by the control. They are still set to go with this global strat here. Smoke out from Blacklist. This is into that Yashikaya timing for Lumpy. But doesn't feel quite ready yet. They are playing a little bit further back. Do have some forward vision coming out here from Blacklist. Not spotting out in the spots where they'd want to, though. Might not amount to too much here.
Yeah, I mean, not too much vision at the moment, but they are still giving it a crack. Still trying to find themselves a target. And, well, El Misha might show himself here in the mid lane. Looks like he will. Not a really big kill, but they were already smoked. It was about to expire, so they'll just take the free Galvanize stack here for Arbit. Maybe a power rune on top of that. Why the hell not?
Middle tower is under attack.
All things being said and done, Beastcoast, I mean, they're finding plenty of farm on Pake, but I just kind of question how long you want to wait now. As Vitali, top lane, will be charged by Tim. Nice hoof stomp on 3 heroes, but it won't really matter. He is certainly just going to die. No Stampede was available. Meanwhile, mid lane, Arbit's starting another fight. Lumpy, he got a Requiem off, killing off Zhao, but it's still looking pretty bad for him as Lumpy. They'll at least take the Aegis out of the Gyrocopter. But Lumpy's going to die. Static Storm dropped. Arbit could not give a crap. He'll just wait for it. Meanwhile, the Arc needs to run. Pake should be alright. But Arbit is terrorizing moves at the moment. Eventually, he'll find him. Glimmer Cape is out. El Misha will try to save, but it's not going to help. Arbit will pick him off. He wants more. El Misha, the charge into the tier 3 towers. The Nether Strike, it will land. Arbit, he'll zip in. How deep do you want to go? Apparently, the answer is very deep. El Misha is now gone. Gabby will take that one for himself. And Blacklist International, I mean, all things being said and done, Jonathan. A great start. A horrible couple fights. And now back to a great game for them.
And this is looking good for Blacklist. Not just, of course, being a good game state right now, 5k ahead up against an Alchemist draft from Beastcoast, but overall, just very different from what we saw in those last qualifiers. Even in their wins in Riyadh, it got a lot shakier. That mid-game decision-making is a lot sharper right now, as it seems. Beastcoast, you were talking about timings here. I mean, when you've got an Elk and you're 6k behind, it just never feels great. You have farm, but it's all stuck on this one hero. And he's going for Linken's to defend. He's going into that Orchid, maybe the Bloodthorn down the line. You're scaling on Lumpy, has hit a little bit of a wall. Forced to go Linken's before the Yags. Just, it's not the ideal you want. They got the scan off on Pake here.
Pake? Gabby's, I don't think Gabby believes it. Where's the charge? No charge? Tims? Oh, he was charging a creep wave. Classic. Arbet gonna zip in, but the hoof stop. Vitali gonna ensure they can't follow up. But Arbet, he's got full mana again. Pake, he needs to get out. The Stampede will allow him a way out of there for now. Arbet unable to continue the chase. Oh, John, as a Spirit Breaker enjoying myself, I've got to call out Tims. I saw him charge that creep wave. They could have gotten a kill onto Pake, but he charged the creep wave. Cheeky Tims.
You know, you get a little bit greedy sometimes. You don't expect to randomly run to the Alchemist. You don't expect to run to the Alch by the tier 1. Who expects that? You can't fault Tims too badly. As even Gavi, you know, he could have just instantly doomed after one Infernal Blade. Didn't manage to do so, unfortunately. So it's not a move you expect. In that case, kind of works out for Beastcoast. They do expend Doom, not really catching anything. The Stampede bails you out. You still get some time to build up. You've got time to try to hit at least, well, the one Linken's already being up in Pake to try to make things simpler. They will go for a smoke out. Got the full Meteor Hammer up on Op-Bed, still BKB ready here.
Very nice smoke break though. They can't even find him. Beastcoast, they have no idea where Arbet broke their smoke from. So Arbet casually walks out as the tier 2 top tower does indeed fall. The Blacklist International able to get away with a bit more. Counter smoke now up from Blacklist. They want to try and force a fight. And mid lane, Pake, don't show so. It's not safe. He'll get zipped in on by Arbet. They'll go for the Hoodwink instead. They'll just try to burn down El Misho immediately. And El Misho trying to get away, but Arbet will not leave him alone. He'll land a bushwhack. Battalion with the hoof stop, but it won't matter. Arbet just continues to move forward. Moves us down to boot. Battalion trying to get away with the Stampede, but it's not going to matter. He's the third one to drop. Beastcoast are falling like flies here in this game 1. And Blacklist, they are just, I mean, at this point, I actually don't think they can lose. Like, Pake's farming, I don't think it matters anymore. Like, Pake's just not doing anything with this farm.
No, it certainly isn't yet. Again, he's got that Linken to protect, but not much else to aid in the offense outside of Radiance right now. And they're just not fully set up for this movement out. Again, you can't look for the instant burst on Lumpy. No Ags means just not enough damage, not enough counter control as well with Fear. And that's still a long ways off. Maybe you could start to bank on Pake instead of going for the Orchid, but it does feel like he needs more in the Alch anyhow. So he will have to eat into that for himself. Take a look at that replay again. The movement out, just how much Abed can get done with his BKB threat. The counterplay just isn't there.
The worst part is he didn't even BKB, John. He held up the whole fight. It was just the threat of the BKB that Arbet was holding on to. Like, he literally did not have to pop it once. He's still got an 8-second charge of a BKB.
You can't improve.
By the way, for confirmation's sake, by the way, John, Natsumi is indeed disassembling the drums and getting 8 charges every time. So that's why drums is broken on Gyro. I have confirmed. I literally watched him do it twice now. So there you go.
So dumb.
Which does make it very worth it, John,
that.
if you can just get unlimited
charges.
It
does. Oh,
Top
it certainly does. You don't need those dumb front drum boots.
Lumpy. Oh, Lumpy. The Glimmer Cape that may have saved his life. Maybe Tims. Ooh. No, they won't find him. The blink away Lumpy. Lumpy's fine. El Misho. The game sense from the supports. He knew they were coming. He knew. It's like, this is literally how my pub games go, John. This is what I have to do to just win a game. These idiot calls that they never know.
Oh, Michael Phoenix.
Every time.
No need to keep trying to sell yourself. No one's going to be picking you up for a team anytime soon. You don't need to try to sell yourself here, Mikey. 21-12.
That'd be a great team.
Beastcoast. If you say so, I don't know about that. Moves?
Oh, Moves. He's a big target. that Moose is probably the only guy that can salvage a team fight at this stage, as Arbet still going pretty far forward with the arcane route he did have active. Relocate is out. Natsumi going to find Vitaly. Fall down is committed. Charges out from Tims. Vitaly just unable to go away as they pop the Requiem, but it means nothing. Everyone just gets the BKBs used up, and the Requiem just literally does 0 damage.
Yeah. And Tim's kind of stuck in an awkward spot off another strike. Oh.
Hake? He's alright. Hake's alright this time. Another drums, another 8 charges for Natsu.
Yeah, this is so dumb to watch. So dumb to watch that, but hey, if it works, it works, you know? Just keep playing that gank game. They've got the Shivas up now on Gabby. Even more damage, a little bit more control in the middle of these fights. They are going double Shivas. Gabby and Ovid are both. Interesting enough, it's Gabby and Ovid, but you know.
Okay.
There's going to be a little bit of a talk about double Shivas, perhaps.
That talk's one way to put it, John.
Talk with your fists, you know? Best communication.
Yeah. Beastcoast. Grouping up again. Perhaps a 5-man smoke to come. Lumpy will clear out the bottom creep wave, and they are indeed going to smoke us far. Running towards the bottom side of the map. I mean, there is a Roshan now that is available in that bottom right corner. The Beastcoast, of course, do not want to allow this Roshan to go Blacklist International's way, because that would make things extremely hard in this game 1. Problem is, Gabby already on the high ground of the Twin Gates, going to make it very hard to force a fight. Lumpy is going to move in. No smoke broken quite yet. They'll see the Roshan. Gabby's going to move down now. Scouting out with the Shivers. He'll find nothing. There's Gabby's, rather Arbit's Shivers now is available. So you've got 2 just in case. You know? This is why they needed it, John. In case Gabby missed the first one. Arbit. Let me land the second. Here we go. He does. He scouts up the whole squad. He knows exactly where they are. Vitaly's been caught. The Centaur in trouble. The Centaur is down. Meanwhile, Gabby, he's holding everyone else back. It's 4 versus 1, and Gabby's winning. It's a zip forward. Arbet finds more. On a Pake they go. They've loved themselves on Alchemist, and they've gone 1. Pake is gone. Onto the IO. Gabby will hand out the tips. They'll find another. El Misha to drop. What are you meant to do here, John? It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, they had the right idea going for this long flank behind Roshan, but Abed, knowing something's up, gets that jump forward with a BKB. There's no threat to stop him. Oh,
Lumpy.
Not done yet.
Yeah, Lumpy. Lumpy's the only one done, I think, here in this game 1, John. Lumpy gonna go down. A quick relocate play from Blacklist International as the glimpse back moves. A little bit cheeky. Ensuring Roshan cannot really continue along with Natsumi, but Arbet says, I don't care, I'll take the 8. I'll do it. I'll win the game myself. Don't worry, boys.
He's got all the man in the world coming in from Zhao. No problems here. A little bit of a slower process, but it's not like Beastcoast can come in anyhow. We'll even leave that Aegis on hand for Natsumi off the TP. Have that secondary life on the Gyrocopter once more. Not too far away as well from the full Satanic here for Natsumi to hold his ground up front. Full Daedalus done as well. 27-12, 20k lead for Blacklist Beastcoast. Just not finding that start they'd want. You know, I think this just kind of stems down to that early mid aggression. And Lumpy couldn't have a good time. Tims with a good charge. The threat onto mid. The sniping of the stacks. The good forward vision they had between the tier 1 and tier 2. Very hard to de-ward. Just made this game super uncomfy for their tempo. Like, the tempo had to come in from the SF. And there was enough pressure that Pake joins in early, and you know, his early timings as the Alka pushed further and further back. Yes, he's still number 2 in that bird right now, but the fact that he's number 2 is already bad signs here for Beastcoast. Again, the scaling has to kick in somewhere, but you go full Magic SF, you're relying on your 1 to really dish damage. It's just not there. There's no sustain for Pake, even with that Linken's.
This is the part of the game where you start to tell me, John, that this goes all the way back to the facet, right? The plus 250 gold, the seed money. This is why they're losing. You were telling me earlier. This is it. You're vindicated, John. Well done.
I want to say, but it's really just Alchemist's last pick into the Dune last pick. It's a real big thing. But you know what? Sure.
I'm memeing, John. No, John, you're wrong, right? Don't try to find a way to actually prove that you're right. Pake. Oh, Pake. This is my dream, John. Just following the pos one in biz. Here you go, Pate. Off you go, Pate. Back to the drawing board for the Alk. I mean, I agree with your sentiment, John. I don't know what Beastcoast can do in this game one at this stage. I think Arbit's too big, Natsumi's too big, Gabby's too big. Speaking of Gabby, he's found moves here on the Disruptor. Gabby will happily take the kill himself and start the voice line spam once again. And the tier 3 bottom tower, of course, now going to be completely under siege. Beastcoast, 2 heroes down, cannot really think about defending. This game's gone so badly for Beastcoast. Literally everybody but Gabby has a BKB on Blacklist International. So even Xiao found a BKB.
Oh yeah, that was his second item pickup. He just rushed it. Just wanted that protection. They understand the assignment. All of this team fight for Beastcoast is stuck on that Static Storm, and all of their damage is stuck on Requiem. With BKBs, none of that matters. You're not getting Disruptor Ags anytime soon, although you are trying on moves. 2 racks down, 1 more to go. Does feel like the last stand here for Beastcoast. They'll go for the smoke. See if they can connect anything here.
I appreciate the last team fight they are going to go for here in this game one. Natsumi, he's not the target you want to start on. Like, he's still got the Aegis up. It's going to be very hard to burst down the gyrocopter of all things with a Satanic Aegis.
Oh.
They do jump in, Vitaly. Oh, nice hoop stop the Wreck with the follow-up as well, but is it enough? Not quite. Only Xiao falls. Vitaly is down. Arbit will pick off Misho. Pake will jump in for another stun, but the Doom is out immediately from Gabby. At least the Alchemist will be saved by the Glimmer as Gabby just going really far forward. Arbit zipping right in. The Static Remnant. It's too much damage. A complete whitewash here for this game one. And this is with the draft that you and I kind of both agreed Beastcoast should be able to make some magic happen with, but Blacklist International, at least for this game one, Jonathan, they had a game plan, and they executed that game plan very well.
That they did. They play off the back of this great support potential from Tim's. Early rotations out to really win out Abed's lane. And with that slower start for Lumpy, again, that's where all of your tempo had to come in from for Beastcoast to play off the back to help your Alk have a lot of space. And, you know, they didn't manage to achieve that.
Well, Jonathan, that is game one under wraps. We do have to throw to a break because we do have game two coming right up. So we'll throw to a break and we'll be back with game two between Blacklist International and, of course, Beastcoast. We'll see you soon.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for day one of the Riyadh Masters, here for Dota 2 once again, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, we're here for our first series of the day between Blacklist International and, of course, Beastcoast. Game one, in case you weren't watching, was heavily kind of just dominated by Blacklist International, which I think you and I, judging from the previous experiences we've kind of had with Blacklist and the previous performances we've seen, we kind of expected a bit more of a closer matchup, Jonathan. But at least for now, Blacklist International off to a very strong start.
That they are. They get off on the right foot. They played their early game really well. Good rotations onto Abed's lane to ensure that the Storm snowballs and to ensure that the SF, the tempo source here for Beastcoast, just wouldn't come online. There were a couple of wonky fights in the middle. A couple of engagements where they got stuck in the static storm. They got punched very nicely with the chain stuns coming in from Beastcoast. But Beastcoast as well just maybe got a little bit too pressured. The fact that they brought Pake in to try to kill off Gabby after he managed to get a free farm lane as well, getting doomed up, dying, instead of just farming up that very safe top jungle. No forward vision was there from Blacklist for a good 15 to 20 minutes. That area was just untouched. I think that was really the moment where things started to get way too hard for Beastcoast to hope for a recovery. They needed that stronger, earlier Alchemist timing, considering how fast that hero farms. It didn't feel like he necessarily won out in his lane either up against Doom. You can't fault him, even in the 1v1 lane. You did have early Devour for Gabby. He did go for the Mandarin creep. He had a lot of presence, and the threat of Scorched Earth just makes it fairly tough for an Alc to just sit back and farm there, with all of the pressure elsewhere, with the fact that they had to respond to mid so often. So I'm curious to see what Beastcoast will try to fix this time around, whether or not they might actually ban out the IO Gyro. It does feel like Blacklist has put a lot of practice into that combination, and kind of duplicating the success that we've seen Aurora do in Southeast Asia as well with that specific combination, and kind of try to play tempo off of that. I think if you're Beastcoast, you have to make Blacklist them comfy, because that looked like a very comfy Blacklist game. Like, the early game goes well. The mid game, again, 2 fights went a little bit strangely, but after that, they regroup and they do manage to play off of their advantage very nicely there.
I mean, they certainly did, and it is one of those things. Like, you don't want to give this team the kind of game they want to play, and that is certainly looking like the kind of game they did want to play. A very confident Blacklist International going into their first series up against Beastcoast, at least for now. That was game 1. You know, maybe a readjustment in draft is what's required here for Beastcoast to give themselves a decent chance going into this game number 2. Speaking of, I mean, while we are waiting for game 2's draft to finish, I wonder how much the impact of Abed and, or rather, 23 Savage and Gabby have having a bit of a closer bond now, Jonathan. How much that matters?
I think it helps out quite a fair bit. We're going to be taking a look at some of the highlights from Game 1 here as well. Again, that early movement out from Tims just did so much. This is after they found Abed just stuck in the middle, but you got the rotation in from Natsumi and Gabby to get the punishment onto Lumpy and Moose. And it was really Lumpy that needed to get that early start. And this was one again where they didn't manage to get the jump out from Vitali in a good way. And then they did manage to regroup and take the follow-up fight. That was one fight that did go Beastcoast's way with a really big static storm. But the reliance on the Disruptor to set everything up for you was just a little bit too high. Again, the solution was simple. Just BKBs on Blacklist. Even John Uel rushing a BKB, knowing that static storm is the only thing that could really stop him. It just made it too difficult for Beast Coast. They had to hope for Disruptor Ags, which in that kind of game, you don't really see yourself farming up that much on the Disruptor at all.
Thank you for that analysis of the highlights, Jonathan. I'm going to take it back to what I was talking about earlier. How much do you think the impact of Gabby and 23 Savage having a casual conversation and shaking hands means to Blacklist International, Jonathan? Don't think you can avoid the question by going into highlights. I couldn't give a damn what happened in Game 1. It was too one-sided, Jonathan. Talk to me about the drama. What do you think?
I don't know. I think it's good. Maybe, maybe it shows a sign of maturity coming out for some of our Blacklist players. There's always been words about ego and stuff like that from our streamer friends that like to poke fun at each other for that. But I do believe, I think, coming out of the TIA qualifiers where they got 0 forward, there was a lot of soul searching there for Blacklist. And I think that leads to, a hard look at what's been going on, what's been going wrong, and it does allow a team to come out stronger. So, that's one of the results, better interpersonal relationships, making amends for past struggles, I suppose is a way to put it. To be fair, they did raise fists one. So I don't know. I don't know if you can truly say they're at peace, but something's there. Cuckoo's fault as well, for whatever reason.
The raising fist was one of the cringiest photos I've ever seen in my life. Thank you for that, Jonathan. It was certainly,
it was pretty
certainly something. I mean, I understand what they were trying to do. I know there was a content guy that was like, guys, if we put our fists up and we do like a UFC post, trust me, it's going to pop off. I know that's what they were thinking, but you've got to realize, what happens in the mind and what happens in reality, it doesn't really play out the same way, does it, Jonathan? I want to be the best caster in Dota 2, Jonathan. Doesn't mean I'm OD Pixel, is what I'm trying to say. You get my point.
You're my OD Pixel, Mike. What are you talking about? You're my Owen, Mike. I'm no Fog. I'm more of a budget SVG, if you can even take that. But, it is what
I'm not sure who to be more upset for, you or SVG at this point, John. My goodness. I'd apologize to SVG, but he doesn't deserve my apology.
No, I mean, you don't need to apologize. Why would he listen into this anyway? He has better things to do than listen to us.
Get some pointers, Jonathan. Sure. No, don't give him props. Don't give him props. You know how I am with these American talent. I can't start handing out compliments. My goodness.
What do you mean American? I'm American, aren't I?
Yeah. You may as well be, John. You may as well be. Take that however you want. Anyway, we are getting into Game 2 rather soon here between these two teams. I can't wait to see how Beast Coast does try to recover. I don't think it's going too well. I mean, I think the draft has to completely change up. I don't know how much homework they've done on Blacklist International. Maybe they just kind of say, look, guys, screw it. It's day one. It's our first series. Let's just take it easy, and choose a draft we're confident with. But it did feel rather reactive, didn't it? I mean, that Alchemist pick, you and I both liked at the start, but then we didn't really realize Doom was left, behind, Jonathan. They left Doom unbanned. Generally not a very smart idea if you're picking Alchemist. And I don't know. Was the drafting reactive? Or do you think it was a proactive draft from Beast Coast? Do you think that's what they wanted to play?
I think it was what they wanted to play. It did feel like maybe they didn't really set up for the Alchemist as much as they'd want to. And I feel like the mid pickup is where I take biggest issue. Like, yes, again, Alchemist into the Doom doesn't feel great, but you pick in the Storm Spirit came out fairly early. I mean, the SF was very, very early pick, and the Storm was still accessible, so you weren't going to get like an outright stomp lane for Lumpy, which is kind of what you want in the SF. If not, then you want the jungle priority, which again, Blacklist were very smart to get that ward between the tier 1, tier 2 by the hard camp to ensure that wouldn't be too feasible there for Lumpy as well, with constant pressure onto mid. So I'd like to see maybe a stronger mid coming out from Lumpy. Again, he has a few quirky hero choices. Maybe that's the way to go. Ban out some of that comfort for Abed in the Storm. They didn't quite have the best supports outside of, again, Static Storm to deal with the Storm Spirit. It felt like the instant disables just weren't there. Early on, they were getting some good bushwhacks to set up, but it just felt lacking as the game went on. I would say, yeah, something else on the mid. It's definitely something else in the safe lane, but it just felt like if you had to look where all that tempo came from, it really was from the fact that Lumpy had no game. Like, he ended up with a fairly late Yules, a fairly late Blink for what you normally want in the SF, and then the Yashakai was stalled out. We never got the Ags up on the SF. Like, none of those key timings were at the point where the SF can just curb stomp heroes.
It's kind of why I'm a bit shocked that heroes like Spirit Breaker aren't just more popular right now, because your SF is just incredibly popular. The thing is, it's so susceptible to dying. If you just land one charge with a mid lane that has some spells, it's not very hard to just kill SF off over and over again. A lot of heroes, in fact, do seem to suffer a lot from Spirit Breaker right now, but we just haven't been seeing it as much as I would have expected. At the very least, Tim's did believe it was first pick material. Mind you, that game one, they did get away with an IO Gyro draft, so you got Spirit Breaker plus Storm plus IO Gyro. It's just like you couldn't have asked for really much more. Perhaps this time around, Beastcoast is going to be a little bit more wary of these kind of picks to come out, as they are going to go into draft for game number 2. And speaking of that game 2, John, we are just about to start. Very, very close. You're almost ready to press the start game.
Yeah, and taking a look at the players as well as we're waiting for this draft to kick off. It's good pan. Everyone's calm on Beastcoast's end.
Press the button.
Where we're going in there, Mike, all right? I don't know if you have your computer unmuted, but spoiler alert, we are going into the draft. And you can see, oh, look, Gabby's pulling up to Abed. There's no fear now. Close contact is no issue. This is good news for Blacklist for now. You know, at some point, perhaps the punches must come out again, Mike, until morale is improved.
I think morale's been improved quite a bit here for Gabby and Arvid. It looks like at the very least. You know who wasn't getting punched? Zhao. Like, nobody's messing with Zhao, I guarantee. Could you imagine? Nobody's starting crap with Zhao. Zhanua. That's my boy.
Yeah, but why would you?
Oh,
he's the clown. Why would you fight the clown, Mike?
Oh, you never know, Johnny. But you might say some things behind our backs, behind the players' backs we're not aware of.
Oh, he doesn't say it in behind our backs. He says it to our face and plays it as a joke. True. He's the clown, Mike. Do they not have clowns in Australia? Because I'm talking to one right now.
Blacklist International. They go for a first pick Phoenix. This is another hero that has had a pretty high win rate as of late. Phoenix, I think, got a couple nerfs, but overall, still a very strong hero at the moment in this current meta.
Yeah, it still does a lot. I love Hotspot. Dying Light can have its uses as well. There's a lot of ways you can go with this one for Blacklist. Good percent-based damage burn. The bans, you get the Pango, Monkey King, Darkseer being banned out by Blacklist, Beastcoast taking care of the TA, the Tiny, the Weaver, and the Broodmother as well. Do have some access to their own set of broken heroes. Witch Doctor, Clockworker available if they wanted. They will go into the Snapfire solution first to deal with the Phoenix Egg. We've seen this one multiple times. I know we haven't had the best of times with the Snapfire. I do feel like for Beastcoast to maximize this now, you kind of need some AoE control. Right, like you'd want something to play with the kisses and not just focus on the egg destruction. Maybe something like the puck on mid could be one option for Lumpy if they want to go that route, or a Mars off lane. Anything would hold just to play with the kisses. Because if you don't have that hold, it just doesn't feel like Snapfire does anything beyond destroying egg. And that can't be the be-all, end-all of this hero in your draft.
Kind of my thing. Like, I was just saying it earlier, right? But I really do not want to see Beastcoast be too reactionary this draft, because game 1 looked way too one-sided. That you definitely don't want to be reactionary. You'd much rather choose what you're comfortable with. You know, obviously they've got some strategies going into Riyadh 2024. I'm sure they've got some ideas as to what they want. We shall see. Final ban to come before we can see some more picks continue. Because Beastcoast, a bit of a fan favorite, Jonathan. Obviously, a lot of SA fans out there, big fans of this team, and You know, I'd love to see these underdog teams go for a run. Yeah, I'd love to see them go for a quick 1-to-1 tie here with Blacklist International to start off their series here for the Riyadh Masters.
Would be not the best tone, but it does at least start you on even footing here for Beastcoast if they can find that 1-1. Of course, Blacklist has a big following as well, Mikey. Love it. I mean, haters and fans all conglomerate over Blacklist no matter what.
You're the biggest.
I'm sure both of them are watching. Hey, look, no. It's like when Talon couldn't make it to Bali, right? I talked so much crap about 5 Filipinos beating the 2 Thais. You know, it's like, what can you do? You talk, you act big, you're the best in the sea. You gotta prove it, Mike. You know? And if you don't prove it, someone's got to call you out on it.
How did you? Speaking of calling, I'm going to call you out right now. How did you slip Talon into the conversation, John? I mean, we're talking about
because that's the reason. I was telling you the reason why I'm crap talking Black Lost International.
Next time. Ember Spirit picked up here by Blacklist. They also go for a Rubik pickup. Fair enough. How dare you? Why are you so toxic towards this team, John? What did they do to you?
No, no. It's just again like when Talon couldn't make it. I'm saying why I give these teams a tough talking to, because you know Talon couldn't make it to Bali. They deserve all the crap talk I gave to them. Blacklist goes from qualifying to Riyadh to bombing out 0-4. They deserve a little bit of a whipping. And, you know, they come out on top stronger so far. It's looking good. The draft, again, you've got the Ember Rubik already. Go back to the SF for Beastcoast. Mind you, the matchup of SF into Ember is pretty decent for SF. It's not the worst for Ember, though. Like, I feel like the double impact Sleight of Fist can be annoying for the SF. Flame Guard, of course, blocking out quite a fair bit of damage out from the Razes can be fairly annoying, but you still have good level 1 to 2 presence, even to 3-4 here for Lumpy. He doesn't have the threat of being dived constantly by a Spirit Breaker as well. So mid lane pressure shouldn't be as bad here for our SF. I'm all right with the idea here for the side of Beastcoast. I think the SF lane still works out against Ember somewhat. I think some Ember players can make that a little bit tougher, but it is naturally just SF favored overall. Get the Beastmaster pickup here as well for Beastcoast. So you do have some good push potential. There's your single target hold now to play off of Kisses, and it's also a pretty nice lane. Beastmaster plus Snapfire slows from the boar, slow from full boar if you go that way. Cookie combination with your boars as well as possible here. So there is some good tempo from the side lanes here for Beastcoast to play with.
It certainly is. Blacklist International now into the reserve time for their 4th pickup. 2 more cores to come. They do go into the Troll Warlord here for Natsumi, which I mean, it's another kind of comfort pick for Natsumi, as the Gyrocopter was. The Troll Warlord, why the hell not? Seemingly pretty strong right now in the current meta. She doesn't really mind going up against the Beastmaster lane either. That seems like a pretty nice pick here for Blacklist to try and go for. Yeah, there's always the concern about the kite ability of Troll. We talk about this literally every single time we see a Troll Warlord, but you do have to be somewhat concerned about the fact that you can just literally get roared mid-battle trance and just nothing happens with your ulti. But, you know, it comes to the stage, maybe you get a BKB, maybe you get a Lincoln Sphere up, you know, maybe a couple Lotuses. Perhaps eventually it won't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, I think once you get some of those defensive items up, it shouldn't be too challenging for Natsumi to achieve what he wants in all of these fights. You are banning out some key heroes now for Pake and for Gabby. See the Ursa being banned out by Blacklist, and the side of Beastcoast taking care of that Mars. What other Gabby heroes are on hand here? The Enigma's still in the pool. They kind of want to contend with it. They've got the Rubik on Blacklist side. They don't have to worry about steals. There is Roar to pierce through, but again, you might want to be saving that Roar for the Ember to troll anyhow. So it might still be free for the Enigma to slide in, apply pressure when that Roar is committed. See what direction Beastcoast will want to ban out. And they will take care of the Doom instead, showing a lot of respect for what Gabby achieved in the last game. It did do a ton of work. And laning-wise, maybe, you know, it wasn't anything flashy. He sat there, he farmed, he harassed out with mana burn, but he still managed to build up. You know, he was just farming while Abed and the supports were really getting work done, and then he comes in at the right time, gets that early pipe. Was really impactful. What other cores are left here for Pake? I mean, if they ban the Doom, they might consider the Alchemist again. I don't know if rerunning the SF Alch is the way to go overall.
I mean, I don't know if I'd really recommend it myself. I don't think I'd like to see that right here. I think the Alchemist, maybe just kind of set that aside. You know, leave it for another day. Let it cook a little bit more. Razor's going to be the ban out from Blacklist right into the Tidehunter. Not too much messing around. Just a bit of team fight to be added here. And I do like that. You know, Tide Phoenix, obviously a pretty strong kind of combination to have. Tide Rubik lane, obviously very, very good. A classic combo. Beastcoast, how do they respond? They are still lacking their own position 1. They know they're up against Tide Rubik, so it's a pretty hard laning stage. See what they do opt for.
And you've got, I guess there's something like a Jug option if you really wanted to play with a CM. That can be a pretty aggressive lane. Tidehunter at level 1 to 2 is still highly susceptible. Even at 3 to the chase down that CM Jug can achieve. Not much the Rubik can do to fully stop that once the spin is up. Has some good tempo, can tie into a fast push with SF plus Beastmaster with a healing ward, so you can settle on objectives rather quick. Beyond that, doesn't feel like you have a lot of great options. Like, a Lifestealer does kind of feel dead, considering they go with the Muerta, which we were talking about in Game 1, as a potential pickup there for Pake. I'm not the biggest fan of the Muerta one right now, though. It doesn't particularly feel amazing. The facets aren't amazing. The timing is still as awkward as it's always been. Kind of can be strong in lane, misses out on an early spike until you get like Maelstrom's Silver Edge. Once you have that, you're pretty happy with trying to burst everyone down. Laning into Gabby Tidehunter shouldn't be too bad though. And again, you still end up with a pretty good aggressive lane here for Pake. You've got the CM Huerta, you've got the Calling plus Frostbite, the Nova, slow a lot of control there to try to punish early on. So it is a lot better of a side lane coming out for Beastcoast in comparison to Game 1. I'm just curious what's going to happen here for Beastcoast. Again, they have to play up-tempo. They don't have to worry about these rotations for Lumpy mid. I want to see how much Lumpy can get out on the Shadow Fiend versus Ember. Because again, the pressure's on the Ember to dodge out all these raises. If he does, the Ember does generally win out with how cheap Sleight of Fist is in comparison to triple raises for Lumpy. But if those raises constantly connect from our SF, this lane could be a little bit more awkward for Abed than he wanted to be this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the least, like for Lumpy, he knows that he doesn't have to worry about a charge coming in from a Spirit Breaker, right? Like it's a Rubik Phoenix support duo you're up against this time around, so chances are he's going to be a lot safer to just kind of farm that mid lane to a stage where he can feel very, very confident on that mid SF.
What are they laughing about?
They're laughing
no,
about
it's
something.
just when Zhao starts laughing and then everyone starts laughing. I wish we could hear their comms. He must be saying something really smart.
I just had, speaking of Zhao, Jonathan, I mean, kind of selling how much the Australians love this man. I just had one of my mates who doesn't watch Dota message me asking me if the mullet is going to play. Because, of course, Zhao was standing to allow the coach, to allow Dubu to draft for the team. And they were actually worried, like, is the mullet dude not playing? And I said, of course he's playing.
You can't improve until you
They said, we'll keep the TV on. This literally happened. I literally just got messaged about this. I can't make this up.
Is that our mutual friend, Mikey? Good old Mr. Nick? No.
Yes. Shout out.
Someone else? Oh, there
he
you
doesn't
go.
watch.
Shout out
My
to
point
him.
is, he doesn't watch Dota.
No, yeah, no.
It's all about the
He
mullet.
saw the mullet. It's like, oh hell yeah, we're going in. We're going in, boys. And we'll see. You know, Zhao should have himself a pretty fun time on Phoenix. Do love that he went for the hotspot, as that does feel like the best facet for Phoenix overall. That healing is just ridiculous on the tail end. Once you get Aether Lens, maybe a Psychic Headband, or even Eye of the Vizier, you burn for a lot of damage. And you don't care for even the Pierce the Veil on Pake if you're far enough. That will be fun. I do want to point out as well, look at Gabby. He's the nice little tiny Tidehunter. He went for Krill Eater, the Nanoplankton Eater at this level. Always fun. Look how tiny he is.
I'm not going to get the bounty. I mean, he is indeed quite tiny. You know, it is what it is.
It looks so goofy. It's one of my favorite facets. It's just...
This is what Abed saw. You know, this is the facet Gabby might have had a couple weeks earlier. Shout out to Gabby. I mean, we've made so many jokes about that incident. You know,
Yeah.
but I mean, Gabby's taken like a champion. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's been very forthcoming about it, which I was kind of surprised when we sat together. It's like, oh, John, don't talk about punches. I'm like, really? Cool. You know what? We'll see if he saves himself, if his defense is up as we're taking a look. For once up top, because we've been talking so much about Gabby, it's up against Peik on that Muerta and Moose, of course, on that CM. Has Tims to aid him out here for good old Gabby. This lane, by level 2 to 3, is when it can get nicely aggressive for Peik and Moose. The one thing for early levels for Tide with Nanoplankton is you can't really do as much as you'd want early on. Your anchor smash range, it's still wide, but not wide enough to aggro out Peik. You have a little bit less strength to start out with, although that was buffed up. It's not too bad for the Tide Hunter. Your attack range is really atrocious, so no form of harassment early here. Just gonna have to focus on anchor smashing and farming up, which should give Peik a lot of breathing room here. As long as he can control this lane, hit that level 2 to 3, they can start to threaten if the opportunity presents itself up top.
Absolutely. Now, how are those other lanes going? Like mid lane right now, Arbed and Lumpy are going at it. Arbed is still leading quite heavily here, John, in that mid lane. 10-1 compared to the 4-1 of the SF. That's a pretty big gap when it comes to CS this early in the mid lane. A little bit concerning for Lumpy. I mean, thing is, he is going to get quite a few points now with the Necro Mastery, so at least his damage is going to go up. Speaking of, bottom lane, Vitaly already going down, that they do pick up Zhao. Natsumi will be able to back his way out. My point being, though, it's already a pretty rough start here for the mid SF. Arbed, does he actually have a kill? No, he doesn't.
That double impact just does so much damage if he's right next to you. And that's generally what you want to do up against the SF anyway. Limit his raises as much as possible. Try to dodge out. Abed doing a fantastic job. He's played up against the SF matchup so many times in these qualifiers. He's very familiar with how his spacing should be. The one thing Lumpy did have an advantage on is mana. He still has the one Mango. He has his Water Rune, so you can spam out a little bit more. But it's just so hard to constantly harass something like the Ember. With the dodge potential of Sleight of Fist, with that slower attack interval, it does help you kind of escape some of these attacks as well for a longer duration. Just makes that mind game on mid a little bit tougher. Down bot, they are still keeping some of that aggression up, trying to pressure out Zhao, but that kill trade is so favorable for Natsumi. You're going to have faster phase boots, could go Maelstrom, maybe a Battle Fury if he thinks the game will go a little bit slower as well. There's not much you can really do in Vitality to stop that. I'm keen on seeing what Vitality's build will be. We've been seeing a lot of Ags Rush on our Beast Masters. Do have Beast Mode up here on Vitality for this game, so an Ags Rush might not be the worst idea. It's not the best game for it. We normally see it up against Illu heavy lineups. We'll see. I'm keen on seeing what the ideas are for Vitality overall.
I think he'll just go the Ags. Like even if you don't get the added value, I think it's just too good right now, the Aghanim Scepter. Vitaly's really copying just so much damage from Natsumi, but here comes the turnaround. El Misho now going to show up. Natsumi dropping very low, and he is down. You really can't underestimate how much damage Little Shredder does. I've got to say as well. It's pretty ridiculous. As Vitaly will also find Zhao, who tries to secure the life of the Beastmaster, but just doesn't have enough damage. So the Phoenix will drop. Nice catch-up farm here for Beastcoast down to the bottom lane. And for Blacklist, you definitely don't want to see that happen to yourself. That is not good news.
No. Much stronger start for Beastcoast early. Again, they've got nice aggressive lanes. Seeing some of that aggression top as well.
They have a dead shot in one. Nice block. Tim's going to ensure that they can't actually go for a quick dead shot play onto Gabby. It's going to be a salve up from Gabby anyway, so he's going to be just fine to remain within the laning stage. No problem.
Yep, still farming up quite nicely on the Tide. You're not slowing down Peik, but you are still getting what you want as well on this Tide for the early aura build. Phase boots into the Vlads here for Gabby lined up. It should allow a little bit more sustain as well, especially when you're playing with even right clicks from the Ember. It's going to feel a little bit better.
Hey,
still.
Now Gabby's rushing forward. Gabby, though, needs to maybe back off here. Barely all right to walk out of there, but this bottom, excuse me, rather top lane is going pretty badly for Blacklist. I mean, this is the Rubik Tide lane you tend to see dominate, but against the CM Muerta, it's just too much damage being pumped out from Beastcoast. Like Gabby, I can't believe he hasn't died yet on the Tide. Those raindrops have been working overtime for this poor Tidehunter.
That they have does ferry out a ton of regen just to stay in this lane. So even with the CS being nice for Gabby, just not able to really get all those early items. Although moves,
yeah, maybe going a little bit too far, but they are unable to punish. Gabby once again forced to just back out as he will lose all of his HP. I suppose we'll have a bit of a gander here on the top lane a little bit later on. It just feels like it's kind of the same thing over and over again between these two. Looking back at mid for a moment, Lumpy has caught up quite nicely on the SF, so actually overtaking Arbed now on the CS board. And that's something nice to see, because Lumpy had a very rough start when it comes to the laning stage. At least he does overtake now, though he will find no power rune for himself, sadly, on the SF. Though neither will Arbed, as now Gabby drops top lane, bottom lane, rather mid. Arbed in trouble, the Razors will land, they'll secure the kill. Zhao barely able to time away before the Requiem hits. But the chase is on. El Misho wants the kill. Scatterblast is off cooldown in 1. Zhao, can he juke? I don't think so. It won't matter though, he's still alive. 1 charges will keep him up.
barely so. You get the big kill that you're looking for on Beastcoast. Great read from Lumpy, just starting to run up that mid-ramp. Intercept when Abed was trying to go for the rune. Bit of an early rotation out from Abed here.
Certainly is Abed. Able to help secure Pake's life, that's a big one. Moose obviously going to try to run, but there's no real way out of this one for Moose. Abed will eventually secure with the Sleight of Fist. That's an important kill, because that top lane was going very badly for Blacklist International, so just being able to pick off Pake, who was top of the CS board, going to feel very nice.
Important one for the recovery of Abed as well.
Oh, they saw it. Gabby's going to go for a chase, decides better off. Backs out of it. More TPs coming. Gabby, maybe left behind here. Abed's going to show up. They'll go for the snap fight first. In fact, Natsumi's shown up to boot. Not something you quite expect to see, but Natsumi rotating onto that Tier 1 top tower through the twin gates. Looks like he really wants to ensure that Tier 1 top tower does get taken. Abed chains out. Moo's going to get caught. Moose will back his way up, but he's almost just dead. Pake in the meantime also in a lot of danger as Vitaly looking for a raw target. Gets lifted up by Tims. He'll roar up the Rubik instead, so Tims will drop. Meanwhile, Abed trying to find Moose on the CM, but decides better off. Just TV back towards the mid lane. Ensure he doesn't also go down. But game 2 is going very well for Beastcoast.
And it is. Their lanes came out a lot stronger past the 5-minute mark. They've gotten themselves a nice early advantage, 2k up on Beastcoast end. You've got a strong start for Lumpy this time. Has all of the power runes you want. Haste rune with Requiem ready.
No one snares coming up from Natsumi's end of things. Vitaly just able to walk away casually as Lumpy rotates, tries to abuse the Razors, and Natsumi just annihilated as now the more rotations to come. Tim's gonna cop the Requiem perhaps, probably not. He'll cancel it himself. But Lumpy will probably be happy he cancelled the Requiem. It wasn't even required.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, just find themselves a freebie, keep this tempo up on the side of Beastcoast. Maybe set their sights on this bot tier 1 as well. The side of Blacklist does feel like their own early tempo, again, is kind of tied into Abed. And Gabby's nowhere near ready to try to gap close with a blink, and is still trying to build into the aura buildup. With that, Vlad's eventually coming in here. Still, Zhao
in trouble. Gets rooted up. Unable to get away. Lumpy now with the killing spree. Even finding the courier of Zhao. And this is the game I think Lumpy was anticipating throughout that game 1. He's already 3-0-1 on the SF. Hitting pretty much every raise he throws out. And well, again, I mean, Tims may get caught here by Moose. Does have Abed to help out, but it may not matter too much as he's just getting annihilated already by this SF. Just too much damage from Lumpy. Abed, though, going to try to turn as Gabby with the Ravage lands on 2. And they will clean up. Though Abed barely surviving on the Ember. He'll be able to get away. Remember, Beastcoast, they were doing so well up until that moment. Just not expecting Gabby with the rotation of the Tide. But it makes all the difference.
But it cost them. They need these big ultimates on the side of Blacklist to get these team fights. Ravage down for 2 minutes. You've got a little bit of an opening for Beastcoast to still look to play. They've got Roar. They've still got the Requiem with the Yules ready on Lumpy on his respawn. You're very close to your full Ags timing now as well for Vitaly. So you've got a major item spike still lined up here. Again, the one shortcoming for Blacklist is they kind of need these team fight spells up. Ravage is their big AoE hold. Maybe a good stolen spell from Tim's can help to try to hold multiple down, but it's been hard, and you don't even have 6 yet on this Rubik, although he is at least very close to it. But I'm still concerned. Lumpy with the Yules, if they can start to go for these smoke plays out, can start to feel oppressive. And Vitaly's just had free farm into this Ags. Like, he's going straight Ags, Blink. Just wants to be able to gap close, get the drums going, get the damage out. Top should eventually fall if it's not denied off by Pake. But this pace from Blacklist is still rough going. The Beastcoast, despite losing Lumpy earlier on, I mean, you're still not closing the gap enough on Blacklist just yet.
It's kind of I think it's the death on Natsumi that really makes it a little bit harder, right? Like, Natsumi's still fairly behind on the Troll when you compare to, say, the Muerto of Pake. So, you almost just expect the Troll to sit back and relax for a little bit. Natsumi going for the Maelstrom build-up on the Troll, so not bothering for the Battle Fury build-up, which would have taken a bit more time. There's your Maelstrom already completed now on Pake, so he's already got that farming tool online for himself on the Muerta. And this is, yeah, it's certainly looking like a much more challenging game. Even Vitaly now working on towards the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster. That Axe does make it very hard, because it just gives Vitaly solo potential on pretty much anyone. Like, with the Roar up, maybe he can't kill the Tide, but everyone else is pretty susceptible to the amount of damage he can pump out.
They are. Again, with the Inner Beast, with the Beast mode on Inner Beast, the bonus damage you can amp up as well. I do believe does interact with the Drums of Slom when you activate it, so again, just the output from Vitaly is going to be a major issue. Just how durable he is as well with these stats. And just the Ags plus the Bracer already 1.8k HP. A good amount to tank through here. Smoke out. Beastcoast starting to move forward with Lumpy again. They've still got that Yules combo to play with. If they could find someone.
They're going to show off the Ags, or the Drums of Slom here for Vitaly on the creep wave. The rest of his team just smoke right by him, hoping that somebody tries to go after this Beastmaster. Nobody coming though. Beastcoast can just think about Roshan. In fact, they'll ping it out anyway. But I think in this position for Beastcoast, just go for the quick Roshan play. Nothing really in the way of stopping them from doing this, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Right into the Roshan pit.
Are scanning. Dire's middle tower
Got the output even without their carry here. Again, Beast mode plus the Drums of Slom.
So stupid.
You can get it done. Look at that.
Yeah, he just casually heals himself up. No problem. You know?
Very nice.
Lumpy will come in, just claim the Aegis for himself. Mid lane, Arbet, immediately Remnants away. Just as soon as he sees Lumpy, he does not want to borrow. And speaking of Arbet, like, you look at the net worth differential right now between the cores of Blacklist and the cores of Beastcoast, it is huge. Like, every core of Beastcoast is 2k ahead of every core from Blacklist International. And that's at least 2k.
It's been slow going. Again, first 5 minutes we're feeling good. We're finding some good CS. Beastcoast hits level 3-4. Some becomes a lot harder to manage for the side of Blacklist. Starting to clump around for that mid-tier 1. Side of Blacklist doesn't want to give this for free, though.
I mean, they'd love to find Vitaly first. Vitaly thinking about the Roar, doesn't throw it out quite yet, but the Sunray's going to fly in. Still Vitaly alive, does roar out eventually, but it's stolen. Tims takes it away. A big Requiem. Lumpy, he landed on 4 targets. Arbet's already down. Gabby's going to pop the Requiem. The egg as well, but Lumpy's just going to man up, trying to go for it, but the lift up is there. Lumpy, he can't get it done, but he still has the Aegis up, so he'll continue to move forward, looking for some more targets. Nobody really left. But you've got to be happy with that. And you've got Arbet down, you got the mid-tier 1 tower. You don't even lose your Beastmaster. The Vitaly, he survived all that.
Yeah, and he's just so tanky. With the drums up, it's hard to instantly burst that guy down. They still hold on to the stolen Roar here from Tims. But without the Ravage, without the Egg, it doesn't feel feasible for you to look for a fight. 60, 11, 9k up on the side of Beastcoast. Moose does show himself.
That's just to see. I mean, maybe you can find it, maybe not. We'll see. Moose does actually have help on the high ground here from El Misho and Lumpy if he needed it, but it's like he actually is able to just casually walk his way out. They are staring at Lumpy up at that top lane. Lumpy, still 3 minutes on the Aegis, but Arbed is going to move in. Double chains out, catching a couple. Lumpy, though, still able to just casually walk away. Now Vitaly TPing in by the outpost, ready with the Blink Roar. So this could be a very dangerous position for Blacklist. If Vitaly does find the right raw target, it could be a very challenging fight. Keep in mind, Tims does still have the stolen raw himself in the Ruby. So you've got a very kind of big stun here from Tims to throw out. But it's not really going to matter too much because nobody from Blacklist really want to stick around for the fight. In fact, it's Beastcoast that are grouping up again. Lumpy does not get the regen. Arbed will be able to get away with it just fine. But Beastcoast, they are feeling it now. 10k advantage their way. They certainly want to smoke up and get something done.
Like this build-up as well. Lumpy with a fresh BKB. It's going to be a lot harder for the side of Blacklist to threaten back. They've got the good flank. They've got good vision. They spot all of them walking across here.
A very, very challenging fight for the side of Blacklist to try and take. I mean, Tims trying to get within the fog right now. Arbed, they've got no idea they're coming. Arbed, if you could find the Raw on the Ember, you'd be very, very happy. Raw is out. They found Tims instead, so Tims is okay to allow Arbed out, but he is going to die. I suppose as Tims, he'll probably be okay with it. You know, you just... At least my Ember got away. Problem is, Arbed's still very low in net worth. Like, there is not much catch-up happening at the moment.
They need all the space in the world here for Blacklist, so that's probably the best result off that smoke. For Blacklist, not the ideal for Beastcoast at all.
Man. Vitaly, Roar is out. They've caught the Ember. And Arbed, oh, nice juke on the cookie. He'll try to get out. The axes do land. Arbed still try to get away. Vitaly, he'll cancel the charge.
Kiss.
Rather than the chases. Arbed now with the kisses. They can't reach. Arbed's okay. You kind of see why the Ags are so strong though on Vitaly. Like, this hero can literally just roar you and take you from like, what, 100 to like 20. It's pretty ridiculous.
Zhao.
Zhao is dead.
Gabby?
He's in a bit of danger here, Moose.
No,
Channel the freezing
gone.
Yeah, he's dead.
Ah.
He is dead, Jonathan. Top lane. More Natsumi. If they... Oh, Natsumi.
Okay. Okay.
And this is more like the Blacklist line. This is...
Yeah, you said it. Not me this time.
I'm not afraid to say it, Jonathan. This is... You know, I mean, props to them for game 1, but Beastcoast, they came out in game 2 and it seems like maybe a misstep in game 1 was what Beastcoast had, Jonathan. Because game 2, they're making it look easy.
That they are. It's a little bit lost from Blacklist. Like, Gabby being up there in that ancient camp, theoretically a very safe area, especially with the ward to protect from the triangle for a flank, but didn't really have an objective to play for. You know, like Wisdom Rune wasn't there. It's just one camp all the way up north. Gets punished for it while they lose Zhao as well. Everything shaping up for Beastcoast now. 6 to 15, 14k lead for the side of Beastcoast. Oh,
Lumpy. It's the thing that they see the SF, but they know they can't jump. Like, Lumpy's got a full BKB with a 9-second charge up. You don't know where the rest of the squad is. Like, with this style of draft from Blacklist, who do you actually kill being this far behind? Gabby's all right, mid lane. It's like, who do you actually kill at this stage of the game? Lumpy? I mean, maybe you could think about Lumpy top lane. He's got Vitaly right by him with Roar available, though. And Vitaly, quite frankly, I think if he sees anyone, he'll just jump in and roar. There's no real hesitation to be had. No need to be hesitant.
Take a nice quick objective, go for the Tormentor right after. Wanted to try to snipe Zhao, but Zhao does manage to hide away the Glimmer. Free shard out for Moose. You've got the Crystal Cyclone up. Oh, the Crystal Clone up. So just a little bit more utility here for Moose as well. And you are getting some space to farm, but this gap, and it's still around 4k between all of the cores from Beastcoast to Blacklist. Just a huge obstacle to overcome for the side of Blacklist. Maybe when you get some more initial BKBs here, you start to feel comfier. Abed and Natsumi are working their way towards their own. You've got this Blink for Gabby, which is still a long ways off. Again, he opted for the Ore build-up pipe, plus the Vlad's here.
Natsumi.
No, it's going to be a slower Blink timing.
Oh, Lumpy saw him too. Lumpy saw him too. Requiem is out. He at least got a battle trance in time though, Lumpy. Problem is Vitaly's here, Raw is available, and Natsumi just gets deleted as Lumpy, dropping low, but a nice cookie old Misho. Not going to allow the chase down. Fire Spirits, they will land on Lumpy, but he's got to be KB if he wants to survive. Oh, he doesn't need it. 20 HP. Lumpy does the map. Meanwhile, bot lane, Zhao, barely able to get away. Pake though, rushing on a Gabby, but unable to get too much done. It's still very demoralizing though, like Natsumi just dies casually. Lumpy gets out, gets a reset for himself. Beastcoast will still find the tier 2 bottom tower. And there is a smoke from Blacklist, but I'm not really sure what they're smoking for. Like, can you hope for a good fight? I mean, maybe. You've got Ravage up at least. Moose does get spotted here on the CM. Actually just casually runs his way out as the chains don't connect. And Moose is okay. Which I thought Natsumi dying was demoralizing, John, but Moose just casually walks out of it.
You know, CM has way too much move speed, Mike. I think that's going to get nerfed. You know, I mean, with drums and tranquil boots and drum boots in the game, you gotta nerf it down. 385 is too high. Now, Crystal Clone as well. It's too much. Jeez. Crystal Clone, move yourself 275 units. Way too much. Bring that down to 100.
If there's ever a time CM's movement speed starts with a 3, you know something's wrong. That can't happen. We are going to smoke. Tim's going to TP away. Zhao will also TP away. So nobody going to get spotted here down to this bottom lane. Apart from Roshan, I think, which is available. Vitaly, being the smart man he is, will check and does spot. So Roshan probably going to go the way of Beastcoast for free. A Blacklist International, sadly, have no real play here. As Tim's also just casually dies to Lumpy, apparently. Lumpy, he's having a very good game here, John. I think this is what Lumpy was trying to do. Game 1, a misstep. Game 2, I'm not repeating that kind of performance. Top lane, Gabby. He's alright. Natsumi, they're gonna rush in. They'll get a big Ravage out. Pake, he was stunned up, but will it matter? They're onto the Troll Warlord. Natsumi! Natsumi is down again. Gabby will try to TP out, but he's not gonna make it. What was the idea there? Like, we Ravage, we take a support kill, and then what?
I don't know. If they wanted real success in that team fight, you've got to bring in Zhao, you've got to bring in Abed, you want at least a Ravage Supernovas, your combination there.
They see Pake. Sure. There's no kind of argument here. Pake was spotted. Ravage to kill off a CM, and then what? Natsumi just dies and so does Gabby. For a CM.
Hey man, you got to prove a point, you know? You got to punish that CM for moving too fast.
Proving something.
Yeah, you got to get revenge for what Moose did a while ago, just casually Crystal cloning out. And they sent that message with a hefty price, with Ravage being committed. Tower not going to last too long here. The siege from Lumpy and Vitaly. And Blacklist stuck with no outer towers left. Beastcoast bouncing back in game 2 in very strong form. 7-19, 22k lead still up. Still the fresh Aegis on hand here for Pake. Starting to hit that point where the Muertes hitting like a truck. Silver Edge is the next pickup here for Pig as well. Smoke out from this is really optimistic, but the smoke out without Ravage here for Blacklist.
There goes Tim. Pake Almost finding the kill. Pake still just going forward with the Aegis up, just does not give a crap as Tims will barely survive. But now the Requiem, Arbet gets the BKB off, but the Roar is out. Vitaly ensuring that the Ember does get locked down. Arbet is still trying for Pake. Arbet, oh, he's able to get away. He had about half a second of the BKB left for that last Remnant, but he's all right. You do lose Zhao, however, and Pake is not really backing off. He's going for that tier 3 top.
No reason to really back off. BKB still ready to go. Still have the Aegis up for 2.5 minutes here. They didn't even use Requiem or Kisses, only the Roar. You still have a lot of options to play with. You know Ravage is still down, although not for long now on Gabby. You know the Egg's going to be down on the respawn of Zhao. And that combination's just not there for Blacklist. Again, just very scattered spell usage. And Beastcoast will play it safe. There's no real reason to rush this. There's an amp damage rune waiting here as well. Another smoke attempt from Blacklist. And this time they have Ravage, no Egg. They've got to, you know, let's see if they can maximize this.
Oh, but Lumpy's got an amp damage rune. So this is probably some of the worst timing ever. As they do pop the Ravage, they've got the Beastmaster. That's something, but Lumpy's popped the amp damage. He might want to go. Does he though? No, he doesn't. He's going to back it. Or does he? I mean, he's still kind of setting up for the fight. Pake's going to TP in with barely any HP. Arbit's still having a look around. They'll lose their mid-tier 1 tower. This could be a fight that really ruins Beastcoast if they're not too careful. Tims will get jumped. Lumpy will follow up. Tims will barely survive. Lumpy, he'll pop his BKB. Tims will go down. Meanwhile, they will lose Pake on the Aegis, but can they get him a second time? Blacklist, they're going to try, but no, they've got to run. This is not the fight. Natsumi gets stunned up. Requiem, but he's got the battle trance in time. He'll go for the man fight against the SF. Lumpy about to fall. Onto Moose they'll go. Lumpy, he will finally go down, but not before Natsumi dies to boot. Arbet barely able to get away with the remnants, but El Misho's right behind him. Oh, Arbet is gone to boot. They got Lumpy, but that's about all they got, John. I mean, the Aegis also went down on Pake, but he wanted the reset anyway. Now, I thought for a second maybe that would be the team fight to turn this game, but I'll tell you, John, this troll pick, I'd hate to point fingers, but Natsumi, the impact's not there.
I don't know, you're certainly right. He's really not achieving as much as you'd want the troll. I did appreciate his movement up top earlier on in the game, you know, when they were going for that early siege. They didn't even manage to fully siege at that point. And in these fights, it's like you mentioned in draft, troll just gets kited around. You've got enough control here on side of Beastcoast to not really care. So you are seeing in the replay, really good blink forward there from El Misho just to get that stun off on the TP. And Blacklist, it feels like all their options are slipping away. They don't have Ravage, only half minute off. We need to see if Blacklist want to have any hope here. We need to see them coordinate on these team fights. And even then, I'm not sure if it's enough, because the Egg, it just feels like it melts. The solution in Snapfire removes that from the equation entirely if you don't catch El Misho out. And El Misho can afford to stand so far back because he's got that Blink Force Staff. Like, he can sneak around these fights. He doesn't need to be caught in the Ravage with his team. He can play it safe from a mile off, trying to just gun with the Kisses or just gap close again with all of this mobility up. What can Blacklist do to mitigate this? I mean, you've got some item timing still left. Maybe something like a Linken's and Natsumi down the line. He is going S and Y. The stat res is going to be nice as well. I just don't think the stat res alone is enough. It feels like you're going to need an item on top of a full S and Y before things get comfy or playable even for Blacklist overall.
Roar is out. Zhao's been caught. Zhao is down. On to Gabby. Gabby is getting just destroyed here by this month. I mean, my god, is that some damage? At least they do get some kisses wasted. Buyback was also committed here by Zhao. That's about it. Nothing else comes of this. Just a buyback from the Phoenix. But they are going to 5-man smoke. Blacklist Rivalry. Excuse me, rather Blacklist International. They're going to try and salvage the situation by forcing another fight, while Beastcoast aren't exactly ready for it. The thing is, Beastcoast, they are still the stronger team. Unless Pake dies, it's going to be very hard to force this fight. They'll start to move in. They'll see Vitaly there for a second. Vitaly, he'll be able to back his way out. Keep in mind, Vitaly has Roar in 15 seconds. Lumpy will get jumped, but he's got a BKB out. Lumpy's fine. Pake still having a look around. So now no BKB on the SF, but you've got Roar back up on your Beastmaster. So you have the Requiem to boot. Gabby will get jumped. Roar is out. The egg will be dropped. They'll try to fight, but they've lost Gabby. No Ravage to come. Egg is down a boot. Zhao has died back. Natsumi's popped his BKB, but it amounts to nothing. Oh, it amounts to nothing. Lumpy survives. Arbit to drop. Triple kill for Pake. Tims will barely get away. It might be time to call. I hate calling it early, John, but this game is looking pretty early.
No, you don't.
I mean, I do like to call.
It does look over. You do like to call it early, but I do agree with the sentiment. It's just not panning out. Natsumi gets stuck again. BKB doesn't amount to much. He gets kited around. I mean, Lumpy living on a sliver of HP in the low ground managing to get the Requiem off. Nothing's panning out for Blacklist. They don't manage to get the Ravage off. You're forced to use the egg early on Zhao with no protection. There's nothing to stop the hits. The Snapfire again panning out greatly here for Beastcoast. They'll clear out the top. They do respect the respawns, as there is still a Ravage on Gabby. And they will play it safe, but a very big advantage for Beastcoast already. 10 to 29, 30k lead. We are taking a look at a little bit of replay once more. Again, just Gabby not able to use Ravage to break as well from the Silver Edge, ensuring that he doesn't get any dispels off. Even this play, not even just getting kited on the cliff area. Great force staff down, and then Lumpy still getting the Requiem off before they can kill him. It's just a complete disastrous fight for Blacklist there.
It's like this Troll's unable to do anything throughout these fights. Every single time, it's pop battle trance with a BKB and hope for the best. Mind you, this is the analysis we give every time we see a troll pick in a draft, right? Like, it's literally, you either dominate the game or you press BKB plus R and hope for them. And that's basically where Natsumi is right. It's just, this hero does not play well from behind, is the point I'm trying to make here, John. It's now Roshan, going to be available in a minute 15 seconds, still a while away. But Beastcoast, I think they're more than happy to force another fight. They're 30k ahead. There's no reason not to. Like, there's just not enough gold on Blacklist to actually fight back unless they get the perfect initiation, which is really up to Gabby. And he has his chance right now to land that big Ravage initiation you're looking for onto Pake. But it has to be somebody like Pake. Somebody big has to die. Maybe even Lumpy. Gabby's having a look. Pake is still kind of just stalking them with the Silver Edge, and I think they saw Gabby. Lumpy's going to move forward. They know where the tide is. Yules is out. Gabby locked down for a second. Going to try to run, but Vitaly jumps in with the Roar out, and it looks like Gabby might just be dropping and does. He just melts. Natsumi barely able to get away with the Force Dust being committed, but now the kisses are in. Battle Trance committed. He'll try to fight. Gets the ensnare underneath the egg, but Lumpy's still alive. Lumpy gets the Requiem off. There's your Ravage from Gabby. He's brought back into the fight, but Pake's still not dying. Pake pops to pierce the veil. Pake will turn around, and Pake's got him. Gabby is down. They do at least take down Lumpy. They'll try to find Vitaly. They've actually got him. Blacklist. Are they doing it? Pake? Oh, Arbit, no. At least Pake does dry. Zhao about to fall. El Misho at least able to take him with him, but Zhao will laugh from the grave as El Misho should drop. Natsumi onto Moose now. Moose. He'll be the final piece of the puzzle for the full team wipe. And it looks like they should have it. A lot of buybacks committed. But it will matter in the end, as it seems like Blacklist International, Jonathan, have found a way back into this game too.
That they do. All stemming off of a little bit of mistiming from Beastcoast this time. They've been really patient with setting up to allow a Silver Edge hit onto Gabby before going for that full kill. This time after the Yule, it's just a little bit too far out. I think the Silver Edge was fading as well, so they couldn't get the break on Gabby. That led to the Roar instantly being dispelled off and dragging Beastcoast way further out for the chase, just putting them out of position to take that fight in the way they want to with numerical advantage early on. And again, having that buyback available just worked wonders on top of it for the Blacklist supports. Roshan open for Blacklist. We'll be able to find a massive Roshan in this as well with the free Ag's Blessing on hand. Could be a big boon for Natsumi if they do hand that over to him. They will slowly burn away. Oh, can they? Right here, stop him. Oh,
no!
Okay.
Oh, no!
Oh, what?
Oh, no!
Lumpy, what are you doing? Oh, my God!
Oh, Lumpy was ready. Roshan died by the twin gates and Lumpy was ready. Oh, tips down.
Oh, my God!
Natsumi's running. Natsumi's been caught by Requiem. Lumpy, show him some mercy, Lumpy. You just took the Aegis off. Give him a break, Lumpy.
Oh my goodness. He camped the gate. He gets the cleanup. He gets everything off of it.
Oh,
He gets the Ag's Blessing.
Gabby's
Gets
still
the
in
refresh.
danger. He literally got everything. All of it. Oh.
Oh my God.
How did he?
That is.
How did he even know how low Roshan was?
I don't think they knew. I mean, they had Ward watching right by the outpost, but he wouldn't know how low Roche is. Maybe because of the stall out in the timing, they expected it to be up, and it wasn't showing up. So he's like, "All right, time to camp for the walk," and it just walks in low. That's a huge blunder for Blacklist. They held off on the ranged attacks from Natsumi. He could have just stood back with range axes and cleaned it up.
He sure could have, Jonathan. He sure could have, but here we go. Game number 2. I mean, at least it's a great game. For Beastcoast, that is. I mean, not so much for Blacklist International right now, but
no.
Here we go. Gabby, you can't afford to die. You really can't afford.
Yeah.
Tier 3 tower now under siege. It's not easy being an SCA fan, I'll tell you. Lumpy?
No.
Sunray out, just really doing so much damage from Zhao. Hake, falling quite low in terms of the HP department himself. He might need to be a little bit careful. They have the Aegis, but it's on Lumpy. The Pake can't really play too far forward. Mind you, of course, Pierce the Veil is always available. And with Gabby down without Raw up, rather Ravage up is going to be very hard. And speaking of Raw, Tims will just die. The Raw's being committed immediately to take down the Rubik as now Natsumi forced the BKB and popped the Battle Trance. But what does it matter? Well, he might find Vitaly, or he may not. Vitaly's still alive. He'll jump out of there. As now, Natsumi trying to fight, can't do it. Arbit trying to fight, can't do it either. They're both gone. Zhao, the last piece of the puzzle for the team wipe, he'll get the egg off. Arbit will bite back. You're trying to make the magic happen. Here is Arbit. Maybe he picks off Lumpy. Probably not, though, let's be frank. Lumpy, he'll lose his Aegis, but he's got the Refresher Shard ready to switch in. Gabby, in huge danger. And there's your Requiem. Ravage doesn't matter. Refresh, Requiem, Lumpy, can he time it? Yes, he can. Arbit's been caught, Arbit's down, GG is called. Beastcoast. I'll tell you what, John, I had zero faith in this team after what I saw in Game 1. But my goodness, they run it back and Beastcoast, I'll tell you, this team, if they get the draft they're looking for, they are looking fantastic.
That they do. That they do. And the side of Blacklist, again, this time around faltering. It's like you said in the middle, you're the one who laid it onto them. This is the Blacklist that we've seen before. Faltering a little bit in the mid-game decision-making, farming a little bit in awkward spots, forcing out some awkward fights as well. And, you know, it just doesn't pan out. We'll have to settle with a draw here, but big props to Beastcoast for bouncing back in Game 2.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's good to see Beastcoast showing signs of life again. Game 1 was a bit too dominant, though. We are going to head off to a break, of course. And right after that break, we'll be back with our second series of the day. We'll see you soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are once again here for day number 1 of the Riyadh Masters for the Esports World Cup, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. What a series we just watched here between Beastcoast and Blacklist International. What a series we have coming up between Nouns and, of course, Mal's Esports. So how the hell are you doing?
Feeling great. I mean, that game 2 for Beastcoast was a spectacular set of events for them. Very fortunate for them that Blacklist couldn't clean up the Roshan as well in the pit. And, you know, you can't hit outside. I have to give Natsumi some wiggle room. You can't hit outside. They had to rely on the spells. It just wasn't enough. Burns out for it right as it walks across. And then you get all the freebies you'd want there for good old SF. And it was a mess. And it's like you mentioned in the middle of that game there, Mike. That was kind of the Blacklist that we're used to seeing. You know, maybe game 1 it didn't quite show up, but game 2 did kind of falter. They were farming in some awkward spots. To be fair, Beastcoast, they were doing a great job in shrinking that map, making it hard for Blacklist to play catch-up. But without that early aggression onto the mid, giving Lumpy an actual game to play, it did make all the difference in the world there for the side of Beastcoast.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice as well. Beastcoast did make a tweet, which did clip the, of course, the Roshan going their way, and they wrote, "You can't learn until you make mistakes, right, Blacklist?" Which is obviously the voice line that Gabby was spamming the whole game. So another L to start us off for the day, Jonathan. You know, it's not L enough that you and I are here, but you know, it's a Blacklist International just. You know, really just kind of, you know, showing us what we have to look forward to in the SCA region. It's fantastic.
Ain't it great? But big props for Beastcoast. Again, every single game counts here in our play-ins. You want to be in the top 3 to just have a smooth ride into group stages. You're fine with the middle of the pack. You don't want to be dead last. You know, you do not want to get eliminated early here in the play-ins from those regional qualifiers. So Beastcoast getting a draw does bode well. Blacklist, not the end of the world, a 1-1. I mean, it could have gone a lot better, but it could have been worse if you lost game 1. So hey, look at the positives, I suppose, right?
Indeed. I believe we can head to a break as well, Jonathan. We are going to have our second series of the day coming right up after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, oh what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here once again for day number 1 of the Riyadh Masters for the Esports World Cup, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we have our second series of the day upon us. It is going to be, of course, Nouns up against Mouse Esports. But before we talk about them, how the hell are you doing, sir?
Doing great. You know, we had a little bit of a wait during that first series, but things should be smooth going here into our second series, and this should be a fun one. Nouns having a little bit of a resurgence in the latter half of the year, qualifying into the Riyadh Masters, qualifying into the International, certainly are coming out on top in North America. Mouse, for their part, a little bit rockier, right? They've qualified to a couple of big tournaments. They made it to Walaya. They just recently qualified for Elite League as well, but in some of the bigger qualifiers into, say, the EPT, they haven't been able to show up as much. So it's a little bit rockier for Maus, and Nouns again looking renewed, coming out, figuring out NA, coming dominant in the region. Should be a fun matchup. This is not a matchup we've ever seen. Nouns up against Maus, because again, Maus hasn't qualified. Nouns has been a little bit up and down in some of those qualifications as well. So this is going to be the first time for both of these squads to face off against each other. It should lead to a pretty interesting time here, Mike.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, both these squads are usually underdog squads, right, going into these bigger tournaments, but it should be very intriguing to see how they do perform against each other to get things started. Of course, for Nouns, a lot of teams perhaps, I mean, a lot of people perhaps not expecting this team to even be here at the Riyadh Masters, but props to them. Jonathan have been doing fantastic work. Against Maus Esports, I do wonder how it all pans out. You know, it's hard when you haven't got the history behind it. Like, it's when you don't know the record between these two teams, it is very challenging to know exactly how this one could pan out. I mean, Maus, you and I, we've had the pleasure of casting this squad a couple of times over a couple of tournaments. They can pop off, you know, given the right kinds of drafts.
That they can, and it's always interesting to see how Maus is still, you know, they've got a lot of belief in Force and Narman, you know, Kuya Nico and good old Narman still hanging there in Maus. They've been working on this together with their coach, of course, for a long time now, and Immortal Fate, Allnet as well. This squad has stayed relatively together since its formation under the Maus banner. And I'm keen to see whether or not these improvements culminate here in the big one in the Esports World Cup. Of course, again, Nouns, as he said, maybe not the team everyone was expecting to make it into Riyadh, to make it into the international later on as well. As, you know, everyone looks at Shopify Rebellion, right? But Shopify just falls off the mark, and Nouns comes out as a stronger team. Again, they've also been building and working with the squad for a long time now. So the culmination of that efforts leads here into the Esports World Cup. And it's going to be interesting to see how these two face off against each other. Of course, we've got a little bit of our graphic here for the Nouns team, as everyone's still getting ready, but we can take a look and remember how these young lads look. It's a very solid squad, of course. Gotta love that central pose from Gunnar. Everyone's doing some sort of Korean heart sign.
Yeah, I get a bit critical over the poses, Jonathan. I don't like the Korean heart sign very much. I think it's a bit, you know what it is? It's too normie for me. That's what I want to say. It's something a normie would do. Unfortunate for Gunnar. I am judging Gunnar's pose.
I do like Lelis's pose, you have to admit. That's a pretty good hype kind of pose. And Fly does the classic arm raise as he always does, but there's no logo to point to this time, Fly. I do appreciate it. The classic Fly pose.
Literally pointing to nothing but his own arm, which is cut off the screen sad. Which is, yeah, I mean, maybe compliments to him, John. Maybe that's how big his arm really is. Still, very handsome lads on the side of Nouns, of course. They will be up against Maus Esports, but for now we get to look at these handsome lads. And it's nice to see these guys performing as well, because there is always doubts as to how this squad does coming out of North America, but I personally like it. You know, I think Nouns is the fresh blood you're kind of looking for out of the region. You know, it is nice to see them here at the Riyadh Masters, of course.
That it is. And, you know, it was always... Nouns and Shopify always made the argument for 2 slots because they would be heads and shoulders above everyone else while the DPC was running. They would always kind of square off against each other, even in these qualifier scenarios.
Yeah.
So it's time to see how much further Nouns can push themselves in comparison to the results we've been getting from Shopify. Of course, they can't underestimate Maus. You cannot look down on this team. Again, this team, in at least 3 of its players, in Allnet, Force, and Narman, have been together for at least more than a year from their time in Geek Fam. They've been with Immortal Fate. They've been working towards that Discord group together for a long time. The addition of Supreme and Bengen does feel like it's working out quite nicely. I did enjoy in our versus screen as well. You know, I didn't get to mention, but there's something about Force's face. There's something about Nico's face that just makes me smile. And I think it's because I see him in every guild picture. You know, Angat, the Angat squad, which is just Tanga in reverse. Right. I see his face plastered on Facebook. I see Skem constantly spamming him and him spamming Skem back. I see too much of Force, and it just makes me laugh. I'm sorry, Kuya Force.
Yeah, he's a handsome lad, Jonathan. I don't see what the problem is. Everyone wants his photo on the on their guild banners and whatever else. I mean, you can't blame them for that. Look at that. That's a handsome man right there. Obviously, a very good player as well, if he's, you know, in his element. We have seen some interesting games from Force in the past, but certainly I feel like we've seen a lot of better games, I want to say, here from Force throughout the the history of SEA Dota that you and I have had the pleasure of casting over all these years. I'm very intrigued to see how they do here at the Riyadh Masters, because at Mouse, they are still a relatively new roster, new squad here in the Dota 2 scene, and you are at the Riyadh Masters. I mean, there's a lot to play for. Arguably the biggest tournament these players have had the opportunity to play for thus far. So see if they crack under the pressure, John, whether they kind of, maybe perform even better under the pressure. Who the hell knows?
Again, it should be rather interesting, I think, for Mao's coming into this. Maybe their performance in the Western Europe qualifiers for the international falling a little bit flat. I think people expected them to go a little bit further than they did. And again, now as well, they just qualified to the two big ones this year. They had a lot of matches played. They have a little bit more under their belt. Again, not taking away from the side of Mao's. Qualifying to other third-party tournaments in the downtime is still pretty big, and that might give them even more experience to play into this patch, experience to play into Nouns. Again, it should be a fun one, because again, we haven't seen these teams play against each other. At the very least, I think the one thing that we can expect from Mao's is some showmanship from Narman. It feels like every single team we see Narman on, even from the time he was briefly on Neon, and even times before that with like Reality Rift and some iterations, Narman's Pause 4 has been one of the flashier ones from Southeast Asia, right? Like stuff like his Rubik. Maybe we get his Earth Spirit, I don't know. If he figured out how to use Stepping Stone, that could be quite the boon for him if that does come out. It's good, I'm telling you. It's good. Stepping Stone is actually pretty nice.
Who are you to tell me that Earth Spirit's facet is good? I've never seen you play an Earth Spirit game in my life.
Because I've seen good Earth Spirit players play it, okay? I've seen good Earth Spirit plays it, okay?
How dare you?
Good Earth Spirit players have been enjoying it, Mike. I'm telling you, just get used to it. Yeah, you're just so stubborn. It's like, oh, it's a new way of playing. Well, I don't want to relearn my hero, even though theoretically I could do a little bit more with it. Oh, I'm too stubborn. You complain about me, Mikey, when I cried about Pudge Hook. You're like, oh, John, you just got to get used to it. Lol, skill issue.
All right, I was going to bring up the fact that you've been crying about the fact that you can't deny yourself on these heroes for like the last 5 years. But
yes. It's a rightful complaint. If I can't Soul Ring deny myself as Pudge, what's the point?
If Narman takes Earth Spirit right now, I'll literally send you like $200. That's how confident I am Earth Spirit is God. If Narman chooses it in this draft, I will send you $200 right now. I promise you. But PayPal's literally
to be fair, I don't think they've played. I don't think they've recently played it. I'm not too sure if they played it in the Elite League qualifiers, and the hero's just not been that popular, to be fair. And when we have seen it come out, it has been mid with a resonance. So I don't know if it's a very safe bet for you to make, Mike. You're not going to be sending anyone anytime soon. Still, what you will be seeing sometime soon is this draft. You see CK, the Monkey King, the Tiny, and the Enigma being banned out by Mouse. Now it's taking care of the Brewmaster, the SF. Still a lot of strong openings there. Spirit Breaker is still there. Phoenix still there. Again, Witch Doctor's been kind of dead. TA still in the pool, surprisingly enough. And they will take the Dark Seer instead after the Broodmother ban. So Mr. Conehead comes out once more. It does do a lot from the offlane. The aura buildup we've seen a lot of offlaners go for has been insanely strong. You have some strong laning combinations to consider for Nouns. If Spirit Breaker's not pick or banned by Mouse, then you can just end up with a Dark Seer Spirit Breaker lane, which we all know what that can do to a safe lane once you hit level 3.
Pretty painful. Mouse choosing to wait for the Earth Spirit pick, I suppose. They'll go for the first pick Oracle instead. I do like this, especially with the innate ability of Oracle. I still get surprised this hero in the pro meta just doesn't show up. Like literally every game. It's got the most busted skill set right now, right? Like you basically it's pretty ridiculous how useful his skills are. He has a facet that, or rather an innate ability that literally tells you where the power runes are going to spawn up every single time, every 2 minutes. Like how can you not play this hero every game? He literally gives you 100% magic resist with Fate's Edict Jump on an 11-second cooldown. How is this not a first pick hero every game?
I'm not sure why. Maybe it comes back to the laning. When you and I were talking to Insania, he felt like the laning of Oracle is just not amazing. I do feel like it's, again, probably not the best, but it still has some presence. You have some really strong safe lane combos as well that can be aggressive with the root plays. So I'm keen to see what Mouse's ideas are there to build up for Ulnet. And again, whether or not they'll allow something like that Spirit Breaker, true, they still have one more ban on Mouse. Nouns as well. Taking care of these bans do take care of the Troll. Troll Oracle gone, but I would say that's a blessing for Mouse rather than a curse. Gyrocopter gone as well, very stable. Pause one's being taken out of the pool. You still have... Lifestealer's kind of faded away with the nerfs to Corpse Eater, so... I don't know if that's even viable. TA is banned out by Mouse, and they'll go into the Pangolier. So we've been seeing, again, quite a fair bit of the Pango sliding out. Could end up being our Force Hero, could be Supreme on the mid very early on. Rather open for Mouse to kind of pick and choose what they'd want to do with Pango. Double jump tends to be the facet, double shield crash tends to be the facet that everyone goes for. We don't see the faster roll all too often. Again, I think the only time you and I saw it was Abed playing it in Riyadh qualifiers, actually. So, not sure if we'll see a repeat of that. They'll go with a Tusk pickup instead here as well for the side of Nouns. So, letting go of the Spirit Breaker, even though it wasn't banned out, opting for a much more stable Darkseer Tusk, which still has those early spikes at level 3. There is a lot of rundown potential. You've got a good save as well with Snowball once you get Blink up. So you've got a lot of counterplay lined up here on the side of Nouns. I quite like it. I'm not sure if you're going to go tag team or drinking buddies. We've seen a little bit of both, maybe a bit more on tag team in Southeast Asia at the least, but the drinking buddies does feel like it has a lot of utility as well if the game is right.
Yeah, drinking buddies is very interesting. We'll have to wait and see with these drafts whether it's worth it. I think it kind of is with the Darkseer combination. Like it makes enough sense, right? If you can set up, just drag your Darkseer even closer, get those double Iron Shells going. We'll see what Nouns do want to try and do with this Tusk Darkseer combination. As Mouse, they will be making their third choice for their own draft. And it's going to be the Ursa pickup, which is arguably a pretty good call when it comes to dealing with the Darkseer. They'll even get the Grimstroke combination if they want to run the Grimstroke Ursa. I still think Oracle Ursa is also extremely strong. So either way is fine. In fact, I almost prefer Oracle Ursa because you can just cancel off the Surge with Fortune's End from Oracle. But either way, honestly, this draft from Mouse is looking pretty damn strong already, at least for the laning stage.
That it is. I like the combinations they have on hand. Just Soulbind onto 2 is going to feel pretty good in holding them back to allow your Pangolier to get the chain control necessary for the side of Mouse. And they could be pocketing the Force Hero, or although again, there is an option to flex the Pango here. We have seen Force offlane Pango before. Maybe not in recent times, but certainly in his time in Southeast Asia, it has been a viable option for Force. Now it's going to have to start to lock in more cores here. Could go into the straight up pause 1, considering that you could just assume Pango off, or if you assume Pango mid, you could go for some big mid laners. We haven't seen Zeus at all in these qualifiers from the games we've watched, but it does still feel somewhat viable. Laning to Pango might not be the best. It still can work out. There's stuff like Leshrac, which is still available here as well. Quite a many ways if they are looking at mids versus the Pango. It doesn't feel like it completely wins out mid lane nowadays. They'll go with a Weaver pickup instead. And that's really intriguing because we've seen, at least again, in day 1 of the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, Weaver has been consistently banned. Every time we see it slide through into qualifiers for Riyadh Masters and for the International as well, the Weaver has wrecked face. Right? It's this crazy shard timing. It's your output with the shard, Gleipnir build up, even just with Javelin up. It feels like the hero can show up with Javelin Falcon Blade. It has crazy good tempo.
I think Weaver is certainly a very busted hero right now, and obviously does very well against the Ursa. Like, up until you have the Blink Basher on Ursa, the chances are the Weaver's going to have a very free time, so I think Nouns already looking very, very good with their own draft. I mean, you do have plenty of lockdown, with the Pango, Grimstroke, and Oracle on top, so you don't necessarily have to purely rely on this Ursa to get to that Basher build-up before you can lock down this Weaver, but we'll see how it pans out. I mean, the Weaver certainly is a very nice counter towards the position 1 Ursa. What I'm intrigued about now is, are they going to throw the Pango mid lane on Mouse's end and just go for another off lane pickup themselves against the Weaver? You know, because Pango isn't necessarily too bad laning-wise against Weaver, but you may have just kind of anticipated the Pangolier mid for yourself. And the other thing is as well, you do have an Oracle that can tell you exactly where all the power runes are going to spawn. So having a mid lane that can really abuse those power runes is always going to feel really good.
It is. I don't think the Pango... the Pango can kind of abuse those runes nicely anyhow. If you are looking for a stronger lane into the Weaver, if you feel like Pango's not enough, I suppose there's stuff like Slaughter could be a decent answer. Minus armor stacking to play with the Pango slashes, and the Ursa to just melt them could be one way. A decent enough combination with your Grimstroke in terms of an Inkswell initiation. But for now, it does look like Mounts is assuming perhaps that Pango off again for Force, banning out the DK first. Mouse, for their part, taking care of the Storm Spirit. You've got the Ember on hand. Again, there's Zeus. I do believe there's been some Tinker played here from Copy if Mouse wants to take care of it. Although with the nerfs to Defense Matrix, without the strong Dispel, it does feel a little bit more manageable, all things considered. It did take some big hits. Right after the Southeast Asian qualifiers, it just instantly took some big hits there.
Oh yeah, I was purposely... people were very upset in chat during that game as well, because we would not shut up about Tinker. I purposely kept talking crap about that hero just because I wanted to get nerfed. Like, I was really trying quite hard to make sure Valve knew that Tinker was indeed broke. You're welcome, by the way, to all those viewers that were so upset about me repeating myself multiple times. I did it for the greater good, Jonathan. I know they were watching.
Yeah. Yep, dead and buried. It's all gone once more.
Get him out of here.
See the puck being panned out by Mouse. Well, he's suddenly turned into garbage after that.
I mean, he's always
puck gone, so kiting options for the Ursa gone, I suppose. Nouns, again, still fairly open. Ember could be annoying. You don't have the best hard lockdown for something like an Ember Spirit, I suppose. There's still a Lushrak option if you want to not give it to Mouse. Again, all assuming just Pangolier offlane for Force here. Take care of the Husker, so they could gun for the Ember. No, they'll go for the Void Spirit pickup. And we will end up with a Void. We've seen a little bit of the Void coming out. We've seen it, heck, sometimes even on safe lane, right? But the mid Void Spirit does feel like a safe enough matchup. It's innate, just kind of sounds always... It sounds so insane on paper. Your lockdown on Mouse isn't amazing against the Void Spirit either. So there is a lot of play here left to kind of dodge around for Copy. And that can make it rather interesting. Question now for Mouse is, do you flux the Pango? Because Pango versus Void Spirit doesn't sound too bad. It should still be pretty manageable for the Void Spirit. But you can still kind of play that as a Pango as well. So you can look for something else in Force. Again, something like Slaughter has been left completely in the pool. If you really wanted, there's the Spirit Breaker offlane option, but I mean, it lanes well with Grimstroke. You've got Inkswell Charge. Can play aggressively. We'll go to Primal Beast instead. So that is something that, for some reason, I always associate with Force. Like, I see that here, I think of his face, but Force will take the Pango. We'll end up with the Supreme Primal Beast. Primal Beast versus Void Spirit lane, much more aggressive for Supreme. Shouldn't be as comfy for Copy to just sit back and farm. Level 3, level 4 spikes are pretty big for Supreme. Leverage that aggression. The one thing I like about Mouse's draft is it's all really tanky. You have really good targets to keep sustaining through here for Bengen. And he's got, again, some hold to kind of stop the Darkseer from running around, stop Gunner from just surging people away. They've got decent enough answers for Egg. Mind you, it's triple melee cores up against a Phoenix with Egg, but at least with Ursa and Overpower, it shouldn't be too hard for Olnit to kind of knock Fly's Egg down, but that does put a lot of pressure on your Ursa. Very different draft from what we've seen in last series, and it looks pretty exciting. There's a lot of aggression that can come out, especially as we approach, I think, the 15-minute mark is going to feel good. I'm curious to see what Gunner's idea behind the Darkseer is as well, whether or not it's the standard aura play or something else entirely. Just how much can Copy get off this mid Void Spirit? Because it feels like we haven't seen the full potential of the Void Spirit from some of these qualifier games just yet, Mike.
Certainly not, but we'll see how it does pan out. Of course, this is going to be game number 1 between Nouns and Mouse. Shall see who can pull off this game one of this best of two series to get us started here for our second series of the day. Plenty of games to come, of course, but you are in the playing stage right now, so every game does really matter in terms of trying to get through to that group stage and securing your place at the Riyadh Masters for 2024. Here we go. Both sides, of course, smoked up, running right into the mid lane, trying to get those wards down before the fights really start to begin. A lot of tips being handed out by both sides already. Smokes will be broken mid lane. Copy and all that will spot each other there for a second, but won't really amount to too much. Copy is somewhat careful because Maus are still smoked up around this mid lane waiting to try and initiate, but seems like they'll have to wait out their opportunity to try and initiate. The from now on is going to pretty much just stay on their side of the map.
Yep. Not too keen on forcing too much early on. And again, there's some pretty good level 1 play from Maus if they really wanted to force the issue. Have a lot of AoE control, some good damage output, but can be a little bit dicey up against Nouns as well. And do just stand back, play it safe, and Ulnet doesn't want to get ganked up. They do have wards to protect this corridor down mid on the river. Should still be able to snag away for a 2-for-2 here.
They're going to try now. Supreme's going to show up. Copy will as well. They don't really want to mess around too much. It's going to be a 2-for-2 by the looks of it. In fact, it might even be a 3-for-1. And it will be. The Nouns get away with an extra banner rune for themselves. Happy days on their end of things. Like they were able to contest Force for that extra bounty rune. And so Nouns already off to a fantastic start. Of course, we can start with the mid lane where you are going to see Supreme up against Copyra. I'd assume the Primal Beast should just have an advantage here, John. I mean, it is Primal Beast against another melee core.
Yeah, shouldn't be too rough for Supreme. There is some play for Copy, and he can at least try to clear out the wave. He's got some protection with his all-damage barrier on Resonant Pulse. But Supreme, once he hits level 3, probably level 4 is when you can really start to see that kill threat with the level 2 trample up. Rune control going to be big as well for Copy to sustain this lane, to top up the bottle. Along with Supreme, and that's where Maus again should have a little bit of an edge with the Oracle on hand. Bangan should be spamming that Prognosticate right around the first power rune. So we'll see if that is something they can play off. And, you know, if the mind games come in. Last time we saw the Oracle come in, right? We saw them posturing, trying to mind game in on the wrong rune, snag away on the other side because of this positioning. It leads to some interesting plays can come out off the top of that, Mike.
It certainly can. What's happening in these side lanes? I mean, bottom lane right now, you've got Bengun, you've got Olnat, they're up against Lelis, and of course the Darkseer of Gunnar. Seems like Lelis is trying to get some pulls off here, but the Fortune's End is going to make it a little bit hard for him to approach the creep wave, so actually will back his way out. Gunnar's had a pretty okay start for himself on this Darkseer as well, because he did have an earlier creep pull from Lelis, so he was able to secure his level 2 timing. They probably aren't going to get too good down at this bottom, I'd imagine. Against Ursa Oracle's top lane now, Force going to take down Fly. Fly goes down to the Phoenix, and that'll be a very nice start here for the top lane now.
Yeah, already seeing Force leverage that double shield crash with a double jump quite nicely, keeping Yuma fairly far back. The synergy of Phoenix and Weaver isn't that strong. You don't have as much play in comparison, say, a lane with a lockdown support, or even something like the CM with some slows to help you run around. Every single time you Shikuchi in, double jump kicks in, and Yuma's not going to be trading favorably into that point. You also have your camp opened up. Always have the pull back here. Fly just contesting a little bit. It is going to be a little bit slower going for now. It's up top. It does take quite a few levels for the Phoenix to really get some decent damage in. Again, with how tanky Force is, does make it hard to commit. Narman can just sit back a million miles away with the Stroke of Fate and still have some impact as well with the value point in the Inkswell. Probably the most passive lane for Nouns coming out there. As again, the bot lane, you do have level 3 up and Gunner. Level 2 Iron Shell is ready, but it doesn't really account for much when you're playing up against the Oracle with his Dispels on hand.
They're going to try and abuse the tag team here with Lelis. It's not going to really amount to too much. Meanwhile, mid lane, Supreme's actually going for a big creep pull behind the tier 1 tower. Does get away with it. Gets himself a banner rune on top. just going to continue to drag it back his way. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a bit of action breaking out, but doesn't really amount to much. Supreme actually just dragging the creep wave all the way to the medium camp as well, by the looks of it here on the Primal Beast. So really just trying to escalate in terms of the old farm department here on the Primal, and I suppose why not? There's no rotations here to try and punish Supreme for doing this. So he gets away with it just fine.
Yeah, and this is something we've seen a lot of mid-Primal Beasts do, just leveraging that early farm advantage. They do manage to snipe away Lilith as well with a bit of a chase down. And Ursa Oracle with the roots is really hard to play into. There's just no presence for Gunner here. Like, that basic Dispel taking off Iron Shell makes it hellish for the Darkseer. That combination with Tusk, it's not going to feel strong for a long time. You could probably farm safely, but any aggressive place is just out of the window.
Yeah, it's certainly a very annoying kind of lane for Gunner to try and have to play into. It's one of those things, like for Gunner, as long as he secures his own farm on the Darkseer, he's not going to mind too much. It's going to be a little bit sad that you can't apply the pressure you're looking for, but it is what it is. You know, you just, as long as you secure that initial farm you're looking for on the Darkseer, you won't mind too much. Because this is a strong lane he's up against. Barely able to get away with the Surge, by the way, as Bengun was almost there for a Fortune's End to cancel the Surge off. Kind of close call there as Yuma top lane is out. Yuma getting taken out by Force. Force might die here to Fly, who does already get an Armin. Still trying with a shield crash, does get a lot of damage out, and Fly is going to be the one to go down first as Force able to secure a double, but so will Fly. 2 double kills up at that top lane.
Yeah, much bigger for Force. He takes the kill first, so he's alive for the EXP. Gets a huge boost for himself now. About to hit 5, a full level ahead of Yuma once he does get that additional creep going his way. And that much closer to the 6 timing where some combinations can kick in for the side of Mao's. With that death as well, do get the bottle top-up coming here from Narman onto Supreme. Same thing goes for Copy. Just getting the pickup from Fly.
Oh, Supreme.
6s are up here.
He's going to try with the Pulverize, but he had no idea. Well, in fact, he's still actually winning out this fight. Kopiwara able to astral step out of there just fine. Mouse prepped for that 6-minute power room timing. So it's probably going to be up top. Supreme will take it. I appreciate that Bengun literally stuck by the bottom rune just to play a little bit of mind games, you know, just nobody really knows where it's going to be, but obviously if Supreme goes top, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, you know, it's just being a little bit cheeky, you know, it's one of the things for the Oracle. You can make things interesting for yourself. And this game start already very interesting for Maus as well. 5-2, slight net worth lead. Net worth is still rather even despite these kills that Maus is finding, but again, the EXPs where things are getting a little bit out of hand for now. It's faster 6 for Force is lined up. Once he's got the roll, there is a more kill threat coming out top if they can land that combination with the Inkswell. Or even a rotation onto mid if they really want to commit to slow down Copy. Still, you are getting a lot of free space for Gunner to just freely farm. Again, no kill potential, but playing with the Iron Shell. There's a rotation out from Supreme, but there was an early ward drop right around the ramp area. Does get a glimpse of vision from Supreme showing up, I suppose, walking across the river.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Top
attack.
lane Copy. We're going to see the rotation out from the Void Spirit now. And Force does have Rolling Thunder, so it could be a bit of a challenging sort of fight to initiate from Kopiwara. He actually does back his way out, back into the mid lane, where he'll continue to contest the farm of Supreme. Very quiet now across all lanes. Probably set to get quite active again very soon, though, because we are going to have another power rune spawning in 15 seconds. Very hard for Kopiwara to really contest these power runes, though, when you have the advantage of just knowing where they're going to spawn anyway. Of course, Supreme, he'll just head up top. Kopiwara heads down bottom. And of course, it is going to be... I actually don't know why Copy's standing there waiting for the power rune as if he has a chance. Force will get have the help of Fly, or rather Supreme, as Fly will be the one to die. It's kind of cute for Copy to just stand there waiting for the power rune, I'm going to say, at the 8-minute mark, John. It's like, what are you expecting, sir?
Yeah, what can you do, right? Rune control, it's all set up nicely on Mouse. They've got good wards, just watching. We'll find Gunner as well.
Yeah, they're very nice kill there. Just a beautiful setup from Bengun, and Olnett barely got the damage off in time, but he certainly got it in the end. Top lane. Supreme now being chased down here by Yuma and Fly, but in fact, even Copy Warriors trying for the chase now with the double Astral Step charges available, but Force is going to stun him up with the Rolling Thunder. And now you've got the hills from Bengun to come in on Supreme. The Primal Beast going to be just fine to reinitiate here as Copy going to try for the stun out onto Force. Does land the Aether Remnant. Meanwhile, Yuma trying for Bengun. Bengun okay to back his way out. Force trying to move back in. Supreme looking for a pulverized target. Not quite able to find one yet. Copy still has double Astral Step charges, so he's okay to back his way out as they do land an Aether Remnant onto Supreme. Jump in again. They won't land the follow-up stuns, though Supreme perfectly fine as now the turnaround onto Copy. He'll still be able to dissimulate just fine out of there. As Bengun being chased by Yuma in the meantime. Force now the target, but Force is just too tanky on the Pangali. He'll be just fine.
Yeah, a rather interesting set of events coming out there. You are buying a ton of space out, I suppose, for Olnett and for Gunner to start farming up. It doesn't feel like you have enough burst damage on the side of Nouns to really fully commit onto this tanky front line. Ruin.
Fly gonna try and contest, but will give his life up as Supreme able to secure an amplified damage rune now. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just so strong, this innate ability. Like, if you have the right mid laner who has the right lane, like, how do you win after that? Because now Supreme just secures every single power rune.
And he does. Had a running start already on this Primal Beast. Going for the straight BKB build-up here as well. So there's really nothing that's going to be stopping him in the middle. But he's pulverizes outside of maybe a punch out from Lullis. Are making some aggressive plays bot, Bengun.
Now going to give it a crack. Bengun already down. A nice pick up onto the Oracle, but that's going to be about it. And now they'll try for the tier 1 bottom tower. Of course, the top tier 1 is going to go down a lot sooner. Supreme has been working on towards that for quite a while, so there is going to be an opportunity to try and defend here as Mals if you do want to keep that bottom tier 1 tower. But it doesn't really seem like they care for it, of course. They'd rather just start on the mid tier 1, for example, and just get other objectives. No need to defend that bottom tier 1.
Yeah, you're already in a safe position anyhow for Olnett to keep this farm game up. Battle Fury only about 300 gold away now as well for Ursa, so that farming pace can really kick into overdrive soon. Did opt for Yuma to go for the Dragonlance into the Deso, not going for the usual Maelstrom, Gleipnir, Falcon Blade kind of build up. Does want some early presence up here with some more stats. Minus armor to try to melt some of these tanky heroes as well. Have to see how clean that timing is for Yuma and how well they're able to play off of that quicker Deso on this Weaver. Still in a very good spot for Maus. Yeah, not a substantial lead by any means, but they are playing a lot more aggressive. They've got the confidence in the tankiness of Supreme and Force.
Copy.
Although,
dump in. Narman actually going to avoid the Aether Remnant, and now the Primal is going to grab him up with the Pulverizer. They get him onto the high ground. Copy makes it out. Supreme somehow jumps back in for a shield rune and does get it. Oh, Force with the Rolling Thunder kind of messed up there, John. Got him onto the high ground, giving Copy a way out. The Supreme still hanging by the mid lane, still has a shield rune active, so he's very, very tanky. Copy's going to be somewhat careful because they are looking to go in again. But they're going to find Fly instead, who does manage to Icarus dive out. Not that it matters, because eventually they will get him here with Force. Copy obviously cannot really help on the Void Spirit. He is forced to just get the hell out of it.
Nah, I mean, again, you're kind of stuck just waiting. Copy is still getting good progress onto the Ags. And that's when this Void Spirit can really start to play a little bit more aggressive up front. But again, that timing's going to line up with the BKB timing of Supreme, so at least one of the cores won't care too much about that AoE silence that can come into play. Mid-siege still underway. Not the quickest process for Mouse.
I mean,
and they don't have long cooldowns to wait for.
The Copy's going to jump in. Aether Remnant out on Supreme, but he's just taking no damage. He just took no damage. I think he got like 100 damage total by Copy in that kind of combo as Keep in mind, he's going to have a BKB up rather soon as well on the Primal Beast. And that's going to make life so much more challenging if you are this Void Spirit. Like, where's the damage going to come out from to control this Supreme Primal Beast? I think Yuma is probably the answer you're looking for, but the problem is the Weaver. He's not at that point where he's going to feel confident to start to move in yet.
Not yet. And again, his farming pace is held back by the fact that he doesn't have any farm accelerating item. Dragonlance into Deso, as mentioned. You already have the Battle Fury for Olnet, so he's taking over the net worth right now. Once you have the Blink BKB, a team fight into Roshan doesn't seem too unfeasible here for the side of Maoz. One more rune for Supreme, haste rune up. And that Prognosticate from Bengen, just allowing the easiest rune pickups here for Supreme. The lack of runes is really hurting any sort of play for Copy. It just forces him to play a farming game, which you don't necessarily want on the Void Spirit. You kind of want to get kills into the Ags. Try to look for easy targets, but you don't have any buffs for yourself. You're forced to just sit back and farm. I suppose that is also good space for Gunner to work onto his own Ags. Still one part away mostly here, lacking the point booster with gold on hand. So you will hit some strong timings that should align pretty much with Yuma's Deso, along with the Ags that we've been looking for here from Copy. I'm just concerned that it's not going to be enough once all of that aligns with the BKB up on Supreme now. And again, with this Ursa getting as much farm as he is already.
Mid lane, Poppy. Will be okay to back his way out, but the mid-tier 1 tower, it will be going down. No problems here for Supreme.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Olnet is certainly getting a little bit out of control here. Just top of the net worth board by a mile. And there's no chance of slowing down on this Ursa, that's for sure. Yuma, props to him, still keeping up very, very well on the Weaver, but might need to start to think about getting active soon with his team. To try and kind of stem the bleeding. Mals, I think, are farming a little bit too quickly here on their own courts. And I do like the timings of Mals a little bit better. You know, like this Ursa is going to get a lot scarier than I'd say the Weaver will be. Now Roshan does begin. Another beautiful part with the Oracle, John. You can just make it so Roshan doesn't attack you with Fate's Edict. Very, very nice. Sadly, Fate's Edict does have a cooldown. Might be another buff that Oracle does require, but, you know, we'll talk about that after this game.
We shall see. They take the gate across as well. They do not want to contest here with Lala, so he misses out. Ward should be spotted, and that does spot the smoke across the gate at the very least. So Lala's Ward should be able to get them a bailout on the bot. Still, I mean, again, this is the Ursa timing. Blink Battle Fury more than enough. They don't even need to force the fight out. See if the smoke pans out still.
Fly. React quite quick enough. Because Icarus diving the wrong way anyway. Wouldn't have really mattered. Nice little pick off for Force. Force 4, 1, and 2 now on the Pangolier. The Mals, I mean, they are still hunting. They're still looking for more. This is a very hungry team. Nothing will come out of it.
Yeah. I mean, again, that smoke was spotted out by the Ward, so it was harder to find anything bigger. You still have this good tempo lined up here for Maoz. They still have yet to use the BKB on Supreme. You're still forced to farm up on the side of Nouns. Deso, 400 gold away for Yuma. We've got that Ags alt set. Well, actually, no. Gunner, I believe he did opt for Guardian Greaves instead. So no Ags rush. Does want some of that sustain here on Darkseer. No big punches to come in. But might be able to keep his team alive stronger. If their positioning's right, they play off the Sunray with the Guardian Greaves, with a good vac wall. And there is some play. Ags up for Copy. Should still be able to take control of the Ursa and the Pangolier at the least, even though you can't control Supreme. I mean, even though you're farming fine on Nouns, it does feel like right now, you're still in a really good position for Maoz. Like, yeah, you're not finding kills, but you're not really fully set on tempo anyhow. You still have a lot of scaling. You're not too worried about dragging it into a late game scenario, or a later mid game scenario when these fights finally break out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Excuse me. Mid lane. Damn hiccups again, Jonathan. Never fun.
It's fun for me.
Supreme. Getting jump. Copy. They're lacking a lot of damage. Supreme now going to look to turn around as they will get the Soulbind out onto 2 targets. Supreme still just tanking through so much. As he finally is forced to onslaught away. They'll take down Fly on the Phoenix. Meanwhile, Copy trying for Narman on the Grimstroke. Should eventually have him, but needs a bit more damage to finish off the kill. Finally jumps in, gets the kill down himself. Meanwhile, Bengen on the Oracle, actually still alive with the false promise, but no, he's not. They had plenty of damage. A 2-for-1 trade in the favor of now.
Actually, a pretty decent trade for Nouns, considering they forced out the BKB usage from Supreme, so that's the first charge finally down. They are exposing some of the weaknesses of Mao's right now in terms of hard AoE control. Can be a little bit lacking. And again, Sustain coming in from Nouns with the Guardian Greaves build-up on Gunner instead is doing quite a fair bit of work. They didn't even have to really commit that many of their ultimates. Are ready to go once more. Egg still ready. No wall, but just a vac egg with Sunray could be big enough.
Certainly could be. They're going to try Supreme. Sunray will start. Won't be anywhere near enough. Meanwhile, Force jumping in. They'll take down Fly.
Ooh.
The Ursa, though, he's lost his Aegis. Bit of an awkward kind of conundrum from Olnit as he just kind of melts to the damage output of Nouns. But he'll still be okay. They'll take the Fly kill and that'll be enough for now.
Not quite the way you'd want to expend at first stages. They didn't manage to get that much pressure onto tier 2s either, or maximize it for farm just yet. Oh.
Ooh. Gonna go down. Forster with the big rolling thunder, holding down two of them with the Soulbind to follow up, but is it gonna prove to be enough? At least for Lelis it will be. Force now looking for a way out as Copy's looking for a way back in. Massive pick-off though for Nouns, taking down Supreme. It's actually the first time Supreme has died this game on top.
Yeah, he dies for the rune as well. He was trying to camp for that arcane rune gun. They do manage to finally pick up a rune on their side for Nouns. It is Gunner with an arcane, which isn't actually too shabby if they do manage to use it within this time frame with the wall. But probably not going to be able to do so. Still, you are seeing some of that bite back for Nouns. This Deso pickup from Yuma is doing short work on these heroes. They're very tanky in terms of HP, but not that much in armor. And Supreme is still stuck with level 1 Uproar as well, so he's susceptible to just the minus armor stacking with the Deso, with the Swarm on top. In prolonged fight, it does not take too long for that hero to help melt. Heck, even Olnit, as we've seen with that Aegis, does get shredded quite hard. Still, gonna start making moves onto the tier 2, force out the early Fortify. Good forward wards, or good defensive wards by the tier 1 from Mouse to spot. Nouns just playing around the bot area, so they know they've got leeway to get the shove in up top. And again, they maintain a very slight lead. It's a very even game at this point.
Yeah, a very scary replay we just saw. Olnit very confidently taking the Tormentor, getting himself down about 40 HP. He did not stop auto-attacking, I'll tell you that, John. Very ballsy play from our Ursa. Supreme. Mid lane looks like he'll be okay. Nouns not looking to make any form of a jump in yet. 5-man smoke here from Mouse. They'll wait for their power rune first, and it's going to be an amp damage again. Fly ready to break the smoke. Does do so. Supreme, though, immediate jump in with the Pulverize is going to ensure they do secure a Phoenix. Ooh. And now the top. Lelis, he tried to jump in to save Fly's life, but the immediate stun out with the Pulverize made it impossible.
Just unfortunate timing. Good follow-through as well with the Inkswell and the blink forward from Force. Find themselves 2 freebie kills in the supports, and that should open up another opportunity onto the tier 2. You've got a BKB ready as well on Olnit. Has his fresh 9-second charge, still have 8 seconds up on Supreme. And there's not much play here for the side of Nouns. We'll just have to give another outer tower. Stuck with only the bot lane with some semblance of map control. Inside of Mao's. I mean, once you hit this Basher and Olnit, it does feel like your options to take these fights start to get rather limited. They will go for a smoke play. Try to flank from the triangle. But the side of Mao's, they're already hugging some vision areas here. If the smoke breaks, it's not going to be that comfy for Nouns.
You'd love to find Bengen first. Instead, they're going to find themselves a Pango. So Force is down. A nice start already. Narman also being caught on the Grimstroke should be another. As Copy moving in for more has found Benga. But Bengun actually gets caught. The Aether Remnant right on the edge from Copy. Gonna land and suddenly 3 down from Mouse.
Quick target identification onto the mid. Taking care of Force first. Catching the rest of Mao's while they leave that high ground control they had on the top jungle. They do get punished severely. 15-9. Again, a rather even game, but slight advantage swinging the way of Nouns now. Yars are really starting to stack up on the Deso damage here for Yuma. 10 charges already up. Has a Hurricane Pike to distance himself as well. And now they've got room to pick up a power rune for Copy. So I believe that's actually his first power rune, as Gunner took the one a while ago. Haste rune up for Void Spirit. A little bit more if they do see some opportunities onto the squishier targets. For Mao's part, it does feel like he needs something defensive on Force. He is going for a Manta of his own. It's going to take some time to build in. At least the Yacht is not too far off now. We've got that full basher up on Ulnet, so if this Ursa can get on top of a target, it should get deleted with no problem. And the issue is finding that target has felt a little bit tougher and looking for these big cores. Like, Yuma's done a great job of just playing it safe. We haven't seen Copy fall too recently either. Has just been the support sacrificing themselves, so the stall game from Nouns is actually going very well here.
It certainly is. Props to Nouns. They have not made it easy for Mouse to really take over this game one. Still a 1k advantage their way at the moment, as they are going to smoke up as 4. A rotation towards the Twin Gates where Roshan has now spawned. Now still slowly making their way through the Dire jungle. Very good position to start a fight here for Gunner to boot. Don't forget, you are still up against the Darkseid, so if they do go into that Roshan pit, it'll be a very hard fight, but they will not. They'll hang by the tier 1 tower by their own vision. Huge wraparound from Nouns, though, going by the Roshan pit. Trying to really come in from the back. Mouse, have they read this kind of movement? I don't know if they have. Nouns still moving in. They might find Bengun first.
Break.
Vision down. Nouns still waiting. They'll see the Tusk now. Lelis underneath Vision does get a Sentry Force, popping the Rolling Thunder. But it is a bit of a waste. It's now Olden forcing a snowball out from Lelis. Lelis will die by the looks of it, though he's trying to make it as hard as possible. But he is down. That's 1 down for Nouns.
Feels so awkward to try to force this fight without the Rolling Thunder, though. Full
He's
minute.
Gonna try. Oh, Narman barely saved by the false promise, but now the Vac wall! Oh, Gunner! He found all 5 targets. Copies jumped in. They can't believe it. Narman and Bengen, they're already gone. There goes Force. No chance of survival. Olnet's gonna try to make it out of this one, but there's no chance. Oh my goodness, what a back wall from Gunner. I mean, he found everybody and the kitchen sink on top.
That's the combination we were talking about from now. It's just that setup back wall into the egg with the Sunray running on top. More than enough damage to take care of them. And that's all off the back of them going all in to chase down Lelis. They used the Pulverize early on, so they don't quite have that for the re-engage. They use the roll, and Force just doesn't find anything there. It was just them playing off that vision. Yeah, you can see, again, all lined up, not respecting the Vac wall, not respecting Gunner's presence. I mean, he hasn't been doing anything in the game for a long while, so it's easy to forget. Once it kicks in conjunction with the AoE damage Copy has, it just destroys them. Ulnet as well on the side. Just tried to TP, got rolled and punched, isolated away. Everything just fell apart. Mao is losing their early tempo advantage. Now a full 7k lead for Nouns. Game's in their hands, and it does feel difficult for Mouse. If this roll doesn't connect from Force, then the AoE control is somewhat lacking. You're really relying on Pulverize to do a lot of work for you here.
They're watching Yuma right now. Supreme's thinking about jumping in with that Blink Pulverize, but he just does not feel the confidence here to make that play happen. Now a Shield Rune being spotted by Nouns. They can finally secure another Power Rune for poor old Kopiwara. You're seeing the the laughter of Nouns. Copy, he'll happily take his shield rune once again.
Oh, Supreme.
No, they're going to try and jump in. Supreme's okay. There's a lot of damage though now being dealt from Copy. Certainly he's not the primal beast anymore that you just couldn't do any damage to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No. We've got a ton of output now in Copy. And with the Ags, with the stats starting to stack up, with the intrinsic edge, does do quite a fair bit as a universal type. With the jumps in and the Resonant Pulse, we'll find himself some small objectives now on the side of Noun. So they find a tier 2 bot, shoving in mid. Got the map opened up their way. Maus, they've got to execute on this pickoff once more. But Nouns, they're coming out with smoke. No vision to scout that out from Maus. A good flank angle here for Nouns if they can get that jump in.
This could be big. 4-man smoke versus a 5-man smoke. Nouns have got the Aegis up, but they're lacking their Weaver. They somehow run right across from each other. They're so close you can smell each other. Oh, Numa. Numa?
Oh, boy.
There's no way.
Oh,
smoke broken. They're going to see him. Did they see him? Ward's down. I think they spotted Yuma there for a second. They're praying he comes back. Please come back. But Yuma, he's gone. It's that damn cockroach you spot in the middle of the night, John. You just don't get it the first time. And you never see it again. Not until that one time.
No.
You've really got to go to the toilet, you know? Don't ask me why I'm saying this, John. It might have happened recently.
No, it's just typical, Mike. You know, it's nothing personal for sure. For you, I'm sure. It's the standard Southeast Asian experience right there. Just giving Force and Norman the taste of home, I suppose, in a game of Dota. Man, I can't believe that smokes didn't pop, though. That's just... that's just so close to breaking. Now you've got a decent position for Nouns. They are trying to hug their vision on the side of Maus, just around this cliff ward, but Nouns aren't biting the bait. And they've got so much output right now in Yuma. Already has a casual Crystallis up, full Daedalus flying in. So even more damage kicking in. Once he has a shard on top, that's when things get really insane for the Weaver.
Radiant are scanning.
Lane Supreme. Jump is there. Copy Warra. Gonna land the Aether Remnant. And again, the damage output really starting to stack up now onto Supreme. He'll pop the uproar though, making it hard to continue as Supreme is able to just get out. As long as Bengun doesn't get caught on the Oracle, it is pretty hard to burst anyone down. You see Bengun every single fight, just running for his life, trying to survive the output of Kopiwara. And that is really the key, I'd say, for Maus. Like, if this Oracle doesn't die, they don't lose the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they don't lose the fight. It's just hard to see them taking a fight as well where they win. I think that's the big issue right now for Maus. They're not seeing the opportunity to look for that pickoff in a wide 5v5. There's a lot of pressure on Force to get some good rolls. There's a lot of pressure on Supreme to get the proper BKB pulverize off. Yuma Casual carrying out another tier 2 by himself, leaving only the mid left standing here for the side of Maus. As for their part, trying to shove in as well, down bot. Get a nice safer Tormentor take from Olnit. But the lead just keeps building up for Nouns. Again, like this Weaver. Sure, Aegis is about to expire, but they've cleared out the map. They've taken control back their way on Nouns. Going for the BKB next on Yuma. Has his shard up. If he's allowed to just Shukuchi across, get a couple of right clicks, and this backline support duo just dies. Once those supports are gone, like without the saves, these tanky cores don't last that long with the output now on the side of Nouns up.
I mean, Maus, they still get away with the bottom tier 2 tower. Problem is the mid tier 2 tower will be taken by Nouns, so they'll happily trade. I mean, Nouns, they're still hanging around that mid tier 3. They will eventually leave the vicinity, but a very nice scan now onto Olden, so they know where the Ursa is farming. Nouns will have a gander, see who is in that dire triangle right now, but it is certainly the biggest target you can hope for. Thing is, Olnit does blink TP away, so he's just perfectly fine here on the Ursa. Nobody getting caught. It was very, very, very important for Olnit to continue having at least a semi-decent game for the rest of his squad. It's almost at the stage now where the Abyssal Blade will come up on the Ursa, and perhaps that could be the the big game-changing kind of itemization that Mouse have been looking for. We shall see. Now certainly not looking too weak themselves though. I mean, this Weaver is hitting like an absolute truck at this stage. It's a matter of how they want to try and contest is, well, mid lane, Nouns once again staring at Supreme, but they will not jump.
No. He's still a difficult target, all things considered, and we haven't seen the side of Mao's really split up, so they should know some saves are hanging in the backside. They're just taking control where they can on the side of Mao's and Nouns, playing on opposite sides. I mean, it doesn't feel like you have too much to be scared of, as Nouns start to approach these BKB timings. You've got a BKB lined up for Copy. You've got a Butterfly instead for Yuma, as I do believe his BKB should be flying in. If he did finish that build-up. Smoke out from Mao's.
Mid lane, big group up. Copy. Get back to the high ground. Counter smoke now committed. Yuma, he's going to break the smoke of Supreme. Time lapses away. Can he get out? The force up. He's all right. For now, Rolling Thunder will connect on the Weaver. They're still trying with the Pulverize to lock him down. Meanwhile, Narman and Bengen, they're both gone. Yuma, he does finally drop. Only able to secure the kill, but now the turnaround downs. They want to keep going. They're on the Ursa. Olden, still okay. Copy, has he gone too far? For now, he'll be able to successfully retreat as they'll move on to Force instead. Force dropping quite low himself in the Pango. Is still able to walk away though. He's fine. It's kind of that Nouns. It looked like a decent start to the fight, but they lost Yuma on the Weaver. It ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, and you'd have to make the argument, Mouse, they come out on top.
Yeah, they do a lot of sick saves coming out there, trying to drag Yuma away. The Soulbind still connecting a really good roll from Force. We're talking about a lot of these fights very reliant on that roll follow-up. And this time it does connect in a big way. Good bounces back. Chain control over the Pulverize. The silences ensuring that the egg won't pop in. Double Abyssal right in the tail end as well. And the cleanup was there. The vac wall this time from Gunner, just catching the supports out. It's not enough. You need to get some of these big guys up there in the vac wall. Again, without the Phoenix, some of that bite in that combination is gone. You're also not able to clump everyone up for the AoE damage from Copy to really kick in. And Mao's finding a very weird flank, right? Like sneaking around through the rear on the bottom jungle does make it work out. Roshan respawning shortly. Now it's in full force back up though. Wall not too far off either. They could force this fight again. Mouse can't afford to lose another Roshan here.
No, they certainly cannot. Waiting by the Roshan pit now, sneaking around right by the Lotus pool. Vision is around though. This could be a very hard fight for Nouns, but they're going to jump in anyway, trying to force the BKB out of Olden. They do get it. Bengun already down on the Oracle. Meanwhile, an onslaught from Supreme onto 2 targets, but nobody's dying from Nouns yet. Gunner's still alive. Gunner's barely going to make it. In fact, no, he does finally die, but Olden dies too. The Ursa is down. They'll buy back immediately on Olden, but they'll lose Force in the meantime. The Pangolier is gone. Olden, he's trying to rush back. They might just lose Narman on top. And Olden obviously just going to farm instead, realizing there's just no point to getting back towards that Roshan pit. And Nouns, they are indeed going to steal another Roshan away from Mouse. That's massive.
And it is. This ward from Lullas dropped earlier, giving all the info. They were hogging that Lotus pool while Olnut was making his way into the pit. Gets scouted out, gives a perfect angle for the side of Nouns to capitalize on. Now they get that safety net once more for Yuma. They get the free Ags up for Lullas. The Walrus kick in play now. Repositioning available with that blink. This game gets a lot harder for Mao's. Nouns have a lot more to play with. And yet this ward just shows the backline, presents that angle out for the jump from Copy. And they did manage to get the Soulbind combination with Pulverize, but Olnut was just copying way too much damage early on. Without the saves, without the sustain, they just can't take these prolonged fights.
Oh, yeah, it certainly feels like you are well and truly at the stage now where once that initial BKB and rage wears off from Olnut, he kind of just melts to the damage. Mouse are kind of stuck, banging their heads against the wall now, trying to figure out a way to come back in this game one. I mean, Nouns are still playing a rather slow game, all things being said and done, considering they are 20k ahead at the moment. But now with the shield rune up on Copy, they might just want to go. You know, there's not really much in the way of stopping them at the moment. Is kind of the big deal, I think. Like, how do you actually fight them? Especially with Bangun getting caught before the fights even start. And I'm not blaming the Oracle, because the thing is, he's up against a Weaver, and a Darkseer, and a Void Spirit, and a Tusk on top. So, like, plenty of ways of catching this Oracle. But as long as Bangun dies, the fight, it starts to feel impossible.
And it does. Unless they get that isolation, as we saw in that bot jungle fight. Isolate away Yuma somehow, but with a secondary life, with a BKB ready on this Weaver, just doesn't feel like you're going to be able to find that angle the same way you did last time around for Mao's. The Ursa as well, like Ultimate, it's just so easy to kite even with the BKB. They have so much mobility on the side of Nouns, and then they have the Walrus Punch, the Walrus Kick now as well. It's not going to be an issue to drag this Ursa away when he does pop that Enrage. Already the siege beginning down bot, just Yuma showing up.
I mean, that tier 3 tower is just not going to last at all. There's not really too many things to be done here, Mals. They're just going to kind of watch that bottom racks melt to the damage of Yuma. Still thinking about how they're going to try and force this fight. They've bought a full Abyssal of the Earth to boot, so Ultimate now going to have that guaranteed lockdown if they do move in for a Pulverize. But Lelis now with the kickback onto Supreme, going to put him in a very awkward scenario. He'll be able to BKB and run, though. Supreme does make it out, but that's his BKB committed. And Nouns, I don't believe committed anything. So they can happily just wait to move back onto the high ground, knowing now Supreme doesn't have the security of his BKB left.
And no BKB and no Rolling Thunder from Force. Commits it as well very early on.
Ouch.
Doesn't really connect onto anyone. So that's your teamfight combination gone. Yuma still being cautious, showing a lot of respect for Mao's and what they can try. Doesn't feel like you have too many options for Mao's. At very least pulverizes off cooldown, but without that roll, without Force being able to disrupt these fights, it's feel like a relatively simple process of poke and prod here from Nouns.
Here we go again. The Yuma still playing quite safely on the Weaver, all things being said and done, but yeah, fair enough. Age is still up for a minute and a half. Jump in. They found themselves an Ursa, of all things. Ultimate, he's okay. Lelis will die first. Supreme ensuring that he had the backup to ensure he stays alive. Copy jumping back in onto Ultimate, but Ultimate is fine. So they do get away with a nice cheeky Tusk kill onto Lelis, and they are indeed going to put a stop to this high ground attempt that was incoming from now. So at the very least, you lose one lane of barracks, but it's still not the worst case scenario. Maus are still well and truly in this game, number one.
They're finding small trades.
There is an amp damage on Copy. You got to be a little bit cautious. He's hitting for almost 600 damage per right click right now, but he's going to decide better off jumping.
Play it safe. I mean, if he does jump in, gets a couple of lucky crits off the Astral Step, a hero can just get deleted, I suppose. Still, the progress that Maus can find isn't that big. They'll find the last outer tower. Anything beyond that just doesn't feel too feasible just yet. You've got Yuma with a full butterfly up now, so our Weaver is doing 1,000,000 damage as well. 300 on a single right click with the Geminate attack plus the Shikuchi. And there's a lot of damage that will just fly out if Yuma's allowed to Shikuchi around. 20 to 19, 21k lead still standing for Nouns. One racks down on the side of Maus. Wondering which way they can itemize to really help out. Like, Force is holding out the gold to buy out the full Ags. The swashes on the jump can be quite nice in terms of getting some control back. You've got the MKB being forced out in Ulnit just because of all of this evasion up on Yuma with a Butterfly plus the Avianis Feather. It is quite a fair bit of hits missing. They want to commit onto that Weaver now. It does feel like some of that scaling has started to slow down immensely on the side of Maus. Right, like your Primal Beast is pretty much fully geared up. Going for the Sight of Vice for some additional control can play nicely into the Soulbind, I suppose. Double Hex is going to be big if they can land that combination before the BKBs go on. A lot of ifs in these equation. Got the Octarine up for Ulnit now as well, so more uptime on the Enrage, and with the Overpower as well, with the Earthshock Enrage, so it's going to be a little bit harder to pin down the Ursa. It just feels like the execution is still much easier on Nouns, as long as they play as a team. The only way I see Mao's coming out with some easy kills is like what we saw in Lilith's. Hanging around the lane all alone, not respecting that mobility still up on Mao's. They can look for pickoffs, but beyond the pickoff game, it doesn't feel like you have much.
Very, very tough position again here, as Noun's now going to smoke up. Still rotating into that Radiant triangle now. And Mao's, they're going to smoke up as 5 to boot, so it seems like they are going to try and at least force a fight, but their smoke is already broken. Yuma, he does get caught by the pulverize, so maybe they can burst him down. Yuma, he's already gone. They've taken down the Weaver. Maybe this is the fight the Mouse can finally commit to, as they've also going to find Gunner. The Darkster is down. 2 for the price of nothing, and that's a massive gold change. It's like 5k gold with those 2 pickoffs. It's huge.
Man, that's the pickoff that we were looking for, right? For Mouse, like they're isolated away from the rest of your team. Copy's not there to get the jump in, to get the silence off, force some BKBs and try some counter plays. Don't have Lelis around for the saves either. Copy.
Danger. Managed to astral step out, but the chase is on. Ulnet desperately trying for the Abyssal Blade. The Inkswell. The Inkswell will land right on the edge for Ulnet.
God.
That's a huge streak for the Ursa now. That was worth 2.5k gold. The gold change that is for the Void Spirit kill. Nouns, I mean, this is a little bit throwy, Jonathan. No other way to put it. They are straight up throwing this game away.
Yeah, I mean, again, they get a little bit reckless splitting apart. It feels like they've been very disciplined playing as a unit of 5 when they cross the map. And they provide one opening for Mao's, and suddenly the game blows a little bit open. Are already starting that siege onto the high ground. Respawns aren't too far off at the very least. Roshan is also 1.5 minutes away, so no instant objectives for Mao's to find off the back of these kills. You're certainly feeling that confidence come back just a bit here for the side of Mao's, for sure. Start playing further out. If they can secure this next Aegis, that's when things start to get dicey for Nouns. But they have been playing very well around Roshan on the dire end anyhow. We'll see if Mao's can finally sneak a Rosh away this time around, outside of the first they had a while ago.
It certainly feels like it's their best chance now to finally secure that Roshan. Hex up onto Supreme. I can't believe they found a way back into this game, quite frankly, John, just with the way things have gone. You know, like, it really is kind of surprising how this has ended up the way it has. Dota Plus was sitting at 96% for Nouns. Is the key word, Jonathan. Currently at around 78% now for now.
Well, that's what happens when your cores kind of die almost one by one there, Mike. When you're that far ahead, it does bounce back.
Could happen again. Jump is there. Yuma this time will not get caught first. Gets his BKB off. Narman, False Promise will save his life. Lelis, he will die first. The Tusk he'll have to buy back. Meanwhile, though, the fight looking really ugly for Mouse, but the Pulverize. They've got Yuma. They've got the Rolling Thunder, and Yuma is gone. Yuma is down again. He'll buy back. He'll time-lapse into the fight. Try to salvage the situation. They are going to find Ult. All right, Ult's down another time. He's got buyback. The problem is Roshan is available. So I think Mouse have lost another Roshan now.
That they have. There's no way they're contesting this one. Looked like a decent way to start the fight out for the side of Mouse. Losing Ulnet does take a lot of that fight away. Giving another Rosh off as well. It's going to be a nasty thing to deal with for Mouse. They've been doing a great job in avoiding that Aegis spike for Yuma. But now they get the free Ags upgrade for Fly. More hits on the egg. They've got the save potential with the egg as well. You know what, Mike? This feels like a Southeast Asian game, doesn't it? Full Divine up for Copy. He wants this over.
Wait, why not? Divine Rapier up for Copywara. Yeah, with this stage of the game, like, he's probably just thinking to himself, like, listen, this team has almost thrown this game a couple times now. Let me just finish this game. Let me do this one for the boys. Yuma, T3 tower. Makes very short work of it, of course. The kind of the key, like, if Yuma dies, it makes the fights significantly easier, to say the least. Maybe not so much anymore, because Copy has 1 billion damage on with the Divine Rapier. And of course the Ancient Guardian, which is also about to kick in as Supreme. Needs to be careful.
Oh.
Jump is there. Yuma was hexed up for a moment, but they haven't got... Oh, maybe they do. Yuma, he'll survive. Instead they'll go after Lelis and they'll secure the Tusk kill. My goodness, I mean, Yuma was very close to just dropping. Had the Aegis anyway, I suppose, so probably wouldn't have cared too much. But somehow Mouse, they defend high ground and they'll get away with another Lelis kill.
And that's a dieback for Lullis, so you've got a bit of a window here for Maoist to look to make a play without having to worry about the Tusk and his saves and his kickbacks. Supreme also not getting punished after being kicked back like that. That's a pretty massive win for Maoist. They buy time for the respawn on Ulnit. He gets to join back in. I will say that the loss of Aegis and the loss of the free Ags is really hurting Maoist. Like, imagine he had the free Ag Scepter up for Ulnit. If he had Enrage through the stuns, he gets that off. Gets to cop a little bit more damage with the Octarine, a little bit more uptime as well, less downtime overall. And the Ursa could do a lot more work. It's just these fights, the timing has been so awful for Maois. Nouns have been able to capitalize so well. Still, some fresh items pouring up. Should have the full MKB not too far off for Ulnit. You've got the full Assault Cuirass for Force. Help defend up against the physical onslaught that Yuma, and to an extent, Copy is letting out as well. So, I've got some protection on hand. The big thing for Maus is really just find a way to keep Bengen alive as long as possible. Like this, it's like you said earlier, but it really does feel like you are banking on this Oracle to get you through these prolonged engagements. He does have a nice telescope for a little bit more reach. He's had his blink for a while. Going for the Guardian Greaves into the Holy Locket as well. I wouldn't mind an Aether Lens to close out the slots if he can afford it, although it does look like he's fully occupied. Maybe off the Guardian Greaves slot, you can kind of consider an Aether Lens just for more reach with the telescope. Maus, again, they've managed to hold on well. It does feel like they're always one fight away from losing it all, though. Like, if this next engagement goes now in Sway with the Divine up and Copy, running down on the Ancient, it's not going to take that long. Especially with the damage as well on Yuma.
Also, we are going to have the reconnection here from Ulnit. Go Ahead is there. Back underway is this game number 1. Drastically different to that last series we watched where both series, or rather both games, were seemingly very dominant. But this game 1 is just so close between these two teams. Like, we are having a complaint for some lag on the Nouns end of things. Hopefully that gets resolved rather quickly. But again, John, I mean, this game already is just so much closer than that whole series we just saw earlier between Blacklist and, of course, Beastcoast. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Wonder, I mean, does that one team fight you spoke about come? Like, do Nouns finally find the fight they've been looking for to put a lid on this game? There's still 3 core buybacks available on Mouse, so I can't really say it'd be a guaranteed victory. One of those games, John, you know? One of those games that could go a while.
Yeah, it could. We are inching towards the 60-minute mark. Smoke out from Nouns. I think all they have to do is force the 5v5. Just run in as 5, get your combinations off, get a good vac wall. That's probably the most important bit. If Gunner can land a vac wall and get a good egg from Fly, you're kind of set. The issue is finding that.
Mouse holding position. They've got some vision in their own triangle, just waiting for the initiation to come in from Nouns, but Nouns are being very patient themselves, just holding their own smoke. Mouse will just retreat back towards their base and just hold their own position on that high ground. The thing is with this Divine Rapier as well, for Copy, it's like you're kind of worried about feeding it away. So you're in this weird position now where it's like, yes, I can delete anyone, but I can also get the lead instantaneously. And naturally, like any good carry or any good core player, he doesn't have like a BKB or something, John. Because why would you need a BKB in a game like this?
Nah. Who needs that item?
No doubt.
Doesn't give damage, right? Yeah, exactly it. You have a Manta, you stick to Manta. Maximize that one Dispel you have. That's all you need.
Yeah.
All you need.
Smoker.
Oh.
They'll run through the mid lane here, Mouse. They'll get into the triangle. I mean, this is probably just going to be like a smoke to relocate to be able to farm. In terms of fighting, I mean, they are having a gander to see if they can find anyone. In fact, lines have been drawn right towards Dire Triangle. But that is Nouns drawing the line, so they are predicting very well that Mouse has smoked up, trying to come towards them. And they are just holding their own position in their own Dire Triangle now. Just ready for the fight if it does come, but it doesn't seem like it will come. Because Mouse, they have backed off.
Again, a lot of caution up here for Nouns, even with its lead. I mean, if Copy just randomly gets chain stunned, which he can be, he gets deleted, and then suddenly you might have a Divine Ursa running around, or even a Divine Pango doesn't sound too bad here. The Swash, any one of those is going to be painful, so you might as well hold your cards close to your chest. Maybe wait till 60 minutes, Mike. We'll wait for those tier 5s, why don't you?
My favorite. My favorite, Jonathan. Go, Mouse.
Can't believe it. Day
What's
one,
that, John?
you know, day one of the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. We got a little bit of delay. It's like, all right, you know, that happens.
Yeah.
It lasts a little bit long. And then you get into, you know, the first series, not too long. Suddenly you come into this one. Mao is announced, whose two names are already kind of phonetically familiar.
Yeah.
Also end up going 53 minutes already.
Yes. As
That's what you get when you put us on the stream, Mike. Yeah,
It
exactly.
certainly is. This is the one thing that I can't believe still hasn't been changed. Of all the changes, right? Like we've added talents, facets, or whatever the hell else. We still can't breach high ground. John. It's still borderline impossible to go high ground.
I thought...
What is it, John?
I thought you were going to say, you know, I can't believe it hasn't changed. Why do they keep putting us on these games that can last long? Or in these teams that could potentially play long? Because it will. If a team can play long when we're casting, they will play long. Like for Phoenix.
And we're the idiots that don't charge hourly. I mean, at this rate, I don't know why we still charge a day rate like that matters anymore. But what happens in the event that we actually cast for 24 plus hours, John? Do we get a secondary day rate? Is that how it works?
I'm pretty excited for that day to eventually come. Hasn't yet. I think our peak is 14, Mike.
No,
We need to pump those numbers up.
It was longer than that.
I'm pretty sure
John,
14. Did we have a 16-hour day? No way. No, you've...
No.
I
had
cannot
days,
fathom.
I've cast 2 tournaments in the same day, and I'm pretty sure it went for like 18, 19 hours, some crap like that.
No. You didn't cast back-to-back. I think you did production in one of them.
Oh, I did.
And then you
too.
casted
You
the
are
other
right.
time. Yes,
Yes, you are correct. Anyway, moving. Who the hell cares?
Nouns?
Smoke is out. They're not going to find anyone yet. Narman actually just blinks out of it. Lelis almost couldn't believe his eyes. He just pops the dust and finds nothing. The Mao's being very patient, just waiting towards the north. Both sides, of course, playing around their own vision. A lot of vision is around here from Mao's, though. They've got one right by the Lotus Pool and right by where the top tier 1 tower used to be on the Radiant side. Because Nouns have completely retreated, now going right back towards the Radiant base, where they will just rush for the tier 3 towers. I mean, why not? There goes your top racks. It's gone. Tier 3 tower almost gone. But that's one way to do it.
Let's play.
How much do you really want to wait for Roshan?
Still a minute 40 until it's up as well, but that could line up nicely here for now. And still, Mao is on their way out as well. And they do spot Gunner out. Does manage to clear out the ward. But any kill here to force a 5v4 could open up these engagements. Perhaps Mouse could, I don't know, even dream about Roshan if they find that pick off first. We shall see. Scan is good.
I found Fly with that scan. Shiva's Guard will give a bit of vision. Supreme, who'll happily take the jump in, but the Aeon Disc is going to prop, giving Fly another chance at life as now the Vac is out. Fly, he will finally die, but he's going to buy back here on the Phoenix. In fact, now a kickback. Supreme completely out of position, really in trouble thanks to Lelis. Supreme will drop. Now they go for more. Copy. Has he found Olden? I think he may have. The Ursa, he'll go for the Ek. Fly, they're going to be just fine. Olden needing to run away, but the Shard's going to lock Olden, and he's just standing there trying to stand his ground. And Alden is dead. Or is he? He'll pop another enraged, trying a man fight, but he is gone. Meanwhile, Force also to drop. Copy's found another. They'll take down Narvin. Alden's brought back, but it's another buyback with another no Rosha. The second time this game has happened to Alden. He buys back, but there's no team to fight with.
Yeah, it's just a repeat. Again, the Roche fight doesn't line up for Maus. Again, Nouns finds a good angle right by the ramp. They force out all of this control onto Fly, who with the Aeon Disc forces out even more control. Lack of utility for the follow-up fight. And the side of Maus, it's another Roche they miss. Again, it's a really good position for them to hug on Nouns. They managed to get that good kickback as well on Supreme. The isolation plays that Nouns has on hand is just overwhelming. Again, just unfortunate for Allnit. Tries to go onto Fly. Egg flies in. Doesn't have his jump out with the Earth Shock, so it's just forced to cop it.
Oh, Supreme. Deleted. Thanks to the kickback of Lelis. Force going to try and move in with the Rolling Thunder, doing some good work here up against the Tusk. Does take Lelis down. But the Mega Creeps are incoming now for the side of Nouns. They're going to try and drop Copy, getting quite low. Not quite though. Does manage to simulate and does get away. Copy's fine. Allnit is not. Allnit still trying with the Enrage to buy himself a little bit more time, but it's not enough. He's down. GG is called. Nouns will pull off the Game 1 victory up against Maus Esports.
And that was a slugfest of a game. Mao is coming out strong in the initial parts of the game. You know, they're getting some good stuff going in their lanes. They're getting some good aggression out. They never had a significant lead on Maus's end, though. And I think that was the biggest issue. They were applying a lot of this pressure. They weren't able to translate that to a huge net worth lead. They're doing a great job on Nouns to just hold back, and once those spikes came, they just ran it down.
Oh, well, with that, Jonathan, we do have to head off to a break, of course, but right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Maus Esports and Nouns. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here once again for the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters for Dota 2, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. In case you weren't watching game number one, of course, you should have been, Jonathan, because you are working for this series. Mouse, they end up losing up against Nouns for game one, Jonathan. Nouns, they end up pulling off a game one victory. I don't know where I was going with that, Jonathan. I think I was trying to make a joke, but it didn't really pan out. Anyway, game two, what do you want to see Nouns, or rather Mouse, do different? They do sound phonetically similar, Jonathan. What do you want to see Mouse do differently here in this game too?
I think they had the right ideas. It felt like they needed to push that advantage better. It felt like the coordination felt flat when it shouldn't have. It did feel like Nouns did have a really good understanding where to play the vision game, though. Again, that ward by the Lotus Pool was a really big part in one of those Roche fights. And just the discipline Nouns had for most of that game to stay as 5. I think that threw off Mao's quite a fair bit, because in the 5v5, Nouns just completely wipes them. Mao's had to play the pickoff game. Mao's had to look for one simple target first and then force the 4v5 when that equation wasn't equal. And they didn't really find that. They did find it once when Gunnar and Yuma were farming the triangle a little bit too aggressively away from their team, but beyond that, like, Nouns, again, had a really strong understanding as to what they had to do. Perhaps for game two, to rectify that, you could look for a stronger team fight perhaps coming out. Not that it wasn't strong at all, but it wasn't consistent, strong, hard lockdown. Right? You had Pulverize, which holds one, maybe a few more in the AoE. You had Rolling Thunder, which is not exactly reliable. You had nothing to go through BKBs as well outside of that Pulverize. And it felt like Allnet on this Ursa was very easy to kite around, especially once the free Ags came in for Lelas, which again, all of that kind of collapsed and fell apart because they kept losing Roshan. Always the nighttime Roche, never getting the free Ags up for Allnet. With the Octarine build, he really wants to maximize his Enrage. Never happened there.
It's kind of strange, right? Because the start of this game, like, they were getting every power room. Supreme was popping off. They literally just could not die. Just no damage being dealt. And I can't remember exactly what point of the game it was, but there was one or two team fights that just went kind of poorly, and suddenly the whole game just fell apart, and we are getting to see a few highlights. Maybe we can have a bit of a refresher as to what fights it was that caused the comebacks to happen. But I mean, if you're Mouse, you're probably not going to be feeling too good after that game one. And sadly, we did actually get to see the faces of Mouse after that game one. Jonathan, let me tell you, they did not look very happy whatsoever with what resulted for that game one, and I can't quite blame them, because for the first 15-20 minutes, it really did feel like that was their game to lose. You know, they really felt like they were in complete control. It's going to be a pretty tough one, I think, to give up that game one.
That it is. I think they've got to find a way to rally again. The team fights just felt a little flat, as we are seeing in some of these highlights. They take this position, they kill off Fly to one time, but with the Aeon disc, they're forced to pop literally everything to come in. And this is one of those fights again where Allnet kind of bought back for a Roshan that never went anywhere near for Mouse. He did that twice. It just felt like they could have cut back on those gold expenditure there as well. Maybe he could have farmed up for his own Ag's Blessing or something else to help out in this game. There was a lot of pressure on Force and Supreme to really get control, right? And even Bengen, like, they had to rely on Soulbind to hold them back with Pulverize, get them dragged back to the Primal Beast for that roll from Force. Just a lot of things had to go pinpoint perfectly. Whereas for Nouns, right, you get a Vac Wall, you're kind of happy. You jump in on your Void Spirit, Astral Step on everyone, Resonant Pulse out on everyone with the Ags. Just really easy follow through. Even if it's not everyone getting sucked in by Gunnar, you will find multiple kills when it's multiple people being vacuumed in. So the ease of execution was certainly there for Nouns. And for Mao's, I don't know, I feel like they are the kind of team that can rally back quite nicely. Again, they've known each other for a long time, and we'll see if they can in the next game.
We shall, Jonathan. We are actually going to have to head to a break, but right after that break, we'll hopefully have game number 2 between Nouns and Mouse Esports. We'll see you soon. All right, welcome back. We apparently are back here for our next game of the day. It's going to be between the side of Nouns and, of course, Mouse Esports. It's MLB Dota and Jokes. John, I wasn't aware. Why are you going to laugh like that?
That's your tone of voice. Yeah.
Well, thanks, John.
I'm sorry.
You've done it. We're live, Jonathan. Go on. Save this disaster you've made us. You've made here.
No, it's just seeing.
The game's not underway.
There's something about your
no
face.
drop.
There's something about your face being so serious.
Thankfully, game number 2's draft has not begun yet. We're still waiting. Go on, John. What is it?
I apologize for my unprofessional behavior. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I don't know. When you deal with a 1-hour game and the delays, you know, your brain just kind of it goes somewhere else, Mikey. I think it walked maybe 3 kilometers away at this point. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's a magical feeling. And again, that was a magical game 1 for Nouns to work their way back in after a pretty rough start. Mao's was having a good time, but again, they couldn't build off of that strong start in the way you'd expect them to. They couldn't capitalize on it. And I think, again, there's a lot to learn coming into this game 2 if they want to go for a draw. And Nouns are not an easy opponent to do it. Their teamwork has been looking spectacular on Nouns' end. Their coordination, again, they were sticking as 5 for a long time, not giving any solo pick-off potential out to Mao's. It does feel like almost a playstyle change is necessary here for Mao's. Like, if they want to play single target pick-off, they have to be much more aggressive about it early on.
Okay. Thank you for that, Jonathan. My goodness. Here we go.
Oh, that's a good minute of me laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Mike. You brighten up my life. Just your face makes me happy, you know?
Was I the
That's
only
all it
one?
is.
Was I the only one that didn't hear them telling us we were going live?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
That's all right.
But I was watching the stream. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Haha, someone had their eyes closed.
Oh.
Okay.
Anyway. Yeah. Wait. More bans to come. They'll get rid of the Dark Seed this time around on Nouns' end of things. Seems like they are actually just scared that they'll hand it back the way of Mal's. Mal's still just focusing on position 1 banouts, the MK and the CK. Ban stage going a lot slower than last game round, I want to say.
And it is. It's a little bit curious. Oh, there we go. I was going to say that the TA's been left alone for quite some time. Templar Assassin does get taken out by Nouns, so taking away, again, some of the stronger pause ones. I know we're spoiling it for you, chat. You'll see the draft soon enough. We're taking a look at the lovely faces of our players right now on Mao's and Nouns. But there is that draft. Enigma being banned out as well by Nouns. Mao's taking care of, again, these big carries as well. Do they leave the Phoenix option? I feel like Fly did so much work. It's one of his best heroes. And we'll take care of the Pango instead. And they start off with a Brewmaster very early on for Mr. Force. And we have seen the power of the Brewmaster. His right clicks, his chase down, his damage in lane is really damn strong. I do like this. It's a very safe opener. It doesn't feel like there's anything that really counteracts a Brewmaster off lane, except maybe a Razor pickup, but I don't know if you really want to go Razor necessarily. We have seen a lot of it in Southeast Asia, to be fair. That is a route Nouns could take if they want to win lane. The hero does still feel really good with its facet, the Dynamo. He does do a lot of damage in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, they're gonna go
Weaver
down
instead.
Why not? It worked the first time. It was a bit of a slow build-up for Yuma, but it worked nonetheless. Could just be a support Weaver as well. You do still have that very nice flexibility here with this hero at the moment. In fact, I dare say Weaver support's even stronger than Weaver carry. You know, quite frankly, just with how dominant it can be in the laning stage.
I agree. I think that we've seen the impact of Weaver really kick in. The damage output has been great. It scales really nicely. The Shard is just really the breaking point. The Shard and his level 20 talent, I think, is way too much in combination. Plus 80 damage on Geminate, and then free Geminate attacks on Shikuchi targets is kind of nuts. I think I'm surprised that wasn't touched down at all in some of her sub patches. Maybe we get an adjustment patch into the international. Who knows? We're in the middle of this tournament. Who knows? whenever that comes out. Still, further bans. Sven being taken out along with the Shadow Demon, so some save options gone. The Tusk, the Phoenix are still available for now, and so if they want to go back into that, I wouldn't fault them if they did. I think that still works out really nicely for the side of Nouns if they want to do it. I mean, Lelis might have been out of position a couple of times, but again, once the kickback was there, it just became really hard to play for Maus, and I think you always have that utility up there.
Oh, a bit more ban out to go here. Nouns, one more ban. Have a bit of a think about it. No, what kind of conversation Maus had with each other to try and reset after that game one? Because again, it felt like a game one that they probably should have had go their way, but we're not feeling too good right now. Hopefully the mental reset is upon us here for Maus Esports. Still the ban stage continues here for Nouns. They have not made their choice as to what they want to ban out last to proceed with these drafts.
It does feel like we've been seeing much more variation in our bans. Like stuff like Centaur, it doesn't feel like a top priority to ban out, although again, we already have a Brewmaster pickup from Maus, so it's probably not a concern. Take care of the Shadow Fiend instead, taking that away from Supreme. Still have a lot of options for the mid. They'll go with a Hoodwink pickup on Nouns. Can't fault them for it. You talked about it the last time we saw the Hoodwink pop in. It does still feel like a really high damage, strong support. I mean, just with the hits coming in, with the Acorn Shot bouncing the trees, you can just get some solo burst potential going early on in the lane. So I can't fault Nouns. It's a really open support as well. You can earn 4 or 5 depending on the lane. Weaver Hoodwink doesn't sound too bad. A Hoodwink plus a good off lane coming out here wouldn't be too shabby for Nouns either, for Gunner. So it keeps the draft nice and open for Nouns. Doesn't reveal too much.
No, it certainly doesn't. Maus, how do they want to respond? Probably just a couple support pickups to come. Hoodwink was really one of the supports that I was quite surprised we didn't see a much bigger nerf on with this C sub patch, but I suppose it is what it is. You know, Hoodwink was dead for quite a while, so it's kind of nice to see it back. Just feel as though it's a bit too strong at the moment. And speaking of strong, the Witch Doctor will make its appearance now from Maus.
That it does. I don't think it's as strong post-nerf on the Voodoo Festeration. There might be an argument for the cask damage bouncing around instead, but it still does a lot of damage, to be fair. It's just not as ridiculous as it was pre-nerf. And I will counter your point. We did see a lot of Hoodwink before this patch as well, Mikey, before the facets. It was still popping up. So, you know, it never really died. Grimstroke once more from Maus as well. I do like this potential combination coming out from Maus.
I said it was dead for a while. That's all I said. How dare you?
Yeah, maybe, but not recently. But not recently. That's the implied time.
I'm
sure there was a point where it was dead. Okay, fair enough. Still, Grimstroke, Witch Doctor, some good paralyzing cask shenanigans here with a Soulbind. Always funny to see. Nouns will go into the Keeper of the Light straight up, along with the Storm Spirit. So they've got a good mana battery for the Storm. We are seeing a Kotl support, which we don't see too often. I'm wondering if there's room for Force to play the Keeper of the Light off lane, but I highly doubt it. I feel like that's a hero that we've seen Narman play a lot of before, though.
Yeah, I mean, I have been hearing ramblings of the Keeper of the Light support kind of making a reappearance as of late, so it'd be nice to see if it does kind of work out. Obviously, with the fact that you do have Storm in the meta once again, Keeper of the Light is going to look really damn good in the right kind of matchups. Oh, even with the Weaver, like that Chakra Magic plus the Sakuchi low cooldown, like it's quite problematic to try and deal with as the game does go on. Like this Kotl could put a real spanner in the works if you're not too careful here for now.
Good. You can see how much they can get done with that. Do you see the DK coming out for Maus? So a nice and stable front line once more for them. Some flex for Ulna to play it on safe, but more than likely this is just a Supreme mid up against the Storm. Copy. And that ends up being a relatively boring lane, maybe a little bit more storm favored with some easy reach and static slide overload, and the vortex combo with tree as well can come in, so double overload can come in quite fine up against the DK, but he still is a regen beast with his innate, so killing off the DK straight up might not be too feasible unless your side lanes get a lot of space. Right, like into the 5-6 minute mark, I can see some collapses heading on to mid, even earlier for the water runes, if there is enough room for you to just solo out for our Weaver and for the offlane of Gunner. So that is something Nouns can play off the back of. Mind you as well, we didn't talk about it, but the stacking potential, of course, with the Keeper of Light is massive. It's going to be a lot of good farm for either Gunner or Copy to kind of eat up quite fast to get that early tempo going their way. So that's something that Maus will also have to be able to scout out, maybe get some early blocks off if they can get the sentries out, as the stacks Kotl can build up can be ridiculous if he's allowed to do so.
I didn't realize what this innate facet for Kotl did, like plus 15% mana to your whole team within 900 radius. That seems a little bit silly. I mean, I suppose 900 radius is quite small in the grand scheme of things. Like in the middle of a team fight, your support Kotl's not going to want to show like that anyway. But it's kind of nice, you know, plus 15% with a storm. Feels kind of good.
I wonder how it works. I wonder if it keeps your mana proportionally the same. So if you go in, use that mana, go out, does it go back to your old value pre-buff? Or does it stay proportionally the same in and out? Because I feel like that's a little trick you can do, I suppose. But I don't think I don't think it would work that way. But if it did, it would be interesting for the Storm Spirit.
Yes, you'd assume it wouldn't work that way, Jonathan. But you know, assumptions have been wrong in the past. That's for sure. Here we go. Final banouts to be made. Mal's still looking for another offlane banner, not believing in the offlane Keeper of the Light, which can't quite blame him for that. I don't believe it in either. Mal's?
It's left here for Gunner. Again, the Centaur option's still there. We haven't seen it at all day. Haven't seen it prioritize as a ban out either. We've seen Tide. Could be an option with the Curl Eater, I suppose, but it didn't look amazing from Blacklist when we saw it. There's the Mars option for Gunner. I think there's anything cheeky. A Razor pickup if they wanted, but they don't know there's safe lane on Nouns just yet. But no, they'll ban the Underlord. We've been seeing a little bit more of that. And the Phantom Assassin comes out for Allnet. I know he's a Phantom Assassin enjoyer. I'm not sure how this hero stands overall, though. It did get buffed on her innate, so she does get a little bit more evasion to start off. It's not as bad as it was pre-buff, because it was pretty atrocious, that immaterial, before its numbers got bumped up. It does feel like there's enough magic damage here to still take care of PA, though. Right, like, there's enough control down the line if you do go for Gleipnir and the Weaver this time around. You've got Break on your Hoodwink to remove that innate from the PA, so evasion just disappears. You potentially could go for Solar Bind on your Kotl here as well, instead of Recall. And when the PA fully commits, she is just a sitting duck to all the magical damage that can pour in. I'm not sure how to feel about that one. Dawnbreaker out for Nouns as well. This is a really interesting pickup from Nouns. The daytime flashbang is really funny. I do not know why it brings me so much joy. But when you've got Dawnbreaker and it becomes daytime, looking at your minimap, it's just hilarious. It just looks wrong.
You can't just go ahead and call it a daytime flashbang. Yeah, and just kind of, you know, breeze over it like you didn't say. I actually thought that was a facet or an innate ability for a second. Like I thought that was what it was called, but it's not. And now I'm really upset. Like I literally opened Dawnbreaker in the Heroes tab, looking to see the daytime flashbang is what I think what you called it. And I don't see it, Jonathan, sadly. No flashbang.
It would be so funny if it was. It flashbangs to your own team, so I guess that's your overall CS2 experience in a nutshell in Dota 2 as well. Yeah. I guess it just follows along. Still, in terms of Raft, again, very different from what we saw here in Game 1. Very interesting from both Nouns and Maus. I'm keen to see what Ulnit does decide to do on this PA. We haven't seen her in the pro scene in a while. It does feel like it can still do a lot of work, but this is definitely a very fast BKB game for Ulnit. There's no way he survives through without it. And for Noun's part, you know, the Dawnbreaker's been dead for a while, not because of her facets, but her skills just feel like the damage isn't amazing anymore. And I don't think that has changed at all with the play of innates and facets here. So I'm curious how much Gunnar can get out from his lane. You don't have that typical combination as well where we're really seeing it shine in NA with Saberlight and Shopify with like Tusk Dawnbreaker. You don't have that combo. Hoodwink Dawnbreaker is fine, but there's some counter synergy in breaking the tree from the Bushwhack as well. So it can be mildly awkward for them to try to play with that aggressively early on. Still, I'm keen on seeing how much they can get done. Again, very different from what we've seen across the qualifiers, across the earlier match, even the last match. They bring out their specials here. Again, Ulnit PA. It's one of his favorites. Keen on seeing if it can pay off.
I look forward to it. Game number 2 is now officially underway, so we can head over to that and see how it does all work out. What is it, John?
Wait.
What?
He got Methodical on PA. The 6 attack ones.
Oh.
Yeah. Instead of the blur one.
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, I guess it is kind of nice to just know when you're guaranteed going to crit. You know.
Suppose.
I mean,
you're going to need some attack speed, I guess, but it shouldn't be a problem with a Phantom Strike. I know. It just feels weird. You don't have that instant burst. You have to take a little bit more of a prolonged fight in a sense. I mean, you have higher crit, but that window until you get that kill does feel mildly awkward.
Oh, we'll see. Like, one Phantom Strike basically guarantees you a crit. You know, I think you can kind of look at it that way.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, but you only get one now. Whereas if you're lucky, you can get like 2 in a row, right?
I understand what you're saying. The value, you know, obviously felt like it was there without this this facet. The thing is, it seems that they want to just remove the RNG altogether. We are going to have the wraparound. Mouse trying to be cheeky. They're going to see Lelis. They will actually... No, they landed the Syndicate. Lelis did get hit by that. And Lelis is down. Ulnit able to secure first blood already on the PA. So you've kind of already got your perfect first blood here for Mouse. You couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah. It's a very nice start out for Mouse. You're going to be enjoying that early gold injection as well. For Ulnit. I'm not sure if we caught that. Oh.
If Fly sticking around could be in danger, but now Yuma's actually going to intervene, trying to slow down Force, but Force is just going to keep going. Fly is actually just perhaps dead as they do get him. Stroke of Fate plus the right click from Force and Nama do get it done, and well, that's a concerning sight. 2 kills already for the side of Mao's Esports.
Yeah, they leverage that early advantage quite nicely, and that's going to be a cause of concern coming in here for the side of Nouns. Again, this early start for Ulnit, I think, is going to be the big factor. Faster power treads, faster battle fury for your PA. Yeah, again, the damage values on Dawnbreaker is not amazing. We've only really seen it shine recently with Tusk, and you don't have that sort of damage amp combination coming out here for Nouns on the off lane for Gunnar. I'm keen on seeing how much Lelis and Gunnar can do to stop that, but I do suspect that Ulnit's not going to have a rough time into the Battle Fury whatsoever as long as he doesn't play too aggressive. Still down bot again with the early kill coming out for Force. A little bit faster onto his first bracer and the secondary into the stick.
A lot of damage being dealt onto the Weaver as well here. Like, Narman and Force are really just giving it over to Yuman. Like, this combination of Fly Yuma down to this bottom lane, they are very susceptible to dying as the levels do go up on Mao's. Like, with that Cinder Brew combination, it is so much damage if they do land both spells.
And that it is. Have to really respect that. Does feel like you do want more levels to be up to really get aggressive there. And it's going to take a little bit more for that Kotl to really pump up the damage. We were seeing some aggression out onto Ulnit. And again, you do have Bengen going for that Paralyzing Cask Headhunter instead of Voodoo Festeration. And with the nerfs, it does feel like you kind of go back to old Witch Doctor, you play with a Cask, you kind of prioritize healing your allies instead of running down. And that is all you want here in this lane anyhow for Ulnit. You just want to sit back, farm, get that build up. Maybe when you hit 6, you can start to consider some kill opportunities. But before that point, I mean, this is still fairly tanky on Gunner. Fairly disruptive on Lilith to really look for kills. But you can control the lane. Like, there shouldn't be major threats onto our PA here at the least.
No, it doesn't seem like it. The Oln's having a great old time so far. I mean, maybe not in the CS department. That is one thing that Gunner can kind of control is the CS and the laning stage. Not the greatest for Olnut quite yet, but that is somewhat to be expected up against this Dawnbreaker matchup that he has. Not too big of a deal for it. Mid lane, Supreme getting very low now on the Dragon Knight, but it seems like he's going to be pretty confident just remaining alive. Copy does have the Vortex into the Static Remnant combo though, so Supreme does have to play somewhat cautiously. But he does have some stick charges, so it looks like he's pretty confident to survive. Copy doesn't bother trying to go for the kill.
Again, it's that level 3 spike for Copy to play with. The double overload can overwhelm the early durability of the DK. And Supreme's been doing a great job in just mitigating that, and soaking up some HP, just playing it safe with a Breed Fire, and just basically making it a farm game. Again, if you can get a rotation out from your supports here for Nouns, the kill potential early on onto Supreme is going to be big, but it doesn't feel like they've got enough room to leave these side lanes into maybe the 6-minute mark. You can start to see that kind of play.
Top lane. Slight chase onto Gunner, but they won't really bother continuing the chase. The healing lows just make it a little bit too hard to actually secure a kill. I mean, apart from those initial kills that happened with that big fight, like, we really only have 2 kills that happened before the game even started. Like, it's just very kind of passive laning stage already between these two teams. Top lane, I say passive. Gunner's getting jumped here. Starbreaker will be avoided by Olnut as Gunner still trying to run, but the healing load is going to make it hard to take him down. The Olnut is starting to get rather aggressive on the PA, which is not something I think I was quite expecting to see against the Dawnbreaker Hoodwink lane, but it seems like Olnut's fairly confident to play this rather aggressive.
Yeah, I do like that. Again, forcing out this regen on Gunner, forcing him to walk all the way back, just providing a very free lane for Olnut to keep playing this farm game. You're not necessarily looking for the kills, you're just looking for space. You're getting that space out for Olnut quite freely. Still a little bit behind in CS, and overall, in terms of that lane economy, it has been a lot better for Nouns. Gunner, Copy in particular, starting to run away on that mid lane. So you have some foundations to play with here, but is forced to go back and reset. With, again, no one dying means there's no bottle top-ups for Copy for free. And that does give a lot more room for Supreme to play with his own region and maybe even hit a faster 6, which can be scary.
Bottom lane, Blinding Light will barely save Yuma, I think, because had that Inkswell kind of went all the way, I think Yuma would have been in a lot more danger, but the Fly will ensure he is perfectly fine. It's kind of the thing with the bottom lane, though. Force has just had complete control on this Brewmaster. Nothing they can really do about it. And Yuma just trying to secure his own farm at the moment on the Weaver. Right side, he's actually ahead of Olnut when it comes to the CS board, so Olnut actually still behind the Weaver when it comes to the farm department. The Gunner is going to make his reappearance back up towards that top lane, where he does actually secure another Healing Lotus for himself. TP's incoming. They'll bring Supreme over. Gunner, he already committed the Celestial Hammer, so he's in pretty big danger. And now with the Metal Dicked out, Gunner is just as good as dead. Supreme with a very nice rotation, able to secure a kill straight off the bat.
I like that readout from Supreme, knowing that locking in Copy with his level 6 not going to be easy, so he's not going to be able to push in onto the mid. Instead, just look for the kill, find that pick-off, open up that top lane a little bit more, and get some momentum going your way off the back of... They did lose double bounty runes to Lelis, so that's a little bit of an economy, and just a little bit of a freebie for now. It's not the biggest thing in the world. And again, bounty's not as important for DK, without having to worry about bottle refills. Are contesting the Wisdom Rune, though.
And they do it, though. Narman about to go down. Does die to Copy. Wisdom Rune actually picked up by Fly, so he does get away with it, though it is going to cost his life, but they'll be very happy with that trade. Fly happily dying for that Wisdom Rune. And there is still the other Wisdom Rune to be taken. Because Lilith's currently just farming the mid lane at the moment, so won't be around to do that himself, but I'm sure Fly will happily TP and secure it if need be. But again, I mean, really not too much aggression happening between these two sides. Like a bit of laning action, but that's pretty much been about it. Very, very slow lanes.
I think it comes down to just needing levels to really get aggressive, although Olnet's getting jumped early here.
I mean, every time I say it's a slow game, Olnet gets jumped apparently, and the PA is... He's down again. Or I should say for the first time. So that top lane is the crux of me, Jonathan. Just continues to be where all the action happens. And I suppose now, with that kill, you could think about the top tier 1 tower, but without a siege creep, chances are it would just be too slow anyway.
Not the quickest. You don't really have damage up on Yuma to right-click down a tower.
Oh.
Gunner.
Yeah, sticking around way too long with that Headhunter facet. Just so much damage being dealt to Gunner, who'll try to Solar Bind away, Solar Guardian away, but not enough.
That's a decently big ult to waste. It's not a short cooldown at level 1. They are trying to Supreme, but he is fairly tanky, even with the both supports hanging around. Yuma.
Jump in again. They're onto the Weaver. Yuma, bottom lane. Can just time lapse. He's just kind of playing with fire. Back, zip in from our Storm. Copy Warra. Right onto Narman, looking for the easier pickoff, though Narman barely will drop. Copy able to get a very nice pickoff for himself now, as he will just escape immediately. Mouse sadly cannot punish.
Nice little pick off for now. Let's get some action off and Copy. Some more Galvanize out Force.
Okay, he wants more Force. Primal Split will be committed. They'll turn back onto Yuma, who gets stunned up by the cast.
Oh.
Bengun, he got nice and lucky with the bounce back. Copy. Gonna try and zip away. Completely out of mana now. Force will just lock him down with the Cyclone. And this time Nouns may have gone a bit too far. But no, Copy actually survives. He actually has a bit of mana now with the Magic Stick charges that were committed to boot. The Storm going to be just fine anyway. But they do lose Yuma, which is the big deal, I think, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that kill on the Weaver does allow a little bit more breathing room for Maus, knowing that, you know, Yuma's timings into the Gleep, into that early Maelstrom's kind of stalled out just a bit more. You've got breathing room out for Olnet to play top, although they do gate across once again with Yuma and Lelis. Might be able to secure that bot tier 1 at the least for themselves. A bit unfortunate for Force that the Primal Split was fading with the Inkswell on top. They would have been able to find that out. You are seeing again that daytime flashbang. We do get the big map to watch. It is blinding. It throws me off every time when I see the map light up like that.
blind?
Every time.
Why is it blinding?
It just doesn't look natural. You know, when you see the entire map without the fog of war, Mike, it doesn't feel natural. It's blinding.
No, I mean,
to
it
me.
doesn't feel natural, John, but it's not blinding.
It's blinding to me.
Bottom tier 1 tower going to go down here. Supreme will make very short work of that. The TPs are incoming. Oh, they missed the bushwhack. Force, so far, able to get away. Solar Guardian is going to be committed. Gunner going to move in with a very nice Celestial Hammer into the Starbreaker, landing on 2 targets. Bengun is down. Now Gunner needs a way out. However, Mouse, they're the ones dropping low, so they need to get the hell out of there. Force does go down. Gunner able to get another. Supreme, in the meantime, still trying to fight this one out, but he might just melt. Barely able to walk away, as it seems as though Nouns do not want to dive tier 1 towers. Alnit is going to TP in, does get the crit off onto Gun. Problem is now Yuma's going to turn. Alnit, how far do you want to go? It looks like he was kind of ready to just fight again, but they do time-lapse Yuma away. That'll be about it.
Nice kill for Olna to work his way into as well. Accelerates that Battle Fury is going to be up relatively soon. He did skip Power Treads for this, but he is going to have a fairly fun time getting out all of these stacks his way. Not going to take too long for them to start clearing out. Again, a little bit of a deeper move out, committing Solar Guardian as well. Like, having that Maledict come out does secure that kill for Bengen, and does make it pretty worthwhile, despite losing their own Witch Doctor. I mean, they don't find any bigger core. Tankiness is still too much, as they are jumping for more.
Oh, they are going to catch themselves a Keeper of the Light, so nice easy pick up here for Supreme. Even finding some stacks here for himself that I think Copy Warrior probably would have loved to take himself, but now they will be taken by Mouse. Tell you what, you really can't underestimate the amount of damage that that Headhunt and Facet does with the Paralyzing Cask bonus damage. It does add up to quite a lot if you get the right bounces. There's now Copy. Intervene and take some stacks for himself. That'll be about it. They're out of there once again.
Just go back and build up. You're not in a rush here for Mouse to play hyper aggressive. Again, you kind of need more farm up on Force and on Ulnet as well. You want this Radiance to be done on your Brewmaster. You want Power Tread's BKB to be done on Ulnet to really feel comfy up front. And they are getting the space to get that done nicely. They're not really losing too much map space here anyhow on the side of Mao's. The mid-tier one's gone from the side of Nouns. The bot-tier one, they've got enough room to feel comfy in the triangle. And even the further reaches of their top jungle as well, it's still relatively safe. There's nothing too sneaky Nouns can do. And I think for Nouns, it does feel like they have a little bit more pressure to play tempo, right? You want to play with a zip of copy, get that Solar Guardian off, look for pickoffs time and time again. And we'll try now with a little bit of a smoke out. No vision from Nouns to really spot anyone out, though. You're not going to be able to find anything, really, off the back of this movement.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really going to come out of this at all. They are controlling the top side of the map here. Like Nouns, they'll get a bit of wards down. Set up for some kills in the future.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, Esports, I mean, you are playing with a PA of all things, so obviously Ulnet's going to just want as much time as humanly possible to make this PA start to feel very, very strong. You kind of wonder as well, like for Nouns, do you want to play this kind of game against a Phantom Assassin? Do you even worry about it? You know, like PA doesn't really get picked that often, apart from the players that do just favor it as a signature. So apart from players like Ulnet, is this hero even good? I suppose we're going to find out as the game goes on, but I just wonder how Nouns feel about it.
I think it can be good. I think right now, Ulnet rode through probably the roughest phase. Laning phase is where you can really bully out the PA. They didn't quite do that in Nouns. It's gotten a lot of free room to just clear out the jungle. Rotations out from Nouns hasn't panned out to a PA kill. And once you hit the BKB timing on Ulnet, that's where things get really scary. You have nothing to pierce through that debuff immunity. So, outside of Starbreaker, which is not the most reliable thing from Gunner, to be fair. So landing that control onto the PA is going to be an issue. Your output on the Weaver can catch up. Like, again, like typical Gleipnir. Maybe an MKB this game for Yuma, just to pierce through the evasion. Make it easier. They will get to jump in.
We will. Top lane. They've
I think it's not dead.
No, he's not dead. He is not dead. Bengun's fine. Gunner could be in danger now. He has used the Starbreaker, and the Shard's magic immunity is going to wear off. That'll be about it. They lose Gunner on the Dawnbreaker, and well, they do find Ulnet down at bottom lane. So that's huge. Ulnet going down here on the PA. Not what you would have quite expected, but Fly and Yuma, they do get the job done.
That they do. That's a much more worthwhile trade coming out for Nouns. Good punishment onto Ulnet, farming right beside a ward area. Let's get punished for it. And that will stall out this key BKB timing that you want on the PA to feel comfy. Again, the magic damage early on is still big. It is a little bit concerning when you do jump a Witch Doctor and he doesn't die though. I will say, just this cloak alone on Bengun's been enough. They will take care of Copy now as well with a jump forward in the back.
It's a little bit concerning. Copy Warrior now going down, and like, this draft of Nouns, like they had a similar style of draft to the first game, and it obviously worked out quite well in their favor. But you are starting to reach a stage, I think, where Mouse will slowly start to overtake in this game too. Like, sure, you just killed Ulnet on the PA, but it's not going to matter that much, as we are seeing Ulnet die again. Here's that TP attempt that just did not pan out for Ulnet. The thing is, though, the PA still seems like it's finding more than enough farm to be quite a relevant issue here for now to have to deal with. And you still have a DK Brewmaster to worry about on top of that. It's not looking like an easy game at all for now.
Oh, it isn't.
Copy. They're going to try to Force again. Force is a pretty tanky boy, though. He should be able to get the Primal Split off if he needs to. And he won't even need that. Yuma going to show up. Start out from Supreme. Gunner trying to save, but it's not it. Yuma is down. Gunner now being held down by the Soulbind, trying to deal with Force. They do get the Primal Split down.
Oh, the casks.
The Brewmaster is gone, but now the cask bounce. The damage output. Copy War is gone. Olna can clean up. He's looking for a little bit more. Lelis trying to get away, but it's not enough. Olna will take him down. At least he does take Bengen with him. But man, that Soulbind plus the cask, it is so much damage.
Oh, it is. It is very easy to get those casks just bouncing between those heroes as well. They get it bouncing in the right spot. No camps around to really bounce into as well. I mean, Witch Doctor, you know, everyone only really looked at it when Voodoo Festration came out. I think this hero is just strong. Like, you know, he got nerfed on Death Ward even before in the last patch. His laning's still really strong. They nerfed down Headhunter from 35 to 30. It's still insane. They tried their best announced to save out, but again, this move forward to try to burst down these tanky heroes as long as Bengen's around, it's not enough. And look at those bounces. Look at that. Isn't he a great hero?
I mean, a lot of the damage was kind of mitigated anyway with the Glimmer Cape, and it just, even then, it just felt like it did too much. Like with the Soulbind, like, because you've got two casks bouncing around, and they're both getting that bonus damage each bounce. Like, it's a bit much if you get caught without any kind of magic resist. And that was with Glimmer Capes. You know, you get caught without them. Boy, oh boy, I mean, that could be a big problem. Speaking of problems, Yuma's having his own big problems here, John. He's down. Fly trying to run away, copying so much damage here from this Dragon Knight. Gets the Glimmer Cape, continues to run north. Supreme continues to chase the TP away there from Fly. Oh, it's not. Supreme still fine. A double kill for the Dragon Knight, as Nouns continue to bleed here in this game too.
That they do, and Mao's and playing this hit and run very cleanly so far. They've got a lot more play as well with Allnet having his BKB. It'll get the jump onto Lelis.
Certainly do. I mean, Supreme is just doing too much damage. My God. Kind of ridiculous how much he's doing here on the TK. And now they're looking at Roshan. There's your flashbang coming out once again. Doesn't really matter too much though, does it, John?
I mean, they see that Roshan's happening. You know, that's something, right? Not that you can do anything about it, but...
I'm actually kind of disappointed that Valve didn't choose to call it flashbang now. Not gonna lie. Daytime
You see, it kind of fits in, right? It kind of fits.
CS2 just came out as well. It just makes sense. Just good marketing, wasn't it, John?
Yeah. Can you imagine you agreeing with my dumb point? Isn't that great, Mike?
If I agree...
It's not a very smart comment.
I mean, if I agree, John, it probably is a very smart comment. Let's be honest. Can't be dumb if I agree.
You say so. You're right, Mike. You're right. Fair enough. I think PA is a great hero. Do you agree?
No.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But it's working for all of it.
I mean, it's working for all of it, John. You know, I give him that. All the big of the devil who go through the twin gates once again. A little bit inefficient on the mana, but that's okay. Bottom tier 2 tower. Gonna be under siege here. Supreme will take care of that, no problem. Yeah, I mean, now they're just in a position where they can't fight. Like, you look at the net worth graph. You look at the difference in the cores. Like, this is just one of those positions now where unless you find a really advantageous team fight, like a 3v5 or something, it is looking very challenging to find a way. Is now all that BKB's up. Copy trying to get away and he barely makes it out. They will find at least a hoodwink though on their way out, so Lelis gonna have to die. And you know what, John, that might have been the one time, the one situation where I think the facet for the PA, the methodical facet, is, you know, arguably worse. Because he could have double crit that storm, but at the same time he also couldn't have, you know, so it's... We don't know.
Yeah, I know. I think the key thing for the PA is when you hit your level 20 and 25. 5 attacks and plus 60 attack speed should lead into 2 crits.
Right. Force is now down. Gunner will take that kill him for himself from the Dawnbreakers. They'll take down the Brewmaster, I should say, is now on it. Looking at Gunner. It's a bit of a risky jump. They don't know where the rest of the team is. Gunner, though, still going to be able to Celestial Hammer away. They have found themselves a Witch Doctor here, it seems like, so Gunner will be able to take that kill for himself on the Dawnbreaker. And suddenly, Mal's Esports have given a bunch of kills away to now.
They have a little bit of a bounce back for now, and some important kills for Copy to get some activity off of, because again, he needs some galvanized stacks up. It's been a bit slow here for our Storm. I'm going for the BKB next as well. Should provide some more aggressive moves out here for now. And still, side of Mao's isn't really dissuaded too much. They are getting some good pushes up top with a Dragon form of Supreme. With a Corrosive Dragon, the minus armor does make this process fairly straightforward. No big defense come out here from Nouns. They're still ready to go with his Aegis. I mean, still 2 minutes up for Olnit.
Oh boy.
Nope.
Your Storm almost dropping. Glimmer Cape will save for now, but not for long. Coffee is gone. Onto the tier 2 mid tower they'll go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
This game, like, is it even salvageable at this point? I mean, I suppose it is. Like, Yuma's still farming just fine here on the Weaver. I say just fine. He's about 4.5k behind the PA. Pretty far off farming an MKB on top of that, which is something you're definitely going to need to try and deal with this PA, I think, throughout this game. I mean, maybe once you get to the stage where the MKB's up on Yuma, like, you could start to hope for a bit of a comeback.
That you can. It just feels like there's no play at all for Nouns right now. Outside of, again, pickoffs. Feels like the same issue Mao's had last time. You're trying to look for heroes to zip on top with Copy, get on top of with a Solar Guardian, burst down with numbers advantage early on. But you're only really finding the soft supports. The big cores, the mid and the offlane are a little bit too tanky. The PA is a little bit too slippery. Try to set up around Roche, I suppose, as they catch Supreme off guard.
They have caught Supreme. Supreme going down by himself now. It is just very strange deaths happening. This Mouse, I mean, it almost feels like they want to lose the game to each other. It's just 7k advantage, 8k advantage now, but just a couple of awkward interactions here with the side of Nouns. Is now Narman gonna get caught. TP's incoming to try and save Narman's life. Narman will drop. Force will rush in, trying to force a fight. Nouns are looking to back off though, and they will by the looks of it. Force, Vortex back. They have caught the Brew for a second. Here comes Olnit though, trying to jump in a Copy, but Copy does just zip away. Is now the Starbreaker completely whiffing onto the Dawnbreaker. Gunner in trouble. Gunner might just drop. Still fighting, but he is gone. Human moving back in onto Benga. Does manage to scooch away. Aegis expiring in the middle of this team fight, by the way, is now Olnit. Onto the creep wave hooker. Force in the meantime. Gonna find Fly, who tries to go for an outpost. Tries to glimmer away, but there's just no chance in hell. He's down.
Way too much damage for the right clicks and the Cinderbrew landing on top. And that does end up being a lot better for the side of Mao's, even after expending that first prominent split. They'll try to high ground. You've got the DK draft, you've got the damage. You can force this out. You know there's no Solar Guardian in the respawn. So, again, that big teamfight initiation, it's not as clean here for now to try to force something out in this defense just yet.
It's so stupid how much damage DK does to towers. Like, it always has been, but now it just seems even more ridiculous. Like, just how fast he can just burn through these buildings. Absolutely ridiculous. But there you go. Midrax is gone. 27 minutes in. It's just down.
And they don't need to stop. A little bit more of that dragon form, even in normal DK form, still gets some minus armor if you really want to force it. But they'll play it safe. On the side of Mao's 10k advantage, no need to force things out. You've got the full SNY up now on Olnit, going for a Satanic into a full-on Abyssal Blade. And try to get that instant burst down through control. Does have the attack speed to boost him up here. Again, level 20 talent up. If it drags on to 25, I think that's the moment where this facet can feel really good. -1 attack is massive. Every 5 attacks with all the attack speed in the world you have should be the double crits, and they're really big fat crits as well in comparison to the normal one. And Supreme just going for it. You still have the minus armor in normal form, why not?
Why the hell not? Dip in. They are going to try and jump the back. They're already onto the Grimstroke, but the heals coming out make it hard to blow him up. They'll still get the Soulbind off in time. Narman finally goes down, but they've lost Gunner. Good trade so far for Mouse, I'd argue. They'll lose Bengum, but Lelis is now down to Buddhist. Now they're onto the Storm. The mana is all gone, and Ulna will take very, very quick work of him. Yo, Yuma trying to run. Triple kill for Ulna. They won't even chase him down. They'll just go right for the top racks. No need to mess around. And Ulna's already running down towards the bottom lane. Like, he's not done yet. You'd love to see the Megas coming out here for Mal's Esports, and seems like they might just get away with it.
Doesn't feel like there's much stopping them. Again, Solar Guardian's back down on the respawn of Gunner. And without that, I don't know what control you're looking for at this point for now. It's no Kotl Ags, no Storm Ags. Options are limited. They do force the BKB of Supreme. And is one tool gone, I suppose, but not enough to really look for the kills just yet. For Maus, it's just pull back and reset. They've got 2-lane advantage now in this game, number 2. 14k lead, Roshan in 2.5 minutes. A little bit of a slower respawn for them. That will give Nouns some time to try to look for some sort of play as they smoke out here.
Certainly do. Die triangles where they'll head. Nothing really coming out of it though. I mean, Mouse, they have just headed back towards their dire side Tormentor. This will be a relatively quick Torment to be taken. Supreme will pick up his shards from Soft now on the DK. And the smoke really amounts to nothing from Nouns. I mean, they've just got to try and get him in a position where they can try to force a fight, maybe outside of their base. Try to get that kind of surprise initiation off. They are still hanging about by this bottom lane. We'll see Force on the Brewmaster. Once again, Force has proven to be rather challenging to take down on the Brew. There's that the flashbang, as you like to call it, from Gunner. So now they know exactly where Mouse are. Like, there's no two ways about it. They've got the exact information they require. It doesn't make the initiation any easier, though, sadly, is Force again will just try to bait them forward with the Brewmaster positioning, but well, now even Yuma just creep skipping while he can. Anything they can get done, they'll get done here now to try and give themselves a chance in this game too. But here come Mouse, looking to move in. They'll see Fly first. The stun will land and Fly will immediately be deleted here by Olnit. A nice pushback to lock a couple down, but it makes no difference. As they are looking for more, they're on a Yuma. Yuma, he's able to just secute you away barely, but now Gunner's in the middle of nowhere trying to save his life, but now Gunner's down. No buyback, and that was his 9-second BKB charge committed. It's gonna be
flat. I don't see the angle. Like, they need so much more farm in Yuma to even hope of trying to get some burst down on Ulnit. Does feel like they needed to win so much more for Nouns early game. Didn't quite get that going for themselves. High ground siege does continue. This is not going to take too long at all with the heroes they have. And I have to say, it is a little bit wonky with PA not getting multiple crits, but the crits she does get is so damn big. She's cutting for like 1.7k in some of these attacks. It's insane.
Oh yeah, Oln's been doing fantastic work, that's for sure. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. It's looking like it's going to be another tight series here for us, Jonathan. I mean, not over yet. They're going to zip in. They'll try one last time to force Mouse back. We Force again just taking no damage here as Olna just jumping in, casually taking care of Gunner. No problems here on the PA. They'll jump in for more. On a copy, they'll go copy. Barely able to make it out for now. But the tier 4 tower is completely under siege. Another jump in. Yuma's been caught. Yuma, he is alive. Copy still trying his best to take down Narman, but Copy just gets deleted here by Olnit. Not calling it yet. They'll buy back once again on the Storm. Zipping in again for Copy. They'll take down Narman on the Crimp Stroke, but they've lost Lilith on the Hoodwink, and now Yuma still manning up. Will take down Bengen just barely, but can he get away? The Orchid is out. Olnit's got him. Yuma is down. Buy back again. They'll continue to try, but now they'll lose Fly on the Coddle. He'll buy back. Copy. Cycloned up. Zip back towards the fountain. Yuma though. Yuma is down. Gunner has respawned. Olnit is happily just shredding them every time they come out of the base. They'll try again. Copy again. Onto the DK with the Solar Guardian. Gunner trying to burst down the DK. Supreme is down. Maybe they can fight this one out. Maybe. Gunner. Oh, Gunner gets bashed. Mid Starbreaker. He's down. Still not calling it. My goodness. I mean, Noun's really just playing to that final second. The creep wave being skipped. It won't matter though. Copy even getting tipped by Yuma. Like, Yuma's just saying to his teammate, mate, you're trying a bit too hard at this stage. Just let him in. Enough happened.
I mean, we know how much these we know how much these matches mean. So, you know, they've got to put it all, unfortunately. For now, Mao's does manage to rally, and with a drawn series, again, that sets up a stable foundation for them to kick off here in day one of the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. We do have to head off to a very short break, John, but right after that break, we'll be back with our third series of the day. We'll see you all again very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup and the Riyadh Masters. It is Multi Dota and Jonix joining you once again. Jonathan, we've already had two series underway here. I mean, Nouns and Mouse we just saw in game number 2, of course. 1-1, the draw had happened for these two teams. Of course, we also had our previous series as well between Beastcoast and Blacklist International that also ended in a 1-1. So only draws happening so far. But John, what do you think after these games so far? Did you anything you kind of learned here today, John?
Yeah, I think feels like there's still a lot that can still come out and work. I don't think we're fully locked into like a core set of heroes. We've seen some adjustments today already. No center at all. You know, AXLT has died even in like the most recent TI qualifiers. That was dead. But we are seeing readjustments, right? Like Voodoo Festuration's not being great anymore. I think for Mouse and Nouns, again, it's a stable foundation to stand on to get those draws. And interestingly enough, again, we're on Group B right now, but Group A a while ago, all of those games went to 1-1. Right, so Group A is already setting up for a very chaotic time to go in, as we can take a look at highlights here, of course, from our last match of Mouse versus Nouns. Again, Mouse with very disciplined gameplay this time around. They had really strong frontliners, but not quite enough burst here from Nouns to deal with it. It felt like they missed that tempo, right? Like when Gunner hit 6, they couldn't really roll the ball, get the ball rolling with the Solar Guardian kind of pickoffs from the zip-ins from... Zip-ins! Why did I say zoom? Zip-ins from Copy. They couldn't manage to really build off of that, and it felt like if you're not going for the pickoffs in that kind of lineup with a Dawnbreaker, then you're not going to hit that tempo where you just shut everything down.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not. It was a very experimental style of draft from Nouns. I mean, I'm sure they have some kind of idea with this style of draft, but they're never really taking off. Like the Dawnbreaker is arguably the hero that had the best time that game too, but even then it was just felt very lackluster. Just not very good. The Copy Warrior as well, the Storm, like the Storm feels like a very kind of... I mean, it's always felt like a very momentum-based hero anyway, but now with Galvanized on top, it really feels like you don't want to give away any kind of deaths and give away any kind of streaks. Like if you could just keep going with the kills, it just feels amazing on Storm right now, because you get to a stage where you have like 1 billion mana regen, you know, with Meteor Hammer and whatever else, and suddenly you just can't die ever, and nobody's safer than that. Anyway, obviously game 1's draft worked out, game 2 not so much for now. Doesn't really matter, John. 2 draws here for today already. Of course, I believe there is 2 more series coming up today. Pretty much every single stream. I don't have those series on hand right now, Jonathan, so I'm not sure why I've brought it up, but regardless, there are 2 more series coming up. I'm buying myself a little bit of time so I can see exactly what series they are going to be. Yeah, I mean...
It's going to be LG...
No, you're too late. LGD Gaming versus Beastcoast and PSG Quest versus Azure Ray. This is what annoys me about you. You're like, I cue you so many times to save me, and you just don't get it until I make it obvious and break the 4th wall. By which point I've already got the answer anyway.
You're talking to a very simple person, Mike. You know me. Sometimes I don't pick up on those social cues, especially when my brain gets fried when I see your face. It's just, I asked you if you were a clown, Mike, if you had any down there. It is what it is. Thank you, Mike, for reading the sheet. You managed to do it. You're good. You're the best, Mike.
What sheet, John?
No sheets.
No sheets.
You read my mind. That's it. You see, it's the mental connection, Mike. It's the mental connection.
Yeah. Some jokes to be made here, John, but probably a little bit inappropriate. Anyway, moving on. Already a fantastic start to the Riyadh Masters here for 2024, Jonathan. Talk to me about these two. Do you want to talk about LGD versus Beastcoast? Do you have a prediction, Jonathan? Do you want to give us one before we have to head to a break?
I want to see Group A stay on ties, and I think Group B you're going to get a little bit more 2-0s, but I want to see Group A just stay on ties, and, you know, we'll see if they can get that done later on there.
Okay. Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a break, and we'll be back with our 3rd series of the day. We'll see you soon.
Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of
Hey, this is Purge here at EWC. I'm here with Mariano. He is with Beastcoast. Can you tell me a little bit about your team right now?
We were trying the entire year to qualify. We were failing at first, but then we, with some roster change and with hard work, we still maintained it united after one change, and we managed to qualify to the two most important tournaments this year. There is Riyadh and TI.
Yeah, it's an amazing accomplishment. You're obviously known as Pepito previous to this. What's with the name change?
It just felt like it was not right. Like being old and being called Papira, it didn't feel right. I know everyone still calls me the same way, but I'd rather be called by my name. But I don't mind. I don't mind being called Papira or Mariano. It's fine.
Okay, so in terms of your guys qualifying for the tournaments, what was the expectation like in the team prior to those qualifiers? Did you guys anticipate to do so well and be so successful?
Well, I tried as a coach to make a path where we would qualify for these tournaments. At first, it was like understanding the team, seeing if we actually needed some changes or not, and just give the team time to adapt to Beastcoast. And then we made one change. It became like a process of understanding each other when the new player came, Misho. And so I think it was honestly the right timing. We tried to do everything perfect during our path, and then we just managed to qualify at the best time possible because we didn't qualify to any other tournament.
Yeah, I mean, man, amazing timing. How did you become the coach for the team? You said you worked with Beastcoast before, but obviously you played professional before. So how did you get here?
So I worked with them in the past for the TI when they were with Chris Lack, Whisper, and Hector, and I had good relationship with them. So they had this team with Parker, Sacred, and Darmago for TI. I was like kind of in the backstage for them. I was watching the project. They told me that they wanted me to be like in charge of the next project because they liked my discipline, hard work. They wanted like a project like that. So that's when I started working with them, and they told me I was in charge of making the new team for them. So that's how it happened, and then I tried, scouting, watching replays for every player, and just managed to get the correct roster. So they could feel happy with it.
Hey, Purge here with Supreme from Team Mouse. How are you doing so far at the tournament?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the hotel and everything. It's amazing so far.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit how your team's been doing? You guys have been qualifying for some tournaments so far. How's the team atmosphere feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been some up and downs, but right now we are working hard and atmosphere is good. I think everything is fine. We can do really good.
In terms of meta right now, how are you feeling about the current meta in the state of Dota? Do you like facets? Like, are you cool with the patch? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new things for sure. I love the mid lane meta as well now. Like, all the spirits are good, so that's kind of my thing. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with the current state of the game.
Which spirit heroes are your favorite?
Storm Spirit.
What do you like about Storm so much? Is it just that you can globally initiate? Is that you can scale as a right clicker? Like, what are things that really pull you to the hero? No pun intended.
It kind of feels like the hero does everything. He is strong all stages of the game. He doesn't really lose lanes. He farms fast. His skills really good as well. He farms jungle fast. He does everything almost.
Okay. In terms of your team's overall playstyle, how do you draft like an ideal lineup to fit with Storm Spirit? Like, what are there like? Do you care about mana combos, or are there other synergies that you prefer?
Just a strong support that can fight for the runes, some fast playstyle, something like that, I would say.
Perch here with Ulnit from Mouse. So, what are you guys doing in this room right now?
We're choosing jackets from ESL.
Okay. So, what was the process like for you guys? You're customizing patches and stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, they gave us these patches. We chose from them. I chose the Axe, the second one. I like it. And then just sizes.
You an Axe carry player?
No, not yet.
Did you? What else did you pick out? Just the Axe one? Anything else cool that caught your eye? Some numbers? A knife? A good quality knife?
Knife is nice for sure.
Do you play CS or any other games that kind of drew you towards it?
Nah, just Dota mostly. I just like the Axe, play some RPGs.
Did you see other players wearing jackets too? How does it feel to get a piece of the tournament that you could take home with you?
Yeah, it looks nice actually. It looks high quality, so I'm excited to get one.
I'm standing here with FNG from virtus.pro. What are your guys' expectations for the upcoming tournament?
I don't know. We feel a bit lost because we lost the TI qualifier, and the issue is not that we lost. The issue is that we just lost ourselves in Dota. We misplay a lot. We can't find the right way to fight. Just a lot of arguing, but it's good because when you evolve into something, it's good. And I hope that all the practice we did before this tournament will pay off, and eventually we'll just start playing Dota as we like to do.
So how much of this is like normal in the cycle of getting better? Because it's very difficult to win, to be better than every other team in the world because everyone's trying so hard. So is this like a normal cycle in your experience towards getting better on a Dota team?
Well, first of all, I was never a world champion, to say if it's the right way or not. But I would say, yeah, it's just play Dota. Play a lot of Dota and work on your problems. Because usually when you especially play against strong teams, they do something that you're not ready to do against them. Or like they do something completely unexpected for you. And at least I would say first step, be ready for everything possible. Or at least if you are not ready, know how to play after one mistake. It's never one mistake and you lose the game. It's always like, this chain of mistakes that happens. And second of all, you can also do some unexpected things, or like the best things in Dota you can do. And if you do them, it puts pressure on enemy team, and sometimes they will start making mistakes because you put pressure. So yeah, you just need to work on those things, and everything will be, at least you can say that you were prepared. And then what happens, what happens.
I'm here with Omar from PSG Quest. Do you feel like your ideas are different than other teams right now? Do you have like your own play style thing going on, or are you just following the meta and performing well?
I think
we didn't develop our full own style so far, but I think we have a lot of good ideas about the new patch. I mean, we have a good coach and Dukalis who just plays 20 pubs a day. He's just making a lot of ideas, and yeah, we're doing them, practicing them, and hope they will work out.
What's your favorite hero on the offlane right now that your team won't let you play in officials?
That won't let me play.
Yeah, they won't let you play.
Maybe Morphling. Yes, I want to play Morphling very badly, but because it's very fun to play with the strength with the strength build that minus cooldown all the skills, and but it doesn't provide anything to the team, like no team fight, nothing. But I want to play, but you know it, yeah.
What's your favorite hero when you play Strength Morphling to turn into with like low cooldown abilities?
Maybe it's Ember or Tiny. It's very strong. Yeah, maybe we can see it on the tournament. Maybe someone could play it, but maybe not me.
Hey, this is Purge here with Watson for Team Entity. So you guys qualified for TI recently as well. So you guys have been hitting the big tournaments. Seems like you struggled a lot in the last year, but in the last couple months you've been doing really good. So what changed?
Our coach?
He joined end of May. It's July now, so he made a big difference.
Yes. Like we start to play a lot of better, and like new things we learn. We play better. Yes.
Hey, I'm here in the makeup room with the offlaner, I almost said mid laner, of Team Nouns, Gunner, getting his makeup done, looking beautiful.
Yep. Well, in the process of it, but you know, we all got to do something in the morning.
Before and after, I was trying to say that you're looking beautiful, my friend. So I already talked about briefly the fact that you swapped roles. How has that been for you so far in competitive?
It's been a lot of fun. It's fun to learn new heroes, and I like the role. It's a lot of fun to lane with Ellis. You know, we got to TI last year together. Now we're laning together, so good synergy.
What is like the discussion that goes on when you guys are looking to, because you've made a few roster swaps, what is the discussion that's going on where you're deciding, is it worth getting somebody in my current role to swap over? Is this just the best option available? How do you go about that?
It's kind of just talking about options, like what options we think we have for what roles. And I was also looking kind of to play offline at the start of the season, so I brought it up as an option, and then we just leaned into it.
Why were you trying to do that, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know, it's kind of boring to some extent. It's like you play Pango for 5 years and then you don't want to play Dota anymore. So, and now Pango's kind of good at offlane, so I'm kind of sad. Like I play offlane for 5 months, no Pango, and now Pango's good again in offlane. And so I don't know, I can't escape the hero.
Sometimes in Dota, there's just no running away from your troubles. But going into the tournament, you know, I'd say one of the biggest storylines for you guys is that Shopify has kind of been the gatekeepers of all the qualifiers for a while, but this and TI, you guys are the team from NA coming out. What has been the difference towards the tail end of the season that has allowed you guys to overcome that big hurdle?
I think Copy is really good. And playing with him, we lost one best of 5 to Shopify with him, but it was really close. And from our perspective, we kind of threw 2 of the games. So like we kind of won the series 4-1, if you think about it. And then so now we had more time to gel and practice, and then we won the next 2.
We'll let you get back to your makeups. Good luck in the tournament, my man. I'm here with Faith Beyond. We're about to get his photos for the event, and I'm going to start with the obvious question, because last year you were literally talent working alongside me, and the year before you won the whole thing. So what are you expecting? How are you feeling coming into this event?
We just want to try our best. There's no like certainly goal or something. Just enjoy the game.
Now, I guess the question would be, last year, did you expect this to be where you were this year?
No. Last year, I think maybe this year I would be a talent again.
Hi, I'm here with Aurora's 23 Savage, and I think it's the elephant in the room. We're at Riyadh Masters last year, the unforgettable moment where you preemptively celebrated, ended up bouncing back in the middle of the tournament. What's different going into this year compared to last year?
Maybe this year I'll wait until I win, and then I'll do it. I hope we can get like top 2 or top 1.
A little bit better than last year, then. I wish you best of luck, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with the coach of Blacklist Rivalry, Dubu, one of my fellow NA originators. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, I'm doing great.
Yeah, so I took a look at your guys' qualifier run to get here in the first place, and you guys dropped down in the first round and had to win 4 straight series to get here. What was that like as a coach, the stress levels of the team? Cutthroat.
it's important to look at yourself in that position rather than like thinking about what your teammate should have done better. Everyone needs to take 20% and then think about what I can do better for the next game. So you actually know what was the real problem. Is it like on the draft or it's just a play? And then we kind of figure out that it was just play, so it was easy to move on.
Okay, so you mentioned everybody taking their 20%, but that's each player. We're talking about you as a coach now. What is your role in that? Are you more of like the strategist here? Are you more like, hey guys, like let's rally the troops? Are you more giving an inspirational speech? What is your role in a series like that?
I think what I remember was I specifically said what matters for the next game. I didn't really talk about the game one. I just told them what we need to focus on the game two, and then what's gonna happen in the draft. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about the huge qualifier run. It's pretty sick, but now you guys are here. What are you thinking as a coach, as a team? What's the vibes like coming into the tournament?
I think we are pretty confident to compete in this Riyadh qualifier. It's just because we are all same page on what we want to do, and then I think their skills are high enough to beat this tournament. Yeah.
Nice, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. Thanks for joining me for the interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. My name is Cryptic. I am here with Z Quixotics, and we have your next series coming up, which is going to be LGD Gaming versus Beastcoast. I am super excited. Big shout out to John and MLP, of course, for starting the show off today. Love those guys. But Zach, before we start, how you feeling, man?
Man, I'm excited. It's the first day of Riyadh Masters. That means international Dota with relatively new big patch right facets, which I think has started to settle down, but this is the biggest tournament for sure that we've had since that patch came out. So and it's a long one. There's gonna be a lot of games. I'm excited to see like some crazy facet picks or like new ideas, you know, the pocket strats that the teams have been saving this whole time, right? I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, just this last series, we see a Phantom Assassin kind of coming out of nowhere with the methodical facet, which a lot of people thought was just not pickable, and it worked great. So it does kind of show that there's still a lot to be kind of discovered with the facets available, but there's still so much Dota to be played. We are only halfway through the first day of play-ins. Don't even get me started about the group stage to come. So it's just going to be a really fun couple weeks here for the Dota 2 scene, man. This couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, and so far, we're back to Group A. It's all 1-1s. And the bottom of the group is eliminated for anyone who isn't familiar with the format. Bottom team eliminated. 4th and 5th are gonna have to play in a like mini elimination bracket to then qualify. So if you can pick up an early 2-0, you're gonna feel great. And if not, maybe we'll have some crazy tiebreakers if it keeps going 1-1s, which I feel like has happened at several recent big tournaments. It's just the Dota scene's really close, and especially with the facets being relatively new. Like, even if you think there's a favorite team versus an unfavorite, it's like, oh, we actually have this cool tech that you don't know about, you know, and you sneak a win in. So maybe we will have some crazy tiebreakers, but that'll be for the future. It's day one, not even finished yet.
Yeah, it's funny looking at all of the games, right? Because Group B, at least their first series of games are done, and the only team to get a 2-0 today out of 6 series is Aurora. They took the 2-0 over Azure. So they're at least off to a fantastic start, but everyone else is basically just rinse and repeat, you know, start over, which is kind of funny. So I am a little bit excited to see how these two teams are going to match up as LGD Gaming here. So one of my favorite teams, I will say, I love Shiro. I've been watching this guy for so dang long. So it's going to be cool to see how, you know, this team stands up against their opponents, Beastcoast.
Yeah, if you guys remember at the very first Riyadh Masters 2 years ago, LGD actually won that one, which this is a pretty different team since then.
Very different,
They still
yeah.
have Y, and they still have their coach. So maybe some of that winning team is still here, of course, and I'm sure they'd love to pick up another one.
Yeah, absolutely. I have pretty high hopes for this team. I think they are incredibly strong. I think they have the ability to pretty much win through their group. But again, a lot of these teams are very close. Everyone's pretty much tied 1-1. We'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, Group A is going to be... It's going to be very tight as we get closer. I think even to the end of like day 3, right? I'm going to be surprised to see if there's like a big kind of difference between the top or the bottom of the group.
Yeah, it should be pretty close, I feel like. Well, maybe there's a couple that are more favorites. Like, I'd say Entity and G2IG are, maybe leaning towards the top of the group. I think a lot of people would expect them to make it through. I think amongst the others, it could be pretty close depending how they perform, which I guess sounds obvious as I say. Like, we've seen these teams do well, and then they can take games off these top teams, but just how consistently can they play at that level? That is the decider, and it changes from tournament to tournament how they're feeling. So maybe we'll get a glimpse into that here as we get into this next series, because both these teams played earlier today. So this is their second series of the game. That was Beastcoast we just saw, which you and I have gotten to see a lot. We cover a lot of NA, SA. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. We know they can take games off the top teams, but sometimes they don't quite show up. So far, 1-1. So looking good on that front. I hope they can keep it up.
The interview they had with Mariano earlier was pretty neat, right? Purge got to talk to him in the break, and it is really nice to kind of just see his kind of idea and his thoughts on the year, because a lot of people wrote this team off and wrote the org off. They're like, oh, Boom and Heroic are just gonna crush South America, and then Beastcoast comes out of nowhere and just blows through the qualifiers and is suddenly here at Riyadh Masters, and it's a well-deserved position. Like, this team is incredibly skilled. They have a lot of really I would say interesting hero picks between some of their players. Their offlaners specifically, which I know you and I are very familiar with, but Vitali can play a lot of heroes in the offlane that people don't usually expect, and that's something that you have to adapt for in the draft. But I have to say, a lot of people that are South American fans are extremely happy to see Moose qualify, because this guy is so talented. He is incredibly good, and it's just well deserved to see him, make it to these big events. So yeah, I have high hopes for this team. Whether or not they're going to win, we'll have to see. As we're getting ready to jump into the draft here for the first game, is LGD versus Beastcoast about to begin. And tell me, is there anything that you're kind of expecting in the draft, or is it still too early to kind of predict any major changes in the meta?
In terms of expectations, probably the meta we saw leading up to this, which is like TA, SF, those types of heroes. There's a couple others that we'll get the draft up in a second, and we'll see which ones make it through. But there's about 10 heroes that you typically see in the first phase bans and picks. I don't think that has changed too much as we start this, but of course we don't have the inside info with the scrims. However, it's a long tournament, and usually a meta develops, so I'm pretty excited to see what that is, because I feel like the entire first group stage could have its own meta, the second group stage could have its own meta, and then the final playoffs could have its own meta, which I think will be really interesting. For now, it doesn't look like there's been anything too crazy. Yeah, we see that TA and SF, Weaver Brood, IO, which not every team plays, but LGD certainly can, and looks like Beastcoast's gonna respect that. One more band coming out. I mean, we got Phoenix, Clockwork,
never mind. I have Weaver already banned. You already said that.
Just keeping on your
toes. Just keeping you on your toes.
He time-lapsed back out of the bands. Ban him again.
Can't get rid of this guy, I swear.
Yeah, it's a 2024, but maybe Pango, still in that first phase bans potentially. I don't think he's quite there yet, but
yeah. He's still very good, but yeah, maybe not first phase, first ban potential. The Monkey King, overall first. I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, he's been getting more popular. Simian Stride is really good. You're so fast on the map. and the flex, right? Between, I actually think he's more of a carry or a mid right now, but you could always put him in that 4 support and feel pretty good about that. And I know a couple teams are probably going to run him off lane. Like, that's something a few players like to do. We'll see. I haven't seen it yet, but I know it could be there.
Yeah, I think Hoodwink, you and I mean, we've been doing a lot of casts in various tournaments leading up to this, and we have seen Hoodwink kind of become the all-star 4 position. Like, this hero scales incredibly well. It has insane pickoff potential, and the damage output, despite the nerfs, like pretty much every patch since 7.36, it has been nerfed. But it's still contributing so much to the game. The trick shot, right? The tree bounce trick shot is pretty much the go-to facet now. It feels like people realizing just getting a free guaranteed extra hit on acorn shot to the hero is very good. It's incredible for like harassing in lane against the 5 positions, which usually aren't as strong as the Hoodwink. But yeah, I like it. I think it's a smart pick. Whether or not it's a Monkey King support or carry, obviously we'll have to see, as the flex is still there. Tiny Pango bans into the Rubik, which all pretty good. And we're seeing more Jakiro with the Frost facet. Do you want to explain this one? Why we're seeing kind of more a lend or kind of people leaning into the Frost and Jakiro?
Yeah, so the Liquid Frost means every time Jakiro does an instance of damage, you do a bonus instance of damage based on the level of Liquid Frost. So what a lot of people are doing are going QE at level 2, and it essentially adds an extra 100 damage to your QE combo compared to when you take Liquid Fire. So you're doing a lot more damage in those early levels. Towards the end, it starts to like level out where it's kind of about the same. But when you have to pick a blind support and you just want a strong lane, Jakiro's pretty good. And that's why they also ban out the Rubik, because Ice Path is one of the greatest steals you can get on Rubik. And even if you don't get Ice Path, Dual Breath and Macropire are both excellent.
Yeah.
So they're going to ban it out, pick that Jakiro, which should set up for a strong lane. And if it is a Monkey 4, the damage over time plus attack slows are very good versus Monkey King, whether he's a support or a core. Though now these 2 supports are kind of decent at finding Monkey King in the trees. I wonder if they are thinking about switching him over. For now, though, they're going to grab Ember, who's a pretty mobile mid, very popular right now. I'd say he's one of the top mids, especially once you ban out like TA and SF, heroes he struggles against. And then Hoodwink, Bushwhack, and Ice Path, kind of slow. So Ember definitely has a way to just get out of these unless you pick a better stun, such as Dragonite's Dragon Tail, who will also lane really well into Ember. You could flex the Dragonite, but if this is your mid matchup, I think you're feeling good about that.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think it's likely to just be the DK mid. We see this all the time into the Ember Spirits. It is, like, Ember can still farm, and I think a lot of times when we see Embers actually win the lane, or maybe not win, but kind of draw the lane against a Dragonite, it's with the 2 to 3 points in Flame Guard, right? Dragonite really doesn't have a way of breaking Flame Guard past level 2. So you can just go the 2nd or 3rd point Flame Guard, try and just counter push the wave against the DK and prevent your tower from taking a ton of chip damage. That being said, when you do that, you end up losing a lot of damage and kind of pick off potential in the mid game with the higher levels of Sleight of Fist and having Searing Chains as well. So we'll see what he decides to do on the trade-off. Chaos Knight, the S tier carry, picked up now. I am a little bit curious what you do to counter this, because we've seen more Sven. You could still put the Monkey King in the carry position if you want, which I don't feel is that bad because of Wukong's command. But the other option is to, I mean, I think you're either you're revealing the Monkey King position here, most likely, or you're picking your off lane.
I think you just pick the off lane to keep that Monkey King flex, but also you know the safe lane now. This is Chaos Knight and Jakiro, I'd say like 90% of the time, unless you want to do something crazy, which actually South American teams do like to play for lane counters, so I bet they would be willing to swap things around if it worked. But yeah, I think Timbersaw will be a strong pick here against the Chaos Knight. Should be fine in the lane. Jakiro, he's annoying, but if you like with the Timber Chain, you can usually just get away from Jakiro, who wants to dual breath and just kind of run you down during that attack slow. It's like your escape skill. So I feel like you should be okay after a couple levels. There might be some counter synergy with Monkey King. We may see him cut his tree once or twice, which makes me want to put Monkey King as a 4, and that way you can just creep drag for Timbersaw. At some point, you just start roaming around. Timbersaw will be fine on his own. I think that could be a good combo there.
Yeah, I thought we might see the Tidehunter. It's one of those heroes we've seen a lot into the CK, and there's not really anything Chaos Knight can do against this guy once you get like a couple stacks on that Kraken swell. But overall, I think still a good pick. We're going to see the Brewmaster removed. Very good pick here. There is still a lot of Vitali heroes that you have to consider. Obviously, I mean, for primarily, I think the Tidehunter is not a bad pick for them if they want it. It synergizes fairly well with their team. It's good at finding the Oracle on the back line, disrupting the team fight, and just a little bit more minus armor for them. And it is something he likes to play, to get rid of the Ursa. There is still an Underlord.
I think Beastmaster could be a good ban too.
Ooh, Darkseer is still in. How did Darkseer make it this far? So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of options for the offlane.
Yeah, there's been a lot of supports and carry/mid bans. So actually a lot of the top offlaners are still in, which I like Beastmaster for Beastcoast. I mean, of course it depends. Beastcoast has the last pick, so they'll get to choose here. But if you do get Beastmaster, it'll synergize quite nicely with the tempo that Dragon Knight and Chaos Knight can bring. And nowadays I feel Beastmaster's a better pick-off hero, which of course Oracle, we didn't really talk that much about Oracle, but Oracle Dispel will be good versus like Jakiro later on, and the save in general. If you Beastmaster roar him and just delete the Oracle right off the bat, then you don't have to worry about any of that. Now, of course, it does limit you. You can't roar anyone else if you don't know where the Oracle is, and that's a bit annoying. Ooh,
So you were right.
Sven.
Beastmaster ban. They do go back for the Sven, which we talked about a little bit earlier as a hero that's decent into the Chaos Knight. Now, I think you can still very easily pick something like a Darkseer, but the problem is you don't get a ton of value of the Darkseer into the Sven. So I wonder if you're just better off going for the Underlord here, but then I feel like you might be lacking ability to grab the Oracle. And I know you're like, Ricky, but why would you pick Darkseer into an Oracle? It doesn't matter. Nothing actually counters the Darkseer.
I do think it would be more annoying than you would prefer. Yeah, Slardar, I think, because whether you run Monkey King carry or Sven carry, okay, it is going to be Sven. Slardar should have a decent time there, and the basic Dispel from Oracle won't be that impactful to start in the laning stage, which is where Slardar wants to shut down the Sven. Of course, once you have Corrosive Haze, that can be removed by the Dispel, but in that initial lane, when you can just 1v1 the carry, especially with this Hoodwink, like you could get a nice chain combo here. Stun into stun, lucky Acorn Shot bounces. I wouldn't be surprised to hear get a Blightstone. That's, I mean, you know, that could be pretty scary again for Sven.
Yeah, the lane is definitely strong for Beastcoast. I do worry though, because Sven just does provide his team 35 armor in the late game when he has his shard and his talent for the extra 10. So it counters a lot of the Slardar's initiation and his damage potential for his team, as long as he gets Warcry off. Now, maybe you can find the pick off before the Warcry comes out, or maybe you can jump the Sven and kill him before Warcry. But if the Warcry goes off, you're in a pretty rough spot, and I wouldn't be surprised if he takes... We'll have to see exactly which facet he goes, but you're either between the Wrath of God, which gives you way more damage in the late game, or you take the Barrier, which gives you like 240 damage barrier for your whole team. So we'll see.
I think this would have been actually a decent game for support Sven, but as a carry, I think you want the other facet, Wrath of God. And I'm also not I can't remember all the talents of Sven. I'm not sure if he wants to take the Warcry talents, but they are really good this game. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Let me double check. What are his talents as we load into the game here?
So he gets the Warcry duration or attack speed at 10. I think you almost always take the attack speed, but if you're carry, but then you go God Strength cooldown, and then of course Warcry armor at 20.
Oh yeah, the other one's God Strength slow resistance plus 20%, which it wouldn't be bad this game, but I don't think he really needs. So yeah, I'd be up for what is it, 25 bonus armor war cry until maybe the shard comes in, and then it's 31.
Yeah,
that's a lot. And we have multiple sources of negative armor this game. There's Slardar, there's Chaos Knight, but then don't forget this is Corrosive Dragon DK, so he also has 4 armor reduction from his Worm's Wrath, and then that goes up when he actually uses his ultimate. So
up to
it adds
6,
up.
yeah. It's a lot. It definitely is. And a lot of people have kind of, I think when it comes to drafting and we're looking at minus armor strats, a lot of the time people are forgetting that DK is a minus armor hero. Like, despite everything, like he does a lot of other stuff, but he does reduce a lot of armor on heroes, especially supports, and his itemization comes out very quick. Things like Blink Dagger into a potential Orchid or BKB gives him a ton of early game pressure. And it should be a favorable lane into the Ember Spirit. Like I said, you might max or put 2 or 3 points in the Flame Guard early to try and slow Lumpy down on this Dragon Knight, but eventually that tower is going to get pressured too much.
And a quick pause. I think someone was having connection issues. Should be good to go in just a moment.
There we go. Yeah, finally unpausing here as we are getting ready to jump into game number 1. For those of you who are just joining us, it is LGD versus Beastcoast here. The first game between these two, but their second game here of the day.
Doesn't look like anything too crazy going on yet. Actually, what's crazy is Beastcoast didn't start with a smoke. We almost always see, or sorry, not Beastcoast, LGD didn't start with a smoke. We almost always see both teams smoke up at the beginning. Sometimes you do it right away, sometimes you wait a little bit, but they do not have theirs right now, unless one's on a courier somewhere. So maybe that means they're just going to do a very defensive start. Which, so far, they did use Simeon Stride to get out on the map first, place all these observers. One of the benefits to Simeon Stride, you are so insanely fast. You hop onto a tree out of the fountain, use Primal Spring, and then just start hopping everywhere. You can always get out to place your defensive wards first. Smoke immediately broken on the side of Beastcoast. Yeah, it looks like that was LGD's plan. Really good positioning around these wards.
He's looking to break Moo's smoke on the left side. They actually will find the Monkey King for a second. El Micho almost cutting the tree there. Spot. Yeah, they're trying so hard. They're like, we're going to find this guy. But he's actually just going to be able to take their rune behind him. They are... Ooh, very close. All right, PYW does not get punished.
I don't know if that was a misclick or he got scared of the Dragon Knight.
I think he was scared of getting Dragon Tailed, because if he gets Dragon Tailed there, his Simeon Stride's definitely broken, right? He'll go below the threshold, and he's not getting out of there.
Yeah, First Blood not really worth giving up for a bounty rune.
Obviously, he didn't know that the DK, has Breathe Fire, but you can't risk it. Definitely can't risk that.
Yeah, he would start Dragon Tail if we got him a First Blood.
All right. Okay, so let's look at these lanes. Moose here with the help of the Chaos Knight doing a pretty good amount of damage here, trying to just slow down this Timbersaw's start here. But they're already wave dragging. You mentioned this, right? You've got a Monkey King on the 4th position who's just going to drag waves and make things a little bit easier, which I'm not super surprised.
Yeah, it's not an easy lane for Timber, although he usually does well versus strength melee heroes like CK. CK hits really hard, plus the harass from the Jakiro will make it pretty difficult. Getting a courier snipe already on the Monkey King before it delivered its items as well, which is pretty annoying for Moose. Oh, that's actually crazy. He dragged the wave, and usually what you'll see carries do is then bring their own creep wave up behind the tower like this. Oh, another courier kill maybe?
Oh, never mind. He cuts the tree. Very good. Blood Grenade comes out. The CK level 2 gets the minus armor from that Reality Rift. Another stun. And this will be First Blood for Moose on the Jakiro. Quick reactions there from the CK. Nicely done.
Yeah, you take those. I was about to say, I was gonna talk about the benefits of Simeon Stride. You can do a creep pull, and then usually it takes you a while to catch up, and you miss some XP while the carry does that. But he's actually so fast with Simeon Stride, he got there for the XP, but maybe a little too fast, he got himself killed.
He's coming to the bottom side of the map here to find some help at killing Vitali. A lot of damage already dropped over onto Y. One more auto attack from El Misho is gonna do it. The Slard are too damn tanky at the beginning of the game. One of the benefits of this hero is his early game base stats are cracked. This guy, very good levels 1 and 2.
And now that you get your innate ability, Seaborn Sentinel, you get some of those river buffs. I guess it shouldn't really be river because he's like from the sea, but water buffs, I guess. When he uses his Slithering Crush, he gets all that extra armor, HP regen, move speed, and it just helps him survive some of these early fights.
Yeah. I'd be curious to know if he's like a freshwater or saltwater fish, you know? I feel
Definitely
like
salt
we need
water.
that. We need the lore in that. Is it just because Dota's a salty game that you think it's saltwater or what?
That's a better reason. I was gonna say, as fast it's called Brine Guard, which is literally a saltwater descriptor.
Okay.
So.
All right. Fair. That makes more sense. All right. Adjust glasses loudly. It's called Brine Guard. Thank you. Bottom lane, Shiro just gonna get walked down here. He just needs one more bash from the Slardar, but he will make it under the tower. One of the downsides of playing in the Slardar lane, the further you are from your tower, the higher the kill threat.
Yeah, but that's where Warcry will help him, and they did secure the Lotus as well, so that's
Yeah.
a little bit of room to work with. Monkey King's all over the place. It's 4 minutes in. He's been in all 3 lanes already. That's kind of what you want from Simeon Stride. Although, oh, hold that thought. Timber, maybe in a bit of
He's got no
trouble here.
mana. He's dead. He was 5 mana short of the Timber Chain there at the end. Very good kind of heads up play there from, I'm assuming it would have been the Chaos Knight to make that call, right? He throws the stuns first, realizing he's out of mana.
I think so. I missed if he used Whirling Death. He maybe miscalculated a little there.
God, I love the CK taunt. It's so good.
It's a good one. Make sure you all re-equip your taunts. There was a bug. All of them got unequipped.
Thank
Can't
God
even
they
play
fixed
Dota
it.
if I can't taunt.
I actually left the game because I couldn't taunt his Tidehunter once. I was like, oh, all right, well, I picked this hero for the taunt.
What's the point?
Why do I even play?
TP
Mid
mid.
lane. They really want to try and slow down Lumpy's. Nice Searing Chains, holding him in place. Dragon Tail as well, but the chase continues. Boundless is there, and he will burn. Very nicely done. And that is the 3 points in that Flame Guard, as expected. You know, one of the ways of actually doing damage to this hero. Timber Chain, he is stuck on a cliff, but he is at least safe up there.
I think with nighttime, they couldn't actually see that far to get him, even if they wanted to, so.
Moose did
Should
put a
be
ward
good
over there, though. Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's worth it, but I guess it's pretty out of the way. You're very unlikely to get that dewarded because it's usually more in the center of the lane. Ooh, gets the tree cut, but he's next to his own tower. He should be okay. They are
Bringing the
rotating
Oracle
in
up here.
Oracle.
Yeah.
The Observer doesn't see this. This is the downside of the Observer. They don't actually know he's here yet.
They did put a sentry down to try and find the ward and didn't find it. So exactly as you said. Oh, well, he sees him now. Ward's
wanders
going to
in.
scout this. 6 minutes for the power rune. Mid lane will go to the Ember Spirit. Kind of wins the 50-50 trade as Beastcoast brought some heroes from bottom.
Haste
But
is a good
overall,
one for Ember.
Very,
He could
very
rotate.
good start. Yeah. I'd be curious to see if he does. It's a
He
little
might go
bit.
for the
Lanes are in
Wisdom
weird
Rune steal.
positions, though. Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, with the haste rune, you can just drop a remnant on the mid lane, shove in. Probably this wave coming in here, you just shove it back out and then just haste over to the bottom lane. See if he thinks it's worth it or if he wants to try to go for a kill instead. He's also kind of fine on mana, so he doesn't really have to pop the rune if he doesn't want to.
I feel like if he doesn't, though, the Dragon Knight's going to do a ton of tower damage. But for now, no one actually making a play for these runes. They are still positioned very aggressively on LGD in the top jungle here, as the Timber Saw is just going to lane pull again. That being said, a Dire Scan does come out. There's no way you beat the Monkey King to this rune, thanks to Simeon Stride, so he will go back and grab it.
Ooh, unfortunate observer here, actually. The sentry that's unblocking the small camp actually catches sight of the observer in that top jungle.
Alright.
But they get a mid lane D ward as well, so balance in all things.
Dire are scanning.
Both teams trying to keep track of this Monkey King. Monkey King looking for opportunities, while Beastcoast, of course, not wanting to give those to the Monkey King and this Simeon Stride, which we've already seen him be all over the map with it. And then
They
TP
force out
rotations as
double
well.
TP bottom. There is still a little bit of time left on this haste rune. It's about to expire, but he's going to chase for Moose, and the Monkey King coming in with a nice boundless strike. Vitali is level 6, though. You've got to respect the corrosive haze. Moose will burn here inside of the pit, but the return going to be PYW, as they might look for more. Or DK is going to take your mid tower. Either or. You pick or choose. Okay, they fortify.
This was the Timber pick into the CK, right?
Yes. Ooh, a little bit too aggressive there from El Misho as Echo stuck around. It's some on the slide chains. Nicely done.
Middle tower is under attack.
I am interested to see how Echo does. He very recently joined this squad, and I think this is the first real tournament, like major tournament, that they're joining with him. So excited to see how he does.
Yeah, same here actually.
So far, doing all right in the counter pick for Dragonite. I mean, Dragonite, of course, getting a little bit more CS, but that's kind of understood.
Yeah, I mean, net worth, they're pretty much dead even. I think the kill helps a lot there, but it does just come down to the issue of you're going to build a Maelstrom on Echoes, and your Dragonite is probably going to build a Blink Dagger and just Blink Stun you on cooldown. So it gets a little bit spooky in that mid-game timing with the Dragonite, and you do have like the Slardar to follow things up as well, so you gotta be very careful of just the damage threat from these two. He is gonna go the Orchid, so it is exactly what we expected in the draft. The Blink Orchid DK. He's gonna find Why You Smile here, Ice Path to come out, and the rest of the team needs to be careful as they could just continue to look for more. Timbersaw low on mana, pops the Lotus though. A little back away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how New does. New is, I think a lot of people got their eyes on him in some of their LG. Oh, mid lane.
That's a lot of damage. He needs help. He does have a Remnant, but they're going to try and just get aggressive onto Lumpy. This Flame Guard doing so much work to dispel, but here comes Slardar. It's not enough to save him. The Dragonite goes down. The question is, can they get more? A lot of damage, dude. It's going to be Pink coming in on that CK as well. They will trade 2 for 1. As the Slardar proving that he's, DK is not the only scary hero right now.
Maybe this is a saltwater river. Does that exist? Is that a thing?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Totally. In
I'm
Dota,
sure.
it's a thing.
Yep.
Slardar's really fast there, because otherwise I don't think he gets that double stun. Like most other heroes would just have to slowly walk in, but not Slardar. Yeah, they actually start on the Ember, but he had the safety Remnant down, so easy Remnant away, and then that's where Slardar's just going to bash people down. Yeah, look at that. Most other people get out there, but not against Slardar.
Really good dual breath from Moose, too, hitting both of them, right? Holding the Monkey King in place so he can't get the leap away. So it was close. Like, they almost disengaged entirely off LGD. Like, Echo's getting out as big. He, instantly teleported to base. They are looking to pressure bottom tier 1 now as they're bringing some extra heroes, forcing Shiro into the jungle, who isn't having a bad game on the Sven by any means. Only a little bit behind, the cores on LGD, but Sven recovers.
Yeah, this is actually where we would expect to see him like really skyrocket in net worth. However, I do think Beastcoast wants to apply this early pressure because as the game goes on, Sven and Timber are both going to be pretty good versus your lineup. Sven with the cleave versus the CK, Timber with the just the percentage damage versus 3 strength heroes, right? That's going to be really scary the later the game goes. And then he struggled a little bit in the lane, but it's not that bad. And he's just going to get harder and harder to deal with. So I think you do want to try to push this lead, a 3K, good start, but they're going to need to get more out of it. And the blink should really get them going, which Lumpy is working on some stacks in the jungle. That should finish up the blink here. And I would love to see them just start moving together as a squad. Make space for CK maybe, but like the rest of them can get stuff done.
They're gonna know about this ward on the Dire side at the top. They did actually scan out the rotation that they were making, like smoked for the moment. So I think they'll know that that area is warded as the CK is kind of playing a little bit defensively. They get the tier 1 top, and they fort again for this mid tier 1 tower. It's falling low, but we'll still survive for the moment as DK's dragon form going to be coming to an end shortly. We're almost to the vessel on PYW though, and I think that is a huge item this game if he can actually get it and get active with it.
That's true, and that's a pretty early vessel considering that was not a great lane. He was just creep dragging, but he rotated around. He's got 3 assists, so that's gotten him the gold he needs.
They're looking bottom. He is going to be going right under a ward here on the Ember Spirit, though, so he needs to be a little bit careful going too far. They are smoked up here.
Double
Vitali
blink's done.
and
Dead if they get this.
Oh, Searing Chains are out. Vitali is going to go ahead and throw the Corrosive Haze, but they are definitely looking or waiting for someone else to get aggressive and kind of hiding the DK blink on the backside.
See Sven?
They're trying to chase the Monkey King, but it's just not possible. He's going to go for the 14-minute rune, though, and it looks like the Moose Jakiro is very aware of this. So the Radiant scan, and he immediately TPs to the other side of the map.
Prioritize those wisdom runes, guys. It is good stuff for the supports.
All right. Overall, I feel like that's a win for LGD, right? You had 2 cores smoked up with blink daggers. You don't lose anybody.
Yeah, it's Beastcoast not quite finding anything yet. It's what you want out of the blinks, right? It's an active item. If you want it to farm, there's much better items for it. So not finding any kills yet. We'll see if that changes. But yeah, both blink reveals not really getting anything for them so far. I think that's what LGD wants. They just want to drag this out. Like I said, the war cry later on will be really good. I imagine Timbersaw will pick up like a Shiva's, which will be really good. The late game scaling seems strong for LGD right now. So I think they're fine with just dragging things out. And that's why they fortify the mid tower so much. They just don't want to lose it. They just want to drag it out as long as possible.
Yeah. Now, where are we on the Orchid timings for heroes like DK and the Chaos Knight? Because I feel like the Chaos Knight is also a pretty standard Orchid builder. And in the top side, he's kind of getting rotated on. They have a ward. Both teams kind of being scouted from this. So we'll see PYW on the backside. And El Micho and Moose. I think maybe they're going to go back to ward that. For now, we'll leave it. All right. Mid lane, looking at Vitali here on the Slardar. God Strength's gonna get popped as they're gonna try and just chase him down. The Boundless Strike is there and chopped through by Shiro. Moose, gotta be careful, but they're gonna continue chasing. Macro Pyre comes out, Vessel on the money. That's a nice 2 hero kills. Now is PYW continuing to scout thanks to the Simian Stride in the mid tier 1 tower. Surprisingly, will fall first on Beastcoast. Very good fight.
This is the benefit of Sven, who he's just been quietly farming. We haven't talked about him much, but this hero I think could become quite popular at this tournament because he became viable as a support. And as a core, Sven's always on this delicate balance of being totally ignored or he's incredibly stable. Because even if you give him a bad lane, he just farms fast with cleave. And if he can't farm because they keep invading, once you have God Strength, you actually hit pretty hard. You go for very early items, so you can join these fights. Monkey King.
Very nice pick off.
Not joining any fights for a little bit there. Chaos Knight can actually also get online pretty early in fight. But, I mean, that's kind of why both these cores are strong, right? It's like decent lanes, decent recovery. Like for Sven is the cleave for Chaos Knight. Oh, Ember!
That was such a sick play from the Chaos Knight. He scouted his remnants and they forced him in the mid lane.
That Orchid massively paying off.
Radiant's
That's
bottom
essentially a
Oh
solo kill. I
my
mean, the team
goodness.
helped, but he did it himself.
scanning.
Oh, and
he
they
gets the
find Timber
Dragon
at the
Tail.
top trying
He
to TP
actually
the
finds
trees.
Timber. Now, he's definitely gonna struggle to get away here, if at all. Yeah, no chance. Lumpy, really good find. That's 2 big pickoffs back to back. They can... I mean, look at Y, dude. He is just panicking at the trees here. No way. Yeah. He has no TP anytime soon. Luckily, has a high ground ward to at least give him a little bit of vision to dodge out a potential gank. But
I think he did TP, and then I think he canceled it. Should I help Timber? See if he
Okay.
just sneak his way out. I think Dragon Knight knew he was there, but didn't want to risk it without more information.
Okay. Ooh, early blink on the Sven as well. A lot of times we see like a BKB come out relatively quick, but dude, a lot of items. Another Orchid on the Dragon Knight. So double Orchid for Beastcoast. You have a blink now on your Sven, at least for LGD. And the Ember Spirit working towards a Yules, which absolutely necessary after he got Orchid there from the CK. He needs to be at a defensive item. They really want this Timber. They're gonna get him. Beautiful setup here from Vitali, the Orchid and the damage from the CK. Too much, and of course the op main El Misho coming in from downtown.
The Timberstaw's going for Guardian Greaves, which is not something we see too often. Does make sense this game since Orchids pretty common on CK, and then it's not that weird to build one on Dragon Knight either. And it will just be armor for his team. We were talking about the negative armor synergy on Beastcoast. So that's kind of cool. It does limit his damage output, but that's somewhat balanced out by the fact that they're all strength heroes, so you'll do a lot of damage anyways. And you just need to live, which you just saw there. If they jump him, it's a lot. Between the stun, the negative armor, and then the silences, he can't really get out. Once he has the Greaves, at least he won't have to be as worried about the silences, and maybe he'll be able to get a Timber Chain out.
They smoked, I believe, under a ward here. They just saw Monkey King jump over the Watcher as well. PYW is... Yeah, he's trying to dodge any potential threat here from Beastcoast, realizing that they are nearby. So they will back away. Yeah, they placed a sentry mid lane after the Timbersaw gank, and it missed the ward and immediately smoked. So I think they saw this coming. But I want to highlight El Misho because you and I have watched a lot of Hoodwink pop off. And this game, he's got a early Maelstrom, right? And he's going to pick up a Gleipnir relatively soon. Ooh. They get on top of Shiro. The Blink, the Dragon Tail in the river. They do get their hands for a moment onto the Ember, but they're just going to tunnel down Shiro. He just dies. He gets the Jakiro into that moment, and now they're going to look for more. Sharpshooter connects onto the Timbersaw, and he cannot escape. There's just too much damage coming out from the side of Beastcoast.
Nicely done. Once they found Shiro, Pike ran for Oracle so that Oracle could not save the Sven. Takes his time just chasing him around, but really good prioritization from everyone on Beastcoast there. Looks like they're going to go for Roche. You got the Slardar alone is enough, but actually with all the other negative armor, this should be pretty easy. And it should be down before LGD even has the chance to come over to contest. Oh, you need the CK here, I think, to speed it up, but he's on the way.
Yeah. It's like looking back at the fight, you're right. The CK, he actually forces an immediate Yules out of the Ember because he was about to get Reality Rift stunned. And he has to dodge that or he dies. Like, Orchid doesn't matter, right? He will die in that combo. But because of the Yules, Pike just immediately Orchids the Oracle. And there's just nothing that he can do at that point. All right.
Oracle's working on 5 minutes. Oracle's working on an Aether Lens to try to be further back, but I actually don't know if that's enough. He might have needed to go like a Blink Dagger first item to be really far back, because you have multiple heroes who are going to be looking to kill you and can solo kill you. Like Slardar, finding the Oracle could solo kill Slardar. CK, of course, could do it. And Dragon Knight, as he starts getting more farmed, and especially because he went for the Orchid, he could do the solo killing as well. So I don't know if just a little extra cast range will be enough to stay far enough back.
I'm sorry, El Misho, are you seeing his items here? He says, forget
They're Daedalus
Gleipnir,
next.
baby.
There's a Daedalus now.
I'm going
Let's
Chrysalis.
go.
Who cares? Who needs Gleipnir? It gets dispelled, I suppose, by the Oracle, so why not? Just get more damage. Throw it in there.
Dude, El Misho wants to join the train of heroes who can kill Oracle. It's like, no. If I get a Gleipnir, he'll just dispel it. His magic damage versus Fate's Edict, that's dumb, guys. Crystallis for the physical damage. Simply kill the Oracle in 2 Acorn Shot bounces.
I like it. I like it. Good play from LG to take their Tormentor. They know that they're kind of on the back foot right now playing against the Aegis. So don't kind of delay in grabbing that, because it will absolutely go the way of Beastcoast if you know, if you let them. BKB done on the Sven. That's a big one. So a little bit slow, but I think honestly his net worth is still very strong, so he can definitely take the fight for them if he gets his hands on the right heroes. But the initiation feels easier for Beastcoast with these double blinks.
Yeah, they're definitely in the driving seat right now, which, to protect some of the pubs out there, I want you to know the reason El Misho can go this Crystallis is because they are trying to do a lot right now. It's a bit all in or nothing kind of play, and his team will lack a bit of utility, but they have so much negative armor that the Acorn Shot does so much damage.
They find the Dragon Knight in mid, again protected from the Aegis. They will jump everything on top of them. The question is, can you get out now? Moose holding his spells. There's going to be the Macro Fire, the Ice Path. They're still on top of the Dragon Knight, trying to bring down Lumpy. They got him. BKB's thrown. Moose going to TP out. Pake will do the same. Okay. I mean, that's a great find from LGD. No BKB yet on this Dragon Knight, and they punish him for it.
Yeah, great find, but a little bit of a slip up from Beastcoast. They were pretty scattered there. They were showing in multiple lanes across the top to the mid lane. So LGD had their pick of where to go, and Dragon Knight, of course, is going to be an extremely valuable kill. All right, who got the shards?
El Misho.
El Misho has one, and who got the other one?
I feel like it would have been Monkey King because his net worth is high. Yeah.
Oracle Shard, I think, is probably better this game, but it will speed up Monkey King's farm a lot. And he's another support who can scale quite well. Hoodwink's path to scaling is easier because she just throw out the Acorn Shot. It's very safe, very easy. Monkey King has to put himself at a bit more risk, so I think he takes more time to scale up. But he is an actual traditional carry, so if he gets to that point, he's maybe a little scarier than Hoodwink.
How do you feel about the Slardar grabbing Aghanim Scepter as his second item? Because, like, a lot of times we've seen Slardars go for Orchids. I think 3 might be a little overkill this game, but the Aghanim Scepter getting this much priority, I feel like he's not going to be a fun target to fight into anymore.
I would agree with that. Maybe he's just looking to take that frontline role for his team, and he'll just drop that puddle and stand in there, and it won't be easy to jump him.
They are set up behind Lumpy. There's 2 heroes from LG making their way over, smoked up. They might walk into the side of Beastcoast, though, as they do. Now they need to get out. No, Dragon Tail not on there. They get the Stormhare right on top of these supports. Moo's in trouble, though. He's just going to burn down to the vessel. And now Slardar, no puddle beneath him, gets caught from the Yules, does get the stomp to turn around onto the Ember Spirit, and Pike will destroy him. PYW on the backside pops the Wukong's command. Why you smile? Will get the false promise off for the moment as Lumpy's BKB protecting him, but it is going to expire, and he will finish it off. A quick blink to grab the Slardar. 3 heroes dead on Beastcoast, and an amazing start here from LGD on this fight.
I thought Beastcoast actually... So LGD was joining the Oracle and the Sven were walking down to join their team. We can see at the start of the fight. And they ran to them and they got scared and started to back off. But Shiro was fearless. Yeah, they feel strong right now. He just blinks in chasing them, gets the double stun, and Ember does get killed pretty quickly up there. He still has a very hard game until his BKB is done. But yeah, this is the Sven we were like kind of talking about, got cut off. He becomes very consistent with the items he builds. Like, you pop your ult, it lasts a decent amount of time. You will clear through the CK illusions. You will just whack away at whatever hero you want to target. You will get the damage in if you're not being kited, which fortunately this game is 3 melee heroes who aren't that great at kiting.
Yeah, I mean, Sven right now is getting like roughly 70 extra damage from his facet. It adds up for sure. Like at the facet, it makes your early game a little bit rough. The offset is literally level 5 with a bracer and treads. So at level 5, you've broken even on the -20, and then every point of strength after that is just an extra 0.7 damage for the Sven. So it ends up scaling incredibly well, and it's one of the reasons we've seen the Sven kind of pop back up into the meta. But now gonna grab an AC next, realizing that armor is king this game for his team, right? You're playing into 3 minus armor heroes, even the physical damage dealer of the, you know, Hoodwink as well. So they don't want to mess around. And then there's your Shivas being finished up on you. It's almost there.
This is a lot of armor. He's sitting at, what is this, about 40 armor on the Timber Saw without that many reactive stacks right now. So it will come down a little bit to if you're going to break him. Because if he does not get extra armor from reactive armor, then all the negative armor from like Corrosive Haze will make the Timber pretty killable as you chain stun him. But that's where this Oracle comes into play, right? Like whoever you try to focus on the side of Beastcoast, and they're a very much burst team with the items they've built. They want to just delete a target. Oracle is going to be such an important hero in these fights, on like whether he's found or not, whether he's in the right position to save, because you've got the Dispel for the silences, the strong Dispel for the chain stuns, and then of course just the false promise to keep someone alive.
That was
That's
a
blinks.
very, very risky breathe fire. The whole team was walking in there. They will get the tier 1 tower. They will look for the Wisdom Rune. It's not there, but continuing to threaten. They got tier 2 looking for.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
I mean, this game is pretty much dead even. It is a slight gold advantage, only 2,000 for the side of Beastcoast, but it's a little negligible. The big winner is the Hoodwink at the moment. The Blink Dragon Tail out from Lumpy to try and slow this one up. The Orchid is out, but Beastcoast, they're smoking up. They're wrapping around. They want to find the back line. Will they get him? Why You Smile is right between them. They back the wrong way. They're going up instead. They see them on the Watcher, though. They do see the Monkey King. Who do they find? It's going to be Timber, and it's going to be the Ember, not the best target. The BKB's out from sure. He's just chasing down the CK, but in comes Vitality, trying to get onto the backside. They get the Orchid onto the Oracle, but it's not enough damage, and the Valor Strike's going to catch Vitality. He's trying to sit inside these puddles as much as possible, keep himself alive. A nice 4-step, but New is taking no damage at all. The Gleipnir holding them all in place as they're just trying to get their hands on anything. But Pyke, he's the one in a rough spot. He's going to pop that armlet, try and keep himself alive. He's got a Phantasm in one, turns it around onto the... They get him! It's going to be Shiro that dies instead. Pyke is still alive. You can armlet toggle again. The Gleipnir holds him in place. It's going to be the Timber Saw to finish the job. But Hooves, they caught up on the top side. It's a Dragon Tail. It's an Ice Path as well. They get this Monkey King. Well, maybe... Protected for the moment thanks to the Solar Crest. Gleipnir again, a 4-step to buy some space for moves, but these two just continue to chase. The blink in from Lumpy. He's got a little bit of help here in the help from the Slaughter, but do they have the damage? He tries to TP gun out. He's going to get caught from the chains, and now it's just 2 of them dying instead. New gets the double kill. These 2 are unkillable.
I take back what I said earlier. You can't kill New. He has too much armor, man. I didn't even see he had a craggy coat, so he can activate it for even more armor. This guy just lived through that entire... He's full health at the end of what was like a 1-minute fight, which was really back and forth. First of all, LGD had a great read on Beastcoast coming in. They position onto that high ground so that Oracle is protected. Yeah, we get to replay this. Oh no, we're jumping halfway through the fight. It was so long. Yeah, so at this point, like, New is still fully topped up after like so many heroes have already died. Yeah,
I think
Timbersaw,
Lumpy
you've got
realized
Timber problems.
Like right there when he lost like 2/3 of his health to Timbersaw, he's like, uh-oh, wait a minute.
This may have
we
been
have
a bad
Timber
idea.
issues.
Yeah, which we were saying earlier, I do think LGD scales up. I didn't think they were there yet, but I think that fight shows that, in fact, New has reached critical mass. Oh, yeah. Let's go, New. He's building a Dagon. Let's go.
It's kind of cool. I mean, he's got a lot of magic amp already in the form of the Shivas and the Kaya. So going for a Dagon, why not? He's just vibing.
I mean,
it's more sustained too.
Yeah, that's it. The spell lifesteal is actually so good with this amount of armor that not only makes your health more effective, but it also makes any healing you get, such as from an Oracle, or when you dagging someone for laughs, or a creep just casually, right? That's actually a very effective heal in these team fights.
Yeah. You can dig on a creep, and since it's an insta-kill, you get the percentage of its life back as healing, which is very cool.
You can also just kill... Oh, no, sorry. You can't kill the CK illusion with it. Not his.
Yeah.
Or a Manta you could, right?
I think
The
that one
Manta doesn't
still
count.
gets... I think it still gets the Phantasmagoria strong illusions. Because it's like all illusions are strong illusions.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah.
Right?
I was thinking of old CK ult and all that.
Yeah. Well, with the Aegis in the hands of LGD, looking at the top side of it. Ooh, Vitali is in a rough spot, and it's only a matter of time before they find him. He gets the blink, but PYW can chase forever. Ooh, where did he act? That, they put him there? Okay, Ogre Seal Totem, very cool.
Collision is kind of funny in Dota, like where it bumps you out. That's a good play by Vitali, though.
Yeah, that is
Nice
very
escape.
nice.
I was laughing because I hadn't checked on Hoodwink's items in a little bit. He's full in on this damage build. He's got a Deso right now, and he's got Nemesis Curse.
I love the placement of this banner. They just put it right on the tower. They're going to have to deal with this as the Dragon Knight is in so much trouble. The Jakiro's going to get caught in the roots on the backside as well, but here comes Pyke on the CK. They managed to get the first life of this Sven. But you popped a lot of spells. Your BKBs are done. God Strength, yeah, it's on cooldown, but can you get more? They get the Searing Change on the backside. They get the Hoodwink. He's dead without buyback, and Echo still has his BKB available. Looking to chase for more. New goes in, hits him with the Shiva's Guard, and that tower taking a lot of damage. Tier 3 is going to fall. Pyke on the backside here, looking for an opening. Gets caught from the Glypnir. That barracks is falling. Lumpy's got to go in. He's got to do something. Who's your initiation? They can't do it. This full lane of barracks looks like it's just over. LGD will get away. Searing Chains again holding the Jakiro in place, and with that, LGD taking a substantial lead now in this game. 7,000 gold as they look for the mid tier 2.
This Timbersaw pick is really paying off. He's affected by Corrosive Haze, which this is a level 3 Corrosive Haze. It's doing 20 armor reduction. And I'm watching Timbersaw, he still has 70 armor or higher between the active of Craggy Coat, a little bit of RNG luck there, but also just the reactive armor, the items he's bought, everything on his team, the war cry. I've never seen someone have Corrosive Haze on them and still have like 80% physical damage reduction.
Yeah, he has over 100 armor with war cry and his items and Craggy Coat. So good luck. You know, you don't really see heroes ever reaching that amount of physical damage or physical armor, but this is one of those games where it works.
I think that's some of the logic behind the Hoodwink build. I think she knows her team needs damage. The issue is it's still physical damage, so still kind of running into the same armor wall.
On the bottom side, they find the Dragon Knight. Wukong's command. Lumpy's forced to BKB and run away. He will survive, but a very valuable commitment only in the support ultimate, as now Shiro finishes off another lane of Victor's going to try and get on top of this Sven. Is the physical damage even there? Macro Pirate's doing some work, but he pops the BKB. He's out. Vitali will blink dodge that Stormhammer. Searing Chains on to do this. He's going to jump in on Shiro. The BKB out for Pyke, though. Tries in. He's so healthy though, but the damage, it's there. No BKB to protect him this time. No Oracle ult either. They need to be careful. Backside of the fight, El Misho solos the Oracle, but he's gonna get picked off. He'll be next to fall as they're looking to try and stay on top of these heroes. Orchid does catch the Timbersaw. Can they bring down this unstoppable force? They get him in the ice path, and they finally do it.
That Oracle pickoff is huge to allow the rest of that fight. I think that's what El Misho, or that's one of the targets he's looking for. He's either just throwing out the spells just to, you know, do some damage with the Acorn Shot bounces, but now that he's got this build, he's another hero who can help try to find Oracle and just get that insta pick off to prevent these constant dispels coming out, the Fate's Edict to disarm, any of your right-clicking cores. in this
I'm
fight. I think
surprised.
Shiro maybe committed a little too hard. I think they underestimated the damage CK can still do. Like, he didn't even have very many illusions there, but this hero hits hard once he's farmed up.
That was also like at the same time Oracle ult was expiring. I don't think they realized that Pyke had BKB. I think like if he doesn't have BKB there, it's fine because he did like Stormhammers, the CK, and like maybe the team helps commit on him. But Pyke just turned around with a BKB and slapped him.
That's true. The innate ability for Sven, that 17% bonus damage for anyone who forgot against stun targets. So you're just losing a good chunk of damage if you're not actually getting that stun off.
This is a very close game. You're down a lane and a half of racks on Beastcoast, but we're seeing that they still have damage output. It's just I feel like the heads up team fight potential of LGD is a little bit stronger right now just because of it. The ease of execution is there, right? On Beastcoast, you kind of have to wait for Oracle ult. You have to get the BKBs on cooldown, and you have to hope you survive that long.
Yeah, I think ease of execution is exactly it, because for Beastcoast, we see when they can kill the targets, especially the Timbersaw, it's everyone coming together with all the sources of negative armor and everyone doing the physical damage. That's what really adds up into that individual burst kill. And that's kind of what happened in that last fight. It was long enough, they find the pickoffs on Oracle, they can then focus like the Timbersaw. But when you can just scatter the fight on LGD and take these smaller 2-on-2, 3-on-3s, the negative armor doesn't really get that scary, especially with the heavy armor itemization from LGD, that then they can take the longer drawn out fights. And that's where your Timber is doing tons of work throughout the fight. Embers spamming the Sleight of Fist.
They got double rattle cages on
that's
LGD.
so good.
Oh, they get on top of the CK. Pyke on the run under the cover of a Shadow Blade, but the damage is just not there. He's got 95 armor. On the backside of the fight, Lumpy's forced to BKB and TP on home.
He did find the Oracle there.
Oh, he did. I didn't even realize
yeah.
Oracle's dead. Okay, never mind.
That's
they have a
the
ward.
BKB,
They
but
see
they're
the
gonna try to
Ember.
fight.
Ice Path comes through, but can they actually find the kill in time? He's going to get the BKB off Echoes. Looking to turn potentially. But without the Oracle, they will back away. Lumpy going in. Hits the Orchid. Needs the Dragon Tail. Won't hit it. A little bit too fast on the Ember Spirit.
It's a bit scary, but I think you have to try to take that 5 versus 4 on the Beast Coast, even though you don't have BKBs.
This Octarine Slardar is actually
Roche.
kind of sick. That is a lot of crushes, you know, and especially when you get to the 25 talent. If you get to the 25 talent, right, Slither and Crush cooldown is bonkers.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. He's gonna have it up
Every 2
permanently.
seconds.
Like, yeah, you're gonna stun,
It's 2
bash,
second crush.
stun, bash, stun, bash.
Yeah,
it's gonna be really good.
They almost get the Monkey King. He is just out of the threshold for Simeon there. So, nice disengage there from the Monkey King. That is a BKB for El Micho. A certifiable core this game. That ward gets popped, but they jump in on New, trying to get on top of the Slardar. Vitaly's forced to BKB and 4-staff away. Moose will do the same, but they might be chasing here. Shiro caught from a Yules. They're going to pop the Ice Path, try and make some space, but New's just not done. He really wants this Jakiro, and he's going to get him. He's just finished him off. Look at where CK is right now. He's trying to cut the wave. He does not want to let this make it to his base.
Oh, you can't let him make it to your base. Lose another barracks if you get there.
They see Echoes. Blink, Dragon Tail, Orchid, the stun from Vitaly. He's just so dead.
Damage.
That is
That's a gem
scary.
down. I don't think they
Oh,
see
it
it over
was
the
the gem.
remnant. They just left it.
Oh, they had their own gem
Is
too.
it a courier on the way? Not yet.
Bottom lane, Dragon Tail comes out. Vitaly's falling low, trying to heal up through this, but he doesn't have it. Lumpy on the run. They get on top of the Oracle. A great Ghost Scepter, though. Keeping him alive for now. New stuck up on the high ground, but it's a Timber. He just Timber chains on out. The rest of Beast Coast a little bit worried here. They lost the gem. Did they get the gem back in mid? There's someone
It's currently
scouting this,
still
right?
there.
Okay, yeah. El Misha sees it. They're just going to gem swap it, you know? They're good.
They were just teasing it for a little bit, baiting out couriers. I feel like Ember needs an armor item. I don't know what, but usually you can survive off of mobility, which is what he's trying to do. He's getting the Lincolns, the Yules. He's going to get an Octarine for even lower cooldown. But like the second he gets caught, he is dead. There is so much negative armor, physical burst. I don't know. He's going for the route of just, I'll never let them touch me because I'll just keep using Sleight of Fist. And maybe that's better. He's certainly a better player than me, so I'll see how it plays out. But I wonder if an armor item would help him survive that initial burst to then get out.
Yeah, it is difficult, right? I think the Lincolns is an absolute necessary. Well, we'll see what happens here as Roshan spawns. They're going to get started on this on LGD. And Beastcoast, they could try and rotate through top portal, but it's going to be too slow. They're going to hear the roar now, and LGD going to get an uncontested second Rosh, it looks like.
Beastcoast is on the way, and Dragon Knight's going to go through the portal. They might contest, or they might at least try to get a pick off as they get out, which Sven's TPing away.
That's big. If they actually cut this off, will they find them, though? They see the Sven mid.
They're not sure. They don't have vision bottom. Okay, Beastcoast,
They're going in mid.
Dragon Knight is finding some.
They get right on top of the Sven. The Ice Path is there. They're going to try and blow him up. They get the Aegis. Looking for Echoes now. His BKB is expiring, but Sven's got a second life. There's the stun on Vitaly. His BKB is there. He's going to immediately get away. But Shiro, in a little bit of trouble himself, needs to be careful. They could just continue. The Wukong's command is there. You're going to need the Oracle, but he gets found on the backside. The Orchid has caught him, but he's safe for the moment. El Misho trying to dance around this fight with his own BKB. Why You Smile has guided them to oblivion. Vitaly needs to run, pops the Shadow Blade, but they get on top of Moose. He's going to try and TP, but the root's out from Y. They got him. 2 dead on Beastcoast. Beautiful response from LGD.
We gotta see why Sven is so good versus CK there. They kill him instantly on the first life. Second life comes in. They get the sharpshooter, get Sven low, but Sven clears out all the CK illusions, and CK's damage just drops so much after that. He's not actually able to finish off these kills.
Although they pulled Sven into a rough spot. He's gonna get healed. There it is. The Oracle's ult. Just to top him off here, buy him some time. Fortification onto this last lane of barracks here. But that was the BKB from your Dragon Knight. There just continues on and off. Banner, high ground push. Beautifully played. Shiro's going to finish up the barracks, and that is going to be mega creeps for LGD. 2 still dead on the side of Beastcoast. Do you back or do you threaten the tier 4s? It looks like with Oracle ult down, with God Strength down, BKBs. Retreat
You
time.
just reset here. You just reset because you get megas, but the mega creeps aren't actually there yet. It takes time for them to get there. And so if there's even any doubt of like how the fight could go, which we've seen, Beastcoast has put up the fight, right? If you find the initial pickoffs on Beastcoast, they can win. So LGD's gonna respect that. They're gonna wait for all their cooldowns. They're gonna wait for megas to actually make it to the enemy base.
Oh, Blink Dragon Tail. They've caught the Monkey King. He's kind of alone. Timbersaw actually comes in, but he's going to get saved for the moment on the Monkey King. But that means your Timber's in trouble. The Timber chain away. He's so damn far now, setting their sights onto this Sven. But can they actually find him? Wukong's command is out. Ice Path as well. Boundless Strike. They've gone on top of the Jakiro. Timbersaw's in kind of deep. They're going to turn his attention onto him, but he just blows up the illusions of this Chaos Knight. But they finally finish him off. Echoes in with the BKB, trying to chase down these heroes. Forced back aside of Beastcoast. Looks like they'll all disengage for now. Still, mega creeps are an issue. Beastcoast have to retreat to defend their base.
Oh, you got Core Hoodwink on the case. She did the most damage to the Timber in that fight, so you can kind of see why he went for this scaling damage build here. He's got a Daedalus queued up next. What's the scaling from Beastcoast? Like, what do they have left to go for?
It's the Slaughter 25, legitimately. The Slaughter 25 talent is like with the cooldown on Crush is your actual way back into this.
I mean, Chaos Knights 25 is also pretty good, but you are going to run into some damage issues here fairly soon.
Yeah,
if you get like
don't survive.
Yeah. If you get like a sick AoE Dragon Tail onto multiple heroes, like that's definitely in play as well, right? Like if you get like a multi-hero Dragon Tail, catching like potentially Oracle, that would be the best case scenario for Beastcoast. But Y has gotten these Ghost Scepters off multiple times and then kited around with the Force Staff in these fights, be able to keep himself alive without having to commit the false promise on himself either, mind you. So that's the important thing.
Yeah, I wonder if someone needs a nullifier. Dragon Knight looks like he's going for a nullifier.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, and it's done.
So Dragon Knight's job is to now find the Oracle. And then Slardar, once he has 25, he'll just chain stun someone for CK, I imagine.
Yeah, there's no getting away from him once he has the Crush cooldown talent. But that being said, if you just try to kill him, that's the other option. That is a nullifier for the Monkey King as well. That's pretty cool. All right, Tormentor. Shard goes to Shiro to believe that it wasn't available yet this game. Now undispellable, providing an extra 6 armor passively to everyone around him. Very good Shard this game. As they're smoked up on LGD, looking for an opening here.
They can run to CK?
They will. Blinks the... I mean, it's a 50-50 guess, right? He's either going north or east. So they should get dewarded here, most likely. Yeah. Lincoln's is pumped, but do you want to chase your battalion? Needs to be careful. This is a big fight. The Ags from the Sven. He just jumps in, gets immediately Dragon Tail. The Macro Pyre's out. They've caught 3 onto the backside, but Echoes is in, trying to find the Shakiro Nullifier out onto the Sven. He's trying to hobble away. They get the Oracle! Pike! No, he can't finish the job. The Ghost Scepter, but the Soul Burn will do it. Oracle's got to buy back into this fight. They've got the Ember now. Beastcoast, a good fight to start, but can they keep it going? They're jumping into this one. Pike's able to just try and kite these ones out, but Echo knew they've got their sights set on a Lumpy, and he's gonna go down. No buyback on the Dragon Knight. As the Oracle rejoins his team, and Shiro, he wants to close this game out. Can you find the Oracle a second time? It's absolutely required. Pike goes in, but the Ancient's falling. It's so damn low. Can they just finish the game off right here and now? LGD, the fortification is going to be a moment, but it's going to be CK that dies instead, and that will be game number 1 going to LGD.
That was a little scary there at the end for them. They had to commit the buybacks and the Aegis, but I mean, you had the Megas with you, right? So because you're buying back, because you're running in this Aegis, Beastcoast has to keep focusing on the heroes, and the creeps just build up. There are so many Mega creeps in the base at the end. They almost just straight up killed Vitali while he was trying to fight enemy heroes. Really good use of the Megas plus the Aegis combo there for LGD.
Yep, absolutely. A fantastic game 1, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with more here at the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. We'll see you soon.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Game between LGD and Beastcoast has just come to an end, and LGD grabbing game 1 in a really convincing fashion, just knowing their timings, playing around, you know, all of this armor. We saw Timbersaw hit 100 armor this game. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that, so quite enjoyable. Zach, break it down for me. What do you think was kind of like the thing that broke Beastcoast back here in this game 1?
I don't think there was... So that was the cool thing about this game. It was very close. I don't think there was a major mistake by Beastcoast, like slipping up, right? But I do think the draft made it easier for LGD. They had some of the counter picks to what Beastcoast had, and they had the easier execution, which is that when Beastcoast focuses down a hero, they kill it. And we saw that happen several times. You know, just heroes being deleted so fast. But you kind of need the Chaos Knight illusions, especially for some of the tankier targets, like the Sven when the BKB's up, the Timbersaw. You need those Chaos Knight illusions, and you need multiple heroes all focused on it. But you also need to find the Oracle, because otherwise Oracle's just going to save that guy. So that means someone also has to split off to find the Oracle, and then you got to like refocus. So it's a lot of parts of like focus but split up, and that's tough. For LGD, the more scattered fight is fine. They have several heroes who easily clear out the CK illusions between Timbersaw, Sven, a couple like spam Sleight of Fist from the Ember. So their fight is easier, and the longer the game and the fights drag on, I feel like once you lose the Chaos Knight illusions, it becomes much harder to actually kill a target. And that kind of culminated with Timber hitting like a mid-game power spike, and there was that long drawn-out fight in that bottom lane where they end up like wiping Beastcoast, and it wasn't a massive mistake from Beastcoast that lost that fight, but it did just drag that game out further and further for LGD.
Yeah, and there were moments, like even when LGD started to pull really far ahead, right? Because Beastcoast did have the early game advantage. Like they were up, you know, about 6 to 7, 8,000 gold around the 25-minute mark, which isn't a ton, but it was after that Roshan. They unfortunately lose that Dragon Knight Aegis pretty much immediately in the mid lane, and then he dies a second time because he didn't have his BKB. They can't really get any momentum off of it, and like you said, that bottom fight at the tier 2, tier 3 area where they lose all 5 heroes, it just swings this game back in LGD's favor. And you know, Beastcoast, this was the fight here on the high ground where they actually get a really good series of kills. They finished off Shiro. I think they get New here as well, who hadn't really died in I don't know how long, but it was like 3,000 gold between just those 2 heroes. So it was a valiant effort for sure, but I think we talked about it. LG's ease of execution is just there this game. Like so many things have to go right for Beastcoast for them to win these fights, and LG just itemized perfectly.
Yeah, and I think that Timber pick was really good, and For the early game, I really think Monkey King adjusted quite well to a pretty rough lane, but made great use of Simian Stride to creep drag, to show up to all 3 lanes. Recognize, like, I'm not going to commit too much to this top lane, which sucks. I'm going to make sure the other lanes go better, and I'll make sure Timbersaw gets enough, because we know later on that guy's going to have insane armor, which there's a bit of RNG there. The neutral items, he got the craggy coat, and then I think he got the rattle cage too,
Yeah,
which
he
is
ended up getting
pretty
rattle
good
cage.
luck. Yeah, but I guess if you think about it too, like odds of him getting at least one of those was pretty decent. Like maybe you don't get both, but at least one is really good this game, and he ended up with both. So he was so hard to kill. It really took everyone to focus him, and he did die. It was possible, but it's just, if you're all clumped on Timbersaw, then maybe Sven's coming in and cleaving you, which again just goes back to the ease of execution for LGD. So really cool draft to allow them. I don't know if they had that game plan the entire time, or maybe that Sven last pick is where they really saw it come together. But it was cool. It was cool to see it. They didn't panic in that early game where they were falling behind, which is one of LGD's strength. I feel like maybe that comes back to the coaching. They always know, here's what you guys want to play for. Don't panic. Like you're gonna lose the early game. It's okay. Just drag it out. The mid game's where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. And drag it out they did. They get themselves a victory, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of LGD versus Beastcoast. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Oh, nice. All right, we got a Discord.
I'm in another world, out of body, no one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
We are back here at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup as we are getting ready for game number 2 of Beastcoast versus LGD. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. We've got a pretty exciting series on our hands. Still, no one in Group A has yet to take a 2-0. So a lot potentially here for LG if they get this. If we get another draw, it's like we're just rerunning day 1 all over again tomorrow. We'll have to see, but talk to me, Zach. Any expectations going into the second game draft?
Hopefully another really close game, because I do think that was both teams bringing in some cool ideas, and LGD did come out a little bit. Beastcoast definitely had what it took to win that game, with like slightly better plays maybe, or maybe LGD slips up, because I do think they had some good reads on some of the team fights. I feel like LGD's positioning was pretty strong around the Oracle, and just made it easier to take the fights we were talking about before the break.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game did come down to just potentially that last pick Timbersaw just being too strong. Sven also had an amazing game. Shiro popped off on this guy. He didn't have like the most impressive kill score, mind you. Like he finished the game 5-3-10. You're like, okay, you know, like it's a respectable score, but the big thing is he does a ton of damage, and he's enabling his other cores, Ember Spirit and the Timbersaw, to be able to do whatever they want, right? Like he's giving them 31 armor on the Warcry to just go in and dive the enemy team here. He's bought an Assault Kuros for his team to give them even more survivability. And yeah, it's not just the Sven show, right? Which is something that we typically see with Sven drafts, which is kind of cool in this respect, where it's like he doesn't have like main character syndrome in this one. He's just a supporting cast.
Yeah, rather than the kill score and the damage done, which is still important for a carry, but actually a bigger part, like you mentioned in that game, is the armor, the damage reduced, which is a little bit harder to see. But I saw on the scoreboard, he took the most damage for his team at 113,000 raw damage. So then factor in that he reduced about 60% of that, because so much of that is physical. He had so much armor, and then like pops a Satanic, full heals, Oracle heals him. You gotta focus Sven again. So even if he ends up dying, you just have to spend so much time on the Sven that you're letting this Timber run free, right? Against all these strength heroes. Timber's doing tons of damage. Ember's doing tons of damage. So I think you're right. The score line of the KD8 does not tell the full story of Sven's impact there.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is like, yeah, you had 60% reduced damage, but of the physical damage, 67% of it was reduced, and 3/4 of all of his damage taken was physical damage. So it's so much more valuable, right? Like having that much of damage being kind of handled just from the fact that you have a Sven and the itemization that you do on your heroes. Because even Monkey King getting a Vlad's, like that little bit of armor adds up, and we're gonna see them go back for this first pick Monkey King, likely to be PYWs, but it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be, but it could be, because he played a really nice Monkey King that game. I think especially that early game. I think he did a really good job just impacting all the lanes. After that, maybe a little bit quieter, but still doing a great job scouting things out, gathering that information. Yeah, same opener actually so far with the Beastcoast pick of the Hoodwink, although this time they banned out the Oracle, so we will not see it. I can't remember who they banned out last time, and I can't seem to pull that up right now. Nah, I can't remember. We'll see what changes. But I do think the Oracle was good, because Beastcoast picked Jakiro coming up here for their next pick, and the Oracle makes life much harder for Jakiro. You take away a lot of that damage, because Jakiro is pretty much all magic damage, so even if you're not dispelling the effects of Jakiro spells, you could possibly be placing Fate's Edict on the target and just make them magic immune. It's a really good support response to Jakiro, as well as then shutting down several offlaners, in particular the Darkseer. Yeah, you technically can't shut down the Darkseer fully, because you could just stack for him, but still, the fact that he's not having as good of a lane as he could be, and that you set him up to... we have seen Darkseers have a rough time, like Oracle Ursa, for example, has been a very popular response to Darkseer. You're like part of that combo to shut down what is, I would argue, the most popular offlaner at the moment. You know, maybe Beastmasters in that discussion too.
Yeah, I think
this game, they're definitely not giving them some of the comforts of that Ember Spirit either, or the CK, right? Like they're forcing them to kind of change things up a little bit, as we saw, you know, the kind of the comparison from last draft to this draft, which I love, by the way. Big shout out to the production team for having those. It is super valuable for us, but also for viewers who maybe didn't catch all of the first game and are wondering like, oh, well, why did it go so bad? So that's nice. Next pick, though, curious what they want to do here, because again, I think you just probably pick your 5 position, or you can pick a flexible hero. Oh, they actually just go straight for the offlane Brewmaster and then grab a Chen, which makes sense when you see the fact that you double picked your support opener, so no Enchantress potential, or I guess you could look at a Doom here as an option, another hero that can actually lane decently into the Chen, but you don't see the carry.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the Monkey King carry, but that means if you are picking someone like Doom versus the Chen, then Monkey King's gonna have a great time just beating on that Chen, or sorry, the Doom, and then you could still change it, right? So if you pick someone to counter the Chen, you could still do a carry counter pick and just have Monkey King be 4 support, which I think would be fine. It's a little weird with the Brewmaster, not the standard pairing, but at the end of the day, you can still do the creep dragging and then just go gank other lanes, which this time you'd be ganking for a Chen, which would be a really strong combo of whatever Beastcoast ends up picking.
Yeah, and I think that's likely what we'll see, to be honest. Like, they ran the double melee off lane with Monkey King last time, and he did exactly what you said. He's just lane cutting and then using Simeon Stride to get back over to the lane to not miss anything. He's also just putting harassment in. They grab the Centaur. Okay, so this is a really strong dual lane here. The Hoodwink Centaur has a lot of kill threat, but you can also run the Shadow Demon there if you really want. It just gives you some flex. You can run the Hoodwink into the 5. We'll have to see which one they want to do. I think Shadow Demon's going to be better in the safe lane because Disruption can actually put a stop to the Simeon Stride of the Monkey King. You can prevent him from doing these lane cuts. It's one of the reasons I think we see them pick the Shadow Demon here. But now you're going to have to start to reveal a little bit more about your draft, right? Probably your mid lane flex. Maybe you pick your carry, but having 18 pick as the counter for LGD makes it scary.
At this point, I guess you would like to pick someone potentially flexible between the mid and the carry, but several of those have already been banned out, such as TA and SF. I guess, I don't know, maybe you can do the carry because you already know Brewmaster. You can at least try to win that lane. Or you could pick a very generic mid laner.
That's a lot of bans. Tiny 100%. I'm not surprised, dude. Tiny has been absolutely bonkers. I think mid Tiny could be a pick here for sure, but you're blind picking it into a counter mid matchup. So it's a little bit scary, but Crash Landing has shown to be absolutely broken.
We don't see much carry Tinies nowadays, but technically that flex is there if you want
really
to
want
do
it.
that. Yeah. Or you could maybe do like, okay, no, they're actually just gonna go back for the Sven. I think that's fine. Sven does pretty well versus Chen and Brewmaster. You just cleave all the Brewlings. The lane can be a little annoying against the Brewmaster, but the mid to late game, you're totally fine.
Yeah, I think the evasion is the only thing he has to worry about.
Yeah, to start, because you don't really want to build MKB. But I mean, that's the thing, right? Eventually you hit something else and just cleave kill the Brewlings and the Brewmaster. So it's not too bad. But also you have Shadow Demon 5, right? So he's one of the best stacking supports in the game because of Shadow Poison. And actually, if you want to be a real tryhard, you like make copies of yourself, send them in different locations, all that. So you could see some crazy stacks for the Sven. So even if the lane is not great, Sven will come online.
The biggest problem for Brewmaster is if he pops the split, he has to do it away from the Sven. He can never split within attack range of the Sven, because if you do,
that's true.
He's gonna stormhammer your pandas and just instantly cleave kill all 4 of them. So that's one of the reasons we see the Sven as picked into the Brewmaster, is because he's one of the heroes who can reliably kill the Brewlings. As those ones don't get the evasion that he's gonna have from Storm Brawler. So it's makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and this game, something else you could typically do is just lift the Sven up, but you're gonna really hope that the shard goes to Shadow Demon this game, because then you'll have cleanse and you can just drop that on the Sven, which is fantastic because you can just have him run in. You don't want Sven to be controlled, especially during the ultimate and especially when he pops BKB. So you just throw cleanse on as well, and now you're not going to be worried about any of that stuff. I guess if he has the BKB, some of that's redundant, but you know what I mean. Like if the BKB is not up, then you're cleansing him. If the cleanse is down, then you can BKB. You've got more tools to make sure your Sven is not being controlled and kited during that critical time.
Okay. They still ban out the Tiny. I think that makes sense, right? Seeing the Storm Spirit in the mid lane. One of the heroes who can absolutely shut down a Storm Spirit's timing is just the Blink Dagger from Tiny, right? You just find kill after kill. It does mean that we're seeing the Monkey King support. Wait a minute, never mind. That's a Snapfire, so it is going to be the core Monkey King.
Carry Snapfire. Oh, yeah.
I would love to see core Snapfire again, especially since they buffed Little Shredder and fixed the bug with it. So it actually does damage, but you're in a game against the
You're
Sven,
saying there's
so
a chance.
You're saying there's a chance. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to see the Little Shredder build this game. You're not against the Phoenix. They have decent armor on these heroes. And we'll just be a Void Spirit last pick here for the side of Beastcoast. A hero that is pretty dang good at finding Storm and Chen. We'll see if he can actually make it happen. I don't know what is going on with the Snapfire cosmetics right now, but do you see this?
He's got all of them.
They're just everything's equipped. It's like it's an ice toad with a snail.
The hero loadouts have been a
eyes.
little buggy lately, but
yeah,
it's okay. It doesn't affect the game, so it's fine.
Yeah. So
I think Snapfire will be a better pairing with the Brewmaster than the Monkey King, because if it was Monkey King, we probably were going to see just a lot of creep dragging. It's not easy to do much into the Shadow Demon. Snapfire will be better. Shadow Demon will still be good. The disruption save in like when you cookie someone in all that, that's still good, but there will be more aggressive potential to actually just play the lane rather than have to. Creep Dragon gives Sven a very good time for free, and then you'll have the early ultimate to work with. That's a little bit of the awkward part. There's not the greatest setup for Snapfire ultimate, but you do at least have the Storm Vortex, and then like maybe the Earth Panda stun, Monkey King stun. There's like kind of some setup. But it will give you more early impact to pressure that Sven and not let him farm too much.
Absolutely. I'm happy to say, everyone, if you have been watching this series, you can know how exciting this series has already been. But it is game 2 between LGD and Beastcoast now about to begin. I will say, based on draft this time, there's not like a clear winner. I think last game we saw the scaling potential of LGD. We saw the value of the Sven pick. This game, it looks a lot more even as both of these teams smoking out to the map. Gonna try and get some early ward vision placed. Gotta be a little careful though, as they will collide in the bottom lane here. They do manage to get on top of Shiro. Now looking for new. The Stormhammer is out. Can they get the disruption? They do. Lumpy for the wraparound. Vitali's got a stomp. Can they finish the job though? Brewmaster is tanky. He's got that wind stance, just dodging back and forth. The Remnant, the Blood Grenade as well. First Blood goes to the mid Void Spirit, and El Misho is not done. He's hunting for these heroes on the backside, trying to set up for a potential disruption, but they will not get it. First blood for the mid lane. Talk to me, Zach. What does that mean?
Means Storm is flaming as a panda right now. We see first bloods be very impactful, especially in the mid lane. And Storm Void's already a pretty close matchup. A lot of like skill dependency in there. But now Void Spirit is going to have, let me see, what did he just spend his money on? He got a wand just right off the bat and has some money for an early bottle.
So the downside for Lumpy is he does go Astral Remnant or Aether Remnant here first. El Misho on the bottom lane, grabbed by 3. Great stomp from Vitali. They're trying to just make some space for him to get away. PYW will not be able to finish the job, as they will get the D ward here. So overall, decent start here for Beastcoast, but you're going to have to back on your Hoodwink, which is going to make the lane kind of awkward.
Yeah, and actually, so I was thinking the Chen plus Monkey King is a really good lane. There is the burst potential you have to be a little careful of, and that's where we'll see maybe Mischief make a big difference. But I expect Monkey King to be able to take this lane versus the Centaur, especially with the help of Chen. Oh,
Are you
that's
seeing
so
what they're
cool.
doing
He's setting
mid?
the Centaur mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you see what he's doing mid?
He's got the mana aura for the Storm, and he's just constantly mana burning. Oh! We baited our Observer. Apologies. As they find a kill on the top lane. But yeah, they've got the... yeah, Satyr Mindstealer in the mid lane, just burning Lumpy and giving him extra mana for the Storm Spirit. Kind of cool. It's one of the reasons we see a lot of Chens take this, you know, summon convert, going for the Satyr early, is it makes your lanes better.
Yeah, you take the Satyr if you want a stronger early impact. This is a cool... I love this, actually. It's same with, like, Broodmother webs dropping in the mid. The mid lane is so skill-based, and any little edge you give one of the players can be so big at this top level. And now you're just going to come in here and constantly burn Lumpy's mana. In a pub game, he's done already. You know, like, the mid lane in your pub, he's like, what is this? I'm being 2v1. GG. Here, he's just going to have to deal with it.
He definitely just shares control with the Storm, right? Like, why doesn't have to watch mid? It's definitely just Echoes walking the Satyr up every time the mana burns off cooldown, and then he walks it back to his tower, just over and over. It's very funny.
I'll have to go check the player perspective later. Yeah, that makes sense. But the issue is, I think later you'd have to turn that setting off later, I think, to avoid slip-ups. But for now, it's probably fine with just the Mind Stealer. But maybe
like
why is just that good?
burn.
Play 2 lanes at once, you know?
Yeah, maybe. So, I mean, it's giving Void Spirit an okay-ish start. Obviously, First Blood making a big difference there, but in what's supposed to be a Void Spirit favored matchup, Storm is getting a lot out of this lane. Predominantly because of this Mind Stealer, which is hilarious. Niu is stuck. Okay, very nice little disruption there. He's gonna be able to continue stacking up poison. If Moose gets a 5th, is this level 2 poison? Does he have it? It is. If he gets the 5th stack, that's a kill. Very nicely done. And Pyke was gonna grab the Lotus. I mean, that's fantastic for this top lane. That's a really good series of events for the side of Beastcoast.
Yeah, this is going better than I thought. I didn't think Shadow Demon... Okay, Shadow Demon is good, like, with a lot of Shadow Poisons, but, I mean, they got that kill when they were still level 1, and now this follow-up kill, too. So, Sven off to a strong start. Not that Brewmaster's super far behind, but Sven's going to accelerate faster because of Cleave.
Yeah. I just keep chuckling every time I see the Mind Stealer just creep up in the mid lane. I'm like, oh, here it comes again. It's so annoying, dude. This is hilarious.
I'm curious how long they'll keep it up, because it's really good not only for the laning stage, obviously, but it also means ganking as the Void Spirit's harder, because you're going to have to use bottle charges just to farm, and that means, like, all the mana being burned off of you, you can't really gank unless you spend time going home, and it just makes your whole life less efficient.
Yeah, he has been constantly throwing bottle charges and stick charges just to try and secure last hits, and he is getting last hits, but it's, yeah, like you said, it's going to slow down his potential to gank for sure.
I'm curious if we would have seen this if he had not picked up First Blood, if they would have just kept the Satyr bottom, or maybe this
was a plan.
Yeah, just the whole time, like, because Void is naturally good.
He's gotten like 450 mana out of that Satyr creep so far on the Storm Spirit. Like, or maybe like 400. That's a lot of mana though for a mid laner, especially Storm Spirit.
The best thing is, because it's not stealing any XP either, because there used to be like 2v1 lanes, right? But of course the downside was that you split the XP, the mid out leveled you. This is just for free with the creep level 1. Pretty crazy.
Top lane, we're gonna see them go on to Moose. Disruption is out. BYW is looking potentially to turn it with a cookie, but won't do it. The Centaur lane is going decent here for Vitaly. Shiro, I think the lane's been in kind of a rough spot for him for a little bit, but Monkey King, if he can get his Jingu stacks up, can definitely find an opening.
I'm a little surprised by this, actually. Maybe Why You Smile is doing the mid lane micro as well, drawing his attention away from bottom.
Vitaly did go phase boots in this matchup, realizing that You can't really play the horsepower facet against a hero like Monkey King in lane. So yeah, he's gone the double edge, the double strike. I don't remember what it's called, but very nice. Oh, potential play here on the Echoes. They're bringing in some extra heroes. It's going to be an Invis rune spawning top. EYW will take that away from both of the cores as the bounty rune does go to Lumpy. Okay. He needed that very badly.
I think the bottom lane, YU Smile ended up taking it. Yeah, so Storm might have to get a bottle fairy or just go home.
Well, they're looking for a Pike here in the top lane. Cookie on forward. Disruption. It's the Brewmaster under for a moment, and it's just a good amount of chip damage here onto the Sven. As soon as he got level 6 on the Void Spirit, he killed the Mind Stealer, by the way. He was like, nope, you're done. No more. No more of that.
He can send another, can he? Where is it? Where did it go?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh,
maybe he's using it to stack. I actually don't know where it is. Maybe it died.
It's on.
He might have
it's a
sent
long
it to try to.
cooldown. Yeah.
He might have sent it to try to deny the Wisdom rune. I wasn't
That could be
watching.
it. Dude, he's just going straight armor on the Centaur. Do you see that? Picks up a Helm of Iron Will as well. So he is having a fantastic time. Almost dead even in the mid lane. That's quite funny looking at it. They're actually aiming for bottom. They get on top of the Shiro, and very nice bushwhack there from El Micho. Lumpy with the rotation helps find the kill. They're gonna chase after Y, but no more mana on Lumpy, so be forced to back away here as he gets his
Burn a
mana
little more
burned again.
mana.
Okay.
He's having to buy all these clarities.
Yeah, it is very annoying for him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Means he
Echoes
doesn't have
gets an
enough mana
illusion
to
rune.
contest the rune, so Echo, yeah, free illusion rune.
It's not the best rune for a Storm Spirit, but it's better than giving it up to Lumpy.
That's for sure. The main thing Lumpy wants it for is the mana. Stupid satyr creep just following me around. Now this bottom lane is not going. I really think Monkey King should have been doing better. I don't know if I don't understand something about this matchup. I know you can threaten the burst. Like, that's the thing with Monkey King. You can get the 4 hits before you really get some lifesteal. But I thought Penitence would help a lot with that. But maybe going phase boots and then having the Counter-Strike double edge tipped it in Vitaly's favor.
I think that's exactly what it is. The Centaur has enough armor and enough magic burst that if you commit onto him, the Hoodwink will follow it up and just kill you. Because you're gonna get, you know, if he goes in, you're gonna get caught from the hoof stomp. You're gonna get double edged into a bushwhack. You know, it's just probably too much to deal with.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, nice D ward there. Oh, okay. I think they wanted PYW. Ends up gonna be the Storm Spirit Lumpy. Jumps down to the low side. We'll be okay there. Meanwhile, in the river below them, looks like they've caught the Chen. As YU Smile tries to get away, won't be able to. They
found
do
Shiro.
find Shiro. Great bushwhack to stomp everything again. Shiro going down a second time on this Monkey King. Was that a tree cut from the Centaur? What was that?
I think Shadow Poison just caught him and he couldn't tree dance back up. I don't know why he dropped down, because I know he was looking at the tree first. But the Shadow Poison caught him, and yeah, they just surround him and kill him.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah, stomping a bushwhack.
Beastcoast is going to have a really good timing coming up here, because Monkey King's going for Battle Fury, and he already had a rough time. So he's over 1,000 gold behind Sven, who has the built-in Battle Fury. So by the time Monkey King's Battle Fury comes online, Sven's already built 2-3 small items and can just go straight to fighting, while Monkey King still needs to farm another item, right? You get the Battle Fury to farm. So he's going to have to work on another item after that. And
yeah, he just got caught farming the medium camp there is what it was. So he actually just jumped, he like Primal Spring to farm the medium camp and didn't realize the Centaur was behind him. Really nice rotation from Vitaly to just be close to his team.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're going to try to pressure top with the Brew split. Which, you're still early levels on Sven, so it's not that easy to deal with the Brew split right now.
Demonic Purge out from Moo. They've got YL Misho coming through as well. Has a lot of damage, but no sharpshooter. And Vitaly will walk up, tap him with a double edge, secure the kill. Yeah. Don't worry, guys. Kill secured. Veil done. Going for the Blink Dagger. This Centaur is going to be a massive amount of damage, especially with the facet he's taken, right? Not something that we see a lot, but it does allow Centaur to have a huge amount of impact from his double edge in the mid game, being like this tank initiator.
Yeah, I think this Counter-Strike facet is... I think you pick it up when you're in really close matchups that come down to the wire and it just tips you over the edge. Otherwise, Horsepower is the kind of like better scaling facet. Top lane, they find Pike, commit the Snapfire ult.
Really good ult. Wukong, or the rotation from Monkey King. Yeah. That's a fantastic find. Mid lane. Lumpy's going to find Y. He's going to bring in some help here potentially from the Brewmaster as Moose will make his rotation. They've got a lot of help coming through. All right. Yeah, plenty of healing thanks to this Chen. Doing some big work this game. PYW up to 4 stacks on the Shadow Poison. Needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to back away. But it's just a trade for the tier 1 towers and the safe lanes, it seems.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, that last sequence of events did help out LGD, though. They were starting to fall behind, but the Sven kill was huge to catch them back up.
Is there any stack? Okay, I was about to ask. I was like, is there any stacks being made by the Shadow Demon? Because he's really low on net worth, and I was like, maybe it's because he's been stacking. It looks like Sven's clearing up a big boy stack here on the Ancient Camp, as he's going to get close to that Echo Saber. Yeah, Pike is getting very farmed. And Vitaly's about to have Blink, dude. This is going to be pretty scary for LGD if they get a smoke off after this Blink.
It's got an amplified damage rune too, so it could all come together. El Misho's got another Maelstrom queued up. Let's go. It's another game where the damage build is not too bad. You'll kill the Chen creeps, the Brewlings. That's what he's telling his team right now.
Smoked up with Vitaly having a Blink Dagger, and Lumpy actually has an amplified damage rune in the mid lane. A single pick likely means that they can get the tower. Storm Spirit is the absolute best find if they can find him. He is currently sitting behind the tower. Oh, they might have gotten a glimpse of him the 14 minutes. They know the rune's going to be bottom. They see him, but can they go for the dive? They're going to. They just jump right on in. Lumpy with an Astral as well. Has a lot of damage. Off the mark from catching you on the bottom side with that sharpshooter, but he's got a shield rune. Hard to commit on. He'll have to... I mean, can you still go for the tower? Sven's here now. God Strength in a few seconds with the amplified damage. It seems like fortification for the moment.
They're going to try. If New steps up too close and they can get the stomp, I think they'll try to chain stun him and go through this shield rune.
They are absolutely going to try. The Stormhammer is there, but there's the split. Need to be a little bit careful now as Mortimer Kiss is coming through as well. They pull back into Sven. There's the Stampede. So you're going to be able to disengage Storm Spirit. TP's in. So tower is saved for the moment, as pretty much all 10 heroes are here in the mid lane. Oh my god! Where is this
Mega
stack been hiding?
Here. Maybe that's what the Satyr Mind Stealer was up to.
My goodness, that was like a 2,000 gold stack. In comes Lumpy, gonna try and find some heroes here. Nice Centaur Stomp into a Vortex. Wait a minute, Void Spirit, he's gonna need some help. They get a nice damage from the Sharpshooter. They get on top of the Sven. Vitaly just pump faking the Hoof Stomp. Gets him a lot of damage from the Hoodwink as well, but Lumpy is dead. They get themselves the Void Spirit. Only costs your 2 supports. If you can get more here, and it looks like Moo's in trouble, they will be able to chase him down. Vitaly gets on top of Echo. He's out of mana. The Bushwhack comes through, and Sven is here to finish the job. New now on the run. They won't be able to find the Brewmaster. Honestly, not that bad for LGD considering, but you do end up losing the mid tower.
And you also lose the galvanized charges Storm had.
True.
I guess he technically picked up some permanent ones, but the temporary ones are gone, and that's definitely rough for him. He is almost level 12, so I guess he'll get a couple more. Like, yeah, it's maybe okay considering where they were at. At least they secured their ancient camp, their ancient stack right before Beastcoast got in here.
Man, this was a really good attempt to get Lumpy, but he's doing a really good job so far on this Void Spirit, just dancing around in these fights, buying some time, moves with a really sick disruption there as well, but costly. I mean, we're seeing the Centaur start to put out some serious damage numbers, and the early blink is definitely making a big difference in these fights.
Yeah, he's looking for PYW right now, top. Oh yeah, look at that double edge damage.
Stampede not enough to finish the job, and News get outs as well. Okay, it's just Hand of God, right, is what that was? Echoes
Yeah, Hand of
mid
God
lane.
kept him
Wait a
alive.
minute. Ooh, the Stormhammer, the Sharpshooter, they got him. He did not see the Hoodwink TP, I don't think. He saw Sven's, but not Hoodwink's.
Dire structures are fortified.
Caught off guard and that burst damage. That was what we were talking about earlier. Like, Sven can join these early fights really easily, and then he just clears the Chen creeps. That's another thing we were talking about.
Yeah.
This is part of why it's a pretty good Sven game. And let's see, he's about to finish his BKB, and then he's got a blink queued up, so he'll be ready to go.
Tower is under attack.
I like that El Misho this time is going for the Gleipnir instead of going the Chrysalis. I think they do need a little bit more control. It's also fantastic against the Chen army to keep these creeps at bay. You can root up all of the Brewlings, obviously, except the Earth Panda. It has a lot of utility, this game, right?
Yeah. He has pivoted, though. He had that queued up. He got the Atos. Currently has Solar Crest, which I think they're recognizing. Recognizing they can kill that Chen.
That guy's super dead. Nice Vortex, but Vitaly is taking. He has no Stampede this time to get out of the Mortimer Kisses. Great read from LGD as they're thinking of chasing for more. The Power Rune's going to be top, and New, he wants to protect it. Monkey King was there. Actually, I did not see the Monkey King, I'll be honest.
Me neither, actually.
I don't even know
was
what
he
he
a
was.
courier?
I have
Maybe
no
he was
idea.
a creep. Mischief got us, dude. We have all the vision, and we still got fooled by Mischief.
Let the fun begin.
Yeah, Beastcoast overextending a little. Thought that was maybe just a Chen on his own there. Was a big rotation by LGD to pick up that Centaur kill, but I think it's worth it.
Absolutely. Right, like he is.
Especially because they got
super
a
fun
regen
this
rune
game.
for Storm.
Yeah, and he put it to good use.
Yeah, does need to be careful down here to not get picked off again, but Sven's going to show in the lane, so he should be okay. And the BKB's done on Sven. He'll probably have this blink in another 2 minutes or so. And I think that's
Maybe
why they're
even
getting Solar
faster.
Crest. Like, they know... Okay, he's changed his mind again. El Misho, you're making us look silly. First the Gleipnir, now the Solar Crest. Now he's going to go for Yules. I thought the Solar Crest was going to be because they thought Sven was huge. They were just going to try to buff him up more and more.
And the physical barrier goes even further when you have things like Warcry, right? Since that is post damage reduction barrier. It's one of the reasons we saw it built last game with the Sven. Into the triangle they go, looking for anybody. I think they were trying to find the Monkey King hiding on the trees there. Don't get lucky, but top lane, TP to base. New's gonna be just fine.
Might try to make a sneaky play for the Tormentor, it looks like.
That
I do
would
think
be
top is a
really
nice area
smart.
to set up around this time. Yeah, they place a pretty deep Observer Ward. You can push top, siege up here, pressure that tier 2, and then possibly take the Tormentor and Wisdom Rune at 21.
They're positioned for the 20-minute rune instead, and Storm Spirit, his smoke's gonna pop. They come in looking for Lumpy. Vortex is out. Atos is gonna catch him. The God Strength popped on the backside. He's getting thrown all over the fight, but they get the kill. Turning around for the Brewling. I mean, they've got to run. They've got to get away from the Sven. He sees a couple auto attacks. He's gonna recombine, but the Mortimer Kisses are coming through. Shiro with the BKB just trying to chase him down, but Pike is gonna burn. They get the kill. A 1-for-1 trade. Boundless Strike catches El Misho as they want to dance around. Looking to stay on top of them. Shiro wants to find his opening. Chen Creeps just chasing after moves. Here comes the Primal Spring. Disruption on himself. Vitaly not going to go ahead and commit to save him. Well, maybe he will. They've got Hoodwink as well. The Bushwhack with so much bonus magic damage being amped here by this brand new Shiva's now completed. Vitaly going to continue to look for more. Remnant off the mark. They TP out on one. They get the Atos onto New. This would be a great kill to get in the stomps out the Sharpshooter to finish the job. LG maybe extending a little bit too far.
Sharpshooter was still on cooldown for that Monkey King kill, but it does so much damage, especially with the Shivas from the Centaur. And, well, we see it does come into play at the end for the Brewmaster. Kill secure.
You got like Force Staff, cookied, everything. You just couldn't get out of this one. But I mean,
yeah, the cookie was like not quite soon enough to get him out of the Astral.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as those BKBs ended, this was really good call.
They do end up securing their own Roche off that fight. It's always funny when I see like these huge team fights break out over the runes and then the rune just spawns bottom. Who got it in the end? Storm got it in the end, as haste. Or he did. It's gone now.
So Tormentor's Shard goes to Y, as we're going to see Beastcoast go into the Roche. Pop the God Strength for this. Gonna stack up as much poison. Just finish this off as fast as possible. Even a scan here to make sure that LGD is not making their way down here. And they are scanning it now, so they're realizing, okay, well, they're getting Roche on. Lumpy will be the one that takes the Aegis on the Void Spirit, which makes sense, right? Sven being a transformation hero, you kind of just commit your ult, your BKB, and Second Life is not as impactful.
And Lumpy's also been the one going in, finding the setup for his team and just scouting everything out. And he sometimes gets away anyways with the Dissimulate and Astral Step and then like a Disruption Save, but now he's got the Aegis, so he can push it even further. They get the blink on the Sven. Let's see if they get lucky on the Shard.
El Misho
does end up going to El Misho, which actually might be fine because the Hunter's Boomerang with the Veil is a lot of burst damage coming out.
It is.
He
Also,
did go back for Solar Crest.
Did he actually? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Cannot decide, but he's committed now.
In the mid lane.
Nice stand by it. Sven's huge.
That cookie was so close to grabbing Lumpy. Again, he does have the Aegis, but if they can get it for free off of a minimal commitment, it would be very nice. Monkey King also very farmed. He's going Daedalus.
Oh, straight Daedalus after the BKB. That's pretty interesting.
All right, bottom tier 1 tower likely to trade here for the top tier 2 as we're seeing Beastcoast shove that one in. Chen does have a Granite Golem now, obviously thanks to the shard he gets from the Tormentor, so that's going to give his team just a little bit more survivability.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, maybe you're going to trade 2 towers because that amount of push from the Trend Keeps might still get the tier 2. We'll see though. As they are set up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower has
They're
fallen.
pinging. They're like, when does someone want to go back and deal with this? I don't know.
And this is the strength of the Chen, right?
Yeah.
You just get the split push like this. First, you burn the
They see El
mana.
Misho. Echo's popped a lot of mana for this. He does kind of get caught for the moment. Bushwhacked by some space. He gets the Atos out, but they're just going to leave El Misho. No more help coming their way. Nice grab from LGD, but they smoke up themselves on Beastcoast. They're actually willing to fight this. Shiro would be a massive kill in the mid lane. Can they kill him before the BKB? They do! Hand of God, not enough to save him. That Shiva is reducing the healing. Woo!
That's
really Ags as well on Lumpy.
That's a really cool call. Very ballsy, but like you said, Storm burned a bunch of mana killing the Hoodwink, which they lost the Hoodwink because they scattered dealing with the Chen split push. But they decided, you know what, Storm won't be able to fight. We can smoke, find a pick off, and Monkey King is one of the best targets you could get, especially because he went Daedalus. He is much squishier. This is a bit of a greedy build. It is clearly all in on the damage, but it means when you get caught by that hoof stomp and the Shivas, all that burst coming in, you're going to die really quickly.
Ooh, Vitali is going to scout New. Actually, I think they scouted each other. Both of them know what's going on here. And as they're bringing in some heroes, Storm Spirit not that far away. Atos, he's going to get the split off, but can he get them out? Now double Astral Steps in from Lumpy, trying to clean these ones up, but they just got to stay next to the Earth Panda. He doesn't have Shard, does he, on the Brewmaster?
He does.
Oh, he does. All right. Well, I mean, he can cancel it early. He's trying to deny it to the tower. No! Moves! Disrupt it! Keep it alive! He can't. Really smart play there from the Brewmaster.
I'll just be right back to farming. One of the annoying things about this hero, right? You can just constantly throw this out.
Yeah, can't do anything there to stop that Panda. All right. Well, it's only a 2,000 gold lead so far in this game. It feels incredibly close, but Beastcoast have definitely been kind of like in the driving seat since the lane stage, right? It's 16-7 in terms of kills, but this Monkey King, dude, this hero farms so incredibly fast with Simian Stride that it is impossible to keep this hero down forever.
Yeah, he's been catching up off of that rough laning stage. And I feel like the Daedalus was a little greedy. He did get killed once for it, but at some point it does mean, like, when he gets the good ultimate, everyone in there is just going to die. You have to run as soon as the ult comes out.
Yeah, if you don't burst him and he gets like a full Wukong's command at full health, you're in trouble. All right, bottom tier 2 is the last outer tower for the side of LGD. Pyke's just going to commit onto it, but we'll blink away. No creep wave coming quite yet.
Both teams being very careful how they interact here, because on the side of Beastcoast, again, actually they have a lot of burst from the Veil, or now Shivas, the Shivas plus the chain stun with the Hoodwink. But if you get a longer drawn out fight between the Chen heal, the Snapfire ult, you know, Brewmaster Radiance running around, the Monkey King ult, the longer fights feel like they again go towards LGD. Both teams want to be very careful how they run into each other. Double Wisdom Rune steal for Beastcoast, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, the LG can't really rotate to the top side outside of the Monkey King TPing up and then Simian striding all the way back across the map. You know, he's like the only one that can make that type of movement. They see Y on this bottom rune, or on this bottom ward, and he's going to get disrupted from Moose. And with the rest of the heroes coming through, nice 4-staff for the moment. He's going to try and bring in his Chen army, I think, maybe, but no, he's gone. Nice grab there from Moose. As they will know about the ward, but very valuable kill, especially as he does not have buyback.
They're going to smoke and immediately go top, but it doesn't look like the rest of the team is ready for this. The idea is that you just got to kill bottom, so LGD should think like, oh, quickly go shove out the other lanes. But when you only bring some heroes, it may not quite work out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Question is, who do you find? Or if you find anyone, who's it going to be? Obviously, Monkey King would be ideal, but
the others are here now, so now it's fine whoever you find. Well, Sven's a little behind.
This is a really good dodge from LGD. This is a really good read.
He's just going to get the courier snipe for now.
We have a Maelstrom on PYW going Gleipnir. Love that. I mean, went Ricochet, right? One of the facets that does definitely benefit from the little Shredder scaling.
Yeah, definitely. It's good. It's good for scaling up. It's very common now to have at least one support on a team with really strong scaling. And Gleipnir is also... It's like that perfect balance of utility...
I'm supporting, quote.
but also damage and farming. Yeah, you get to make the case. They're like, why are you getting Maelstrom? It's like, no. It's a Gleipnir. The AoE route will help you set up. And they're like, oh, okay, I guess I'll allow it. And then they turn their back, and then you Maelstrom farm down a camp. And you're like, wow, where'd that camp go? That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. 2 chops from the Sven. Didn't even commit the God Strike. I think he might have got a double crit there. But that Chen is super dead. As Echoes is going to go in. They pop the BKB. They're just going to commit. Pyke is going to get saved from a disruption for now. His BKB was spent, though, and Moose disrupted him during it. They're going to just chase him down and get the kills. A little bit on different page there is they wanted to stampede BKB away, and Moose went in for the save.
Yeah, and we see with that time, disruption doesn't become so much of a save when it's actually just a setup for the enemy Monkey King ult. And as soon as he came out, he got killed before he could even get out. That was with Stampede going too. So
yeah.
just shows this was the risk reward of this early Daedalus. When you get to do the damage, your damage is insane. But if they jump you, they will burst you. So just gotta be really careful how you commit to a fight. Roche is about to be up, and Sven is still dead. So if they scout this out, they could get a free Roche for themselves. But no one's down there right now.
Too. I mean, Monkey King is all damage. He really is. Like, this butterfly, it adds a lot of damage to him. The attack speed bonus is absolutely wild.
Which is all the more reason you really want this Aegis. Void Spirit scouts it out. And actually, because it chases him, New's going to see it too.
All right.
They're trying to get Umpy.
I mean, if they can get him, it would be massive. Jumps away for now. Silence up onto the Storm Spirit. He doesn't have the BKB quite yet, but they're buying time for their spend to respawn as he will join his team on the bottom side of the map here.
Lumpy's been doing a great job of baiting out spells and dodging enemies going on him. Did buy them a few seconds, though. Just Sven coming in.
Can they actually contest this quick enough? The Roche is so damn low. We're going to see it pop. Centaur goes in, gets stopped with a BKB. Comes out from Shiro. He's got the Aegis. The Chen deleted on the backside by this Void Spirit as Lumpy's got to get away. They've looked for New as well, but Sven trying to get his hands onto anything, but it's TP's out from the whole side of LGD. New stuck in the trees. They get him on a Remnant. They know he's down here. He's got no TP out, and New, without a split available, will lose his life and the gem in the process. I mean, did they not see it? They didn't see it.
I don't think they knew, though. Yeah, this should just go back to LGD.
Yeah, Chen's courier is already here.
Oh, wait, maybe Monkey King gets found in the mid lane?
This would be a huge kill. Astral Step comes through. Lumpy in
Lumpy's the one being
trouble.
found.
Nice disruption, but can he get the shield off in time? He does. Silence comes out. Lumpy goes in instead. Astral steps away. The boomerang sharpshooter. El Micho gets him from the backside, and now PYW in trouble. Yules comes through. The stomp, the storm hammer. 2 more kills.
That wasn't even God strength. That was a 2 hit on the snap. There's something so funny about watching someone's health bar completely disappear. As long as it's not you, then it's not funny. If there's anyone else, it's pretty funny.
As long as it's not you. Words
then
of
it
wisdom.
sucks.
Yeah. I mean, this MKB pickup from Pyke is massive. Reading that he's playing into a Radiance, he absolutely has to have it, but it pretty much meets the timing of the butterfly on this Monkey King. So if they can actually get on top of the Monkey King, they have kill threat. He still has an Aegis.
Yeah, it does make me kind of question if the butterfly is worth it, because you kind of needed the MKB anyways because of that Radiance.
Yeah. But I think LG still in a pretty solid position thanks to the Aegis that they managed to get. So see if they can get anything done with it with the respawn of the Storm Spirit. Okay, Lumpy. Wisdom Rune jumps in, steals it. First hit bash though from Shiro. The Vortex is out. He's gonna get the Astral Step away. They almost catch him on the Brew, but guess what? They turn it around, Pikes over the BKB, and they get the Storm as well. Vitali able to get away from now. Shiro stuck inside his own Wukongs. He can't get out. He has the BKB. He's gonna try and run, but he's gonna make it. TP to safety. Oh my goodness, it went from such a close kill onto the Void Spirit to 2 massive deaths for LGD.
How many times have we seen that? Lumpy baiting so much out. He's playing so well. He's 8-1-9. How many times has he been skirting the edge of death and then his team gets a bunch of kills afterwards?
Yeah. I mean, you have buyback on Storm. Brew does have split when he comes back. You will get the fortification. I think Beastcoast might respect it. They might just take the tower and back, but we'll see. You have no God Strength. Mortimer Kisses are there. Boundless Strike is out. Lumpy goes in, tries to find the Chen. They just get the stomp out of the Monkey King as well. Lumpy needs to be a little careful. Off the Manta, disengaged, looking for the ranged barracks here. They got it. Setting up their sights onto the melee barracks. The Brewmaster's going to respawn. Storm Spirit up in 5. Beastcoast will disengage, realizing there's no need to overcommit.
You're 10 seconds off God Strength, 20 seconds off the BKB. You want to just chill, reset, because this is all still really good for you. Like, even though it's just a ranged barracks, it'll always push in your favor. So no need to overextend.
That was so close, man. I mean, the fact that he gets the dissimulate off when he did there as well is such a big deal.
He would have been pissed if he died to a first hit bash right there. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's part of it's like fortunate for LG. You're like, oh my god, first hit bash, and then it ends up being, you know, you get baited by almost
Needed
getting
that
the
second
Void
hit
Spirit.
bash as well, apparently.
Yeah. He gets a shield rune now completed. Kind of the proper reaction, like, oh no.
That was not how it was supposed to go.
9-24. It's the kill score has been a little bit deceiving this game because LG was looking so strong, but now a 10,000 gold lead for Beastcoast after a couple big fights, and we're starting to see kind of the effect of a Hoodwink again start to scale. Like, she's pretty dang farmed. We're gonna see the shard go the way of Moose there, so Demonic Cleanse now available for their heroes if they need it.
Sven's really close to level 25.
Is he actually? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he needs, like, in another minute he'll have it. And if he wants, he could then buy out a Swift Blink at the same time.
That's pretty big. Haste Rune for Lumpy. Timed up with a brand new AC for himself. He's going to have a lot more damage reduction against this Monkey King. They have Vision of Vitali. They're going to go in with the Storm Spirit. Lumpy comes in, gets the silence on to do the second silence. Can he get the split off? He does. But can Sven chop him down? He's going to get thrown into the air. Lumpy.
His rulings are all dead.
And he just chops right through him. Oh my goodness, the damage from the Monkey King to Stampede to get him out. So close for both of these heroes as Void Spirit just goes in again. The split, he's going to recombine. Dude, that was just Lumpy who actually almost killed the Brewlings.
I mean, Void Spirit also, universal hero, right? He's tons of damage. Oh, they're looking for Monkey King top. He still has some of a shield rune. Casual 500 extra health.
Oh no!
Oh my god,
my
that's so
goodness,
close.
that was so close. Dude, Lumpy is feeling it this game.
Yeah, he's on fire.
If that had hit, he actually might have been able to kill the Monkey King there. Because like a single TP into the outpost and he's dead.
And imagine Lumpy's power if a Satyr Mindstealer had not been zapping him for the first 5 minutes of the game.
I forgot
Imagine
about
where
that.
Lumpy could be right now.
That was so funny. Dude, you have a
I guess he did get
Wind
first
Waker
blood,
on the Sven, by the way. Or on the, not Sven, sorry, the Centaur has a Wind Waker.
I was about to get way more excited about that. Because actually, honestly, it's kind of, I kind of get it. Because you see him when Monkey King ult comes out and he's walking out of it practically at max movement speed because of Warcry and sometimes Stampede. He's still almost dying. I think he lost half his health last time I saw it. So Monkey King, he just finished an Abyssal. Sven will just straight up die in there. So I thought Wind Waker would be cool. You know, like Wind Waker out of the Monkey King ult.
Needs to be careful in the mid lane. Silence up. In comes the Sven. Can they find the kill? They do, but they've got to get out of the Wukong's command, and they do. BKB Stampede, everything committed. They go in. He's going to get Abyssal here on Lumpy, and he's trying to bait out some spells. Can they deal with this Monkey King? Mortimer Kiss is committed once again as Lumpy continues to just poke and prod at the side of LGD. They've committed a lot. They go in. Stormhammer from the Sven. They're going to buy back, though. They're going to get on top of him. Can they actually bring him down in time? The damage, the bash, Sven's gone. Big kill. Now looking for more. El Misho on the backside trying to escape, but Echoes goes in, gets him on the stun. Disruption for a moment, but he will fall. He's going to join the Sven. Beautiful buyback coming through as they continue to chase. Moves is going to get fast. Triple kill for Shiro. Oh, baby.
You're telling me that's not funny, dude. That's hilarious. The whole health bar gone in 1Q. Okay, that was a big overcommitment by Beastcoast. I think getting caught up in the Brewmaster kill. Classic Lumpy getting another kill, though, there. Roche was reaching the respawn time, so that was really dangerous. I think they should just take the Brewmaster kill, set up for Roche. Turns out super lucky, max Roche spawn of 3 minutes, so everyone's going to be back up for this. And in fact, there could be another fight that also does not matter quite fully. But that could have been extremely costly. This could be LGD's Roche right here in another RNG world. So
You Smile is about to succumb to Lumpy here once again. This guy has done such an incredible job at finding these supports, and the staggering death timers is problematic because, yes, Roshan's not up for another minute and a half, but if you get another pickoff, then it starts to become a big issue.
Because you need, you can't just like run there. I mean, you can, but you want to set up. You want to be holding the position. So if they can find another kill right around now, this would be great. But they might. The issue is they know Roche can be here, so they're probably going to position here and wait. And unfortunately, they're going to be waiting for a while. There's still a full minute and 15 seconds to go.
We are looking. He's actually holding the Wisdom Rune for the Void Spirit to come back and get this, because he's so close to his 25 that they really want his talent, right? I mean, either one of his 25 talents are incredible. I think a lot of times people take the Astral Step crit, but there is a case to be made for the root as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing so much damage. The crit's cool, but that root would be really good.
I feel like with the crit, he double Astral Steps a hero and it dies. Like, if he actually finds the Chen or the Snapfire, it's actually just Astral Step in, you press E and Astral Step out, and they're going to die 100 to 0.
I think you have to take it.
There's smoke into the bottom side of the map. Roshan not up for 25 seconds. The scan is out. They do have a good ward placed on the left side here in Vitali, putting himself in a position to potentially break the smoke. They see the wave.
Monkey King has a refresher. This could be two really big Wukong commands.
Astral Steps out. Echoes comes in. They actually find Shiro. If they actually get the backside, if they get the supports, that'd be an amazing find. As both teams kind of wrapping around the other way. Want to get a high ground ward. Y is going to be the one that they find. A great start. Stampede comes out. Sharpshooter to finish the job. Shiro drops the Wukong's command. No, he's going to pump fake it. Hold it off for the moment. But it's the Void Spirit on the backside. He's forced the BKB out from Echoes. There's the Wukong's command. But can you just walk away is the question. It gets canceled. Wait a minute. The Wukong's is done. They do get on top of Moose. A lot of damage here thanks to the Brewmaster. They've done it. Buybacks coming through from the Chen as well as Moose. He jumps over the backside. He gets the stomp onto one. PYW in trouble. He's going to need help, though, on the Centaur. A Wind Waker to safety. But Lumpy's trying to find these heroes. He can't do it. He's going to Astral Step away. There it is. Finally, the Wukongs come through, and they get El Misho.
What happened with that first one? I guess he just cast it like way at the edge, and he must have stepped out of it.
Yeah, I think he got accidentally stepped on the left side of the tree. Wind Waker, in comes Pike. He gets the stomp, he gets the kill, but he needs help. Pike in trouble, surrounded by 4. He's got nothing left. Buyback comes through. Every single person trying to do what they can to get on top of the Monkey King. The Boomerang is there. They have the Astral Steps, and he's gonna go down. Shiro without buyback, looking for new. He's gonna get the TP. No, disruption from Moose has found him, and that is a dieback now on your Brewmaster. Beastcoast 5 alive as Roshan moves to the top side of the map. Do you go for the end?
Yeah, they're actually not even going to go for Roche because they know there were buybacks in that last fight.
Yeah,
This
I'd be
is
curious
a
to see
little
what
scary
happened
though.
to
If you
Wukong's
commit
here.
too hard again on
Oh, he
Sven,
literally fell on the yeah, it was max range Wukong's. He fell on the backside of the tree and it instantly canceled.
That's pretty unlucky. But you do have to be careful with where you cast your Wukong's command because of that. And,
They're gonna try
okay,
and
so
end.
there's the fortify.
They
think
can just go
you
to your
can do
force.
it. Yeah, no Monkey King. Okay, so technically they don't know Monkey King doesn't have buyback.
True.
So
true,
because
true,
of that, they might play it safe.
And Pyke committed buyback, so they're gonna get a
so
second
you don't want to
fortification
be, you don't want to overcommit. So it looks like they're just gonna get megas. With that, I feel like you might suspect like that's kind of weird. You didn't buy back.
Maybe go to your force. We'll see. Storm Spirit's in.
That's a lot
They're
of
gonna get on top of the.
damage.
It's a lot of damage, but saved from the disruption here. Mortimer Kiss is coming through as well. But Chen rejoining the fight. Beastcoast, do you go for the throat or do you go for Roche? You gotta decide.
Risky.
These towers not dying as fast as you want. There is a Monkey King in 10 seconds. It is time to leave.
Roche. You can probably even go do Roche right now because they'll have to deal with the megas. They're still waiting for the Brewmaster respawn. They might play it safe and reset, but yeah, just get Roche, go back. There's an Aghanims and a Cheese on it. Cheese, fantastic for Sven, although I don't even know if he has the slots for it. Maybe his power treads, I don't know. The Ags.
I'm sure you just give the cheese to like El Misho, honestly. Just so that he might be able to bait out more stuff. Like he's pretty difficult to kill. Now gets a Ghost Scepter. If he has like a cheese as well, maybe he can bait out more spells, more mana. Scythe of Ice done on the Storm Spirit here.
Give Ags. I want to see Ags on Vitali. I want to see Centaur cart hitting buildings.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, baby.
I mean, he can't be hit on Monkey King ult, right? Like, that just seems
Yeah.
kind of good.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Oh, we'll see who they find. They're looking for an opening. Remnant comes out. He's going to just scout out these tree lines, prevent the Monkey King from dancing around in here. Brewmaster can join the fight at any time with his Boots of Travel. As we can see, the buybacks, there's none on Beastcoast. 2 still available for the side of LGD.
We say he can join at any time, but there's actually not a building up here, and the creeps can be killed. I think Y needs to keep a creep nearby.
Yeah.
He
I
doesn't-
mean, he could
where
just
are they
summon
all?
one instantly, right? He has it off cooldown. Very tense. Roshan, I mean, they all know what's up. The problem is the Brewmaster cannot stall any longer. He's coming in. They're going to try and force the fight. They jump in immediately. They get on top of Lumpy, but it's the damage there. The Abyssal Blade trying to get him safety. He gets saved by the Yules from Vitali. Astral steps on out. That's Wukong's. That's BKB's. Moo's barely surviving with the Brewmaster. He's chasing with these summons. They're going to try and just commit for the Roshan, but you need to be careful. They get the tree cut onto Shiro, but they don't see him. Vitali's going to get some eyes. They jump from the backside. They get the Sword Pike. Chops him down. PYW. Why you smile? Falling just solo to this Void Spirit. He's so damn strong. A Wukong's command, the second one out here to try and find El Misho. A Yules to try and buy him a little bit of time. He gets the Blink. Disruption to save him as well. Double buyback from LGD. They're going to try and get back in this, but Lumpy, he wants this Shiro. He's going to be able to jump away for the moment. The stun connects, but a second Astral Step on, and Shiro's gone, baby. They got the damage. Brewmaster recombines on the backside, trying to just get away at this point, but Moose has got vision. El Misho's got him on a Bushmack. The boomerang is out. The stuns, the damage is got him.
Dire structures are fortified.
Beastcoast lose nothing.
Oh, Storm. Yeah, they didn't lose anything. I don't know. I got confused there for a second. Man, that Wind Waker save from Vitali was huge. And the Monkey King ult, like the first one was pretty good, but that's where the Wind Waker save came in. The second one was just not quite on the mark, and everyone got out of it again. They have the tools now.
They're calling the bluff. They're going to say he doesn't have buyback on Monkey King. They're going to go in, they get on top of the important hero, and it's the Storm Spirit. That is a dieback, and I think they know there is no help for the throne here as the last final fortification comes through. LGD
out of gas here as they're going to just dive into the fountain, secure themselves the victory. They take down the Brewmaster, and there it is, GG. Another 1-1 for Group A.
Two pretty long games. That was these were evenly matched teams. They both had some cool ideas here. LGD made a pretty good recovery, all things considered, from giving up the first blood, from having a really rough laning stage. Made some plays to kind of get back into it. It did feel like Beastcoast had pretty good control of most of this game. I'm not even sure where. I don't know. I just feel like the Monkey King didn't quite end up connecting. I think that's probably a little bit of the difference here at the end.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Also,
We're gonna
Lumpy MVP.
Yeah, Lumpy, absolute MVP. We'll take a look at some of the highlights, but for now, we're gonna go to a short break. We'll be back. We'll kind of recap what happened. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you soon.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
A very intense 1-1 between these two teams, LGD and Beastcoast. They get themselves another draw, but it was an action-packed series, a very close game 1 and an even closer game 2. Beastcoast coming out the victors in game 2, as we'll take a look at some of the highlights in a little bit. But talk to me, Zach. I mean, I think we both agree on the MVP here, but how did Lumpy make this happen?
Step 1, you get first blood. Step 2, get your mana drained for 5 minutes. And then never get caught. I did get caught once. I don't remember even where he died. But I was looking back at it for the same reason. I was a little worried when they drafted Snapfire for their last pick on LGD, because even though her ult gave them the damage to pick up kills, there wasn't the greatest setup for it, which in the end turned out to be the issue for the Monkey King, which he went straight damage. He did a lot of damage, but so many times in the late game, he would ult, and then they would all just leave. They would Centaur Stampede out, there'd be a Disruption save, followed by a Wind Waker. They would just like Void Spirit, Astral Step out, Warcry, run out of the Monkey King ult. There was not a lot to actually keep them in the ultimate, and the setups like the Vortex, in that time you were using the Monkey King ult. So then once it ends, there's like nothing else unless Monkey King is right on top to follow with the Abyssal. But as soon as like BKBs were there, there's just not enough to keep you actually in the ult. And without the damage from the Monkey King ult, they just didn't feel like they had enough damage compared to Beastcoast. And I feel like that defined a lot of those mid to late game fights. There were some close moments. I think it was actually because Beastcoast slipped up. Like, there was a huge overcommitment in the base as Roshan came up. They got pretty lucky that Roshan had such a late spawn. Otherwise, I think they'd be really sad if LGD got that Roshan and ended up coming back and winning the game. But they did get a little lucky on that. In the future, they'll have to be careful of that. But otherwise, pretty well done.
Yeah. It was like looking back at the replays, it was like Lumpy's first and only death this game is at that 15-minute gank into the triangle where there's like a 7 stacked ancient camp, and then he just goes deathless for the rest of the game, which is absolutely wild. Like, he performed so well, and like you said, just constantly baiting out spells and like attempts from LGD. And the turnaround was always there. Like, Beastcoast were ready. They had the Centaur getting ready to stampede back in. His item build is so sick. Like, going for this Wind Waker, not something you see all that often on a Centaur, but it gets him out of Wukong's command. It also saves heroes in Wukong's command. We saw, Hoodwink get stuck there. He Wind Wakers her, and she blinks out. Like, not something that you really expect as an option. So really cool performance from them. Coming up next, we've got another series. It is PSG Quest versus Azure. And for Azure, they actually really need to win. They're the only team who got O2'd earlier this morning. So for them, it's a very big series. PSG Quest currently 1-1 earlier up against Heroic. So excited for this one. What do you think? Any expectations for this series?
I didn't get to catch that first series, so I don't know how both teams are doing, but I'm always excited to see both of them play. They're teams that show they can take the top level games, but it's that consistency we've talked about of like how often you can do it, and I want to see how they're doing there. Azure maybe 2-0, but you're gonna have to bounce back.
Yeah, it's gonna definitely be an important series. For now, we're going to go to a short break as we get ready for this final series here today. So everyone stay tuned for more. Again, this is the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a little bit.
I can see right through your face. Don't believe what you read, not all words are the same. Not everything you see, you can't trust anyway. All the thieves dressed as sheep tell you they know the way. So bite the hand that feeds you to the wolves as prey. Get out my face, try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice, now I got the knife. You try to cut off my conscience, bake me a cake full of nonsense. You eat it too and I got deja vu when your words are up, you got you nauseous. Your shit belongs in the driveway, don't know nothing but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to have. Snap the seat on the pictures, they flash on the page. Now they're pleading on the fifth and last mistake. But I know that dirty secrets the gamekeepers hold the keys to the gate. Only open for the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake, we are not the same, so go take your losses. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face, try to stab me with Sneaking through the back door of my heart, what you close it for? I can't tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like God, light, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. What you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your love.
is the final series of the day about to begin. It is Azure taking on the side of PSG Quest. An important series for both of them, as of course Quest this morning got themselves the 1-1, but Azure, unfortunately for them, took the 0-2. They need to get themselves a win here, obviously, as the last place finisher in this is eliminated. Zach, talk to me. How much does this first day matter for these teams?
I mean, of course it'll matter. Fortunately, only one team is straight up eliminated, so you have some comfort that even off of a rough first day, as long as you focus up and you can get some 2-0s in the next couple days, you could at least make it into 4th or 5th, which is not guaranteed qualified, but you get to play some decider matches. That means some best of 3s, and that can be a little scary, but at the same time, at least you get to keep going and try your luck there. So you have a little bit of room. If you're gonna struggle, today's the day for it, but you're gonna want to start pulling it together, and you'll feel a lot better if you can just grab at least one win. I would say, if you go 0-4, there's a lot of pressure to go all 2-0s for the rest of the group stage, and that's not easy.
Yeah, especially with the caliber of the teams that are here, right? Every single team is incredibly skilled, and you can get caught off in drafts pretty easily, I think, in this patch. We've seen some teams come up with some really clever answers to certain teams, or to certain draft strategies. So it can definitely be something that you're oh, we're feeling really good, and then suddenly your draft it just kind of falls flat. So yeah, you can't really rely on just guaranteeing you're gonna get these 4-0s on the follow-up days. So we'll see what happens. PSG Quest, I think, fairly evenly matched against Azure. I don't feel like Azure is a step above them, but I think both these teams have a lot that they're bringing to the table. TA2000 is kind of the question mark for me on Quest, though. Sometimes he has an incredible last pick hero, but they've been first picking his heroes fairly regularly, especially now that Templar Assassin has been so popular.
That's true. I don't think people will give it to them. I will say we got to catch some of their games earlier, not in this tournament, but some other stuff they were playing. And I feel that when they first became popular, or not popular, more more known, they started reaching the top stage. They had some very long, drawn-out games on Quest, going very late, heavy scaling heroes. But we've been seeing them pick things like Vengeful Spirit carry, Brood carry, which are just meta, but it's been a faster paced tempo and less 4 protect 1, more the tri-core meta that has been very popular lately, which I think is a good sign. They're trying new things. I don't know how comfortable they feel with it, because I do feel they did a lot of 4 protect 1 stuff, but I like that they're trying it, and I hope it's coming together now, because this is a very important time for it to come together.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at their opponents, of course. Azure, which, what does there really say about the guys? They are absolute legends coming from the Chinese region. I think Faith Beyond probably, he goes by Bach now, but he's probably one of the most well-known players to the Western audience. It's just a stacked roster. I think when this team was first announced, everyone was kind of shocked. They're oh my gosh, this team is insanely talented. They have so many good players. Yeah, I want to see them do well. I think a lot of people want to see them do well. I just want to see a close series more than anything, though.
Definitely. Our first series was very close, so second series, I think, I hope it's close. I kind of feel like if Azure Ray is having a rough day, because I took a quick look at their first series, they had a rough one. It happens. Sometimes we have off games. I hope that's what it was. I hope the break was good to them, and I hope they're going to bring a strong foot forward. Because if they play the same way in the second series, I do think Quest will be able to clean up. And I would hate to have someone already in such a bad spot on day one. I want it to be a very close group, very exciting Dota the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the clockwork kind of got to them in the first series. They also get the gyrocopter in both games, which was something that Aurora that just really likes. And I think going into the second series here, they do need to be very careful, like you said, of the Vengeful Spirit that PSG Quest really likes to run, because they can take it in the safe lane for TA2000, and then they play an incredibly high tempo, typically minus armor lineup. So if they get it like the Slardar in the off lane, They've paired that a lot with it. They've also just paired it with something like a Darkseer, which just runs down enemy heroes, and it looks good, man. So I'm a little bit curious if we're going to see the Vengeful Spirit carry come out, or what it is that they're going to be able to get their hands on in terms of quest. But overall, excited to see the drafts. We'll be jumping in those in a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I think this patch has give us with the facets, it's made drafting a little bit more difficult, right?
Yeah, I think that was everyone's thought when it came in. It's like, wow, everyone's got an innate ability, and now at least 2 facets, right? Some heroes have even more than that. At least 2 facets to draft around. But as the current balance is, almost every hero has 1 facet that's a lot better than the other one. So in that sense, it hasn't been too hard yet. But I will say Valve has, slowly been adjusting it. Like, for example, Clockwork, I think his facets are getting closer together. Expanded Armature, I think, is still a little bit better. But Hookup in the right draft, I think could be really sick, especially because physical damage lineups are really popular right now. You just constantly get a barrier going. I think with slightly more changes, maybe the 7.36D patch, it'll get closer and closer. And then not just him, obviously, but the 100 other heroes we have, as those facets get closer together and there's truly a choice between facets compared to right now, which is yeah, that one's really fun, but it's got a 20% win rate, so you're gonna pick facet 2 90% of the time, right? Then I think it will really become complicated. But there are a couple heroes where the facets, like Sven actually, who is popular, he could be support Sven with heavy plate, could be Wrath of God, carry Sven. So that's exactly to your point. Once it becomes truly a choice, then that's when things get complicated.
Yeah, it just allows these heroes to flex and become more valuable early on in the draft, right? We've seen Monkey King get picked a lot, and I think a lot of people just are going to go Simeon Stride anyway because it's broke. I don't know if you say broken, but very strong, borderline broken. And then it might just be broken. But then there's, other heroes who kind of just don't have facets and they don't exist in Dota. And at some point, they're going to get buffed, right? Heroes like Nature's Prophet, which systematically removed from the game, has a low 30% win rate in pro tier, which, feels a little bit bad for the boy because he's a really cool and interesting hero. But my God, was he annoying for a while. So I'm okay. I'm okay with him being not viable. But, I gotta bring some attention to someone who just hasn't gotten any love since 2021, I think, roughly, and that's Ricky. This hero has been absolutely dog tier for 4 years at this point. They gave him no abilities with the facets. They nerfed everything about his kit. What do you think it's going to take? Are they going to bring Sleeping Dart back? Is that going to be his new facet?
If they bring Sleeping Dart back, they have to nerf him in some way. People were joking with Bristleback, both facets nerf him in different ways. But that could actually be a way to balance some stuff if you want to take that approach. And Ricky would need something like that because Sleeping Dart, conceptually, for a permanently invis hero, is so broken. They tried to balance it and then they just removed it. That's the level of broken. It's Iron Talon level broken. So if it were to come back as a facet, I think the facet also has to have negatives to it, Ricky's slower, or Ricky's invis is not permanent. It's got some element to it. He flashes every now and then. I don't know, but it's Sleeping Dart was so busted.
I think you just get rid of permanent invis entirely. Actually, I think that gets removed from his kit, and you give him a facet where you choose between 2 new abilities. So Sleeping Dart or something else, right? But to choose between a kind of a support disruptor kind of play with Sleeping Dart, and then maybe a nuke physical damage build for ult.
I'd be so sad to see permanent invis go. I know that sounds crazy. I know he's hated in pubs, but it's his thing. It's Ricky, How can we take that away?
I mean, why not? Just get rid of it. Everyone, it would fix the problems with the hero, He's hated in lower tier because invis is broken, and then now it's in high tier, you're I guess he's kind of useful now, so who knows?
I hope they don't. I hope they don't.
Get rid of it.
But Ricky aside, I think we do have the draft going here. Yeah, you see the boys all gathered around. Who should we go for, guys? Which of the top 10 broken heroes do we want to first pick?
This is an interesting start to the draft. I mean, you guys are going to see it in a little bit. A little bit of spoilers, though. The Monkey King banned out overall in the first phase. The Beastmaster Phoenix banned as well by Quest. But on the side of Azure, they get rid of the Io, Pango, Darkseer, and Tiny, which they struggled this morning with the Tiny. But it responds with a first overall pick Broodmother into a Weaver. I guess we're going to need like some, I don't know, like pest control to come in here. This is going to be a really annoying game.
Indeed, a little spooky. Okay, so Brood, there's technically flex there as a carry mid. Very few people play her offlane right now, but it's doable. Weaver, way more flex as a really strong support right now, but in the right games, you can just play him as a carry. And if you do that against a Broodmother, you will destroy spiders. You just pick up an early shard, you just Shikuchi through, and you don't really have to worry about it. So I think he's a cool pick in that sense. And I feel that despite everything I just said, Quest will probably just run this as carry Brood. She has been really good as a carry, and it's what we saw TA 2000 play, and I like this style that they're trying to move towards. I'm not saying forward protect 1 is dead, but I do think active carries are pretty popular right now, and even if you reveal them early in the draft, such as your very first pick, it's fine because they are going to get active and they're going to make their impact through playmaking rather than having to have the perfect, last pick carry game.
Okay, we see the Snapfire come out. This hero's pretty sick. Like, for the most part, we've seen it kind of like a staple as a support pick. Normally, though, it's picked into the Phoenix. Like, you let the Phoenix through, you get the Snapfire as a response. I like PSG's bans here, though. So they get rid of the Shadow Fiend and the Slardar, right? Don't want to dip into the minus armor strat playing against a Weaver. It's one of those things where the Weaver support can bring a lot, but if you decide to flex this back to the carry role, like you mentioned, suddenly he has a Deso, and it stacks even more with things like Shadow Fiend, Slardar. So I like that a lot. It's overall good bans. I was gonna get to this, but they pick it too dang fast. The Hoodwink left in the pool there, and they go back for the Jakiro as well.
He's been getting popular. Liquid Frost, I tried it. I thought it wasn't that great, and I think a lot of pros did too, but someone else kept going at it and has shown it's actually pretty good in the laning stage to secure a good start. It does drop off later, I feel, compared to Liquid Fire in terms of utility for a support Jakiro. For core Jakiro, you would want Liquid Frost, but at the pro level, having a strong laning stage is so important, and especially if you're potentially going with a Broodmother carry. That Jakiro, people found that, yeah, level 2, it's like 300 damage when you use Q and E together. That's pretty good. So he's been getting back up here, and if it is against Weaver, it's a little tough because Weaver's so fast, your slows. Like, you can't kill him as long as he has Shikuchi, but anytime Shikuchi is down, you might just kill him because he has such a low health pool. So it becomes this kind of like this mind game, like, if you use Shikuchi, I'll kill you. It's just like, oh, I won't use Shikuchi then. It's like, okay, then I'm not gonna use my spell either. So I'm curious how that'll end up playing out, because both threaten each other so much with the as long as the spell's available, but they don't want to go first.
Yeah, I will say with like the Liquid Frost has looked pretty good if you manage to chain stun someone inside of Macropyre, because that does do like 2 instances a second, right?
What?
Whoa, Spirit Breaker techies here. I mean, this is fantastic for trying to find the Broodmother and the Hoodwink, but now with what typically looks like 4 supports, like 2 of these are going to be cores. My guess is it's the Spirit Breaker and the Weaver, unless you're trying to do a mid Snapfire, which could happen. But maybe it's a Spirit Breaker off lane with techies here, and we're going to see a safe lane Weaver? Or actually, 5 position techies would make more sense. So Spirit Breaker Snap?
Spirit Breaker sounded pretty cool. Okay, so my big surprise here is the techies. Techies lost 150 attack range when the patch first came out. They since gave him back 50, but it still hurt his laning stage a lot. With that in mind, Spoon Stash, his facet, actually has crazy scaling potential because it's 3 more item slots. It's really good, but the loss of his early game has been like what's held him back. And compared to so many other powerful laning supports such as Jakiro and Hoodwink that we've been talking about, like Weaver as a support, Snapfire as a support, Techies has just felt lackluster. So
for sure.
Yeah, really haven't seen much Techies, and I wonder if this signifies that, yeah, we're not playing for the lanes. Like, you picked the Broodmother. Of course you're going to win the lane, so we're going to aim for this mid to late game timing, maybe?
Wow. That is a good pick. We don't really see a lot of Mars, but when you're looking at heroes like Snapfire, Weaver, Spirit Breaker, none of these heroes like playing inside of Arena.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't get out
That's a
without that
very smart
BKB, which is annoying for them, who usually would be so mobile with the charges, the Shikuchis. Usually you're so free to run around these fights. Now you're going to have to pop that BKB potentially pretty early, which, I mean, as long as you get the job done, then it's fine, but you don't like being forced to do so, which is what Arena is going to do to you. All right, so coming into the last pick for Azure Ray, man, I don't know. So I'm going to start with PSG Quest.
It's got to be a mid laner. They need a mid laner. There's no way they don't go to a mid laner, right?
I think so. They have last pick, so maybe they'll do something crazy with the info they get. For PSG Quest, I think you're probably just looking for a mid. That's it. Oh, I didn't even realize TA was still available this whole time, actually. She's usually banned so early.
That's true, yeah.
I do think you just want a mid laner, and preferably an active one. Brood could go mid, but since you don't have the last pick, you can't wait to see some like cheese matchup and then go for the Brood mid. So I think you just go for just some standard playmaker who will run around, set up Hoodwink, Sharpshooter, lots of easy kills, run around with a Jakiro Mars, and Broodmother will do Brood things. You get her to level 6, she just takes over her half of the map. You just let her be, farm up a huge power spike, and then group up and go. So I think that's the safe pick here. But I don't know what they're playing into, so not sure who would be an all-around safe mid hero.
I mean, we've seen Void Spirit be pretty devastating in the right hands, right? Copy had a sick game this morning on it, and of course we just saw last game Lumpy popping off on the hero. Go to the Dragon Knight. That makes sense. I didn't even. It's like there's so many heroes you have to think about banning nowadays. Dragon Knight would have been a great one.
Yeah, I was thinking about him. I was thinking, in the case this is Spirit Breaker support, you do want someone who won't be easily ganked, which Wind Ranger can just run back under her tower pretty quickly. Dragon Knight just fairly tanky, so he's not the best ganking target. But I don't know. Who would... I feel like I'd rather have core Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, unless your plan is to run the Snapfire mid, which is super not common, and then I don't know what your offlane pick here would be.
Yeah,
Spirit Breaker doesn't do well outside of Darkseer.
Now that Mars is picked, I feel like you don't want core Snapfire because you play so much around Little Shredder, and you're gonna have so much blocked by Arena and Bulwark.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
But boy, would you decimate spiders when you get to that triple shot.
Be really funny though. Okay, Sniper ban. That one's actually that's a pretty good heads up ban. It's a hero that Azure love to play. Ori takes it to mid lane quite often, so that would have been a little bit annoying.
It's interesting they banned it with the Mars already though too, because a lot of times, like even when Sniper has a good game, you just Arena and keep him out of the fight. But now that they pick Puck, it all makes sense. You do not want to get sniped when you are picking Puck. It's one of your worst matchups. And now that it's out of the picture, you should have a decent time because Tiny's already out, Dragon Knight's out, TA, Sniper. A lot of the worst matchups are out. And if this is a Spirit Breaker support, ganking Puck is like impossible. So really good pick.
I mean, the only hero that's left is Void Spirit, right? Like it's one of those heroes that it's not even the best in lane, but eventually it does well enough against the Puck. And I have to imagine that's what they're weighing. Other option is the Ember Spirit.
I don't know. They could still be looking for a carry. Maybe they're figuring it out right now too. They're like, guys, what are we doing?
I feel like Quest draft is pretty well rounded. They have a lot of good team fight. You have good counters to this Weaver Spirit Breaker, which I feel like it has to be Weaver carry, and you now have to play into Mars and Puck. And it is going to be the Ember Spirit. Yeah, I feel like those are your only two options, is Void Spirit and Ember, and it just comes down to which one you prefer in the matchups.
Yeah, Ember's probably... Well, actually, both have good AoE, because, like, you want people to deal with the spiders. And they kind of have some answers between other heroes, but Void and Ember, both good at... we'll have, like, a skill matchup versus Puck. It's not a win or a lose lane, necessarily. And then they'll have tools to get out of Arena, Ice Path, dodge some of the, like, the Bushwhacks coming in. But you want answers to the spider. I think Sleight of Fist is a little easier to use versus the spiders than Void Spirit. Like, you kind of have to put yourself in danger, like ulting into all that stuff, and then, like, you know, that may not be what you want to do. Sleight of Fist, you can much more safely just throw it out, and then you disappear for like 5 seconds because you're just bouncing between 100 spiders, and by the time you're out, you just like do it again.
Yeah, the draft ends up being exactly what we expected, right? The Carry Weaver, the offlane Spirit Breaker. Tianming is going to take the techies to the safe lane as the 5, and FY will take the Snapfire as the 4. So despite like all of these kind of semi-flexible picks early on in the draft from Azure, it looks like Quest kind of got everything they wanted in these matchups, right? I feel like the Mars matchup should be fine against the Weaver. Bloodsport is going to do some work in these fights. Obviously, Snapfire can't get vision inside with Mortimer Kisses, so it makes it a little bit annoying. She's not going to kind of know where they are, but I don't know. I think Puck's the big question mark for me. If this Puck gets off to a good start, he can shut down so much of Azure's, early mid game.
That's true. He's also going to have the help of the Broodmother web. We've been seeing this. People start putting the web down, at least in the mid lane, and then maybe depending how nice you're feeling, sometimes we see all 3 lanes get 1 web, because you can just, like, you go to your lane with 1 web, but you just reposition it to wherever you move in the lane until you pick up more levels in it and you can place more. But we'll see how generous TA2000's feeling. He's making his way to the off lane, so maybe he's
gonna web the off lane
feeling
first,
generous today.
All right. For those of you that are just joining us, it is the final game of, or final series of the day. Ooh, noob. He really wanted this award. Unlucky. So we'll end up going the side of Azure. Nice D-ward to start this one off.
Yeah, late smoke. Real quick before they meet and we get some potential first bloods, Tianming on the techies actually went for Spleen Secret Sauce. To be honest, I don't know which is the best facet because he's been pretty unpopular since it came out. I imagine this one gives you more early pressure because it's the max HP as bonus damage on Blast Off.
Yeah.
So a little bit more kill potential with this one versus the scaling from the extra item slots.
We're gonna see. That's actually a really good spot for them to hide behind. They've got the ward here. They're gonna look for FY. He gets the scatter blast off, but the chase continues. And with Noob coming in, if you can get first blood to the Puck, and it is, that is a really good start. That being said, Bach does steal the bounty rune away from them. He's gonna try and just hobble his way back towards his team, but will take a lot of damage in that process. And into the lanes we go. So as our observers pointed out, the double necrotic webs, 1 in the off lane, 1 in the mid lane. It's kind of a slow bleed effect, right? It makes it very annoying for these other heroes to play into. He'll eventually put his 3rd web top. You just gotta be careful not to accidentally destroy one of these 2 webs.
Yeah, you have to keep manually breaking the one you have. But as long as you keep the lane in a decent spot, like we see the 1 web he does have is pretty good coverage. It's only if it pushes like really far up that you even have to reposition it. So we'll see how this goes. I feel like Brood should have a decent time. Spirit Breaker's not the strongest laner, but I suppose there could be a cool combo between Cookie and then like a bunch of chain bashes. Simply will the bashes into existence and you'd threaten them.
Good players get good RNG. That's what I've always been told. And if memory serves me right, I feel like Bach's a pretty good player. I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that one. Bottom lane. Ooh, Tianming taking a lot of harassment there from Omar and Malik, but does manage to survive. He'll be okay.
I'll get to courier kill. I think there must have been a misclick on that courier moving
Yeah,
out.
where was that thing?
It was it's like near the Lotus, like between the Lotus and the lane.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it had the items on it. I think there was at least a salve and I think a sentry in there. So that's kind of painful to lose. That could be like a full health Hoodwink, for example, feeling a lot more comfortable to harass right now.
Lowe's having a great start on the Weaver, and it's kind of expected. Like, this Weaver hero is really strong in these first few levels. I think as Mars gets a little bit more XP, it'll be a little bit easier of a matchup for the Mars, just because he has so much burst damage. But these early levels always favor that Weaver hero.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes. I feel like Low is sometimes a little passive as a carry in the current meta. So I hope, like, Weaver is a hero that benefits a lot from just being able to join really early, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Right? We didn't get to catch I didn't get to catch him play this morning, so I don't know how it was going.
All right. Ooh. Mid lane. Ori getting aggressive here on the Ember. Again, it's a slightly favored matchup in the lane. As the game goes on, it should be pretty even between the Puck and the Ember. Both of them are going to have to bring some early impact, because Ember's your real big potential for shutting down this Broodmother, combined with like the charge from Bach, right? So if your Ember's able to get aggressive in the early stages and actually find some kills and rotations, you could potentially slow down that snowball effect of the Broodmother.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Another courier killed. Ooh, that one had a bracer on it.
That's very nice.
Only if you're on Azure.
Yeah, I guess that's true. All right, both teams just kind of farming it up. Not really any like big losers in the lane. I guess Spearbreaker is struggling a little bit as the spell combo comes out from Ducalis. He's gonna try and just chase him here on the Broodmother, but it's not an easy hero to stay on top of. He only has 1 point in the incapacitating bite and 1 point in the web, so
yeah, I would expect this. Spiritbreaker as an offlane has a slow start, and they actually nerfed the Greater Bash damage to creeps, so I think his ramp up period is longer than the last time he was really popular, but he does eventually still reach that point where you're just charging through creep waves all the time and you're cutting. It's really hard to deal with you, and then suddenly you're ganking and they're like, oh, I thought he was just farming. He still reaches that point. It just takes a little longer.
Ducalis might have gotten baited here, and absolutely Bach gets the bash.
Good players with a good RNG.
And Ducalis got a little baited. He was like breathe firing, but not with the liquid fire cooldown. So like he wasn't getting any of the bonus damage off of the, or not liquid fire, liquid frost cooldown.
Yeah, that's the annoying thing with Liquid Frost. You really need to commit a bit more every time you use it compared to Liquid Fire, which is like you just toss it out, it's free. But if you want good damage from Liquid Frost, you pretty much have to use Dual Breath, which does its damage in half-second intervals. So you get 10 instances of the Liquid Frost bonus damage, which is 15 at level 1, and that's where the value comes out.
There you go. We'll see it. Well, that's the saddest charge bash ever. Not a whole lot there, but Bach, of course, a very quick hero. He'll just kind of walk away. We've been seeing a lot of Spear Breakers actually go like 4-0-4 if they're like off lane. Oh my gosh, Noob is taking a beating in the mid lane. A like full bore scatter blast ends up hitting him for a ton of damage.
This matchup's better for Ember than I thought, or maybe just Ori's outplaying, because Noob even started with the first blood.
I feel like the matchup is good for Ember in the lane. Like you don't have the ability to kind of stop the sleight of fist harassment. Like going for the phase shift it's just kind of luck, right? So
that's true. I guess it's like it's the melee version of most of the range counters to Puck, which is just high physical damage.
Yeah.
At range, and now you're just doing it as a melee hero.
And if he positions right, you can get the double strike almost every time onto the Puck. Bottom lane. We might see him go aggressive. No, he's gonna back off. He missed the sticky bomb.
Top lane. Noob
coils out. Good rotation from Noob. In comes the TP from the Ember, and they don't have the damage quite yet to finish him off, and he dies instead. Bach survives on just a sliver of HP.
This is a tanky hero. It's nearly 7 minutes in the game. He's already got 1,200 health. So, man, that was so close. This is where like the one strength nerfs matter, because then I think Bach's dead there.
We're going to see them make a rotation here for the Wisdom Rune, as Omar knows he's going to get caught. Yeah, very nice jump in, bringing both of these heroes. As the Rune goes to low, he is level 6.
No way, they're both out too?
And they're both out.
Oh, man. That is such a big win. They got everything. They got the Wisdom Rune, a kill, and Mars wasted his time walking over here and didn't even get anything.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where if you want to contest the Wisdom Rune, you need to bring the Mars. You can't actually afford not to.
I think so, yeah.
FY, just going to TP out in their face. He gets a courier on TA2000, but Fox going to rejoin the top lane here in just a moment.
Fox going Vanguard first, which is pretty cool. Brood kicks people out once she has her ultimate because spiders just do so much damage. But with the Vanguard, you're very sustainable. And if you ever get really close to dying, he'll just charge out on the Spirit Breaker. So now he'll just get to sit up here and farm.
Oh my goodness, that blast off damage from Techies. Dude, okay, they just get the kill onto the Jakiro. 4 points, and the Sleight of Fist is just ripping through these guys. And then this is Techies without the mines, dude.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse. A 2K lead already at 8 minutes. And I thought Quest should have the stronger start, too.
Oh my goodness. They can poke from range here pretty nicely. Noob, no coil here to threaten Ori in this mid lane, and he's got this Arcane Rune running. He'll just have the Sleight of Fist up constantly. Man, they're bringing numbers. They really want to find this puck. Man, the level difference from low to Malik is unreal thanks to those Wisdom Rune steals. Oh, they've caught the puck. Blast off catches him. Cookie comes in. Do they have him? He needs another Sleight of Fist. Coil does come through. It will snap. Might be enough, but another Scatter Blast from FY. The Acorn shot's not enough to finish him off. TA2000 getting a solo kill, or I guess not even a solo kill, help of Jakiro in the top lane. But oh my goodness.
That was a really nice blast off from the trees with the searing chain setup. And you're right, it's doing so much damage with this facet that he took. Then a well-timed full bore to finish that off. I don't think they even need to kill the puck. Just by putting so much pressure on puck, it's preventing puck from rotating anywhere else, which the side lanes are currently decent. Like, Low's farming down here. Top, yeah, Brood is kind of doing her thing, but you don't want to accelerate that with kills. So by pressuring the puck, you're kind of just like maintaining the status quo in the side lanes, which I think is okay for you. But Bach dying does mean this tower falls really quickly to the Brood, who already has her spider army going.
Yeah. You're not really going to be able to stop the Brood from farming, but the Ember Spirit having this good of a game now and the puck really struggling is going to make things easier, right? Because you need to be able to kind of make some space for your carries here in the mid lane. And, I mean, dude, this Mars is having no game in the bottom side. We haven't seen an Arena come out. He's got no one to play around him at the moment. There's so much attention has been on the mid lane.
His last hits are okay, but you're right, kind of a little lower on the net worth from the other cores. Brood's gonna go for Orchid first. She could potentially find a lot of value out of that. Catch off the Ember, the Weaver, even preventing Spirit Breaker charge. Could be a really good pickup. We'll see if she can actually find the fights, though, because sometimes you see Brood picks up Orchid and you're just like, okay, no one even look at Brood. No one walk near Brood. No one go anywhere over there. She will destroy you.
Yeah.
Which I think is probably the right play once you see that Orchid coming out.
You can definitely find a kill onto the Weaver, but it's so difficult because your Mars is not even close to a Blink Dagger, and your puck would then have to be the one that initiates with like a coil. But instead, Omar gonna get caught here from the techies, and the double mines come out so dang quick. He doesn't even have to commit the mine. That was just the sticky bomb.
Let me do
Tian
the
Ming
math
is
real
owning
quick.
right now.
How much extra damage is he getting?
Ooh, an amplified damage actually stolen away by Noob, and he's gonna pop it, try and turn here onto the Ember Spirit. They're bringing in the extra heroes. Do they have it? They do, but Noob's gonna die in the process. Mortimer Kisses for the trade. I mean, still pretty good for PSG Quest if they can get out of here. It's TA2000 thinking of rejoining his team. Omar hits the bushwhack. They've got it on top of Bach. He's going to need some help. Nether Strike on the other side, but now he's even further away from his team, but it just sets up for a charge away. Well played by Bach.
I think that's the value of the Vanguard, right? You'll just go in first. You're going to be extremely hard to kill, then you'll just charge away, especially as this ability just keeps getting lower and lower cooldown. Quick math. He actually happens to have 1,000 health roughly, so easy math. It's about 150 extra damage from this facet, which for now at these early levels is like he had an extra level and a half on Blast Off. So a lot of early damage, like we were saying, more pressure to enable some of these kills on some low health heroes like Puck and Hoodwink.
Yeah. And with that, they grab the mid-tier 1 tower. Azure feeling pretty dominant on the map at the moment. Again, the Broodmother took an early tower, but so did your Weaver. And that's not something you see all that often. They're going to go for the Ember Spirit again in the mid lane. The coil's out, and that's the Orchid, like you said, the reveal. Able to grab the Ember Spirit. Tian Ming is in, just exploding all these heroes. They will commit the arena. They are tired of this techies. They get the kill. 2 dead for Azure. A nice full team rotation in from PSG Quest.
They almost got Brood just off of the techies.
Yeah.
I don't know if Charge was on cooldown, but if he had shown up, that's probably a Brood kill.
Well, it's rough, right? Because the arena, right?
That's true. Maybe it got cut off.
Stuck on the wall. Ooh, Malik. He does get the Wisdom Rune here, but Low is looking to just chase him into the tower. I don't know if he can commit. He's going to need a little bit of help. Bushwhack does come through. Mortimer Kisses actually committed, and those will be enough to find the kill onto the Hoodwink. Low, force the time lapse. Takes a little bit too much damage, but Puck, looking at the back line, does find FY here. No coil, but does have an Invis Rune.
Oh, that's the Witchblade.
That is the Witchblade.
That's painful.
That's super painful.
I think you just push this. I mean, you
They
don't have to
can
go
look
like
for
crazy,
low.
but
The Invis, the coil. Can they spear him away? They got him. Really nice kill. Played off the Invis Rune there from the Puck. In comes Searing Chains out from Ori, the Mage Slayer, actually. Gonna make him quite tanky. Have a lot of damage here to chase down Malik. Another slide, but it's not enough. He makes it out on just a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, top lane, Ducalis and TA2000 looking for Bach.
trying to see if there was a ward or something that gave him that vision, or maybe it was just lucky, but yeah, they went on Weaver at the exact same moment the other three, because originally they were all playing together, and then they were like, okay, I guess we'll leave, and at that exact moment they go on the Weaver and just kill him. So maybe there was an observer that has recently died, but very, very well timed by Quest. Otherwise, they go in and Azure Ray is completely ready for that with some massive blast off triple mine combo.
All right. I mean, Quest kind of stemming the bleeding a little bit, right? But you still gotta. Ooh, Ice Path comes out. Never mind. It was just Scare Rune. Shield Rune for Noob. Quite nice. Go ahead. We were gonna say about Spirit Breaker.
So close to being able to one-shot Spiderlings in charge. So as he continues, his damage will scale much faster than the spider's health. So once he reaches that point of just being able to one-shot spiders, he's gonna get so much extra farm up here.
Oh, they're gonna look for the Weaver in the mid lane. The Orchid in a great rotation again from TA2000. Will be enough to find the kill. The Ember Spirit, he TP'd in. He's gonna just decide to Remnant back away. The rest of the team is actually making their rotation over. Gotta be careful. Arena still available for Malik. The Brew, yeah, the Spiderlings will finish the tower.
They got what they really wanted as well.
2 Weaver kills in a row. That's really good. It's killing Weaver's momentum because he should have a Deso right now and he should be the threat.
Yeah, that Orchid has done some work this game. And again, just Puck setting up these like coils with the help of his, you know, jaunting rift or whatever it's called. They actually canceled his remnant. Oh, the arena, the spear. Ooh, that was so close. Ori escapes the skin of his teeth top lane. They found TA2000. Mortimer Kisses trying to connect and chase him down. Low will help find him as Ori gets on the Syrian chains. Now on the backside, Malik gonna try and blink to safety. But Low wants to chase for more. That's a very valuable kill, but can Noob actually get another? He's just solo in on the front line here. Coil's up 1, but they found Omar as a result, so 2 kills now for Azure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fortunately for Quest, the Weaver did not have the Deso yet, so he didn't pick up any immediate charges. He does have the Deso now, it's on the way. Good use of the Spiderlings by Brood. She's bored, she's dead, she got nothing to do. She's microing the spiders to cut the creep wave, so they won't lose too much off of this.
Oh, Blastoff's actually off the mark. Very close to connecting. Puck's gonna be just fine. That was such a ballsy play. Like, he had phase shift available, and he just chooses to illusion dodge the charge instead. You're like, I could do this easy, but I'm gonna be flashy.
See, the easy stuff doesn't get you clipped for Reddit, man.
It's true.
Gotta go
It's
for
true.
the flashy plays.
All right, Spearbreaker gets his Shadow Blade done. That's going to make it a lot better for him to get in these fights with the charges. Early Yule Scepter from an Ember Spear. We don't typically see it this early, but when you're playing against the Orchids as well as the, you know, Waning Rift from the Puck, you kind of have to have it.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to see some cool coil dodges as well. Or I guess not really a dodge, but you get coiled, you walk to the edge, and then pop it while invulnerable. Whatever you want to call that.
Tianming looks to be in a little bit of trouble there. Arena's out. Actually traps Bach inside as Ori now has to make the walk around it. And they get the disengage. Okay, a single pickoff. They tried not to commit the arena, but Azure actually pretty strong if they do still force a fight. Quest are the ones that are smoked up, though. Did they find the opening? Bonk with the Invis Runes. They're going to get the Blink, the Spear. The Coils managed to catch the Ember Spirit. He's going to try and pop it maybe with the Orchid. He's getting a lot of space, but a great charge from Bonk onto the backside. There's the Hoodwink that comes in, though. Locks down that Ember Spirit again. Mortimer Kiss is just too late. No more control as TA2000 is going to grab a Shield Rune on his way out. Low going to try and chase. As Bot comes in, takes a lot of damage here from these heroes. The Sharpshooter's out as well, and they got him. Azure maybe trying to force a little bit too much. Oh, that's a lot of gold for the Snapfire there.
I wonder if Low should have gotten a Gleipnir instead of Deso. Because I feel like he got killed early, which the Atos would have helped with. And then the Gleipnir at this point, 1, for the spiders is great, but 2, the extra setup would be really useful for his team, especially the Snapfire ults, which, like you said, they're a little late, sure, but they're also not connecting that well because unless the... Ooh, is he gonna time lapse? Okay, he's good.
Tanky enough. I mean, he built health on the Weaver, which is absolutely essential. They're not going to chase for Malik. The charge is coming through the arena, and the Spirit back. It might be enough to save it. A great coil. Ice Path onto 3. The Puck has done it again, man. What an incredible... Just... It's like partly a bait. Like, Malik's like, I'm going to die, but oh my gosh, what a turnaround.
You would have been happy to die there for that trade, but he doesn't even die. Really nice coil from Noob. I think once they saw that Weaver already used time lapse and he was still committing, they felt they could go for that. And off that kill, that's going to give them the space for the Roshan, which the others are nowhere near to even contest this. So free Aegis here. Really nice plays from PSG Quest. It's remarkably a still really close game at a
Super
1K
close.
difference, but feels like PSG Quest is getting more momentum out of these last couple fights.
The supports on Azure are super farmed. I'm really glad we got a replay here. This is such a close death. Like the little shredder, the last hit hitting the arena wall, but just a
Triple
perfect ice path.
too.
Yeah. Perfect ice pass from Ducalis, and then of course the jaunting rift or whatever it's the puck facet sucking them all into the ice path just in case. That's so cool. That mini vacuum is really powerful. Jostling rift, that's what it's called, I'm guessing, right? That sounds right.
Yeah.
Jostling rift. Thank you.
Yeah, it's cool. You can choose. In this game, there's two uses of it, right? The push away for coil snap, or maybe push them into arena. Oh, coil on Ember just off.
Nice
They
Yules
still have
to
a good
get
amount of
out,
spells,
but this
though.
spear, they got so many stuns. Yeah, he makes
Okay,
it
he's
out.
out, he's out.
Plenty tanky. That's the Mage Slayer for sure, making a big difference there.
Bounty.
Oh, he's happy with
Dire's top
that.
tower is under attack.
Got a can with a smile.
Ori gets a haster in though. Looking bottom, they have a ward scouting Omar, but the Brood is nearby, and this hero is so scary. Yeah,
Actually, what am I-
he sees the web and he's like, nope, I'm out. I like the Guardian Greaves pick up on the Snapfire here, and 4 points in that Scatter Blast. She's able to kill pretty much all of the spiders if she gets them from a long range.
Radiant's bottom
It's
tower
true.
is under
You
attack.
get a lot of gold that way. That could be a good way to hold this high ground. Because that will be where we're getting to. If PSG Quest keeps up these plays, eventually you're going to have to start taking the high ground. And one of the safe ways to do it is just to keep sending in spiders, but it won't be that easy with the full bore Scatter Blast just deleting them.
Yeah. All right. Bottom tier 2 goes down. Broodmother closing in on a Lincoln Sphere, which is a pretty dang good item, right? Broodmother being universal. You just want these stat items. Things like Lincoln's go a long way in terms of her damage output. Also gives her survivability. And then eventually, when you get your shard, it just stacks up even more.
It's a really strong item to prevent these charges, which is... Where's he at? He's working on his BKB. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if there's a turning point. I do feel Weaver is a more traditional carry than Brood.
Yeah.
And will scale a little harder. Oh, coil on Ember in the mid lane.
Ooh.
He's out.
Atos was just barely short. I
thought
kind of
you
agree with you, though.
disjointed Atos. I didn't realize it like followed and reconnected 5 miles later.
I mean, maybe you can disjoin it if you're like
If you're in the sleight
like
of fist and
slight,
it connects,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think so. But I guess Remnant, it doesn't. It just follows you. But yeah, I think Weaver will have the potential to out-carry the Brood, especially with the Spirit Breaker. Maybe just like bashing people left and right and making space. Speaking of which, charging on to Noob here.
They
Ooh,
got
the
a
wall,
lot of
blocking
damage
the
on him
blast
already,
off.
but a great arena from Malik. They trapped down Tian Ming, the sharpshooter, to finish the job. And the Mortimer Kisses, they did a lot of work, but Puck's back into the fight now. They're trying to finish off this Spear Breaker. He's so damn tanky, but Omar finally helps secure the kill. A double kill for the Hoodwink, but you're gonna lose the Mars, and now low. Actually low on mana, maybe can't chase anymore as the Broodmother's
Nice.
here to join the fight.
That arena, I don't think they even saw the techies coming in. Maybe they did. But that arena blocking the blast off,
Huge.
probably would have killed Puck because he's got the extra damage from the facet and the extra stun lets you place some of the mines, a sticky bomb. Something else would have probably pushed that over the edge. So really nice arena.
Oh my gosh. Every single time, dude. It's why the Snapfire actually has so much net worth. Dude, that was huge. Yeah, absolutely ridiculously good play from Malik. I don't even know if he saw it. It was more of just a trap balk, and it ends up being a, little happy bonus there. But we can see, Bach's getting tanky, man.
Yeah, he's not easy to kill. It's another ult that, like the Snapfire ult, it's just like a little hard to connect. But at some point, it won't matter because the way he's scaling, like he's going for the Gleipnir, and he's already got so much farm from the the spiders. This Snapfire will just, she won't care about the ultimate anymore. She'll just shoot people with Lil Shredder. Which last hit wise, I know last hits aren't the greatest indicator of net worth, but she's past Spirit Breaker because she's killed so many spiders.
They saw
She's
Tianming on the
150.
bottom. They saw him on a ward. He's going to come in. 8 toes from Omar. That's going to be a dead Techies. Really good read off that ward, knowing he's going to try and play for that Wisdom Rune.
They actually even throw down Coil. Just worried he was maybe TPing, I guess, in the invis, but...
Ooh, close from Malik. I mean, they're just trying to force Ember back. They don't have the kill threat there, but top side, TA2000's also set up to try and steal the rune. He doesn't want to risk it. He sees there's potentially too many heroes coming. He just needs to stay out of vision. The charge is going to connect. He's forced to BKB. Nether Strike is out low. He's going to go and lay into it, but he gets the Insatiable Hunger. Can TA2000 live? No. Way too much damage. Very good chase here from Azure. Is now looking for Malik. Spear is going to send the Ember back with a charge. Again, connecting. He knows how the Yules. Malik's going to be forced to BKB, drop the arena, and TP on home.
Kind of see there the outscaling we're talking about. Like, Brood can definitely die to Weaver in this game. She's not going to reach this unkillable point. And it's a little trickier for her because of Insatiable Hunger, especially with the Shard. It is a lot of damage potential, but it puts you on this timer a little bit of when you're really strong, whereas Weaver has very consistent late game damage output. And he's going to have those BKB piercing stuns from the Spirit Breaker to set him up.
See, Noob also getting a Lincoln Sphere of his own. Quite nice. Malik going for a Deso, which with Mars, it's not that uncommon. You either go for something like a Desolator or you go for, like the Wind Waker Refresher build, something along those lines. But thinking they might be lacking a little bit of damage.
I guess they kind of are, since the spiders are so easily killed this game. You're not really getting any damage from them.
Yeah, spiders are just a farming tool.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to need lockdown at the same time, because you have some like very mobile heroes on the enemy team that can easily dodge a lot of your stuns. I wonder if you need some faster initiation from the Mars.
I mean, as we saw there, I mean, almost 900 gold for the Snapfire has been because of spiders. So, definitely explains why he's rocking so much net worth, as he's got a Maelstrom now done. Maybe a full Gleipnir, actually. But we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, it's on the courier.
Yeah, full Gleipnir. Wow. Whoa, that is a huge difference in bounty runes.
I don't even remember who picked them all up.
That's why I've been wondering, like, how Azure is staying so close on net worth, right? Because it definitely has been PSG Quest kind of controlling the tempo of the game, but so many bounty runes.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Ember doing a great job of picking them up, but Azure as a whole just also going for him. And it's funny because bounty runes, like, it's not typically worth risking your life for a single bounty rune because it's like, it's whatever. But over the course of a game, when your team consistently gets it, like, yeah, we see it does add up. This is like 3,000, 4,000 more gold from just constantly getting bounty runes.
I really like Tianming's setup here for the bottom Roshan. He knows this is one of the benefits of techies. You know Rosh is going to spawn bottom. It's time for him to set up the minefield. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it. Ember will scout the smoke with the Sleight of Fist, one of the benefits of the hero. And they're going to try and shove the wave here with the spiders, and they're gone.
Look at that money. Look at that red blood stain.
That's so nice. The full bore facet, I was curious, like, I didn't consider it in the fact that it was just going to guarantee one-shot those spiders, but
Looking at it now, it makes a lot of sense. Well, here come the mines. Puck goes into the backside, does reveal them. Nice blink spear from Malik. The follow-up's not quite available, but he does do a good chunk of damage on the backside. They've managed to find and isolate the Spirit Breaker. He's just dead. Okay, BKB spent from Malik. That Mortimer kisses as well, as it's time for TA2000 to spin the webs. Try and find them, send some spiders in. Send a spider in. They find FY on the backside. The spear connects, pins him against the wall. TA2000 is going to commit the BKB. Huge ice pack. Can they finish off low? Almost. He gets the time lapse off the BKB. They're going to find Omar on the backside, but it's time to run away. Can Ori make it? No. Ice path from Ducalis gets him again. And now Weaver walking into the ward in the sentry that was placed before the fight. Quest get 4 for their trouble, as Roche will respawn in just a few seconds.
With Bach dying, I think Azure probably needs to get out, but maybe they didn't know how to get out of that situation, so they were all lined up along that back wall. I don't know if TVs were on cooldown, but they just, yeah, the spiders come and get deleted. He needs that micro trick to scatter them out.
Yeah. I think it's
So
just
look at
so
this combo.
difficult.
This ice wall is so good.
Yeah. It's so difficult to get out because the puck can so easily just scout you, it looks like, right? Like there's not like a instant hex or anything to hold him in place. But super good coil, and then yeah, the follow-up initiation with the ice wall macro pyre was, oh, chef's kiss. Yeah.
Very happy.
There he is. Omar's like, good job, everybody. Let's go. They get themselves the Aegis, and now they are going to move their way back onto the map. Broodmother with a nullifier now. That's huge.
The banner too, that could help them siege high ground. Although there is a Snapfire to just delete it if she gets close enough, but that might get her killed as well.
It doesn't affect spiderlings, right? It's only the lane creeps, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if it does.
Yeah, that'd be a very funny thing if it did. Ember Spirit gonna just slide a fist for an hour here in the mid lane.
Farm some spider.
Ooh, Tianming gets found by the Mars. The Blink Arena Sharpshooters actually gets the double barrier off here, trying to live. The Hoodwink. Malik with the Ogre Seal Totem for the kill. I love that. That is fantastic.
With that kill, I mean, you're already taking the tier 2.
Did Broodmother finish the butterfly?
Ground. On the Broodmother? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. He was a little bit away, but I just saw him ripping through the tower. I was like, that looks like butterfly attack speed. Certainly is. Backpacks the BKB. Yeah, and with the banner down, the charge not so great at clearing these creeps. Catches the Weaver. Do they want to go in? Bushwhack comes in. Nice cookie away, though. Snapfire's got to get to the banner, right? He's looking for it. He got it. Nicely done.
Not too bad. They lost a lot of their tower health, but removing the banner, I actually think if they had waited a little longer with these catapults coming in, you could place the banner further back. Then it's even harder for Snapfire to get to it.
That's true.
I think banner tech still has room to grow. It's still pretty new.
I think you're right. They do see the Spirit Breaker bottom, and they smoke up immediately on Quest as they're going to head to the bottom. That's so much gold from spiders, dude. Snapfire almost 1,200 gold. I mean, they know someone's down here. They are running right through this jungle. They see the Techies mines. Ember, like, remnants back through them. Gets a glimpse of the team. Very lucky. Meanwhile, mid lane, T2000 gets charged up. Still has the Aegis and the BKB, mind you. Cookie on forward. They're trying not to commit the Nether Strike quite yet. They do get it. The Arena on the backside and manages to catch Tianming. FY stuck inside as well, but can they finish them off? The coil's committed. They do. Both supports dead. No buyback. They get on top of Lois, forced to BKB and time-lapse himself back into this fight. Charge through from Bach, creating a little bit of disruption as Ori will escape for now. But 2 dead on Azure Ray as they continue to just lay into the high ground. And you've got BKB available on TA2000 still. He's so scary. That Weaver damage also equally scary. Staying inside their ice pads to try and stop the charge is a really nice jump in though from Ori, getting the slight chains onto 2, the Gleipnir to follow. Ice pad? Ooh, does not connect. He remnants out just in time as Noob will finish the lane of barracks. He'll have a blink as well. They're not done. They're actually kind of baiting here. They want to force Azure's hand.
Bach realizes he's not that interested in fighting. Gonna go try to split push these waves. He's got a Kaya and Yasha queued up, so he's gonna start one-shotting creep waves when he finishes that. I think Quest is pretty happy they managed to at least take 1 barracks before they reach that point, because that means Spearbreaker won't be able to one-shot the mid lane.
Yeah, true. It's an important one to grab.
Yeah, if they can get 1 more barracks before this Yasha Kaya comes out, it makes their life so much easier.
Ooh, nice.
He has the Kaya. I actually don't know if that's quite enough to one-shot. I think he needs the Yasha.
Ooh,
I don't know the exact math.
To call us amplify damage and haste on the Jakiro. Huge.
Most powerful dragon in history.
Yeah, it looks like it's still not enough to one-shot the creep waves, so it's gonna need a little bit more time. Parasma done on the puck. Just an incredibly scary item once he picks this one up. It is one of those kind of any support dies to you now, has an Octarine on top of it. Like, this guy is going to be really scary in the fights. Oh, they find the Ember. A little bit off the mark there with the stun, and Ori forced to just BKB TP. I'm surprised not committing the arena for that one. But mid lane, looking for low, but there's a lot of mines. Oh. Bach wants him, and he's got him.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, they didn't get the kill, but that was the first BKB out of the Ember, so that's not too bad to take away. Oh, you gotta be careful. BKB is down. If they try it again, it will work this time.
Mars, caught by the stun. They're gonna get him off of the Nether Strike as well. Doesn't get to use anything. Held the BKB for a little bit too long. As now, the question is, can you get more? Low is going to continue to chase onto the backside. Does get on top of the Jakiro. In comes TA2000, the BKB from Low. It's enough to get the time lapse off in time. And now Ember just runs away. Yeah, TA2000 still incredibly scary, though. Dude, the Mindbreaker, actually. Huge item for this Broodmother.
That extra silence making Weaver's life really difficult. And he only has the BKB. He has no other dispels. He actually went for a pretty damage-focused build with the Daedalus and Deso. So, pretty squishy. Oh, actually has a Reaver in his backpack. That might have helped him stay alive.
Awkward. I mean, looking at the net worth right now, this Broodmother, you would not have guessed was, you know, like 4th or 5th on net worth at the, like, during the lane stage. But I mean, this is a really sick fight. They get the BKB off from Low, but I mean, just look at the damage from the from the Broodmother at this point. Like, Ember realizes he has to leave, and just the extra lockdown from the Hoodwink is just too much. Back into the live game though. Tier 3 tops starting to, you know, they're chipping through it.
Yeah, I don't think they
So
need to
many
go
Lincoln
crazy for it though,
Spheres.
because Roshan is 30 seconds away from possibly spawning, so I think PSG's quest path to victory, just chill around Roche, secure that. They can get another banner for themselves if it's a daytime spawn.
This is Puck's 25 off the Wisdom Rune. This is massive, actually. So BKB Piercing Coil is an absolute disastrous talent for heroes like Ember, Spirit, and the Weaver.
Especially if Brood is near them whenever they break the coil. Like, her damage is crazy. Once that shard's going, which she does have it, and then the extra attack speed from Mindbreaker, the output is nuts. So BKB piercing, stun, as long as Brood's there, I think
25,
they're
right?
dead. Really close, really close.
Okay. Oh, mid lane. They've got the they just got the Weaver. He's gonna go to time lapse, but realizing that's the level 25 coil. He doesn't actually pop, but he's on the run. Avion is feather, giving him some survivability, but there's just so much vision and chase. And with that, level 25 now, but a great catch on the bottom side. Malik gets the Snapfire. Follow up from Ducalis is there, even dropping the macro pyre for safe measure. And FY cannot survive. Charge coming through from Bach. Wait a minute. Can they actually force this? Ice Path stops the charge. Oh, really sick grab there from Ducalis. The Nether Strike's going to get him. Ori needs to be careful. Their heroes are coming. Bach as well. Going to BKB TP on home. They do manage to get the kill, but look at TA2000. Who cares about backdoor protection, baby? He's got that level 25 talent. This guy is incredibly scary. He's going to pop the BKB. Full heal off the Insatiable Hunger. As he's now just going to rip through the ranged barracks and then the melee barracks. This Brood is terrifying. Building 19,000 building damage so far this game on TA2000. Insatiable Hunger's back, dude. This Rax is gone.
There's no buyback on Weaver either.
Oh, what a coil!
Great coil.
He catches Invis Bach, didn't even know he was there. It actually just grabs grabs the techies. Bach's gonna go down as well. And Ori, the lone survivor of his team, as Mega Creeps will be secured. Very good performance here from both. All right, honestly, just from everyone on PSG Quest. This Puck, level 25 talent, has put in work since he grabbed it.
Yeah, from here, I mean, Ember and Spearbreaker are technically both amazing heroes at holding the megas.
There's so much catch though, is the problem.
Yeah, that's like the hard part, right?
Yeah.
And you have the Roshan coming up. Man, can you imagine bannered mega creeps? Like, how are you gonna deal with this? Especially if Weaver's insta kill. Oh my goodness.
He gets the BKB off, but I don't think Puck's gonna. Is he gonna give it up? He does. Okay. So time lapse is out of the stun. But that's BKB time lapse down, just as Roshan is gonna be free for quest.
There's a refresher.
Probably Puck. I mean, it has to be, right?
Can Insatiable Hunger stack? I actually don't know. That would be hilarious.
If it provides 2 stacks, that would be
that'd be so funny.
That'd be really broken, to be honest. You have like
Come
plus
on,
1,200
it's a
damage.
refresher for it though. It's a refresher for it though.
I mean, sure. But it would be like 1,200 bonus damage. Top lane. Oh, he's looking for Ori. He's gonna get away. Yeah, remnants to safety. Barely just misses him on the trees there. That was a nice little play with the Trickster's Cloak, trying to use that few seconds of invis to find the Ember Spirit. 22,000 gold lead with Aegis, Refresher, and a banner. They're going to walk down the lanes here. As the Aghanim Scepter now finished up on
coming
Noob.
too.
Oh my goodness.
If they time this with the catapult waves, you can just drop the banner, mega catapults, and then just cause chaos for like 30 seconds. The creeps will probably do the job.
Yeah, you're right, actually. I mean, Noob having Ags now with the Refresher is the game-winning Refresher for sure. It will just kill multiple heroes. Malik comes in, pops the BKB, only really grabs FY. So he will walk out of the arena. So Arena 1, not great, but yep, there's the banner down deep in the base. The charge through from Baki hits an Ice Path. Needs to be careful as TA2000 wants to chase. They're going to have to commit to the banner, and they get it. All right, honestly, pretty decent hold from Azure at the moment if they can keep this going. Both coils are up. Ori jumps in aggressively. Almost gets TA2000's Aegis, but he will pop the Insatiable Hunger. Back to max life we go. And I'm trying to clean up some of the buffer buildings.
He's got 800 damage right now.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, Ember Spirit needs to be... Dude, I will say, Ori is playing out of his mind. The fact that he's not getting caught on these engagements in the mid lane. The Mega Creeps are pretty problematic, though. AC for the Mars finished up. Coil, it connects, finds a Spirit Breaker, but it's not enough.
Nullifier not in time. So first coil's down.
I mean, it's pretty low cooldown. They don't even have to feel pressured to refresher. They'll just, yeah, they're already backing. They're just going to wait. It's an Octarine coil. You just throw it out, and if you get something, you can commit. If not, it's no big deal. You've got Megas. Time is on your side.
FY scaling. PogChamp, 4,000 gold from the spiders this game.
Where's
a
he
lot
at?
of it is FY.
Okay, he does have the 3x Little Shredder multi-shot. He's only level 21, though. He's still a while away from 25.
Yeah. Realistically, he doesn't get it this game, but...
Yeah, but if you do, I mean, your scaling's really good. And maybe...
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the side of Azure, right, that is how far you have to plan to win this, right? You're probably thinking ahead to, like, a 70-minute game. Techie's Mines in the base, you know, massive hold.
I mean, yeah, you're 100% right. I don't know what other options you have. TA2000 taking a chunk of damage, but Malix looking for the arena once again. Wondering if he can find his target. But Azure doing a pretty damn good job at holding the high ground. There's only a minute and a half left on this Aegis. Noob goes in. He's going to get the coil. Does find the Weaver. Sees a bunch of mines. Charge to the backside. Holds back the Mars. They've got to try and force the time lapse, and they do. Malik gets the arena. Will only trap low, though. They will back away. Ember Spirit continuing to cause a problem. Wind Waker's to safety. Does... Oh, the coil! He doesn't connect. Beautiful dodge from Ori again.
I believe that one was Refresher Coil.
That was the Refresher Coil, yeah.
Azure continues to hold.
They've somehow gotten gold back their way despite being trapped in their base. Like, they were 22,000 ahead. Now it's 20,000. I don't know how that's possible, considering they haven't left their base. But I guess it's just spiders? I'm not sure. Like, Mega Creeps are supposed to be worth, like, no money at all. But, I guess it's working.
You're gonna steal a Tormentor.
Okay, that was
got that?
very fast. Ducalis.
Percent HP, pretty good. Is there anyone else who doesn't even have it?
Or he does get the Wisdom Rune. That's big for him. That's his level 25. So he should have the 2 charges Sleight of Fist now, as he is on the opposite side of the map, just trying to cut waves. I mean, you can see Tianming is just setting mines, starting at the fountain outward. He is just going to place mines slowly but steadily to coat his entire base in these.
He knows the game plan. He's played many a Techie's game. The question is, does he go 252 damage, or does he get the 0.8 proximity mine activation delay?
You definitely go proxy mine. Absolutely.
The hope in bursting people?
Yeah, well, it's like if Puck blinks in, usually you can respond quickly enough and phase shift dodge them, right? If you blink in and you have the minus activation delay, they will instantly kill the Puck. And I think that's probably what you're playing for if you're the Techies this game, is just punishing heroes like Mars or Puck going in to try and start a fight. And they like hope they blink onto like 3 or 4 mines.
Yeah. I mean, it's true, like, as soon as you lose one hero, even if it's a support on the side of PSG Quest, you're going to want to back off and wait, right? Which is just more time being bought for you.
Spirit Breaker has bought a Dagon, investing for the tier 5 items. He wants to just insta-kill creeps, right? Kappa?
And what's the scaling for PSG Quest? We got a Hoodwink.
I mean, Puck has a long way to go still. Puck can consume the Ags. He's got a gem still. He has the Blink upgrade.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
There's a lot of scary stuff you can do on Puck. But you also have this Hoodwink who is just enormous.
If Jakiro gets Ags, that's also really good zone control in these fights. Even though these heroes actually have ways to get out of it. But like as you approach the Ancient, right? It's kind of like a funnel point. So you could approach the Ancient from the bottom half and then macro pyre that entire pathway to Fountain and make it really hard for Azure Ray to approach you. And then you just chip away at the tower. You repeat that a couple times, but...
Remember what you said when we first started today, when we were introducing this series? You're like, yeah, PSG Quest is a team that has typically had really long games.
Man, they even picked the Brood carry. I thought it was going to go faster this time.
Speaking of Brood, TA2000, he actually is doing some sick web placements to try and sneak spiders in through the tree lines to pop these mines on the backside. So
that's hilarious. Honestly, a pretty good use for them at this point,
Very
right? I
good
mean,
use,
his
yeah.
farming speed is fantastic without any spiders. And I actually think it's around this stage of the game you need to recognize, you know what, guys, this game's going late, whether we like it or not, and we need our supports to scale. So when you're already super slotted as a carry, I think it's pretty important to start giving some farm over to your supports. So instead of using the spiders to just farm more, using them to remove mines, I think is really good. Maybe I'm just biased as a support player.
I'd say, looking at Azure, they bought out on everything.
Stun on the
Actually, get the
Weaver?
Blink Spear onto the Weaver.
Chain stun?
Oh
He
my
didn't have
goodness! A moment lapse of judgment on Azure gets instantly punished.
There's no way you suspect Weaver doesn't have buyback, though.
I mean, I was just watching our Observer show Current Gold. They bought out every item on Azure to hold. Nobody has buyback outside of the techies, which is just not enough. If they get any more kills here on Quest, this game is over. Noob looking for an opportunity as soon as that coil comes back up. I am sure as the tier 4 tower, the last one will fall. There is still a fortification, but if this Broodmother gets to your Ancient, it will die so fast. They're gonna jump in on the Ori
Going
again,
for
and
it.
there it is, the Broodmother trying to commit. He wants this base.
Fortify
There's a
down.
fortification, but guess what, baby? You haven't needed a buyback on this Weaver. You know it's not coming. Here's the BKB. TA2000's just gonna end this game, baby. Quest will grab game 1.
Oh man, I think some key Weaver kills really gave Quest what they needed that game from the early game, because I don't know, maybe I gotta think on that. Was a long one. I gotta think it through in my head.
I feel like this game really kind of highlights the Brood carry again, where we've seen a lot of teams first phase ban it, and they're making a good case for it on Quest. Like, they overall first pick it, you think you might have a good counter it in the form of the Spirit Breaker. But big shout out to Jakiro. So many good ice paths this game to actually block the
That's
charges.
true.
Some sick plays from the Mars Arena as well. Like, there is some really good answers from Quest in this draft. And we're going to go to a break, but we'll be back. We'll show some highlights, kind of recap what happened in this game 1 and why it went so well for Quest. But we'll talk to you all in just a moment. We'll see you after the break.
If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
After a very exciting game number 1, PSG Quest managed to close it out 53 minutes into this one. Azure, unfortunately for them, are going to suffer their 3rd loss here of this day 1, which is not a great start. But Zach, I am so excited to look through some of these highlights. Where do we even begin, man? What did Quest do right in game 1?
I think they managed to find kills together in the early game, which helped them get back into it. Because looking back at the scoreboard and the graphs, so Broodmother was doing well. We expected that to happen when you're laning against the Spearbreaker off lane. But then Ember was actually doing really well against the Puck, and then Weaver was doing really well against the Mars. And usually winning 2 lanes is enough. But fortunately, Puck and Mars, once you have your 6, you're like really good at being active heroes, right? So they go around the map, they find a couple kills, and that brings them back into the game. And it wasn't just supports they were killing. I'm pretty sure they killed Weaver twice, and I can't quite remember everyone else they killed, but I feel like that was enough to get them back into the game, and they just kept running that back. Just keep coiling, keep throwing in the arena. We saw a lot of good arenas, comboed with the Macropyre, the Ice Path, the playmaking heroes just came together for Quest, and Brood just farmed. Brood farmed the whole time, and then she came in and she destroyed the Ancient in like 3 hits.
This was the fight here that I think really broke Azure, because it goes from like an almost pick off onto the Mars to just 3 big kills, and I think they ended up going Roche. Like that was like first Roche immediately after. So that was a really costly series of events there for Azure, and then it felt like all of these fights, like this one, I think Malik ends up dying, but Noob cleans up the Spirit Break. Or yeah, it's just, they had such good team fight. You and I talked about this during the break. It's like Jakiro's looking really good, man. The hero offers a lot in the lane, and Ice Path, I think everyone knows Ice Path is a god tier spell in the late game, and it has absolutely had so much impact.
In fact, one right here. This one was a really good one. Ice Path on both the Weaver and the Snapfire. He does get the time lapse out. Now he's on the other side of the arena, though, and can't really hit anyone in there unless he wants to BKB running back there, and it's like a really awkward spot. So he ends up just running. Here's another great Ice Path. It's a very strong spell.
Yeah, he's just splitting the fights, and there's a reason we see the Rubik getting banned a lot, and the response is they're actually just grabbing this Jakiro, right, every single time. Like Rubik, a really strong hero, but you can't play
the Jakiro into that Rubik, and so we see the Rubik ban and they go back for the Jakiro pick. We've seen a few teams do this, and it's looked pretty damn good. So I'm gonna be curious if these drafts start to change up a little bit. Maybe we'll see Jakiro start getting a little bit higher on the ban priority list, but whether or not they let Broodmother through game 2, we'll have to see, because that was a very convincing case for overall first pick Broodmother to just go that stomp. Like, his tower damage was 28,000. Mind you, the total building damage from Azure Ray's hero was about 5,000. So more than 5 times the amount of building damage from one hero on PSG Quest is pretty nuts.
Yeah, she's a really good hero for that. And like you said, literally first phase, not like you saw pick and then you response pick, like literally, here's our Broodmother. You can have 5 hero picks to counter her. What are you gonna do? And they had an idea, but it didn't quite pan off here. Maybe you had a second idea, or maybe you just ban that.
Yeah, I think the second idea is probably going to be the ban. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Azure Ray versus PSG Quest. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
the final game of the evening about to begin. PSG Quest versus Azure Ray. I have to say, game one was very, very fun to watch. For those of you who may have missed it, highly recommend going back and checking it out at some point. But Quest coming out as the victors here, and Azure Ray up for a potential really rough day one if they do not clinch out game two. Talk to me the implications about, you know, what of 0-4 can do to your potential standings on day one.
Your dreams end just
No,
right
no.
then and there. They're just over. It's not gonna be easy. If you go 0-4, I mean, it's a group of 6, right? So you're gonna need 2 O's for every other series, and the current performance, you know, I hope it's just because they're having a rough day, because it's not easy to massively improve if that's not it, right? You got to change your game plan, your draft, everything. Like, that's not a great sign. So I think some of that comes into play here, where the draft is a little strange, I guess, like with the Broodmother first pick. I mean, of course, we don't know what their idea was, right? We're just looking in from the outside, and maybe we just didn't get to see it, like something slipped up. But from the outside perspective, there's that Brood first pick, and like, how countered is it? Because you know Brood's going to be a strong laner, so one possible response is you also pick strong laners to stop her before she hits level 6. If you're not going to do that, you need a really good way to kill Broodmother, which I think is what the Spirit Breaker was supposed to be, but then it became the off laner, which is it's like a weak laner, so he couldn't stop Brood, and then because he was weak, he couldn't threaten the Brood. And then it's like it's a weird disconnect there, you know. And the Weaver, Ember had a good time, but we didn't really feel them connect. So there's different elements you could look to address. I don't know what they feel the issue is. I do think the safe bet is just ban Brood in the first phase. Don't risk having to play it a second time.
I'm 100% there with you, because I think PSG Quest were baiting the Spirit Breaker pick. They know it's a hero that Bach likes to play, right? Like he is one of the few people that still plays the offlane Spirit Breaker, and I think they wanted them to play this Spirit Breaker into this Broodmother, because looking back at the heroes that they have on Quest, there's so many good Spirit Breaker counters. Like they kind of bait the Spirit Breaker pick and then just completely counter it. So it was a cool draft from PSG Quest. This time Azure Ray will not give it to him. They ban out the Broodmother. They're going to ban out the Tiny. Monkey King getting some attention here this time. And the Pango will be the final ban from Azure Ray as we get ready for first pick. That means potential for a Weaver.
Weaver could be good. Other popular heroes are like the Darkseer, the Clockwork. Let's see, Phoenix is banned.
I mean, I think it's kind of just Darkseer, right? Yeah, they ban out the Weaver. Okay. Wow, they actually do get the TA. So this time
I keep forgetting about her. Yeah.
Well, last time it wasn't prioritized. It made it to like final phase ban past 18 pick, and this time they will actually grab it overall first for PSG Quest. Which, I mean, this is a TA 2000 special. He's well known as one of the best TA players in the world.
It's in the name.
It is in the name.
Yeah, I mean, Brood is such a powerful hero that if you see her, you grab her. But TA, she is strong and flexible between the carry and the mid. And although we said like Brood is flexible, it's really been carry Brood for a lot of the time. You're just kind of like required to say you can flex it. But TA actually gets flexed a little bit more, although carry is a bit more popular, I would say. But like you said, it's a very comfort hero for TA 2000. So I think you're inclined to just hand it over to him, and we see a Darkseer response. He's been a very popular offlaner. He'll be fine in that lane. Like, Ion Shell breaks Refraction, but you are still a melee hero, and you run the risk of getting Meld Striked a lot. You have to deal with Sideblade harass. So TA 2000 should also be fine if he takes this Templar Assassin. But we'll have to see what supports come out. But like Oracle and Enchantress are both in the pool, and they're both really strong versus Darkseer.
Yeah, I was gonna say there is absolutely because we've seen PSG Quest do this before with the first pick Templar Assassin. This is the minus armor draft. If you don't get if you actually leave the ability to ban Sven going into final phase, if they end up getting something like the Shadow Fiend or the Slardar here, they've done that tricore many times. and it has absolutely bulldozed teams. So I am curious if that's where they plan to take this type of draft. But Azure, like you said, they have the Darkseer, and you have like the ability to potentially counter out the TA, but it is flexible. I'm surprised Shadow Fiend is not banned.
Yeah, though I suppose SFTA would be a little greedy.
I mean, we see it though with Shadow Fiend mid now. Right?
Yeah,
like
I think
build.
you could do it. I think you could do it, but I think that must be Azure Ray's mindset. Is that like, if they invest that heavily into that strategy, Darkseer is already like an armor or a building hero, and then you could pick other heroes for it. But maybe we'll see it come out later on. They're gonna go for the Hoodwink for now. Probably with the Darkseer, could be a strong lane between Bushwhack and Acorn Shots. And because both those abilities are multi-instances of damage, you will break through the refraction barrier. It's not like one giant nuke that gets eaten up by one barrier. They actually do their damage through multiple bounces, or Bushwhack, I believe, is multiple instances of damage as it goes. So that way you'll break through the barrier and still do some actual damage to TA pretty quickly.
Most pick hero of the tournament right now is Hoodwink, and to you and me, that's not a surprise.
Win rate though.
Yeah, win rate looks kind of trash, but again, this is a hero that's going to be picked in the first phase every single game, like almost every single game, just because like you have a lot of other like major supports that are getting banned, primarily things like Phoenix, a lot of times the Weaver and the Tiny, and so it leaves like, all right, which of the other S tier supports are left? It's almost always Hoodwink. And this happens a lot in games where we see heroes, oh, please pick Disruptor. And maybe an Ursa, you can kind of hide it and still flex a TA, but very good counter to the Darkseer.
Interesting. So I kind of agree, but I also think you need to be able to... You need to threaten Darkseer so much on your own as just the carry, which TA can kind of do. I think it really depends on the refraction, and then it also depends on how much Hoodwink does. I thought they might pick a stronger hero, like, because you see the Hoodwink and the Darkseer, so if you pick a really strong 5, there's not much you can do. Ooh, Lion. Like, I thought like Enchantress would be coming out, something like that.
I mean, Disruptor kind of fills the same role as an Enchantress in a way. Like, it's a different role. Like, one, she just like prevents him from actually like farming. Disruptor is the killer. Like, he actually can kill Darkseer so easily with just 2 spells. And you still have the ability to flex a TA. Like, a lot of times into Darkseer, and if you have a Disruptor, we see an Ursa come out. And now you have to be very worried about just TA going mid and seeing an Ursa. You could also just pick the safe lane Shadow Fiend, who will just rip through a Darkseer with a hero like Disruptor.
That's true. I'd be open for that. You could maybe steal that pick right here.
Yeah.
You do see a Disruptor, so they're probably thinking about, can we pick a Lifestealer or a Juggernaut type hero who can easily dodge Glimpse? But you haven't seen an offlaner, so if you pick any of those, you could then get hard countered.
Ooh, the Bounty. Okay. So this is a hero we actually have not seen a ton. It has been destroying pub games. Is one of the most picked supports in the 4 position. And pairing with the Darkseer seems kind of nice. We should see the